Really searching for answers, and here we are on after school's 10th birthday, and I'm still doing the same thing. So take everything I say with a grain of salt, but today we're going to cover the best lessons learned over the past decade. First, prioritize a good night of sleep. Without proper sleep, everything else is a struggle. Go to bed at the same time every night. Make it dark, quiet, and cool, and sleep on your left side for optimal digestion. Waking up early is a game changer. There's a calm stillness about the morning, but no matter what time you wake up, get bright light in your eyes first thing. Don't consume caffeine for the first 90 minutes after waking, otherwise you'll likely have an afternoon crash. I like to do a strenuous workout immediately. Mark Twain said, eat a live frog first thing in the morning, and the rest of the day will be easy. After a solid morning workout, all other daily drama seems to get the volume turned down. So do hard stuff first. This applies to life in general. If you voluntarily choose to do hard stuff, then all your pain along the way will have meaning. You're going to suffer no matter what you do. Eating cake and binge watching Netflix eventually gets hard. So you might as well choose something noble and suffer in pursuit of that. So many people I talk to don't know their purpose. This is the root of much of their misery. Ikigai is a simple Japanese tool to pinpoint your life's purpose. You take 4 circles: what you're good at, what you love doing, what people will pay you to do, and what the world needs. The intersection of these 4 circles is your sweet spot. If you're miserable, you're probably not doing something you love. If you keep quitting, you're probably not good at it. If you're broke, then people aren't willing to pay for it. And if you're feeling empty, then you might be a TikTok influencer. Heraclitus said, no man steps in the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man. 10 years ago, before I started after school, I was bitter and lost. I had so much energy, and I just needed an avenue to direct it towards. And once I got going, it was exciting. Neuroscience affirms this reality. For so long we thought dopamine came from the pleasure of obtaining a reward, but now we know that the pleasure is in the anticipation. It comes from making progress towards what you want. So focus on progress, not perfection. It was Joseph Campbell who said that life has no meaning. It is up to us to bring meaning to life. Strangely enough, the more we suffer for something, the more meaningful it becomes. It is the privilege of a lifetime to find something worth suffering for, and become who you truly are. On the topic of life's meaning is Agrippa's trilemma. There are 3 ways to answer life's mysteries. One is circular reasoning. Why is there a chicken? Because of an egg. Why is there an egg? Because of a chicken. Then there's infinite regress. Why is there a chicken? Because of molecules. Why do molecules exist? Because of atoms. Why do atoms exist? Because of subatomic particles, etc., etc. It never ends. And third, we have an axiom, a source that explains it all, like God or the Big Bang or a simulation. I've come to find peace in God as the creator. There's a divine spark in everything. As Albert Einstein said, there's only 2 ways to live, as though nothing is a miracle, or as though everything is a miracle. This doesn't mean I can't enjoy good scientific investigation, but faith in God allows me to tread into these subjects with humility. I choose to see it all as a miracle, and no other experience has confirmed this more than the birth of my daughter. Looking into her eyes for the first time was an experience that deeply changed me. Becoming a dad has made me aware of how much early childhood echoes into adulthood. In the first few years of life, all your behavior patterns are laid down. By 3 years old, your brain is about 80% developed, and by 7, your subconscious programs are fully formed. Much of the addictive tendencies we see in adults are attempts to find attachment to a parental figure who was not there when it was needed most. Adults who struggle with romance and relationships are often replaying a trauma that happened before memory. This may not be the perfect analogy, but I see my kids as bowling balls, and I'm the bumpers. One side is discipline, the other side is encouragement. Too much discipline will make one afraid, and too much encouragement can make one reckless. It's always about balance. Our subconscious programs dictate our life. It doesn't matter what your goals are, it's your habits that determine your outcome. The good news is, at any point in life, we can alter our subconscious programs through either hypnosis or repetition. Change is difficult because it requires us to break deep neural pathways and then build new ones. It can be done, but it often involves a shift in environment, hitting rock bottom, or a jolt in consciousness, like a big psychedelic trip. But above all, it requires a practice of bringing awareness to your unconscious, the side of the iceberg that's below the surface. As Carl Jung famously stated, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. It takes about 3 weeks to develop a new habit, but once it's habitual, the desired behavior happens automatically. Remaining conscious has become more difficult in our age of overstimulation, gambling, porn, AI, junk food, and social media. The attention economy has flattened everyone's personality and incentivized people to act like machines. On YouTube, there is no more discussion about what the viewer wants or how to connect with your audience. No, today it's all about the algorithm. What does the algorithm prefer? What does it want? Content creators speak of the algorithm like it's some sort of almighty deity. In trying to cater to the algorithm, many content creators fall into the trap of doing the same talking points in the same format with the same thumbnails. What's up, guys? Be sure to smash that like button. 6'7", skibbity toilet. Am I right? But I'm highly optimistic because what is revealed through every philosophy, myth, spiritual tradition, and scientific field is that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So the more we rot our brains within shitified slop, the more space there is for something beautiful to emerge on the other side. It's time to lean into what makes us human. This looks different for everyone. For myself, I've embraced a sketchy, loose, artistic style. No more straight lines or smooth gradients. I let the energy from my heart flow through my arm when I draw. I scribble, smear, smudge, letting the ink dry where it pleases. As Bob Ross said, we don't make mistakes, we have happy accidents. This brings a new level of freedom to the artwork. In our age of sanitized AI holograms, it is the human soul that we must revive. We spent the last century optimizing for convenience. Now, we're rediscovering depth. Other valuable insights. Never act on your first thought. When something happens, our first thought is reactionary, impulsive, or vulgar. Am I right, fellas? The second or third thought is your conscious telling you what is right. Anything beyond the third thought is often overthinking. So much of our energy is crippled by indecision. Make decisions yourself, then take decisive action. Inaction is a slow death. Seek wisdom from those you admire, but do not outsource your decisions. Make a choice and own it. You'll either be victorious or you'll learn a valuable lesson, aka come around and find out. If all you do is correct your mistakes, then you make tremendous progress in whatever you do. You have free will. The more you exercise it, the more you enjoy. When free will is suppressed, it gets expressed later in ugly ways. A spiritual paradox I think about every day comes from Ram Dass. He says that the world is filled with so much suffering that your heart breaks. War, famine, disease, injustice, innocent kids getting cancer. When you really think about it, the sheer amount of suffering is unbearable. But at the same time, it's all perfect. If you zoom out, everything is balanced in perfect harmony. Within our bodies right now, there is a war happening between bacteria and our immune system. But here you are, peacefully watching the best video on YouTube. We have the ability to witness this perfect divine order at any time. For me personally, it's useful to see all my struggles as part of God's plan. It was all meant to be exactly as it unfolded. But when I'm dealing with people in daily life, I need to remember my humanity. If someone falls in front of me and hurts their ankle, I'm not going to say, hey, it's all perfect. No, you have to get down on your knees and share their pain. So I'm always tossed back and forth between feeling my humanity and seeing it all as perfect. In social situations, people have 3 basic emotional needs: to be appreciated, to feel important, and to be sympathized with. Infuse these into everyday interactions. For instance, just remembering someone's name can make them feel seen and special. As Maya Angelou wrote, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. On the other hand, don't shy away from brutal honesty. In order to tell the truth, you have to risk offending. As Thomas Sowell said, when you want to help people, you tell them the truth. When you want to help yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. The 18th century Enlightenment thinker Immanuel Kant set out to distill morality into a single sentence, and I think he did a pretty darn good job. He said to never use other people as a means to an end. This is the root of unethical behavior. Only use them as your end. So basically, if I get my wife a burrito to make her happy, she is my end. That is ethical behavior. If I get my wife a burrito so she'll do favors for me, I'm using her as a means to an end. That is manipulation. This idea of not treating people as a means to an end is a thought I keep at the front of my mind every time I make a video. I'd like you to walk away from each video feeling like you gained something of value. The topics covered on After School may seem random, but underneath it all, it's about life-changing ideas and unquenchable curiosity. Curiosity is a superpower. As long as you stay curious, every interaction is a gateway, every obstacle is an opportunity, every day can be a thrilling adventure. So stay curious, my friends. It's been an honor creating these animations for you. The best is yet to come.
Because they just want attention. That's all that they want. So they'll go around and they'll basically do a high volume experimental strategy where they talk to a person, they cycle through a Rolodex of topics. And then not only that, but there might be emotional aspects. For example, hey everybody, hope you're doing well. I decided to do another impromptu video for the day. And this time we're going to talk about what I guess we could call subconscious cybernetic protocols, especially of what we could call like dark triad types like narcissists.
Why does the world feel dead? Ancient people apparently experienced.
Here's a strange pattern. The first great states on Earth, Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley.
Have you ever wondered what your fashion says about you? Why are there higher beauty standards for women?
So life will be better, or more nefariously, marketing often targets more of a status orientation. Hey everybody, I've decided to do another one of these impromptu videos.
Using similar software to neural nets or ad nauseum.
You're reading a book?
Adult content, an industry in the business of objectification.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Yvonne.
Hey, good to be here.
Can't skip stages. So right, in psychosocial theories of development, your childhood, adolescence, adulthood, and elderhood.
Yeah.
Right, and we're taking a little different. Stay in the system, you get promoted, then you get put in.
The capacities by which we can gain insights into higher worlds lie dormant within each one of us. Mystics, Gnostics, and Theosophists
normally we get, okay, John, meaning crisis, lay it out and go in. And you know, and that's fine. And you have spent all this time, no, I want to really understand what it was like.
Attention is to maximize interaction time, which the inverse of that, or the opposite. Hey everybody, hope you're doing well. I decided to do another impromptu video for the day. And this time we're going to talk about what I guess we could call subconscious cybernetic protocols, especially of what we could call like dark triad types like narcissists, various things like that. And one we can start out with, human nature, human behavior in general. You never know, is it conscious or is it subconscious? Is the person knowingly doing something? Are they knowingly deploying some kind of strategy, or is it subconscious? And to a large degree, it kind of doesn't really matter. There's an observable set of phenomenon that result from a person. And whether or not they're intentionally doing something, consciously doing it, subconsciously doing it because of some kind of psychological pathology that they have, etc., is almost irrelevant, really. Or at least for our analysis, we just will discard that. So we'll base our analysis around just pure observables, and for the sake of the analysis, we'll assume that it is subconscious. But and to start out with, for me anyway, I don't really like talking to people. I don't like talking to people at all. Generally, I like to talk to very few people, and pretty much at most one person at a time. That's about my limit. But in terms of growing up and stuff like that, I spent a lot of time being bored in school, and as a result, I spent a lot of time observing what was going on around me in terms of social behavioral patterns, various things like that. And normally most people are pretty much they keep themselves kind of low key, probably like an average person's, some minor balance between introvert and extrovert, something like that. But then at some point you have people that are very extroverted, or they're at least reasonably extroverted. Their behavior's extroverted, and not all these people are bad, of course. Some of these people are great. They're excellent people. They're very nice. They're very friendly. But then, of course, some of them are also, they can be pathological, I guess you could say, in terms of, perhaps they're interacting in some way that might be, manipulative or very mean or very extractive, emotionally manipulative, seeking attention, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll imagine a human population where, there's a normal distribution of any given set of parameters. And there'll be some people, most people probably, that are their volume of interactions with other people is relatively low. So that'll be the number one metric to look for in this analysis, is how often does a person interact with other people? How often do they seek out interactions with other people? And as a subclassification of that metric, you can have people that are very charismatic. There are a lot of people that are very friendly. Everybody likes them. They seem generally well-meaning, et cetera, et cetera. And because they're charismatic and well-meaning, people are attracted to them, and thus, they interact with a lot of people. But there's a subtype of the high-volume interactors, which is the people that are not that good at interacting. Maybe they're annoying. Maybe people have known people like this at some point in their life, especially when they're, like younger in grade school. There are some people that are they're very, very annoying. Basically, they're the equivalent of someone that comes up to you and keeps poking you, poking, trying to get a response out of you. And that's where we're going with this analysis. We're going to talk about high-volume interactors that perhaps have something a little bit off with them. Maybe they're not. Maybe they don't have everything, all their tools in the shed or whatever you want to call it. But either way, it'll come off as being strange because some people are charismatic, they're magnetic, they're easygoing, etc. And of course, they talk to a lot of people. But there are other people that perhaps it seems like they're doing something. They're doing a protocol of some kind. And that's what we're going to talk about: a subconscious cybernetic protocol. So we're restricted to high-volume interactors, and then two, we can think about how this works out. A person that is doing this high-volume interaction strategy, and then we'll put it in cybernetic terms with respect to a goal, whatever goal that they're seeking. So, for example, what a person can do in this case, and I've seen people do this kind of thing, and this definitely seems to be their protocol that they're operating on, whether they're aware of it or not, but it is just to go and interact with as many people as possible. And then as a simple goal, the goal state is just to maximize interaction time. Just maximize interaction time. That's what you're using as the measurable response, more or less. So their goal is to talk to a person and just maximize interaction time with them. And some people, especially if these people are not very charismatic, or not very warm or inviting or well-meaning, a lot of people won't really want to talk to them. They'll, maybe resist it. They'll want the person to leave, etc. But just like those kids in grade school that would, poke you more or less and demand your attention, some of those people grow up and perhaps they become these kind of people. But anyway, it's almost like, have you ever seen one of those wheels that people spin? Content creators do it a lot where they spin a wheel, like pick a video game or pick a topic or something like that. But it's almost like in these people's brains, what's happening is, one, they're trying to maximize interaction time. So they approach any person, anyone really, and they say something, anything. It almost gets picked off of that wheel. And we could classify these kind of interaction topics more or less in two ways. One would be generally like a topic of interest. Like, for example, this person could come up and say, hey, football, right? You like football? I like football. Let's talk about football. Something like that. Or they could like books, or they could like, anything, some kind of like topic-based thing. Or then two, the other more, typically nefarious one, or one that ends up with more problems, is when it has some kind of emotional aspect, some kind of like limbic emotional aspect, and this is where it gets into like psychology concepts like codependency, for example. And in some cases, if a topic doesn't work for this, our hypothetical person here that is a high volume interactor who's just trying to maximize interaction time with people, any people, what they're going to probably try to do is possibly talk about topics, or then if there's going to be a real long-term, basically like a target lock, which is another cybernetic term, the ultimate target is to maximize attention, is to maximize interaction time, which the inverse of that, or the opposite directional flow of that is attention. So like narcissistic people will do this a lot because they just want attention. That's all that they want. So they'll go around and they'll basically do a high-volume experimental strategy where they talk to a person, they cycle through a Rolodex of topics. And then not only that, but there might be emotional aspects. For example, some people respond to flattery. So if this hypothetical person is doing this, they could try flattery strategy. Oh, you're great at this, you're great at that. Oh, wow, blah, blah, blah. And some people respond to that. And then what that does, if they respond, all that the person is really measuring here or receiving is that the interaction time of this person is increased. It's a strategy that has increased interaction time, etc. You can have positive emotional flattery, or probably the worst and most, malicious or dangerous or destructive aspect of this is when a person responds to negative emotions. Like, for example, after perhaps trying topics and then trying positive emotional flattery, perhaps the person will try some kind of to generate a negative emotion. And I think some of it, a lot of this stuff almost maps off of like pickup artistry, for example. Like in pickup artistry, people talk about like negging, where you're just going up and trying to basically be mean to a person or insult them. This is a more or less cybernetic strategy, really, just a high volume strategy. Because if a person responds to negative emotions, it typically means that they're going to have a high chance of being codependent. Which again, for a narcissist, they're trying to find a codependent person, that will pay attention to them at all times, because they have a fear of abandonment or need for attention or whatever. I'm not going to go too much into the like psychologization or whatever you want to call it, the psychology behind all that. But we're just going to restrict it kind of as a cybernetic model. But so to reiterate there, in this pathological person who's cybernetically seeking a goal state of maximum interaction time, which correlates to and refers to maximum attention for this person, they can cycle through topics, football, books, sports, politics, whatever, it doesn't matter, just a topic. You can almost imagine that spinning wheel. Spin the wheel, see how they respond. Does the interaction time go up or down, etc. Or the other one gets into emotional aspects, which could be positive flattery, or it could be the more kind of nefarious aspects where it's more of a negative emotion. It's like seeking out a person that almost is, I guess, what's that word? Like masochistic, I guess, which is obviously this is the most destructive example of this probably. Both for the environment, because people like this in the environment are very, very bad and disruptive for the environment, because, which we'll get to next, has to do again with this high volume aspect of it. But then two, obviously, negative emotions and various things like that. When people are addicted to negative emotions, that's a bad thing. It's a bad thing for everybody involved. So, again, high volume interactor seeking to maximize attention, maximize interaction time with any given person in the environment. And you can almost imagine that spinning wheel where they're going from topic to topic, trying different emotional strategies, positive flattery versus like negative emotions. And the person, all that they're really functionally doing, again, could be conscious, could be subconscious, is they're just seeking to maximize their interaction time with any given person. So I think that should be fairly clear. But then in terms of other things with this, like for example, the real telltale signature of this is if you start to observe this behavior going on with this person, and they're doing the same strategy to many, many people. So for example, like it's possible, maybe somebody likes you and they just want to talk to you, they're interested in you, maybe they want to date you, maybe they want to be friends with you, for whatever reason, but if this is a genuine type of interest, and again, I'm not saying that, it being genuine makes it good, but I'm saying that it doesn't necessarily represent some kind of systematic behavior, like a broad spectrum kind of behavior, so it's possible you get one person that does this, maybe it's not nothing really crazy, maybe they're actually genuinely interested in you, but then if you start noticing that our hypothetical person here is doing this with everybody around, and to some degree, it may not be immediately obvious because it could be kind of covert, it could be happening, kind of in isolated pockets, to some degree, although typically with a narcissist, what will happen later is that after they collect a variety of people, they'll want to make, narcissists are like actors on a stage, that's probably why a lot of politicians are actors, because this is just basically manipulation of humans is what a lot of this behavior is, and whether it's conscious or subconscious. But eventually narcissists will want to collect all of the, their little special assets and put the play on, so to speak. But probably to begin with, when they're collecting these assets, it's kind of behind, closed doors maybe. So it may take a while for this to be noticeable, but we can rely upon, this is something, that might be relevant, like in a workplace or some place where you're at a lot, something like that. Obviously you can't pick this up in isolation because it requires almost like longitudinal observation, right? But so what the first signature will be is that this person is doing this with a lot of people, maybe everybody that they can interact with, because it's almost a compulsive behavior. It's like an impulsive behavior or whatever, where they can't help but do this. They have to seek attention at all costs. So every person they encounter, they go through the Rolodex, and it goes through the same process: maximize interaction time, go through topics, positive emotions, negative emotions, etc. It doesn't matter. All that they're doing cybernetically, they're getting feedback from the person, and they're feeding it back into their inputs. It's just a feedback loop, and then they're just trying to, as a goal state, maximize interaction time. And then two, with respect to this hypothetical person, when they maximize their interaction time over time, they're also collecting more information about that person. And that's why some of this, interestingly, probably gets into strategies that like intelligence officers use. When they're trying to basically go around and find assets. And then they're also trying to find people that probably respond to negative emotions or are kind of messed up because they're easier to manipulate or use as an asset or whatever. But that's another topic, I guess. We'll restrict it to just kind of like general citizen life, so to speak. But so anyway, we have this high volume interactor. They're just maximizing interaction time with almost anyone they can encounter. That may not be immediately obvious. It may be happening behind closed doors. And then eventually what will happen is, like I said, they'll have to put their little showpieces on the stage to try to really, because again, probably the ultimate goal for a narcissist is to have everyone simultaneously paying attention to them at all times. So the entire universe is revolving around them. That's probably really what narcissists do after all, isn't it? But then if a person does this enough and they start getting kind of out of control and kind of crazy, eventually certain people will kind of, realize something's weird. And then with respect to like a network analysis, if you have say 20 people in this environment and over the course of several months, they've all been having these accumulated interactions with our hypothetical actor here, they might start talking to each other. And this is an example of what we call like a percolation threshold, which is used for certain things in material science. Like for example, if you take a polymer and if you want to fill a polymer is non-conductive, non-thermally conductive, and non-electrically conductive. But what some material science formulations do is they take a non-conductive polymer, then they fill it with a conductive media of some kind, like a powder. And there's what's called the percolation threshold, where at some point there's enough powder in the material that there's a continuous line, a continuous path by which like heat or electricity can flow through this otherwise non-conductive material like a polymer. So this happens in human networks also, and people start talking, and they'll say, "Oh, this happened to me. Oh, this has been happening to me," and someone else will say, "That's been happening to me too." And then once people start doing this, once you hit that percolation threshold, what will happen is everyone will start looking at this person, and suddenly what they've been doing becomes very obvious. It becomes very, very obvious to everyone. And then at some point, this either precipitates into some kind of I don't know, some kind of thing happens out, some kind of conflict precipitates out of this, or realistically, to some degree, the narcissist will pack their bags and leave town. They'll go home and find a new green pasture to do their same exact thing, the same exact impulsive or compulsive, subconscious, cybernetic, attention-seeking protocol somewhere else. Once the whole staged play has run its course, so to speak. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. And then again, the most pathological example of this is when you get really, because I think a lot of what those kind of people do is, we can make up another kind of illustrative term, which would be like a limbic entanglement, really, like limbic entrainment or limbic entanglement, where it's like the emotions of the people are becoming tangled and blah, blah, blah. And then that becomes a feedback loop too, where like one person is getting drawn in magnetically like a gravity thing. And then once those two people here who are at this point, either they're crazy or they've been made functionally crazy because of the influence of this, this malignant kind of narcissistic person, other weird things start happening. They start behaving not normally, and then it creates drama, et cetera, et cetera. And again, this is what narcissists want. They want drama. They want attention, et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of an obvious thing if you think about it. But as a closer, I guess, to close this little ramble out here, it's interesting. Again, not all of these people, for example, we'll restrict it back to, we'll go through systematically and say that one, what we're talking about here are people that are high volume interactors. And again, not all high volume interactors are, quote unquote bad, right? Some of them are good, some of them are well-meaning, some are charismatic. Some people really do draw people in. Some people, because they're fun, they're nice, they're pleasant, etc. So we're not talking about those people. We're talking about people that are high volume interactors that perhaps seem a little bit off. Like maybe they're trying to do something. Like there's a kind of, because a charismatic person, if you don't want to talk to them, they'll probably just leave you alone because they have plenty of other people that want to talk to them. So we're talking about people that are probably not that actually good with people, and perhaps they're just trying to maximize attention, etc. And then this high volume interactor will use a broad spectrum strategy where they're interacting with a lot of people. So again, this isn't a thing where one person perhaps actually likes you or is interested in you or wants to date you or something, but they're doing this with everybody. So thus it's impossible that they have a special interest in everybody or a lot of people. Or if they do, that's another bad sign. Like for men, for example, they'd be a sign of like womanizing or something like that. So it isn't all high volume interactors. It's specifically these kind of unusual ones. And then you'll be able to pick up on what they're actually doing is just trying to maximize their interaction time. And they'll maximize their interaction time at all costs. They'll pick different topics, different interest areas. They'll try to mirror whatever they think you might be interested in. Or if that doesn't work, it might devolve into some kind of emotional thing, positive emotional flattery, or some kind of like negative emotional entrainment, which is probably the worst variant of this. So yeah, and then over time, it may not be obvious at first, but eventually people will put the pattern together that this person's going around and in the most objectively descriptive sense, just trying to maximize their interaction time with everybody. It's just kind of weird, really, if you think about it. But yeah, so that's about it for this video, I would say. Let me know in the comments. But you can put this in a kind of cybernetic framework. Because again, with cybernetic systems, there's a goal state that's being pursued. In this case, maximize interaction time with any person you encounter. And then there's a feedback network. So the person talks about something, this topic, uses this emotional strategy, etc. And then they're basically measuring the response from the person, which gets fed back into their inputs. I talked about football, they didn't like football. I'll talk about basketball. I'll talk about books. I'll try to employ flattery. I'll try to employ negative emotions. And then at the worst stage, it becomes, probably the worst variant of this is almost like a exploitation, like blackmail, type of thing like that, or something like that. Some kind of very extreme thing where then it becomes a threat. The person feels that they're under duress, that they have to keep interacting with this person because of, some kind of threat or duress or whatever. Sometimes it's totally irrational. They're afraid of things. They're totally irrational. They're just afraid, of even not having this person interact with them, which gets into codependency because both people in a codependent situation will be, entwined or limbically entangled, in this context. But yeah, let me know. This is kind of a different one. I think what I'm going to do in some of these cases is I talk about general system theory from kind of a system perspective, really, like from society, economics, etc. But then of course, system theory applies to everything, including psychology, human behavior, and cybernetic theories, automata theory, feedback loops, etc., are also a huge part of human psychology, for better or worse, really. And if you learn to understand that, you can perhaps learn to understand when something strange is going on, and then perhaps try to avoid that person. Or if you can identify that really what this person's trying to do is maximize interaction time with you, then you're on their game. Whether or not they're conscious of the game they're playing or not, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter at all. It's just that's the observables in reality. That's what's happening, generally speaking. And then, the negative emotions especially, that's always probably the last option because some people, they'll start interacting more when it's maybe an argument, something like that. It's also a thing that you can think about with the internet in general. There's a lot of people on the internet with comments where they just intentionally say something that's just like nonsensical, but is intended to be inflammatory. And then nowadays we can't even tell if it's a real person or a bot because bots also do this. Bots know how to maximize engagement. They say, some kind of mostly nonsensical thing that will be inflammatory, and then it prompts response. If you go on YouTube and different channels and stuff, you can see it in the comment sections where somebody says something. Again, it could be a real person, could be a bot, we don't know. And then it prompts like 5 back and forth interactions of just fighting. It's because these people just want attention. There's some kind of dark triad, interaction time maximizer. And while they're interacting with you for a prolonged period of time, they're draining you of your emotions and they're draining you of your resources and capacity to do things that are productive. So generally avoid these people. It's very bad. yeah, so I guess that's all for this one. I'm working on the next big video. I'm up to like, I think 18,000 words right now. It'll probably come out at this point, probably on September 11th on Friday. I tend to upload on Fridays. I keep my schedule kind of consistent, so stay tuned for that. That's the one that's about Mosca. Mosca's What is Mafia book. And then, yeah, and then as a final close, I guess, I got a lot of comments in the last one about decaf instant coffee. Some people like it, some people don't like it, but I'm about 1 week straight now of drinking quite a bit of instant decaf coffee, and I must say I do like it. It has a different, for me anyway, and again, this is anecdotal information from me, and is in no way medical advice, and you should not do this necessarily. It's just me giving anecdotal advice, or anecdotal accounts of my own experiences, but I have noticed that I feel that decaf instant coffee does have additional focusing properties for some reason. You know, like for example, with caffeine's the active ingredient in coffee, but a lot of times plant compounds will have a complex matrix of other chemicals, like other plant chemicals, you know, whatever antioxidants or various things like that interact with your very complex system, because every human is a complex system, and that's why I don't recommend that someone does this. I'm just stating this as my anecdotal experience, because humans are very complex systems. Our neurotransmitter systems, our metabolic systems, our genetic, enzymatic systems, etc., very, very complex. And then plant compounds, plant mixtures are themselves very complex. And then your experience with something is the interaction of a complex plant mixture, and then your complex, biochemistry, basically. But I have noticed that decaf coffee does give me, I think, a little bit of improved focus, I would say. And then again, I'm also still drinking caffeine, so it's kind of like I'm adding in caffeine and then I'm adding in extra of the coffee background chemicals, I guess you could say. So it's been nice, and it's also helped me because I'm trying to not drink as much like diet soda. Diet soda is expensive, and I shouldn't be drinking it. So instead of drinking, a diet soda, I can go ahead and drink, like an 8 ounce, a nice warm 8 ounce glass, conveniently made, very quickly made, of decaf instant coffee. And I got a couple recommendations for people last time, so I've got a couple different brands, but I think the Mount Hagen brand, I think, is supposed to be the best in terms of, being free of chemicals, taste, etc. But I also kind of like the roughness of instant decaf coffee. It's the bitterness, it feels like you're going camping or something like that. But anyway, it's enough rambling about instant decaf coffee, and thanks again if you've made it this long. Let me know what you thought about this one. And again, I'm trying to maybe do these impromptu videos within a given month. My new plan is to have 2, maybe even 3 of these kind of things a month, and then have one big video every month. Like a big thing that actually takes real brain power instead of just ranting into my microphone or rambling into my microphone, because I think that's a destructive thing on the internet. Too many people just get used to rambling. And sometimes you have to spend time and really think about things and construct frameworks. But at the same time, rambling about things is also interesting. It's a different medium of communication, and I'll try to use it maybe more for either thought experiments like the flock hammer thing, or, these kind of more personal level system theory type approaches. But anyway, that's enough rambling for today. Thanks again for watching, and thanks to my patrons and YouTube members, and have a nice day or have a nice night, and stay tuned for the next big video, which is going to be Mosca's What is Mafia. But anyway, thanks again, and goodbye.
Here's a strange pattern. The first great states on Earth, Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, early China, all appear in basically the same place. A hot, dry region wrapped around a river. Not the lush rainforest, not the temperate woodlands with reliable rain, the deserts with a river running through it. And these weren't just any states. They were the heavy ones. God kings, armies of scribes, pyramids built by workforces the size of cities. Total power. Coincidence? One man says no. He said the answer was in the water. And that if you understood irrigation, you could predict tyranny. He was partly wrong, but the ways he was wrong turned out to be more interesting than the ways he was right. Find out how, and discover how magic alters all of it. Carl Wittfogel, writing in the 1950s, called them hydraulic empires. His logic runs like a machine. Step 1, in an arid climate, farming means irrigation. No canals means no calories. Step 2, irrigation at scale is a monster of a logistic problem. You need thousands of workers digging and dredging. You need surveyors, schedules, grain stores to feed the work gangs, and you need some authority, deciding which fields get water and which ones die. Step 3, and here's your trap. Whoever runs the water runs you. In rain-fed Europe, a rebellious lord could hole up in his castle and live off his own fields. The sky waters everyone equally. The king cannot turn it off. But in a river valley, the state doesn't just tax the harvest, the state made the harvest possible. Just one pyramid of control, with water at the bottom and a god king at the top. Wittfogel called it Oriental despotism, the phrase doing double duty, because he was an ex-communist aiming this book squarely at Stalin and Mao. The hydraulic empire, he argued, never really died. It just changed uniforms. Swap the canal ministry for the central planning bureau, and the same trap resets. The party now decides who gets a grain quota, a factory job, a ration card, so refusing it still means starving, just with tractors instead of ducks. Now run the whole machine through a magic filter for a second. What if magic could conjure water out of nothing? Would the chain still hold at step 1? Or does it start to slip? Fewer work gangs, a thinner ministry, a god king with a weaker grip on the water. It depends entirely on what the magic costs. If it takes a rare caster, a narrow ritual window, a price paid in something scarcer than water itself, the outcome probably leans right back towards Wittfogel's pyramid, just with a new bottleneck sitting where the canal used to be. Only if the magic is genuinely free does the whole structure have nothing left to explain, and it's arguably a bit boring. It's a seductive theory, even without magic in it. Physical constraint in, political structure out. One law, thousands of years of history explained. Which should make you suspicious. Because when archaeologists actually dug into the river valleys, Wittfogel turned out to be wrong. Problem 1, the timeline runs backwards. In Mesopotamia, cities and temple hierarchies show up before large-scale irrigation, not after. The state didn't emerge to manage the canals. The canals got big because the state already existed to dig them. Wittfogel's cause and effect are swapped. Problem 2, a lot of irrigation just doesn't need someone in charge cracking a whip. Across the ancient world, canal networks were run by villages, temples, local councils, patchworks of small systems, maintained by the people who use them. It turns out you don't need a god king to organize a ditch. You need neighbors with interest aligned with yours. Problem 3, the counterexamples. Rain-fed regions produced brutal autocracies, and irrigated regions produced flexible, decentralized societies. If water logistics were an iron law, the map should be cleaner than it is. So the strong version of the theory is dead. But don't throw out the body yet. 3 later thinkers salvaged the engine and rebuilt it into something better. And notice what magic cannot do here. A free water spell doesn't tell you whether the state or the canal came first, because the real driver was never the water. It was whoever organized the labor. Magic that just moves resources without touching who organizes people inherits Wittfogel's mistakes along with his insight. Enter sociologist Michael Mann with a question Wittfogel never really asked. Forget who's in charge of the water. Why don't people just leave? For most of human history, the answer to a would-be tyrant was simple. Leave. Walk over the hill, farm somewhere else. Early would-be states kept dissolving because their subjects could vote with their feet. And did. But a river valley in a desert changes that. The floodplain is absurdly productive, many times richer than the scrubland around it. Leave, and you're not just leaving home. You're leaving the only land that can feed your children. Mann calls this social caging. Population isn't loyal, it's trapped. by soil quality, by labor they've put in the canals, by the fact they'll enter a no-calorie zone at the desert's edge. And a caged population is a taxable one. You can count them, you can conscript them, you squeeze them, because their exit option is starvation. Notice what changed. Power doesn't grow from managing the water, like Wittfogel thought. It grows from the fact that nobody can walk away from it. Turns out, the cage is the source of tyranny, rather than the power over the water. Anthropologist Robert Carnero found the same logic operating through war. He compared two farming regions: the coastal valleys of Peru, thin green ribbons walled in by desert and mountains, and the Amazon's interior forest, where thin soil forces a different way of farming: slash and burn, clearing a patch, working it a season or two, and then moving to fresh ground once the plot gives out. Villages fought in both. But in the open forest, losing a fight just meant doing early what you'd have done anyway. Walk off, clear new ground, no worse off than the winners. So nothing grew past a chieftain. In the caged valleys of Peru, losing meant losing terraces and canals built up over generations. Infrastructure you couldn't just rebuild a mile down road. The losers had nowhere equivalent to go to. They were absorbed, taxed, and stacked into a hierarchy. Repeat this for a few centuries and you get an empire. Carnero called it circumscription. States form where fertile land is fenced by wasteland. Same input as Wittfogel, desert plus river, but the mechanism is exit cost. And exit cost is a variable you can measure. How far to the next livable land? How much does the journey cost in calories? And that number sets the ceiling on how badly a ruler can treat you. Run the magic test again. This is the one where magic actually earns its keep. A teleport circle, a flying carpet, portal network, anything that collapses the distance to livable land. Doesn't touch the water dial at all. It attacks the cage directly, which means a single spell, gated the right way, can do more to unmake the despotism than free water ever could. But there is still a loose thread. Irrigation plus caging always ends up with one guy holding all the power. Someone forgot to tell the farmers in Valencia. In eastern Spain, irrigation communities called huertas have shared canal water for roughly 1,000 years. Disputes go to a water court, which are farmers judging other farmers. On Bali, rice terraces are coordinated through subak, networks of water temples synchronizing planting schedules across whole watersheds. Again, a complex hydraulic society, no god king in sight. Political economist Eleanor Ostrom made a career of cases like these and won a Nobel Prize for it. Her finding, communities can govern shared resources themselves indefinitely if the institutions are built right. Clear boundaries and within, rules matched to local conditions, monitoring by the users themselves, graduated punishments, a warning for a fine, a fine before expulsion, and cheap and fast conflict resolution like a court that meets weekly at a church door. Get those pieces right, and irrigation doesn't produce a pharaoh. It produces a very durable co-op. The water still concentrates opportunity for power, but institutions decide who catches it. One more magic test before we assemble a machine. Institutions like these survive because everyone can see everyone else use the resource, and everyone trusts the punishment will land. A divination spell that lets a water court verify who drew what honestly and cheaply doesn't destroy Ostrom's system at all. It strengthens it. That's the opposite of part 3's teleport. Some magic collapses a mechanism, and some magic is exactly the oil it needed. Let's put the rebuilt machine back together as one panel. 4 dials in a row, each on a slider between 2 named poles. Every dial hard left and nobody gets to be a tyrant. Every dial hard right and you get a pharaoh. Dial 1 is Wittfogel's, open sky on the left and 1 tap on the right. Left, rain falls on everyone, so nobody controls it. Nobody can starve you by turning the valve. Right, your survival runs through a single pipe, a canal or a granary, and whoever sits on that pipe sits on you. Dial 2 belongs to Man and Carnero, open road on the left and sealed cage on the right. Left is leaving is just a walk over the hill, so a ruler can only push so hard before people go. Leaving means dying before you reach anything better, so nothing checks the ruler's grip and it only tightens with time. Dial 3 is Ostrom's, community on the left and palace on the right. On the left, the people using a resource govern it themselves, watching each other and punishing cheats. Right, no local body is strong enough to hold it, so control drifts up to whoever's throne is closest. Dial 4 is magic. Commons on the left, court magic on the right. Left, magic is cheap and common enough that nobody can fence it off. Right, magic is rare, expensive and needs a license or a decade of training, the kind that only ever ends up in a palace. This dial doesn't tyrannize anybody by itself, it decides which way the other 3 get shoved once magic shows up, and it never gets to shove all 3 at once for free, unless magic is your solution for everything, but again, that is quite boring. Run Egypt across the panel and every dial sits hard right. 1 tap, sealed cage, palace. And dial 4 isn't even wired because there's no magic in the room at all, obviously. 3 dials pinned right, and history obliges. Pharaoh, priesthood, pyramids. Now, wire dial 4 in on the commons side, and watch what happens. Say there's a scruffy tradition of desert dowsers. They have the ability to find a hidden spring under the sand. It's still unreliable, it's unregulated, and it's beneath the priesthood's notice because it never once fed a field. But it does the one thing the Pharaoh never planned for. It makes the desert survivable to cross. On the panel, that's dial 4, flick left, and it drags dial 2 along with it. Sealed cage eases towards open road, even though 1 tap and palace never moved. Nobody touched dependence, nobody touched the temples. The empire cracks anyway, so 1 dial and not all 3 of them. Notice the pattern. Magic didn't need to move the whole panel to flip the outcome. It moved exactly 1 dial, and that alone was enough. That's the whole lesson buried in the wreckage of Wittfogel's theory. Geography doesn't decide your politics for you. It sets prices on leaving, on organizing, on resisting, and people respond to whatever price they're handed. Magic might alleviate some prices, but it can also introduce new ones. It is up to you to find them. If you want to actually try this on your own, there's a free worksheet on my website. All 4 dials laid out so you can pin them down before you write a single rule. Grab it, and if you want to argue about where your dials should sit, that's exactly what the Discord is for. Have a good one, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Why does the world feel dead? Ancient people apparently experienced rivers, forests, and objects as having agency, intrinsic meaning, and personality. We call this animism. But we experience the world as dead. A stone is the perfect example. Dead matter with no power and no meaning. But not every culture thought of stones like this. In ancient Greece, if you were injured by a stone, you could take it to court, and if prosecuted, the stone would be thrown out of the city gates. Now to us, this is laughable. We experience a stone as inanimate matter, having no personality, no agency, and no meaning. We're materialists, about stones at least. And much is made of this strange difference, but little attention is given to why we feel that the world is dead. The conventional answer is that ancient people were superstitious, but we have science. But that's reductive. I have a better explanation. I'm going to argue that this change from animism, where the world is imbued with meaning, personality, and agency, to materialism, where we see a world of inanimate matter, other than humans, was not an intellectual change. It reflects an actual practical distance that we have put between ourselves and the world. This is also partly a genealogy of materialism. Were the ancients materialists or idealists? How did the categories of materialism and idealism come into being? Well, in one of David Graeber's books, he cites a situation in which an anthropologist presents the idea of spirit to a modern archaic human, expecting it to be new. But the archaic human says this: "Bah, you didn't bring us the spirit. We already knew the spirit existed. We've always acted in accord with the spirit. What you brought us is the body." Now, this doesn't mean that ancient humans were all idealists. What was strange to the archaic man was the idea that matter is inherently inanimate, and only the soul can bring it to life. And we often think that animism means that little tiny spirits live in trees, but that's not what animism is. Now, I'll back this statement up a little more near the end of the video, but animism is the opposite of nihilism. It's when we experience the world as deeply and inherently meaningful, alive, and powerful. To give just one example, animism distributes agency relatively equally throughout the world, so that me and a stone have relatively similar agency when we're interacting, or experience in that way. Whereas materialism concentrates agency within humans, and maybe animals, and the world of matter is kind of objectified. So, what was new to archaic humans was the idea that matter and animacy were separable. Archaic humans are not materialists or idealists. They don't believe in anything otherworldly. They simply don't experience the world as desaturated of meaning, agency, and personality. But we moderns, at some point, conceptually divided matter and spirit to produce the categories materialism and idealism, and subject and object. Things were objectified, made powerless, meaningless, and personalityless, like how we see rocks. And humans were subjectified, made the only vectors of agency, meaning, and personality in the universe. But my question is why? Why have humans transitioned from animism to materialism, from a world full of life to a dead world? How we have distanced ourselves from the world. It is well documented that how we engage with the world alters how we see it. For example, martial artists, musicians, master craftsmen, people of all stripes report that when they move with the world, their experience of subjectivity, selfhood, and self-consciousness is altered. They can feel themselves become one with their instrument. They can feel themselves become guided by their material. They can even feel themselves become less self-conscious as various mental and physical operations are offloaded to the unconscious. But moving against the world produces the opposite experience. When resistance increases, so does self-consciousness. We become more aware of ourselves as separate agents struggling to control an external reality. We cease to feel part of the world. But if our experience of our subjectivity depends upon how we engage with the world, then perhaps the distinction between subject and object isn't as natural as we first thought. We tend to think that subjects and objects are simply facts about the world. There are things which act, and there are things which are acted upon. But strictly speaking, humans project these categories onto nature. But then, where did we find these categories? What if we found them in our social relations? Humans have always projected their social structures onto the world. Archaic humans project kinship structures onto nature and the stars. Darwin, in order to invent the idea of natural selection, projected capitalist market dynamics onto nature. We speak of the animal kingdom, for example, as if nature was organized into sovereign territories. So we know it's possible. And we also know that hierarchy and unequal human relations can encourage objectification. As slaves always obey their master's commands, they can come to seem lifeless, like instruments rather than agents. This is why the words zombie and robot were invented to describe the lifelessness of Haitian slaves and Eastern European serfs. Hierarchy imagines dependence as vertical. The person below depends directly upon the person above. And this is remarkably similar to how linear causation is imagined. But there is another way to imagine dependence. Instead of a hierarchy of independent causes and dependent effects, in egalitarian societies, reality is sometimes imagined as a web of mutual dependence. Each thing exists through its relationship with everything else. So perhaps objectification is not simply an intellectual mistake. Perhaps it's the projection of unequal human relations onto nature. And you'll know, if you've watched my other videos, that it's not the first time that politics has been projected onto nature, making reason itself ideological. But it's not just our unequal relations to each other which create the conditions for objectification. It's our strange relationship with the world as well. Our consumption of commodities also encourages our objectification of the world. Now that might sound strange, but hear me out. Return to the master-slave dynamic. While the slave confronts the world on its own terms, the master confronts the world only after the slave has processed it and made it easily consumable. In cutting down a tree and making use of the wood, the tree doesn't simply do whatever the slave wants. It has affordances and tendencies. It doesn't quite feel like a passive object. Actually, it feels like something the slave is negotiating with, as if the tree has a say in what's going on. So the slave encounters the world as filled with things which have their own tendencies and purposes, their own meaning and agency. On the other hand, the master does nothing more than consume. He confronts the world after its coarseness and independence have already been removed. An object of consumption is designed to be completely for another, to save nothing of itself within itself. This is the dead matter of objectified nature, which is experienced as having no autonomy and no purpose particular to itself, simply because it slides down the gullet perfectly. Now, modern people confront 99% of the world as already commodified. Our homes, our food, our clothes, our technology, our entertainment, all of it comes as a commodity. I'm ashamed to say that I don't think there's anything in my flat which I've made myself. And it's not only things which are commodified, it's people as well. When I speak to a waiter, I'm not engaging with the coarseness of his true personality. I'm engaging with the smoothness of a rehearsed role. And because he isn't really there, it's easier to objectify him. In our consumer society, we are all commodities, and we ontologize consumability, and then we project that objectivity of the commodity onto the rest of nature. So perhaps we started seeing the world as dead because we started living in a world where we never have to encounter its resistance. The master encounters no resistance from the slave. The consumer encounters no resistance from the commodity. But there's another way of avoiding resistance, simply stepping back and looking at the world. That's the scientific gaze. Science, art, philosophy. Perhaps it is our distance from the world that is responsible for our abstract scientific gaze. Unlike sympathetic magic, the form of knowledge creation of archaic people, whose aim is to know via immersion and participation, science deliberately creates a distance between observer and observed. It aspires to a view from nowhere. And given what we argued in the previous section, this is bound to contribute to our objectification of the world. Of all the senses, vision remains the one which most readily confirms the separation of subject from object. As Sartre recognized, the look is the domain of domination and mastery. It provides access to its object without necessarily being in contact with it. So, just as pure consumption allows us, in a sense, to touch the world without ourselves being touched by it, scientific observation does the same. Both create a detached observer confronting an external object. And once you start to look for this detached, abstract scientific gaze, you find it everywhere in the modern world. The goal of modern art, according to many modernist painters, is to radically defamiliarize oneself from one's object, or to objectify the world. They do this by intensely staring at the world until it seems to lose its meaning. Something like semantic satiation, where one repeats the same word over and over again, and it seems to lose its meaning. The aim is to capture the world as if one is looking at it for the very first time, before we'd projected all of our human meaning onto it. In other words, they consciously use techniques in order to induce a materialist view of reality, a devitalized world of meaningless matter. By repeating a single word or phrase, or staring at a certain part of the world, they artificially abstract it from its environment, from its context, which gives it meaning. And science also aspires to a view from nowhere, to see the world without any preconceptions and biases. And controlled experiments do exactly what this semantic satiation technique does. They abstract a single thing from the world which gives it context and meaning. Much of philosophy defines itself similarly. Its job is to make the familiar unfamiliar. In particular, the absurdism of existentialism attempts to speak about ordinary things in a way which makes them strange. An absurdist might describe dinner as gathering around a wooden rectangle and transferring dead matter into our bodies at the time when we can no longer see a burning rock in the sky. You can see how they've defamiliarized many of the concepts which we normally take for granted. And perhaps this is why Wittgenstein was suspicious of the armchair philosopher who merely sits and stares. He argues that when philosophers merely sit and observe the world, they experience it in a completely different way to if they were moving around in it and interacting with it. Positions like Berkeleyan idealism and solipsism become less obvious to them simply because they're moving around and feeling the resistance of the world. In his own words, staring is closely bound up with the whole puzzle of solipsism. So this extreme distance from the world seems to be the defining feature of the approach of modern art, science, and philosophy. But this leads us to perhaps the most important question. Is there anything wrong with this objectification, with this distance that we've achieved from the world? Is objectification bad? So, what are we to make of all this? Is there anything wrong with our objectification of the world? In one sense, no. Objectivity is extraordinarily useful. The scientific aspiration to step outside of our perspective, to rip things from their context, to abstract, has been extremely productive. But there is a cost to seeing the world this way, which is that you drain the meaning from the world. So the other side of objectivity is nihilism. You find very little that resembles modern nihilism in archaic thought. There's no sense of cosmic indifference, no moral skepticism, and no metaphysical pessimism, the idea that all life is suffering. Materialism, scientific objectivity, objectification are all closely bound up with nihilism. And the opposite of objectification is not idealism, it's relationship. Because what objectivity does is it rips things from their relationships. It abstracts. And that's how it makes them feel meaningless. Think about love. When you love someone and you want them to be happy, you desire what they desire. And so your desires become their desires. In these cases, subjectivity and objectivity dissolve. And this is also how the artisan feels about his instrument in a flow state. No longer does he see himself as the agent and his instrument as a mere object that he's using. Agency is distributed between them equally. If scientific objectivity, objectification, and dead matter materialism are reflections of hierarchy and breakdowns of social relations, among other things, then crude materialism and crude idealism are literally a lack of love. If you want to support me and guarantee that your comments are replied to, consider becoming a member. Other than that, please like and subscribe, and thank you very much for watching. The question I've grown to hate more than anything is, so what do you do?
In the last few months, young people around the world have had political awakenings, economic awakenings, violent awakenings, and perhaps now, most significantly of all, a massive spiritual awakening.
Every single fucking time. Not how are you, not who are you, not what are you passionate about, not what kind of person are you. No. What do you do? Where do you go to school? What do you do for work? It's like before people even decide if they want to know you, they want to know where you rank. I hate that shit. Maybe some people don't even mean anything by it, but that's what it feels like.
Now I want to begin this video by opening up and sharing a personal experience that quite literally saved my life. And I don't say this lightly, could potentially save yours too. For those of you new to the channel, I'm Philosophical Gamer, the millennial defense lawyer for Gen Z, and I started this channel because I'm a millennial who came of age right after the 2008 financial crash, and I simply find it irredeemable and unacceptable that 18 years after 2008, we still haven't fixed the economy, and Gen Z now somehow has it even worse than us millennials. And this is mainly because our narcissistic boomer parents spent 2 decades gaslighting us that the economy is fine, and we just need to work harder, instead of taking personal responsibility themselves and fixing the economy that they themselves ruined. Now, when I first hit my early 20s shortly after the 2008 crash, everything in life was just incredibly difficult. I couldn't find a job despite applying to literally hundreds of places. I lived in severe poverty every day. I didn't know when my next meal would come, or if I'd even have enough money to pay rent the next month. Eventually, I ended up just swallowing my pride, going on food stamps, selling my plasma, and doing clinical trials to get by. Despite how difficult of an existence that was, none of those experiences, I would say, were the absolute worst thing about my early 20s. The absolute worst thing about my early 20s can be summed up with one simple sentence. One question you inevitably get asked always in every goddamn interaction with another human being. So, what do you do for a living? Now, later on in life, I learned how to deal with this. All you gotta do is give an emphatic, unapologetic, I don't do jack shit. I don't owe my life to being a slave to a corporation. And I'm happy to see that I've empowered a lot of you to do the same thing. But when I was younger, I really just didn't know how to answer this question. And so every interaction of meeting a new person went from a casual, normal conversation to a socially engineered humiliation ritual punishment. And I'm sure every one of you out there has experienced this and knows exactly what I'm talking about. If the answer to this default inevitable question isn't something the capitalist wage slave system approves of, you're instantly punished, guilt-tripped, shamed, and humiliated. If your answer is doctor, lawyer, senior upper level management executive director of the exploitation of other human beings, or my favorite, student, if you're young enough, then you're praised, exalted, worshipped, and ass-kissed because, well, that's your reward for being an obedient little cog to the system. If your answer is anything else, then, well, you all know what happens next. And at some point, I realized this had to be a socially engineered phenomenon. Punishing you with homelessness, poverty, and starvation isn't enough for these modern-day corporate slave masters. They also have to punish you socially and psychologically if you refuse to be a slave for their shitty low wages. And as you'll see later on, the idea of asking people what you do for a living as the very first question is a very modern capitalist phenomenon. Most people throughout history would find this very strange and unusual. This is absolutely a modern, socially engineered cultural norm specifically designed to keep
keep you too beaten down and worn out to ever fight back. So let's circle back to what I promised in the beginning of this video. Rejecting and escaping the social cultural norm was quite literally life-saving for me, and could very well be for all of you out there as well. And this is the story and journey of how. After donating plasma and doing clinical trials for about a year, I finally managed to save up about $2,000. I know, this was at a time when $2,000 was actually a decent amount of money. I had researched online that there were several good Eastern European countries where you could live pretty comfortably off $400 to $500 per month, and so I made the bold decision to book a one-way ticket with no plan whatsoever and just hope to wing it and figure it out. A lot of people looked at this decision as risky and reckless, but the way I saw it, the way I was forced to live in the States was just as, if not far more risky and reckless. I couldn't find a job no matter how many times I tried, and my only way of surviving through selling plasma and doing clinical trials was absolutely not sustainable for my long-term health at all, especially in the great United States of America where healthcare isn't even available for the poor. Now, for my European audience out there, I know that Europe has its own problems and it's not an economic paradise for young people either. And I learned this very quickly from the time I stepped a foot onto European soil. My first stop in Europe was a cheap hostel in Romania, where I could rent a cheap bed for $8 a night in a room with 10 other travelers. I ate 2 meals per day, some cheap Romanian pastry for $1 or $2 in the morning, and a cheap $2 to $3 kebab from a local street vendor for dinner in the evening. In total, my living expenses amounted to about $13 a day, and I had to live like this for a long time in order to stretch that $2,000 as long as possible. So in terms of my material conditions, not much actually changed from my situation in the US. I was still living in poverty, still eating the cheapest foods, still sharing a room with even more roommates in fact. And yet despite the fact that my material conditions were just as bad or even worse, my mental health and overall happiness when I was living in this cheap hostel in Romania did a complete 180 and improved in the most transformative way imaginable. In the US, I wasn't just poor, I was depressed and even suicidal at times on top of that. And meanwhile, this hostel experience was one of the happiest times of my life. It quite literally saved my life, and I still look back on it today with very fond memories. And the reason for this comes down to one simple difference. The hostel was the best social environment imaginable. It was a pit stop for young budget travelers from all over the world, and as a result, no one really cared what you did or how much money you made. In youth hostel culture, the very first question you asked someone wasn't, hey, what do you do? It was, hey, where are you from? And this change, this one small simple change, made all the difference in the world for me. No more awkward introductions for not having a job, no more being judged, humiliated, and punished for refusing to be a slave, no more dehumanizing humiliation rituals where human beings are treated as mere sacrificial economic units. But far more important than the better treatment I received was the better treatment I learned to give back out to others. When I started off by asking someone where they're from instead of what they do, the conversation naturally shifted, and it took a totally different tune. I learned about their families, their culture, their religion, their hometown. Oftentimes I'd make friends with them and later be able to visit them in their hometown. I learned to view people as actual living, breathing humans with dreams, emotions, passions, and fears, and not economic units on an Excel spreadsheet. And it made me realize how perverse, shallow, and empty the entire conversation becomes when the very first question is, what do you do for a living? Instantly and immediately, a genuine human interaction feels like a shallow business transaction. And as a young Gen Z Chad said in the beginning of this video, you're already sizing people up as a potential connection, a business partner, an economic transaction before you even get to know them as a human being. And this was the beginning of an upwards virtuous cycle that was literally a lifesaver. Others saw me not as an economic unit, but as a fellow young traveler still finding himself and figuring life out. And as a real human being, I then was able to do the same for others. And this not only lifted me out of my personal depression and loneliness, but I was able to build the necessary social skills, confidence, and assertiveness to turn my life around. It's the reason I was able to survive all those years and eventually be able to start this YouTube channel even. Hey guys, we noticed something very interesting in the YouTube analytics recently. It appears that the single most important metric for the long-term success of a video isn't actually likes or clicks, it's actually how many people end up subscribing. So if you found this video important and useful, the best thing you can do to help us get the message out is to simply subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you all so much guys, we really truly appreciate it. And I just can't help but wonder if the simple cultural shift of asking just a different question the first time you meet someone made such a difference for me in one small youth hostel. What would happen if we were to spread the spiritual awakening throughout the entire world? Well, fortunately for us, this might actually be a lot easier than it sounds. We've talked a lot about revolutionary change on this channel, political revolutions, economic revolutions, even violent revolutions at times. But perhaps the most powerful and simultaneously also the easiest revolution to pull off would be a spiritual revolution. Political revolutions are messy and can take years to implement real change. Violent revolutions have obvious severe consequences, which is why I refuse to call for one, despite some of my audience clamoring for it. But a spiritual revolution that changes the very way we treat our fellow human beings, we could honestly start this instantly, with no money or resources required. No need to risk our lives in a violent revolution, and all it takes really is a simple mindset shift. The next time you meet someone, or even reconnect with people you already know, simply ask them a question other than the corporate generic, so what do you do? Ask them, what do you like to do for fun? What are your hobbies and passions? What do you want to make out of this life? Or, I don't know, even come up with your own good questions to kick off the conversation. We're all clearly sick of the way things are right now. Not just the economy, not just the impossible job market and absurd inflation, although those are undoubtedly huge problems we have to deal with as well, but it's also the sheer brainwashed psychological heartlessness we've all been conditioned to treat each other with. It's bad enough that these asshole corpos and our delusional boomer parents treat us as nothing more than an economic unit on a spreadsheet, but this capitalist brainwashing is so pervasive that to some level, we even do this to each other, even if it's subconscious and unintentional. And here's perhaps the most important thing about all of this. Oftentimes, economic and political change actually follow cultural, spiritual change first. There's a massive reckoning going on in American politics right now, with Democratic quote-unquote socialist candidates gaining even more power now. I use the term socialist very loosely here because even the most radical socialist in America is extremely economically conservative by global and historical standards. But this new political revolution didn't come out of nowhere. It happened after years of Gen Z completely changing social and cultural views around the idea of work and productivity. Within a few short years, you guys turned the 9 to 5 from a symbol of pride into a joke and a meme. You turned the idea of climbing the corporate ladder that boomers were once proud of into a modern representation of being a corporate slave. Once people start rejecting the underlying cultural expectations, political and economic change almost always eventually follows. And this life-changing cultural shift can begin with one simple question. Just one simple change in the way you meet people. Next time you meet someone for the first time, instead of asking them what they do, ask them literally anything else. Anything that would help you deprogram from this toxic capitalist culture we've been brainwashed with. Anything that would help you see the other person as a real human being and not a number, a title to be exploited for corporate profits. And in a few years, maybe even less, if we get to a point where the social norm is not to ask someone what their job is at the very first question, I just get the feeling that we would be in a much, much better place and living in a much, much more pleasant world.
Tall forever. So the whole construct of what's your job? How do you make a living? Doesn't really apply to ancient Egypt. This is a very modern way of understanding what professions are and how we work in the world.
So this last clip right there was of a professional Egyptologist debunking a bunch of AI slop videos on ancient Egypt, and the part you just saw right there was very, very eye-opening to me. Whenever we talk about making political and economic changes, we get gaslit by delusional boomers and corporate chills that we're just a bunch of radical, entitled communists and socialists, that the current status quo is just the way it always has been, and thus the way it always has to be. And yet the more and more I research and look into history, the more I realize that this just straight up isn't the case. If anything, this current boomer, neoliberal status quo of your job defining your entire worth as a human being by your job title is what would actually truly be considered insane, radical, and ridiculous by most wise people throughout history. As you just saw, ancient Egyptians wouldn't know or care what your job is. The idea of a specialized, repetitive job was completely unheard of back then. Greeks and Romans viewed work with even more disgust than Gen Z anti-work subreddits today. The word for work in Latin was literally neg odium. Odium meaning fun or leisure, and neg being the negative prefix in Latin, like non or not in English today. Think about that for a second. They didn't call it work. They called it non-leisure. They viewed work as an annoying, sometimes necessary thing you had to do to get out of the way, while leisure time was seen as the ultimate goal. Today we always tell ourselves we're not being productive if we're not working. We've been brainwashed to feel like we're wasting time when we do the things we enjoy. But the Greeks and Romans viewed it the exact opposite. Work was a waste of time. Leisure and enjoyment was time well spent. And judging from how sick and depraved our society has become over money, I say the Greeks and Romans definitely beat out modern day delusional boomers on this point. Classical Hinduism looked at life through a lens of four main pillars: dharma being duty, artha being wealth and prosperity, kama being love and enjoyment, and finally moksha being freedom. Now notice how they aren't delusional here. They know that you need money to survive, and thus they do have financial wealth and prosperity as one of the four main pillars. But that's kind of the point. It's one of many factors that contribute to a life well lived. It's not the singular, ultimate, exclusive, end-all be-all that determines your entire identity as a human being the way these neoliberal capitalists want it to be. And they specifically say that these four pillars must be kept in harmony and balance. If any single one overcrowds the other three, it's just a disaster, and we've all seen and lived through that at this point. So let's finish off this video by starting off this awakening in the very comment section below. Tell us something about yourself that isn't what you do as a job. Where are you from? What are your goals? What are your dreams, passions, and hobbies? What do you hope to get out of this life? I very much look forward to hearing your answers, and I will see you all in the next video.
Have you ever wondered what your fashion says about you? Why are there higher beauty standards for women than for men? What does it say if you don't make much of an effort with fashion? And what does it say if you do? What does what we wear communicate to people? But beyond that, have you ever wondered why humans started wearing clothes at all? Why we looked at our naked animal bodies and decided that they needed to be covered up and decorated? These are the questions I'm going to be exploring in this video. I'm going to be drawing especially on the book The Psychology of Clothes by the historian of dress, J.C. Flugel. Let's begin with a few thoughts on why clothes may have been invented in the first place. The origin of clothes. So, what is the origin of clothes? Well, there are many competing theories. One of the most intuitive is that we invented clothes to protect us from the environment, especially the cold. But this can't be the whole story, because even in warm climates, humans seem to have invented clothes. So if we want to understand clothing properly, we have to look beyond its practical function. Another possibility is that clothes represent to us the idea that we are civilized. Animals are naked, and humans have seemed to progressively cover their bodies as time has gone on. Perhaps as we climbed out of nature into civilization, we became ashamed of our naked bodies, because they reminded us that we were merely animals. So we covered our naked bodies with cultural artifacts. In a rather literal way, culture grew over nature like moss. And not only do clothes symbolically separate us from nature, they also physically separate us from nature. We wrap our bodies in layers of material so that we're no longer in direct contact with the world. We live in an artificial body of clothes. Every part of us is covered up by shoes, hats, veils, shirts, trousers. So clothing creates both a symbolic boundary between humans and the world, and a physical boundary as well. But the Romantic philosopher Johann Georg Hamann pointed out that if the first clothes were animal skins, then we may actually be doing the exact opposite. Perhaps we weren't covering nature with culture. Perhaps we were recapturing our animal nature by embodying animals, by stepping into their skins. And anthropology seems to support this. Many tribes carry out rituals in which people wear animal skins and imitate their movements and sounds. According to these tribes, the aim of these rituals is to recapture the experience of being an animal. So rather than separate themselves from nature, they want to re-identify with it. Now, we rarely think this deeply about clothes when we put them on in the morning, but these ideas show just how fundamental to our sense of who we are as humans clothes are. But what some of us do feel when we put our clothes on in the morning is this joy of making oneself beautiful, which J.C. Flugel thinks is a fundamental natural desire in humans. It appears remarkably early in human development. Children begin decorating themselves and experimenting with their appearance long before they understand the social conventions surrounding dress. And it may not be uniquely human. The psychologist Wolfgang Kohler observed chimpanzees putting bits of grass, cloth, and other objects around their bodies, apparently taking pleasure in the way they looked. So, clothing is not merely functional, and it certainly doesn't have a single origin or purpose. It's also artistic. And artistic styles aren't simply what we think is pretty. They're meaningful. They reflect human self-understandings about, for example, whether we're natural creatures or whether we're somehow civilized. And this brings us onto a more interesting question. What do our clothes say about us today? What do modern clothes communicate about modern people's way of seeing themselves? The great masculine renunciation. If we want to understand why we dress the way we do today, then it's worth going back to the most recent revolution in fashion. Perhaps the most recent revolution in fashion is what Flugel calls the great masculine renunciation. He points out that while today women are the more decorative sex, throughout human history, and even in the animal kingdom, it is actually men who are the more decorative sex. Our culture tends to assume that it has always been women's job to look beautiful for men, but for much of human history, and in the animal kingdom, it's actually men's job to attract women with their beauty. Anyway, by the 18th century, this had all changed. In the modern era, men's clothes are far more plain, one might even say modest, than women's. But what caused this revolution? Why did men suddenly stop decorating themselves? To answer this question, we have to look beyond fashion, to the societies in which these clothes are produced. What changed in society? Perhaps the answer has something to do with how power itself was represented. Foucault argues that in feudalism, what was visible was what was powerful. Power was visibly manifest through royal pageants, spectacles, cathedrals, and aristocratic regalia. In David Graeber's words, only the powerful were individualized, made material and particular. Their faces were displayed on paintings and coins. Their genealogies and deeds became the official history of the state. With capitalism and its disciplinary systems, this relation of power and visibility was reversed. In capitalism, power is exercised by faceless, invisible, anonymous bureaucracies, who mercilessly document and study every behavior of the masses. They turn the spotlight on the people. So in feudalism, the powerful are individualized and particularized, whereas the powerless are made anonymous. And in capitalism, the opposite is true. And this is almost exactly what happened to men's clothing. During the Renaissance, wealthy men wore extravagant, colorful costumes with makeup and jewelry. But by the 18th century, this came to be seen as appropriate only for women. The male costume that emerged was restrained, uniform, and practical, eventually developing into the modern suit. This reflected a shift from the old aristocratic ethos of consumption to new industrial and commercial ideals of productivity. That is why the modern male suit developed out of sporting clothes. Male clothing was no longer meant to display what he was, his status. It was meant to imply a capacity for action. While aristocratic clothing had made social hierarchy visible, with the new ideals of democracy, if all men were meant to be seen as equal, then their clothing needed to express that. There needed to be a democratization of dress. And this resulted in a drastic simplification of male formal clothes, something which, in theory, all classes could afford. And this is partly why male clothes became so plain and uniform. But while male clothes came to reflect the ideals of equality, productivity, and labor, women had not yet entered the workforce, and so their economic mode of presentation was still consumption. While male dress was designed for activity, female dress was designed for display, for spectacle. And this distinction between displaying and doing can be seen most clearly in the old aristocracy. Kings and nobles displayed their wealth because their status depended on being recognized as what they were. Their clothes were a kind of public statement. They showed everyone else how they expected to be treated. A king needed to look like a king. But in capitalism, a man was expected to justify himself, not by the splendor of his appearance, but by his accomplishments, what he could do. And this is exactly what his clothing communicated. The less his clothes said about him, the more they left open the possibility of what he could do. Whereas female dress continued to represent the feudal relationship to power. They presented themselves the way they wanted to be treated. Of course, today, women have also entered the workforce, and so their clothes communicate activity as well. But this was not merely a change in the fashion of clothes. The ideals of male attraction changed as well. Men were once expected to be beautiful. Earlier aristocratic masculinity was defined by distance from physical labor. Therefore, smooth skin, careful grooming, and a youthful appearance was attractive. But today, we admire characteristics which imply a life of activity. For example, muscles, ruggedness, and tanned skin. The word handsome is apt for this aesthetic, because it implies a certain utility. But perhaps most interesting is that Flugel presents the great masculine renunciation as a tragedy for men. Women's Victorian fashion is often presented as another way in which men controlled women. Their bodies were covered and made to conform to increasingly strict ideals of modesty. And this is true. But this doesn't mean that men were happy with the great masculine renunciation. According to Flugel, men actually envied women's fashion and the fact that it was socially acceptable for them to make themselves beautiful. And this isn't a motivated assumption on Flugel's part. It was widely expressed in the popular culture of the day. Now, Flugel took very seriously the idea that humans have a natural desire to make themselves look beautiful. And when this desire is repressed, especially from one generation to the next, there are bound to be dire psychological consequences. After all, our most fundamental desires never really vanish when we repress them. They end up expressing themselves in other ways. So what happened to our desire to decorate? According to Flugel, one way in which men continued to enjoy the experience of self-decoration was by decorating themselves with a beautiful woman. It was no longer socially acceptable for men to decorate themselves directly, but maybe they could decorate themselves indirectly. If a man had a beautiful and well-dressed woman on his arm, she was his decoration, his way of feeling beautiful or handsome. Flugel even attributes a rise in cross-dressing to the repressed male desire to make himself look beautiful. Now, this is an old book, so the theory may be out of date in certain parts, but it was still worth including them. Very interesting thoughts. Anyway, in summary, as a result of the transition from feudalism to capitalism, power went from being openly displayed to being hidden, anonymous, and faceless. This was then reflected in the fashion differences between the sexes. Men adopted plain, uniform clothes, and women retained the extravagant, colorful clothing of feudalism. Men's clothing communicated their capacity for action, and women's clothing communicated their status and how they wanted to be treated. A similar evolution in aristocratic ideals of attraction occurred as well. And finally, Flugel suggests a number of psychological changes that were a consequence of men repressing this natural desire to look beautiful. Conclusion. So, what do our clothes say about us? Well, when we choose what to wear in the morning, we may think we're just choosing what looks good. Or maybe our clothes communicate what our favorite color is. But actually, they communicate much deeper themes, like natural versus civilized, or, communicate a capacity for action versus a status, consumption versus labor. Until I read Flugel, I hadn't really considered that my relatively plain fashion sense was communicating that I'm a man of action. And now I'm also wondering, if there is this natural desire to look beautiful, and I've repressed it, how else is it coming out in my life? It's not coming out in cross-dressing, but, it's interesting to think about if you do believe that there is this natural desire to look beautiful in humans. So please let me know what you think your fashion says about you in the comments, and what you think of the theory in general. And other than that, if you want to help me keep making these videos and guarantee that your comments will be replied to, consider getting a membership. And like and subscribe. Thank you very much for watching.
Something strange is happening with the content most people watch but few critically talk about. I don't know if anyone noticed, but over the past decade, adult content went from busty ladies having an interesting take on what a nurse is to, well, this. In the meanwhile, the conversation around indulging in this type of content went from moralizing finger-wagging using the name of the Lord to calling it
one of the worst addictions in the world today,
which is moralizing finger-wagging using the name of science. But okay, fine, the neuroscience behind gooning is legitimately worrying, and many people do genuinely have a problem with this habit. However, that still doesn't explain this. What does this have to do with ape likes to see pretty women and release dopamine? In the slide, it very conveniently remains unintelligible and beneath our discussion. But what I found through studying Jungian psychology is that if we shift our viewpoint from seeing this into that, or that into this, we can unlock the archetypal meaning lying behind these weird fantasies, and finally, by taking them seriously, truly understand what's so universally gripping about them. And I have quite a few videos doing that, but today I actually want to analyze something larger, overarching the whole thing. I want to discuss with you a 3,000-year-old myth addressing the meta reason behind watching pornography in the first place, and in doing so, hopefully show you the primordial roots of this modern addiction. So there was this relatively obscure ancient Greek myth of Hermaphroditus. The story goes that Hermaphroditus was a child of the beauty goddess Aphrodite and thus was an incredibly handsome boy. As a child, he was nursed in a cave of naiads, female spirits associated with water, until he turned 15 and finally ventured outside. Along his journey in the forest, he encountered a lustful nymph Salmatzis in her pool who fell for him at once. All we need to know about Salmatzis is that she, quote, would not interrupt her leisure and was only concerned with bathing and basking in her own beauty. Anyway, the boy actually rejected her and made her leave, but Salmatzis could not overcome her desire. She must get what she wants. So when the boy thought the nymph was gone, he dove into her pool, and of course Salmatzis jumped out, wrapped herself around him, and called out to the gods that they should never part. The wish was granted, their bodies blended into one, and when Hermaphroditus realized what had happened, he cursed the pool. Now, weirdly, isn't this story just as unintelligible as modern-day adult content expressions? Yes, it is. That's why I told you. As you can probably intuitively feel, this story is full of symbolism, and that means that we're not dealing with a narrative about the objective outer world like in a slice-of-life movie, but rather it is a story about the inner world. But the problem is, how the hell are we supposed to communicate about our inner psychic experiences? It doesn't have form or shape. It's intermingled and messy. It's often paradoxical and conflicting with itself, and if that wasn't enough, it's always shifting and changing. Yet it nevertheless manages to form a coherent enough unity that is definitely real in the sense that it affects your behavior and thus reality. Well, did I not just describe mythology? See, it uses the language of symbols called figurative speech in an attempt to express the inexpressible, which means that we need to interpret these stories psychologically if we wish to rescue them from remaining ooga booga nonsense in the case of mythology or narcissistic male fantasy in the case of adult content. So let's take a second look at the myth of Hermaphroditus. The first and most obvious clue as to what we're dealing with is our hero's age. He's 15. This is roughly the age around when many adolescents start hyper-developing their personalities. At this time, most experience the archetypal call or quest to become someone. So surprise, surprise, we're dealing with a story of maturation. I say that because the coming of age story is like the narrative motif of humanity. Humans pray with the rising sun, erect towers, and build rockets to embody the archetypal struggle of an emerging and growing consciousness from the eternal abyss of the animal chaotic unknown. Even evolution depicts the same story. Conscious humans emerge from the blissful instinctual world of animals. Anyway, what is important to know from here is that in this figurative speech, all over history, we encounter the same two opposite forces at play. We can think of it as the most ancient conceptualization of our being. Nowadays, our increasingly abstracting consciousness experiences the fundamental opposites as good and evil, but for the ancient man whose natural instincts still dominate, they were first and foremost experienced by the masculine and feminine. This distinction is actually foundational to anyone's interaction with reality, and is why we're still so occupied with this topic today. But importantly, in myths, we are rarely dealing with literal men and women. Remember, it's about the inner world. Rather, what's being portrayed are the figurative associations the ancient man made to these two fundamental categories. And what we need to know is that the thousands of pages of comparative mythology show that all over time and place, humans psychologically experience and thus portray consciousness or individuality as meta-masculine, and unconsciousness or the impersonal as meta-feminine. Now, hold on, equating what's unconscious with the feminine might sound like a cancel-worthy claim in our times, but please just bear with me and this ancient symbolism will become much clearer. Plus, I bet you will be surprised by where I eventually go with this. Okay, so in this slide, we can see that the story of Hermaphroditus is full of feminine symbols. He was born to a beauty goddess. He was nursed in a cave, think womb, by powerful feminine spirits of water. Water is also feminine symbolism. For the ancient man, water is the deep, unknowable force that both nurtures and drowns. In other words, Hermaphroditus is far from a mature, conscious personality by his dependence on this symbolic, great, nurturing mother. But one day, he dares to finally venture into the world. His consciousness at the ripe age of 15 wants to emancipate. Hence the coming of age story. But again, he's met with the gravity-like, unconscious feminine force that is always pulling down. He meets Salmatzis, who doesn't stand for any actual woman, but as we know from her background, for instinctual drives like lust and leisure. Remember, Hermaphroditus is a beautiful boy. What he encounters are quite conveniently the temptations that perfectly relate to him. It takes on feminine symbolism in adolescence because these temptations stem from a little boy's experience of an all-embracing and providing motherly figure. The ancients weren't stupid. Also, what's even more fascinating, in another version of the story, Salmatzis is actually the naiad who nursed infant Hermaphroditus. So in that version, Salmatzis literally represents the infantile, unconscious experience of our young hero. Step over genre, anyone? Anyway, this gives even better symbolism as to what happens next. As we know, at first he rejected Salmatzis, but again, not a literal woman. I mean, he's 15. What women are we talking about for him? Rather, he rejected the desire to regress back into his childish existence. Good job. But as we know, gravity did its thing, and he eventually gave in to his temptation when no one was watching. Now, what do you give into when no one's watching? I just want to pause for a second and admire the 3,000-year-old depiction of a universal human experience that is just as relevant today as ever. Okay, we'll get back to that, but let's finish the story. So he jumps in the pool and is overtaken by the unconscious force, Salmatzis. Thus, Hermaphroditus becomes a failed hero who did not finish his quest. Instead, he becomes one with the figure who represents these instinctual infantile aspects. Thus, he fails his maturation, does not become a developed independent personality, and naturally curses the pool. Now, how often do gooners or chronically single men curse the pool that they cannot stop bathing in? But okay, at this point you might be skeptical as to where I'm going with this, especially when at the start I criticized the constant finger wagging around this topic. But so far we actually have half of the story. To fully unravel it, we must also tackle the contradictory symbolism of hermaphroditism itself. As you can see, symbols, just like our psyche, are contradictory and intermingled. For example, the basic symbol of water can represent both forces of regeneration and destruction, the magical healing pool versus the flood. Just like the profound symbol of the Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail is both life and death at once because it eats what it simultaneously creates. Well, these motifs try to encompass in figurative speech the whole or the round of our being. Aren't each of us a unity of living and dying at once? So fascinatingly, the symbol of hermaphroditism is also a symbol of wholeness, of the perfect self, which obviously throws a curveball into our narrative thus far. See, it's a symbol of perfection because the hermaphrodite is male and female, begetting and conceiving, devouring and giving birth, active and passive, all at once. It's a symbolical container that's uniting the fundamental opposites. It intuitively symbolizes perfection because this hermaphroditic image is self-content. It is independent of any you. It is only I am, a divine motif in many sacred texts. As I hinted before, psychologically, its roots stem from a conscious recollection or longing for the unconscious infancy. That's because unconscious existence in the womb is combined with the absence of suffering. Everything there is supplied of its own accord. This state of egolessness, interrupted by no pain-pleasure reactions, is, quote, naturally experienced by the later consciousness as one of the most perfect forms. So wholeness is an end in itself, and we must understand that every person's self-formation or autonomy is just as crucial of a goal in our lives as adaptation to the outer world. world. We can even view it simply as two forces pulling us in different directions, adapt versus become. Despite our liberal democracies, the biggest emphasis is still put on adaptation to society, which means taking on roles. This is obviously the challenge for most adolescents. Be a good kid, be a good student, look pretty, sacrifice for the community, etc. But the hermaphroditic symbol, as we now understand, puts the emphasis on becoming. Using figurative speech, it symbolizes the fundamental drive to give birth to oneself, or in normal words, to become your own person, to transcend your given limitations. This is where I think the inescapable attraction to masturbation originates. For a young person, it's usually one of the first experiences of self-sufficiency, which is necessary. However, adult content at the same time plays exactly into the opposite temptation of dissolving your individuality with all its burdens into the pool of salmatzes, at least for a little while. I mean, isn't that what's happening symbolically on screen too? The actors embody and emphasize a complete ecstasy. They lose all individual uniqueness and revert into bare expressions of instinctual drives. If we apply the symbolism to the odd modern fantasies, I think it serves to further turn real women into these impersonal goddesses of lust. I think the addiction part rises from this ritual combining the two opposite forces related to self-formation. Masturbation is hermaphroditus after jumping into the pool. But crucially, what I think ancient wisdom is trying to tell us is that this wholeness is a lifelong journey. It is not something you can fast-track by entering a magical pool. That's because even though we emerge from this Ouroboros-like unity, we must first embrace the challenge of the opposites. Like hermaphroditus venture out from the cave into the real world, or in other words, adapt to our arbitrary circumstances and master them. Hermaphroditus is a failed hero even though he did venture out because he was passively overtaken by this unity. And that's the catch. If hermaphroditus actively engaged the spirit of salmatzes, we would have a brave story of individuation, of someone who truly transcends the opposites. That's a lifelong romantic relationship, for example, which is why we find long married couples so admirable. But that wasn't the case. Hermaphroditus gave in. He regressed back into wholeness instead of progressing towards it. So the fixation to the symbol in adolescence hints at the inability to break away from our origins or refuse to be born into the world as an individual. But the part that most people miss is that this allegedly narcissistic and egocentric self-relatedness, masturbation, is the crucial precondition for all subsequent self-development. One must become oneself, but one cannot forget that this ritual is a jumping off point and not a campground. Okay, that's all. See you next time.
Their life will be better, or more nefariously, marketing often targets more of a status orientation. It targets people's low self-esteem. They feel that they have low status, that they're not good enough, but they've just seen a product, and if they buy that product, maybe after they buy the product, it'll all be different. Maybe they won't be that person that they were before. They'll be a new and improved person. So again, this is one of those mock signal kind of things, where advertisers will bombard you with something, sometimes over-magnifying something that's scary, or maybe zeroing in on some kind of personal, marketers will zero in on some kind of personal insecurity. From them, this kind of happens increasingly because of, like gym culture and various things like that, but historically it was more geared towards women, like things like makeup or diet products, etc. But now that kind of applies to men and women roughly equally. Again, because of social media. In the past, if you lived in a small town, you only saw probably a couple hundred people. Or if you restricted it to your peer group, it was even less. Maybe you knew 50 people that were roughly your age. So in terms of how attractive you were physically, you were comparing yourself to 50 people. Whereas with social media, you're comparing yourself to the top 0.001% of attractive people. And not only is it attractive people, but then it's, like niche things, all the different like preference categories for attractiveness, whatever that may be. So again, all that makes a person feel insufficient, lowers their self-esteem, they feel insecure, and then they see a product, and the product will solve all of their problems. So that's kind of a mock signal aspect to some degree. A signal that's being over-exaggerated in some kind of way. And when it comes to the algorithmic internet, the news especially, they do that all the time. Again, every day the news, what it does is the world is a very, very big place. And you can be absolutely 100% certain that on any given day somewhere in the world, something absolutely terrifying has happened. And the media's job and the news' job is to find those things and then show it to you. And then that tricks your brain into thinking that those very, very terrible things are highly probable events, when in reality they're actually exceedingly low probability events. And perhaps you're better off kind of ignoring them in your day-to-day life unless you want to, reduce your psychological resilience, weaken yourself, make yourself more scared. And when you're scared, you're more controllable. So again, just to kind of summarize, just kind of rambled on a bit. I drifted in a little bit to some of the things with commercial propaganda or marketing, as well as what Jacques Ellul mentioned. And that's really always one thing to keep in mind too, is that propaganda will always be designed for the bulk of the population, for the average normative person, more or less. And if you think of the population as being normally distributed, something like 50 to 60% of the people will fall within, I can't remember exactly what it is, but within one standard deviation of the average, whatever it works out to. And that's always the target for propaganda. So keep that in mind. But anyway, just to summarize what I've rambled on here about the utility of temporary gullibility. If you see something, allow yourself, and be conscious of this and don't let it get out of control, but allow yourself to temporarily believe it, to be very gullible. And then you can reflect upon this and think, what did this make me feel? What pathways in my limbic system did it light up? And then perhaps you can wonder, maybe that was either the intent or the accidental, the steering that people get. Because algorithmically, a lot of times people are just trying to make things go viral. And there's certainly a formula behind going viral, but people may not explicitly, intentionally, consciously pursue it. But there is certainly a recipe for virality. And then the other one is just that limit containerization, which you can use along with temporary gullibility, where you're trying to almost store your response in a little box, your emotions, what pathways live in your brain, what thoughts your mind race to, et cetera, et cetera. And you can reflect upon that because, again, you could assume that was probably part of the equation when the narrative or the message or the video or the thumbnail or the title was designed. And then the issue of mock signals, which gets into signal to noise. On the internet, we're bombarded with a huge amount of signals, which largely, a lot of it is just noise, a huge amount of noise. And if you track that longitudinally, you can see that, every day these same signals come up. Every day the economy is going to collapse. Every day the AI bubble is about to burst, et cetera, et cetera. And if you can form a timeline in your head, you can begin to see that these messages are not unique. Or in information theory terms, they actually have low surprisal. They're not actually telling you anything new or novel. And if you track them longitudinally, that becomes more obvious. So you can think of it in terms of like the surprisal of the signal. Any given thing that you consume, really, is it telling you anything new? Is it telling you anything unique? And then if you longitudinally, again, you can see whether or not it actually corresponded to anything. So if some people are telling you every day the economy is going to collapse, and then months go by and the economy has not indeed collapsed, then you can recognize that a lot of that was noisy signal. And that doesn't mean you want to ignore everything, but you need to process it. You need to try to pick out signal from noise, because noise will make you go crazy, which is bad. But anyway, maybe you guys will enjoy this little ramble here about this constellation of ideas. The last one I did on this, I did the flock video, the flock camera thought experiment. It did pretty well. Again, for me, most of my stuff never really goes beyond subscribers, so I'll get around maybe like 1,700, 1,800 views, something like that, and it'll make, I think the last one made about $4 off ads, which whatever. But it's good practice because I do like doing kind of spontaneous delivery. It's just another skill to develop. And then I'll of course continue doing the bigger videos. I'm about 11,000 words into the next script that I'm writing for the Moscow What is Mafia, and that's gonna be a pretty big one. It'll probably be one of my longest videos, most likely, because I'm going through that book wherein Mosca describes really the dynamics of the mafia. And then I'm going to overlay it with Bible system, with the Bible system model from Stafford Beer, with algorithmic loops. Also incorporate some of Pareto's classification of residues that are particularly relevant in the example of the mafia. And then we can also very easily tie it into Mansur Olson's Stationary Bandit also. So it'll be a pretty encompassing video, kind of like sort of like a grand synthesis, at least for what I've been working on for the time being. And then for these little impromptu videos, I'm going to try to do maybe 2 of them a month, but ideally maybe the long-term format for my channel will be that I'll have 1 big video every month, every 4 weeks, and then maybe 2 or 3 of these little impromptu videos also every month. And then typically with these, because I want to keep my channel consistent, I'll leave these kind of videos public for like 5 days or 7 days or something, and then I'll just put them in members only. So again, if you don't want to become a member or join I also put them on Patreon. But if you don't want to do that and don't feel any pressure, because obviously, a lot of times money's tight. But if you do see these kind of little short videos come up, if you want to try to watch them quick, because they'll only be up public for probably like 5 to 7 days. But anyway, this was another little experiment. Let me know your thoughts. Give me some feedback in the comment section. And otherwise, have a good Friday. As another random note here, I started drinking decaffeinated instant coffee because I drink too much coffee, and I found that I actually quite like instant decaffeinated coffee. Decaf crystals. They taste kind of bad, but I actually like that. They're very, very bitter, kind of a chemical taste, but I like it. So just a random thought there. Let me know your thoughts on instant decaf coffee. But anyway, happy Friday. Have a good weekend. Stay tuned for the next big video. It'll probably be up on September 4th, probably, so in like 2 weeks. Thanks again for watching, and have a good day, have a good night, have a good weekend, and most importantly, have a good Friday. Bye.
Using similar software to neural nets are ad nauseum. According to my research, and please look this up, don't just trust me, there's currently no law preventing you from clicking on ads on public websites to poison data, as long as there's no malicious intent like defrauding advertisers. But that's besides the point. What should you do with this information? Well, that's the thing. That's the whole reason why I made this video. Nobody really knows what's coming. The vast majority of the entire digital advertising model will be functionally destroyed and useless in the next 2 years. The very concept of an impression or a click will cease to be a valuable metric. And as far as I can tell, people either have not woken up to this fact yet, or know it's coming and they're squeezing in whatever they can before it all goes away. Funny enough, the only useful form of advertising that is genuinely protected is video integrations. If a video with an ad integration has 1 million views and a 50% average watch duration, it's guaranteed that 500,000 people saw that ad. There's no incentive for an agent to watch an hour-long YouTube video essay, and it'd be far too expensive to do that en masse. But besides the sanctity of long-form content, we are currently in the death spiral of the attention economy. And nobody can stop it. We're entering a world where the internet isn't really built for us, where it's not built to subjugate us or demand our attention. There's already talk of how to do agent-to-agent marketing, where the human is cut entirely, where advertising is based on raw data and objective metrics, rather than capturing our attention, evicting us from the one economy that has kept the entire system afloat. We are entering a world where this thing that we hate, this attention-driven surveillance model of slot advertising, is dying, where big tech may finally be forced to pay for what they've done to us. We were never meant to be advertised to like this, and now it's dying naturally. A slow entropic exhale as the lies and obfuscation of the last 3 decades finally catch up and sink the ship. Maybe we want the internet to die. Maybe it's sort of relieving. I don't know what happens next, but I do know one thing. No matter what the future holds, no matter the changes we face, everything I discussed in this video isn't real. It's all digital, dummy. Call your mom, make plans with your friends, go to a concert, eat dinner for 3 hours tonight, and never kill yourself.
You're reading a book?
Adult content, an industry in the business of objectification, depreciation.
I don't care about people's judgment.
And misogyny towards women.
It felt so liberating, empowering. It felt so great.
Fueled by male consumers who are misogynistic, aggressive, violent. I don't think so. Or at least I think we're missing the point by focusing on the people involved instead of doing the dirty work of analyzing the content itself. Even the really hardcore stuff has narratives.
You're better when the big game to me.
Plots, tropes, and endless subgenres. Things which literally in any other medium would get lots of analysis done on them. But it seems we have collectively decided that it's beneath us to truly engage in a qualitative manner with this all-too-human expression of something. Misogyny, art, we don't know. And given that most people engage with this stuff, that's a huge oversight. And that's why I've been on the strangest journey of my life trying to interpret the narratives of adult content to understand what they actually mean to us. And today we have the final boss, the genre of adult content with seemingly the least substance to. A genre that has been endlessly called out for promoting hatred against women, but one that women are 30-something% more likely to watch. A genre that is obviously misunderstood. Now, work can be categorized into 4 distinct subgenres, each defined by a different male relationship dynamic with the female actor. And understanding these 4 will lead us to our ultimate goal, to glimpse behind the labels, behind the profane facade, into the archetypal misogyny embedded in this content and in the person watching. Let's start at the top. Now, in essence, the genre depicts a stark inequality of power in the relationship between the 2 actors. Simply put, one is fully dominant over the other. This fantasy, just like any other fantasy really, can be explained away with evolutionary psychology, which is that ape enjoys simulating the experience of being an alpha male to whom any woman is accessible. And this is a very real thing and one of the biggest problems of widespread pornography. It messes with your perception of your position in the dating pool. But the problem is that this only explains its meaning as function. It's the same as saying pornography is addictive because it exploits our sexual reward systems. It is, but that's only part of the picture. An equally important level of analysis is meaning as significance. So when you're watching, for example, you're not experiencing neural mechanisms, right? You experience some sort of intrinsic significance. To you, this stuff is especially stimulating and attractive, but to another person, it might seem repulsive or even horrifying. Well, that's the subjective significance at play, which is the level I want to understand hardcore at. And one of the ways to do that is to translate what's literally happening on screen to what's happening symbolically, also known as comparative mythology. But to do that, we would need to go through hundreds of pages of material for a valid comparative analysis, which just would not work on YouTube. So we'll work from the other end and start with a claim. What if when we're watching BTC and the other 3 upcoming subgenres, we're not only experiencing person X dominating person Y, rather, what if we're also experiencing a fantasy of a conscious heroic personality overcoming its dependence on collective animal instincts? This motif, a big one in mythology, is called the dragon fight. It's the ultimate challenge on the hero's journey. If you're unfamiliar, the hero's journey, a term coined by Joseph Campbell,
some of his books are classics. The Hero with a Thousand Faces
basically refers to the structure of human stories. See, it portrays our meta experience of reality, where we venture out from known grounds into unknown territory, conquer something in the process, and return with newfound insight.
It's a cycle. It's a going and a return that the hero cycle represents.
Fascinatingly, this narrative trope permeates all of humanity's stories, from the Babylonian Enuma Elish to medieval fairy tales to superhero movies today, and pornography is no exception.
Why are there so many stories of the hero or of heroes?
Psychologically, the story has fascinated humans since the beginning of time because it is the deepest reflection of our subjective experience of being. Whenever you conquer a fear, get out of a toxic relationship, get over a horrible habit, pass a final exam, whatever, you have symbolically slain the dragon. You have overcome, conquered, or mastered something, and in the process expanded the powers of your consciousness or your ego. This is meaning as significance intelligence which lies behind most, if not all, of our stories. That's why watching a cartoon animal, for example, can be so deeply moving. Sure, we evolved the capacity for empathy, but hopefully you can see how these two explanations are driving at different levels of the same reality. One of the major findings of classic psychology and its therapeutic success for many people is the realization that we construct and experience both the inner and outer world through stories.
We have to take that journey ourselves spiritually, psychologically.
In essence, one of the major things you're doing in therapy is getting your story straight. And science is far from being exempt from this proclivity. Many scientific theories are just stories through which we're trying to make sense of ambiguous information. All this to say, it seems that storytelling is embedded in the way we interact with reality, and even such pure vulgarities as cannot help itself but construct stories too. Sure, there are exceptions where it's just people doing the thing, but interestingly, most of the videos, and definitely the ones with the most views, have some explicit story in the intro, or at the very least in the title. A wife is with the neighbor, stepsister wants revenge on her boyfriend, realtor is desperate to sell a house, etc. But is unique. In those videos, the central story is implicit and always the same. The essence of the story lies in the act of domination itself, and the distinguishing factor between this subgenre and the next lies in whoever acts like she's enjoying the whole thing. That's the catch. In cases of simple domination, where the hero or an ego is active and the dragon or the bodily instinctual symbol of the is passive and not enjoying it, the story is pretty straightforward. In those cases, a guy is watching or embodying the hero getting control over his fear of the feminine, a symbolic fear that dominates the psychology of many adolescents. And it's not just the fear of actual girls, though it is that as well. More importantly, this fear gets abstracted and connected with whatever is symbolically feminine too. Is that not why being called a girl is classically such a big insult to a young boy? The feminine gets associated with something foreign and alien, even though it's everyone's place of origin. And bringing it back to evolutionary psychology, that's because the male mammal must eventually be thrust out of the maternal matrix, out of dependence and protection by the maternal figure, and make it on their own in the harsh world.
This can be seen also in the simple initiation ritual, where a child has to give up its childhood and become an adult, has to die, you might say, to its infantile personality and psyche, and come back as a self-responsible adult.
Traditionally, during adolescent development, a young male, usually via the help of male-only competitive groups, associates what's feminine with things like tenderness, imagination, vulnerability, and an inward orientation, all things which are not helpful in male-only competitive games, thus making these qualities taboo both individually and socially in the male group. And what else finds expressions under taboos? I think is a fascinating expression of the fear of these symbolically feminine traits. I mean, it is blatantly portraying a fantasy of one completely controlling it. After all, where's the kick in being a master of something that's powerless? It's a fantasy because you're playing at conquering something that's more powerful than you. I mean, that's what imagination is for, trying to visualize and imagine conquering lands unknown. The impersonal actors, via the emphasis on their bodies, become perfect mediums, like empty vessels in which one can project whatever aspects of themselves they're trying to keep locked away. It acquires an erotic expression because of the symbolic association of these traits with the opposite sex. Okay, but a much more popular subgenre depicts one dominating and the other fully enjoying it. Narratively, this is entirely different because the female actor, or the dragon, is completely unaffected by the will of the hero. I think this tries to symbolize a different story, the tendency of our consciousness to self-disintegrate. I mean, this tendency is quite obvious in our mundane lives. We have drinks or smoke something at the end of the day, we scroll or watch something, we play games or blast music, all to achieve the same result of forgetting ourselves for a bit. Why? Because being self-conscious isn't normal. I mean, look around you, it's just us. And most of humanity's narratives portray this fundamental human struggle, because consciousness is like a tree defying the constant pull of gravity, the unconscious, and growing upwards despite of it. And those who grow tallest are heroic, right? Look, we expend tremendous energy just trying to stay conscious instead of sleeping or dying, not to mention training it to become capable of intense attention. But falling back into not being self-aware again is the most natural thing. It's like an apple falling from a tree. However, for humans, this fall is also extremely pleasurable, hence the original sin, especially if you're having a hard time becoming a self that can withstand the harshness of reality. Now, isn't the little content playing exactly into this tendency of self-disintegration? The significance being that one can simulate falling back into the safe embrace of a feminine figure, quite literally. That's why I think it's not solely a matter of bodily pleasure, but more importantly, one finds pleasure in being relieved of the burdens of responsibility and autonomy. Mythologically, I think the subgenre is portraying a hero failing the dragon fight. Aggression, which is a crucial capacity a male adolescent needs to master to ensure survival and status, is literally depicted as completely ineffective. In other words, one is powerless. Or even more precisely, one's symbolic masculinity is completely powerless against their maternal origins. Keep in mind, a boy's experience of reliance of a maternal caretaker is always at play too. It's a fundamental mammalian experience. Hence, if the hero's powers fall short, they fall into a symbolic inbreeding with the maternal figure and dissolve in her, instead of detaching and venturing out into the world and becoming a full personality.
It's a fundamental experience that everyone has to undergo. And then to get out of that posture of dependency, psychological dependency, into one of psychological self-responsibility requires a death and resurrection. And that is the basic motif of the hero journey.
In fairy tale terms, the hero gets swallowed up by the dragon. Funnily enough, that's what explicitly happens at the end. All in all, in the subgenre, a viewer experiences a reflection of their inner psychological struggles. On the outside, quite literally, a viewer gets lost in an endless cycle of trying to quit this habit, but finding themselves powerless to do so, and eventually dissolving back into a ritual sacrifice of self-awareness. Phew, okay, so far we've only looked at it from a male-centric perspective, but what about the women watching this type of content? What is the significance of the power dynamics happening on screen for them? Look, for full transparency, I've been scratching my head trying to figure this out, but I did find a curious proposition that might help us answer this question. Drawing on anthropological data from primitive religions all over history, the Jungian psychologists noticed that in symbolic language, consciousness, for whatever reason, is experienced as metamasculine regardless of your sex. Just to clarify, by metamasculine, I refer not to anything regarding actual men, but the highest level abstraction of what's common of all masculine qualities, even across species. You can think about it like this. It's basically the same thing as statistics. The average doesn't exist just like the metamasculine, but it is still an incredibly powerful way of grasping the world. Well, crucially, the Jungians found that a woman developing her consciousness may experience the unconscious as negatively feminine and maternal too. For example, this can be clearly seen in Simone de Beauvoir's memoirs, where she, in a very classically masculine way, struggles against the archetypal mother figure and, by extension, her feminine roles. So, taking this line of thought to its conclusion, the women enjoying hardcore content might actually be empathizing with the guy rather than the girl. In a remarkably similar way, the women might be enjoying the fantasy of their heroic ego squashing their meta-feminine qualities. And just like with the male perspective, if the women are incredibly gripped with the content where the girl doesn't relent by enjoying the domination, they could be living out a fantasy of emancipating from their feminine roles, or better yet, integrating them harmoniously into their personality. Now, I'm completely open to this being plain wrong, but I would be very curious if the few % of women that watch my videos would comment their thoughts. Okay, so that leaves us with the final variation of the genre, which has been recently gaining more popularity: girl gets guy. This subgenre has a few different forms, but its essence is always the same. It is now the guy getting humiliated or needed, even reversing traditional roles and being on the receiving end. Extending our symbolic framework, it would mean that an ego is willingly and pleasurably submitting to the forces of maternal instinctual unconscious. The hero doesn't lose the dragon fight like before, but they willingly get swallowed up by it to escape the tension of maturation. Now, if one is powerfully attracted to such content, I would venture a guess that they are struggling with the requirements of successfully adapting to societal requirements. Otherwise, it could be the case of an overwhelming familial relationship at play that is blocking or stunting one's journey. Again, the content serves as a reflection of the inner psychology psychological reality. And I think this interpretation is valid for both sexes watching. However, for the female, it could also simply be a fantasy of mastering their inner masculine qualities, which might seem alien and destructive, just like feminine qualities might seem the same to a man. Though, interestingly, I haven't seen this type of content getting called out for misandry in the same way that guy dominates girl is called out for misogyny, which finally leads us to our ultimate question. So, does the adult content industry hate women? As I tried to show in the analysis of the content, the people acting are probably just as subconsciously gripped by these archetypes as the viewers, and as far as they're concerned, just in it for the ride. I think the men involved in whatever capacity are probably struggling with their inner feminine qualities more than anything, and are in a socially acceptable way because it is paid work, taking it out on the actresses instead of going to therapy. On average, the guys involved probably hate some vital aspect of themselves more than anything. But if we leave this symbolic viewpoint for a bit, I think the adult entertainment industry has been getting off easily. For example, as an industry, it lives off coercion and exploitation, a problem which we have no clue how to properly deal with. And I think part of that is because of our unwillingness to take this content seriously. Some things just thrive in the shadow but would not last a day out in daylight. Even if the people involved are consenting adults, a part that isn't as clear-cut as it seems, that still doesn't relieve them of responsibility for the impact they have on others, especially when they're making public content out for anyone to consume. Finally, are the viewers of this hardcore stuff misogynistic, etc.? With exceptions, no, I don't think so. As I tried to show, phenomenologically, most are experiencing a psychological depiction of their inner world rather than enjoying actual violence on a person. Banning, restricting, or abstaining will not solve the underlying individual psychological struggle, because this stuff exists because of them and not the other way around. But what I found definitely helps is trying to bring to awareness what it means that I enjoy watching something. Where am I failing my heroic quest? What shortcomings are my fantasies trying to point out? In this way, one can learn what your fantasies want from you instead of pointing the finger and relieving yourself of personal responsibility. At bottom, it is not capitalism, nor sexism, nor any other ism. Isms are just convenient. At bottom, I think we're each responsible individually. Like Dostoevsky magnificently put, everyone is guilty for everyone else. But that's a tough pill to swallow. Okay, that's all. See you next time.
Hey, have you ever clicked your mouse right here? You will. If you just clicked, you would have paused the video and wasted a few precious seconds of the time you have left on Earth. However, if you clicked right there over 30 years ago on hotwire.com, something magical would have happened. This is the first ever banner ad used on the internet. On October 27, 1994, AT&T ran this on hotwire.com as part of their larger You Will campaign, where AT&T focused on the promise of technological progress. They'd run the campaign for 2 years prior via TV ads, showcasing a woman talking to her infant on a phone screen, asking the viewer, have you ever tucked in your baby from a phone booth? Another asking viewers, have you ever borrowed a book from a library 3,000 miles away? Or have you ever hit a toll booth without stopping your car? With all ads ending in the simple phrase,
You will. And the company that'll bring it to you, AT&T.
So, what happened when you clicked the internet's first banner ad? You were transported to a virtual tour of the world's 7 greatest art museums, complete with Warhols and Da Vinci's, taking internet users across the world in a single click. The internet could now help us do things we could never dream of before, fulfilling AT&T's promise of, you will. Nobody had ever seen a clickable ad before. In fact, Hotwire's ad agency didn't even anticipate the fact that an internet ad would need to be clickable. They were just anticipating simple copyright, like a billboard or a poster. So when pitched the idea, the agency had to scramble to build a landing site nearly half of all viewers would see, as the ad had a click-through rate of 44%, which to this day makes it the most successful banner ad in the history of the internet. If my YouTube videos got 44% CTR, I'd be charging $100K an hour for virality consulting. Sadly, they only get about 6%, so I writhe and scream every night. By the late 90s and early 2000s, banner ad CTR had fallen from the mid-teens to under 1%. It fell so fast, in fact, that scientists were hired by agencies to study just how banner ads had become so rapidly ineffective. In an experiment, subjects were given the task of navigating to a specific web page on a website. The catch was that the link to that page was hidden in a banner ad on the top or on the side. Because of this, subjects often couldn't locate the correct page simply because they wouldn't even look at the banner. People had become so used to the fact that their web pages were clogged up with useless information and noise that they didn't even clock it. This would go on to be called banner blindness, the first sign that attention, once captured, learns to defend itself. Banner ads didn't go away, of course. They still flood the margins of archaic web pages and porn sites like the dying breath of a world which no longer exists. The digital marketing industry would move on to targeted ads, influencer integrations, and hyper-personalization driven by hidden cookies producing ads that feel ready to Black Mirror. The banner ad apocalypse remains a neat era of internet history and shows how a system is forced to evolve when the environment around it changes. So, what happens when the system can no longer keep up? When the maintenance of entropy outpaces production? Well, let me tell you about dead internet. This isn't just another dead internet video. This is about the inevitable collapse of an entire industry, which will cost the global economy hundreds of billions of dollars and eviscerate the way we even conceive of selling something online. And this isn't just about business. This is about the philosophy behind it. How the internet acts like a microcosm which mirrors the macrocosm. And like heat death, the digital realm will simply become a flat signal of noise. And no, I didn't use AI to write this. It's not X and Y statements or my form of rebellion in a world that's slowly ripping my reality out from under me. This is Slopularity 2028. Developers. Rather than doing a flashy conference with all the sweating and screaming of Microsoft and Apple, Google would make the world aware of their new paradigm-shattering service through a simple one-page blog post. A post which arguably changed the world far more than any company could have ever predicted. On October 23, 2000, Google announced the release of Google AdWords, a self-service portal for businesses to create and monitor targeted ads based on keywords and search results. Anyone, from the largest software companies to small businesses, could now create targeted campaigns for only $15 per 1,000 impressions. If you sold the best pizza in, let's say, Truro, Nova Scotia, you can now target anybody who Google searched Truro, Nova Scotia pizza. Us Gen Z digital natives don't really get it. But this was an absolutely earth-shattering change for the world of advertising. You could now get more eyes on your product than you ever could from a billboard, all for a fraction of the cost. Small businesses that couldn't afford TV commercials could now pay $300 and be seen by 20,000 people. And it fucking worked. For Google. Between 2000 and 2005, spending on digital advertisements would triple to $60 billion, up from 20, while television and physical advertising only increased incrementally. Digital ad impressions would soar past television and print, with digital ad spend following in 2015. That's a single industry being functionally one-shotted by a new technology in only a decade. But, in the same way the invention of the car created the car crash, digital advertising created an entirely new problem. Ad fraud. The tracking cookie was invented in 1994 to allow sites to remember a user's shopping cart by recording who the browser was and recognizing them when they returned. As unrealistic as it sounds, it took a whole 2 years before tracking cookies were to be used maliciously by advertisers. Founded in 1996, the advertising server DoubleClick allowed advertisers to track users' web activity and target ads for them, rather than having to manually place every ad. DoubleClick would drop a cookie on a website and follow a user's behavior all across their network. With this, they could figure out not just what sites you were on, but exactly the kind of person you were. In 2003, Google would launch AdSense, their successor to AdWords, in answer to the rapidly growing industry of third-party cookie-based advertising, using cookies to systematically place ads based on a website keywords. Websites could opt into Google AdSense and receive revenue sharing for ads clicked on their website. And this is because of one simple change. Just a year prior to launching AdSense, Google switched their payment model from cost per thousands of impressions to cost per click. And to compensate host websites on the new AdSense program, they would give them a percentage, meaning that every time someone clicked an ad, the website would get a cut. The system worked out very well. But there was one caveat. You had to promise to never ever exploit this by generating tens of thousands of fake clicks and racking up hundreds of thousands of dollars in ad fraud. In 2004, a Ventura County man named Michael Anthony Bradley would approach Google with a threat. Give me $100,000 or I'll release my software to the public. His software, named Google Click, would generate thousands of fake clicks for website owners, allowing them to accrue fake AdSense. And by this point, Bradley had already been generating $30,000 a month. Posting to the forum where he first mentioned the software, Bradley would explain his motivations behind this, referencing how his old friend's business had lost money and overpaid for ads due to fraudulent clicks. And then he built the software to force Google to take ad fraud more seriously, as it was something that affected everybody, claiming that his software could generate nearly $1 million a month in fake clicks, enough for Google to finally wake up to the fraud and abuse their customers face every day. Sadly for Bradley, he was contested and arrested, with a bond of $50K for his fraudulent foray. Here's his court case. Google was now in a bind. They had anticipated click fraud would happen, as the incentive to generate fake clicks for money is obvious to even the fattest little chuds. And because of this, they already had massive fraud detection systems in place. But Bradley had gotten around them, and they didn't know how. The issue was that taking Bradley to court would force them to publicly disclose how their fraud detection system works, which they feared would immediately spawn copycats, forcing them to actually do something about the situation. So in 2006, they dropped all charges and let Bradley walk free. By the time Bradley walked free in 2006, click fraud had become such a big issue that Google had already paid $90 million in advertising credits because of a class action lawsuit. Just a year prior, a small gift shop in Texarkana, Arkansas, noticed some strange engagement on their Google ads. A large influx of clicks coming from China and Korea around 4 a.m. local time. After investigating the case, lawyer Dean Gresham had discovered a totally different type of click fraud. Companies would pay workers in poorer countries to click their competitors' ads, racking up AdSense costs, faking impressions, all with no return for the advertiser. This, along with website owners intentionally abusing ad fraud on their hosting websites to get massive payouts from Google, would combine to make 20% of all clicks fraudulent. In 2006, the digital marketing industry was worth almost $17 billion, meaning $3.4 billion of that was fraud, made up, pulled out of thin air. Gresham knew the levee was about to break. So, representing Lane's Gifts, he launched a class action lawsuit against Google, along with opening lostclicks.com, a website for other fraud victims to come forward and build his case, which got so much traction, he and his team had to make a waiting list. After 2 massive ad fraud cases totaling almost $100 billion in losses, thousands of complaints, and the potential exposure of their company secrets, Google would massively overhaul their fraud department and rebuild their advertising model from the ground up. No. But they did make one change. In 2005, Google made it so that 2 rapid clicks in succession now only counted as 1 click and not 2, as to not double charge advertisers. That's it. That is the only thing they changed. You know what's even crazier? And I swear to God, I'm going to blow your fucking mind. In the year of our Lord 2026, 20% of all click-based advertising is still fraudulent, totaling over $100 billion in losses yearly for the entire industry. In 20 years, nothing has changed, and 20% is now just the industry standard for fraud. If you're in digital advertising, this probably isn't new information. If you just found out, you're probably wondering how this industry still exists. And if you're somewhere in between, you're probably wondering how, after a 2 decades-long arms race, no one has fully figured out how to crack ad fraud security. Well, the answer to this question is the same reason why this entire industry is about 2 years away from fully collapsing. Lies and bullshit. In the summer of 2017, gaming journalist Jake Kleiman woke to a Google Calendar invite for a meeting with his boss's boss, Mike Media co-founder Chris Altchek. After being unable to contact his boss to figure out why the meeting was so early, he got on the subway and headed to work on the 86th floor of the One World Trade Center in New York City. On the subway, the texts from his coworkers started flowing in, many of whom had just been informed they were being let go. Suddenly, the early meeting began to make sense. When Jake arrived at the office, his coworkers were waiting for him to wish him luck, as he walked into what would be his last day at Mike Media. It wasn't just Jake and Mike Media. Upworthy had laid off 14 journalists, Mashable laid off 30, Vice let go 60. Between 2016 and 2018, dozens of publications laid off their staff en masse, all of them making a bet on the future of digital media. A bet that was based on a lie. In April of 2013, Facebook would enable autoplay for videos on their platform. According to 2013 reporting from The Verge, holy fuck, that was 13 years ago. This change was made intentionally in preparation for autoplaying ads at the beginning of videos, a long-rumored future revenue stream. In the beginning of March 2014, Facebook rolled out their beta ad program to a select few advertisers to study performance and tweak the algo. In their studies, they decided to make a single tweak that would unleash a demon. They changed what counts as a view from 30 seconds to just 3 seconds. So, by September, Facebook was reporting that over 1 billion videos were being watched per day, which climbed to 4 billion by June 2015. The 3-second rule had 2 problems. The first being that, as I'm sure you guessed, 3 seconds hardly counts as an engaged view. But the second problem was much more existential. Because Facebook never recorded any engagement under 3 seconds, the average watch time for Facebook videos was astronomically inflated, sometimes up to 80%. 4 billion views a day, coupled with inflated watch time, seemed like a shoe-in bull run for digital media publications. Many promptly fired their staff and made the pivot to video, a phenomenon now so infamous and has its own Wikipedia page. And this went exactly how you would expect. All the companies saw really high metrics on their advertising pages, but nothing was converting because they weren't engaged views, with many publications firing their new digital media teams and hiring back their old writers. What's more alarming, though, is that Facebook basically knew the entire time. As early as 2014, Facebook engineers reported that their metrics were misleading, but the mistake was convenient enough to tout massive growth before having to reckon with what they've done. And once it came to light, they pled innocent. After hundreds of layoffs and a 3-year-long court case from advertisers, Facebook would settle a lawsuit for $40 million in 2019. That year, they took in $22 billion in profit. Just like banner ads, click fraud, and false engagement, Facebook's entire video advertising model was built on lies and false promises. At this point, you understand this is par for the course with digital advertising. But I'd be a fool to say that digital advertising doesn't work. Of course it works. It's what the entire fucking internet is built off of. In 2012, Old Spice launched their Terry Crews YouTube videos and grew 125%, while simultaneously shifting their image from old man Musk to hip young youth fragrance. Dollar Shave Club got 12,000 orders in a week from one video. Spotify Wrapped is one giant fucking onboarding event for their app. And hell, Proton treats me well, so I must be doing something right. Proton treats me well because Pro 10 is unequivocally the best VPN on the market, and they're easy to sell. I use Proton on literally everything, and the peace of mind it gives me is absolutely insane. Like, you may think you have nothing to hide, and then things change, government laws change, free speech laws change, and all of a sudden you got something to hide. And not all VPNs are the same. Some VPNs literally just steal your data to sell it. Proton very strictly doesn't log your data. A protocol that's third-party audited every year, and it's open source, so you can check the code yourself. Look, they literally just had their 5th annual audit on June 16th, and surprise, they don't log. They run your data through encrypted hard drives in literal underground bunkers, one of which is on an old military base in Iceland, meaning that your data, which is not even logged in the first place, is flowing through layers of uncrackable security. And there's nothing complicated about Proton. There's nothing to learn. It's not like a hardcore VPN. It's just as easy to use as any other VPN, but better in every way. Their primary shareholder is literally just their own nonprofit to eliminate any incentive to compromise for shareholder value. They're also the fastest VPN and have over 20,000 servers in 148 different countries. Look, I've turned down like 20 different companies that don't want to sell you garbage. I wouldn't be repping Proton if I didn't believe it would actually add value to your lives. They're offering 70% off a 2-year plan, $374 Canadian a month at protonvpn.com/rchad. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're currently in a cybersecurity apocalypse, so I would get on this like immediately, like end the video and go get this right now. protonvpn.com/rchad. Thank you, Proton. You're the only way I can afford to do this full time. But what's different about successful digital campaigns, as with any successful campaign, is that they're targeted, intentional, and high quality. You can't just slap a jingle on an image before a video and expect good returns. But platforms spend millions of dollars fudging numbers and fluffing data to make advertisers think that they can. This obfuscation of purpose and obscuring of outcomes is exactly what famed anthropologist David Graeber would call bullshit. In his 2018 book, Bullshit Jobs, which I'm sure everyone here has read cover to cover at least twice, he describes the phenomenon of work that doesn't really serve a purpose. Random clerical work, junior project manager, HR, etc. He splits these jobs into 5 separate types. And today, we're going to focus on one: The box ticker. People who create the illusion that something important is being done even when it's not. This is something like the editor at an in-house magazine for Deloitte employees, or people who design and analyze company surveys whose data will never be seen by anyone ever again. We can call what advertisers are doing bullshit quite easily. This type of low-quality ad has helped sway purchasing decisions since the early 2000s and the banner blindness studies. Yet firms spend months going back and forth with designers, stressing over every single detail. Braver's book even describes a scenario where a designer went back and forth with an agency, arguing whether the car steering wheel position should be changed on a car banner ad. An ad that ultimately no one would ever care about because who the fuck would buy a car off a banner ad? Somewhere in the ad agency's office, there is somebody whose job it is to give orders in the position of the steering wheel for the car ad. That order being followed justifies the existence of that person's position, and the entire system chugs along as a sludgy bureaucratic mess. But what Facebook did isn't box ticking in this sense. They weren't accidentally pretending what they were doing was important. They were knowingly lying about how effective it was and using incompetence as a disguise. In response to criticism from Hank Green, the Facebook video product manager said, if you have stayed on a video for at least 3 seconds, it signals to us that you are not simply scrolling through your feed, and you've shown intent to watch that video. This was months after they'd already internally known 3 seconds of watch time was a bad metric. But they did it anyway. You see, what digital advertising platforms do is more like weaponized box ticking, creating the appearance they're incompetent while keeping their true intentions hidden. When Google added double-click protection, it was to keep up the appearance of caring. When Facebook tells half-truths about what a view is, they're justifying themselves while keeping their true intentions hidden. If bullshit jobs are entropy without a driver, this sort of obfuscation is entropy with a driver. All for the purpose of justifying a massive advertising model that has always been hanging by a thread. From 2013 to 2025, Google's ad revenue went from 51 to almost 300 billion, and Meta's went from 7 to 123 billion in the same amount of time. I don't even know why I'm making this point. Everyone knows that platforms make their money off advertising, but I don't think many people know just how shaky that model is. All that matters is the appearance that this system works, and that will continue to work. But what if it stops? What if these lies and fraud cases can no longer be brushed away? What if the cost of maintaining the system eventually outpaces the profits of the system itself? Well, my friends, let me introduce you to perhaps the bleakest philosophical idea I have ever come across. Zero accelerationism. Accelerationism as a whole is the all-encompassing belief that capitalism is a process which plays out, whether humans want it to or not. Nobody is in control of the market, and capitalism chews up and spits out data, which in turn allows it to process data faster and faster, in a cybernetic loop. History shortens. The time horizons between events shrink, and eventually the system takes off far past what we ever hope to control, often called the technological singularity, when technological progress surpasses humans. People have co-opted this immutable condition into different political camps. Left accelerationists believe the future holds technological utopia post-scarcity. Right accelerationists believe the singularity will lead to the perfect authoritarian governance. Unconditional accelerationists don't describe any political view of this process, and effective accelerationists want to go even faster. But zero accelerationism prescribes the bleakest outlook. Writing in a 2019 blog post titled Ziak Primer, Metanomad, the creator of Ziak, makes an observation. With growth comes waste. The other branches of accelerationism still hinge on optimism, while ignoring the simple fact that growth and decay are not opposites. They happen simultaneously. This is zero. The fact that every new invention also invents its own fail state. The more that's created, the more modes of failure exist. Modes of failure that have to be maintained. You invent the car, you invent the car crash. You invent the seatbelt, you invent seatbelt failure. Traffic laws create traffic infractions, create traffic lawyers, create law firms, create bankrupt businesses, create government bailiff, create loss of taxpayer dollars. Every day these systems under decay grow and grow, slowly grinding progress to a halt. When progress halts, we create new systems and new problems with new solutions. When the physical world became too complicated to continue rapid growth, we moved to digital, an economy that rapidly produces new fail states that have to be maintained. What Metanomad is saying is that there is no singularity. There's no emancipation or violent end. There's just the inevitable point where the maintenance of entropy outpaces production, and nothing can ever grow again. Admittedly, we may still be a little early on this process. When Metanomad describes zero, it conjures up images of scorched earth, collapsing birth rates, and an economy that no longer can function as maintenance outpaces production. And although the earth is getting hotter, birth rates are collapsing, and economies are starting to contract, we aren't dead yet. We've made it this far. But the same cannot be said for the internet. The World Wide Web became free on April 30th, 1993. And in 33 years, it's gone from a network of businesses and humans to an unending slop factory. A problem that only seems to be exponentially speeding up, and a problem that is straining an already fragile digital advertising model. In this sense, we can think of the internet as a microcosm, a universe in and of itself. A universe in and of itself that in 30 years did what took humans 12,000. Complete and total stasis. A near complete and total stasis of productivity. With this in mind, let's explore the inevitable collapse of digital marketing. On August 1st, 2026, Instagram user Neural Network reads the Bible, uploaded a reel titled, Day 1 of Faking My Own Death. His plan is simple. First, he gives every company he can think of permission to collect data on him. Next, he writes an agent program that simulates human activity on his computer. Activity of someone who is financially constrained and unwilling to pay for convenience. All of this was in an attempt to get income-based pricing and recreate his digital footprint. However, this comes to the catch. In part 2, he reveals that he's made this program into a dedicated app to make it more accessible for others to use. This is because companies like Meta and Amazon make billions of dollars off converting human intent into advertising via surveillance. Surveillance data is truthful of intent, but you can destroy that truthfulness by simulating human intent with an agent, claiming that if software like his was deployed at scale, the data used to advertise and set prices would be called into question, potentially destabilizing the entire concept of impression-based advertising and surveillance. Sadly, he has not released the software that he made, and if he ever does, I will add to the description of this video. A software called Ad Nauseam does something similar, by clicking and ignoring every ad as a background process, poisoning your digital footprint. I've linked that one below. Regardless, what Neural Network is onto here is exactly what is beginning to unfold organically. The internet is architected around human usability and attention. Yet on June 3rd, 2026, Cloudflare CEO Matthew Prince reported that botted agent traffic had officially surpassed human traffic on the internet, with 57.5% of all HTTP requests being agents or bots. And agent traffic growing 7,800% year over year, a number no one expected to see until late 2027, with Forbes saying, the internet's business model, ad impressions, conversion funnels, preview-based analytics, was built on the assumption that the visitor is a human being. If most of them are now agents, that assumption is upended and reshapes how companies will monetize web traffic. In 2025, ad fraud held steady around 25 to 28%, only a little bit higher than the ad fraud threshold the industry has been used to for 25 years. That jumped to 31% in February and 40% in June. Global digital ad spend in 2025 was $750 billion, with advertisers losing $165 billion to invalid traffic. If digital ad spend stays the same in 2026, advertisers will lose $300 billion to ad fraud. But what's fundamentally different about this is that the ad fraud of the last 2 decades wasn't erasing money. It was stealing it through click farms. Now, agents are mimicking valid impressions and clicks, all without a human ever seeing the ad, meaning the metrics we use to judge successful ad campaigns are almost functionally meaningless. I'm not done yet, there's more bad news. As ad algorithms work right now, they select for locations where they get lots of clicks, meaning agentic browsing creates a feedback loop, with ads being algorithmically shown to places with more agents as that equals more clicks, exacerbating the problem. And it's not just ads. Almost every digital industry is being hit by agentic traffic. Earlier this year, the Washington Post laid off more than 300 journalists, specifically citing the fact that more people are getting their news from within chatbots or Google's AI summary. This phenomenon is known as a zero-click search. A June 2026 study showed that 68% of all searches ended in 0 clicks, either through agents or users reading the AI overview. That's only 276 searches out of 1,000 ending in a click. Agent-driven traffic combined with 0-click searches combined to create the frontier of ad fraud. But what makes this different than the last 2 decades is there's no smoking gun. There's no team of people conspiring to rake in millions through AdSense sharing. There's no skeevy business destroying their competitors through fake clicks. It's just everyday people participating in the system they've been given, using the tools they have. As it stands, ad fraud is currently massively outpacing the growth of digital advertising, as well as outpacing the growth of fraud protection. And it's already grown faster than anybody was ready for. Could you and should you speed this process up by using similar software to neural nets or ad nauseum? According to my research, and please look this up, don't just trust me, there's currently no law preventing you from clicking on ads on public websites to poison data, as long as there's no malicious intent like defrauding advertisers. But that's besides the point. What should you do with this information? Well, that's the thing. That's the whole reason why I made this video. Nobody really knows what's coming. The vast majority of the entire digital advertising model will be functionally destroyed and useless in the next 2 years. The very concept of an impression or a click will cease to be a valuable metric. And as far as I can tell, people either have not woken up to this fact yet, or know it's coming and they're squeezing in whatever they can before it all goes away. Funny enough, the only useful form of advertising that is genuinely protected is video integrations. If a video with an ad integration has 1 million views and a 50% average watch duration, it's guaranteed that 500,000 people saw that ad. There's no incentive for an agent to watch an hour-long YouTube video essay, and it'd be far too expensive to do that en masse. But besides the sanctity of long-form content, we are currently in the death spiral of the attention economy. And nobody can stop it. We're entering a world where the internet isn't really built for us, where it's not built to subjugate us or demand our attention. There's already talk of how to do agent-to-agent marketing, where the human is cut out entirely, where advertising is based on raw data and objective metrics, rather than capturing our attention, evicting us from the one economy that has kept the entire system afloat. We are entering a world where this thing that we hate, this attention-driven surveillance model of slot advertising, is dying, where big tech may finally be forced to pay for what they've done to us. We were never meant to be advertised to like this, and now it's dying naturally. A slow entropic exhale as the lies and obfuscation of the last 3 decades finally catch up and sink the ship. Maybe we want the internet to die. Maybe it's sort of relieving. I don't know what happens next, but I do know one thing. No matter what the future holds, no matter the changes we face, everything I discussed in this video isn't real. It's all digital, dummy. Call your mom, make plans with your friends, go to a concert, eat dinner for 3 hours tonight, and never kill yourself.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Yuval.
Hey, good to be here.
Looking forward to this conversation very much. I'm just going to give a little brief introduction just before we get stuck into the questions, because I've been fascinated about this topic and looking forward to interviewing you. Because for most of history, change moved slowly enough that one generation could pass its wisdom to the next. With some confidence, it would still apply. This is no longer true. In the space of a single lifetime, we are now being asked to absorb 3 revolutions at once. A new form of intelligence that doesn't just calculate, but also decides, a scramble to power and control that intelligence, and an explosion of data that lets that intelligence know us better than we know ourselves. Yuval Noah Harari's work from Sapiens to Homo Deus to Nexus, and the numerous talks, lectures, and interviews he's conducted, has offered the same argument, just in different clothes. Humans don't run on truth, we run on shared stories, and whoever controls the story controls the species. What's different now is, for the first time, the storyteller may not be human. AI can generate belief, manufacture evidence, and forge intimacy at a scale no emperor, church, or party ever could. This is the turning point. Not simply that the technology is powerful, but the old ways that held power in check, a free press, a shared reality, institutions built to self-correct, were designed for a world where only humans held the pen. Tonight's conversation asks what it takes to carry those checks forward, or what the new ones we will need to invent for a future world that no longer we fully author alone. Well, that's the precedent that we're going to look at today, Yuval. But actually, before we get into it being too heavy, I wanted to start with a slightly light and fun question. If you could travel back to any point in history, when would you choose and why, based on wanting to understand firsthand some of the stories that society could tell you?
Well, I'd probably want to go back to the Stone Age and to the cognitive revolution around 50, 60, 70,000 years ago. I probably wouldn't be able to survive for more than a few days because I don't know how to gather or escape predators or whatever. But it is the most fascinating moment in human history, the one we least understand. We know that within a very short evolutionary time span, we shifted from being a relatively insignificant animal to being the masters of the planet. And we are not sure how we did it. The best speculation or the best theory is that we did it with language, that this is the moment when humans acquire the ability to produce and communicate with sophisticated language, and that this was the basis for everything else we did. That all the enormous structures we have built on Earth, churches, states, trade networks, financial systems, they're all ultimately made from words. The words in the law books, in the religious scriptures, in the bank ledgers. And this is especially important to understand today when something new is mastering language, which is AI. Maybe for the first time in history, there will be something on the planet that is better with words than we are. And if this is the operating system of civilization, what happens when something else, something alien, takes control of the operating system of civilization? One last thought is that perhaps AI is not a machine that learns language. Perhaps it is language itself, liberating itself from its dependence on these animals, on these apes. That yes, we created it, it was our most magnificent and important tool, but now language liberates itself from human beings, and what will happen as we move forward is language developing and spreading maybe throughout the universe without us.
Yeah, fascinating. I mean, that's looking ahead at the future of language being taken away from us. But can we look back again at some of the technological advances within language? We've gone through writing, the printing press, for example. AI obviously is a massive leap ahead in that. You've used the term that it could cause earthquakes in democracies, in how powerful it can be with languages. Why could it cause earthquakes in democracies, say, compared to any other form of government, or perhaps totalitarian forms of government?
Because democracy, in essence, is a conversation, whereas dictatorship is a dictate. You know, there is one person dictating everything. Democracy is about lots of people having a conversation to decide what to do, to have peace or war, to have raised taxes or lower taxes. Now, conversations are
based on the communication technology, the information technology available to people at the time. And what we see in history, that we do not know, at least I don't know, of a single case of a large-scale democracy before the modern era. We have plenty of examples of small-scale democracies in the ancient and medieval worlds. We have city-states like ancient Athens or medieval Florence. We have lots of tribes and towns and villages run democratically. It seems that at least in the Stone Age, democracy was the most common system of government. There were a few tribes with a single dictator controlling everybody. But as human systems grew larger, and you had kingdoms with millions of people spread over thousands of kilometers, it was impossible to hold a conversation anymore. You could do it in a small city like Athens. Everybody can gather together in the main square and discuss. But how do you do it? Even in a relatively small kingdom like, say, Portugal in the Middle Ages. Can't be done. And therefore, we don't have any example of a large-scale democracy before the rise of modern information technology, first with print, newspapers, then radio and television and the internet. And these technologies are not kind of a side dish, like you have the democratic banquet. And yes, we also have these newspapers and radio. They are the basis. They provide the means for millions of people to hold a meaningful conversation in real time about whether to go to war or make peace. And every time there is a major change in these information technologies, you have an earthquake in the building that is built on top of that, which is democracy. And this is what we have been seeing over the last 10 years, for instance, as social media became maybe the most important information technology and causing a massive earthquake in democracies all over the world as a result.
Yeah, one thing you said there was the choice between going to war or making peace. And actually I want to get into the definition of AI, because a lot of people call it a tool. But you argue that it's absolutely an agent.
Yes.
And in fact, you say it's a knife that can decide by itself whether to cut salad or commit murder. And I have to say, it would be a bizarre cooking show if that was the case, where knives had that ability to cut salads or commit murder. So it's a dangerous thought. Can we expand on that? Are we choosing the right narrative at the moment with AI by saying it's a tool that humans can still use and that humans are in the...
That's the biggest
or do we just need to say it's agent? And
it's an agent. I mean, if it's not an agent, then it's not an AI, and all the hundreds of billions of dollars that are being poured into its development will be wasted. Because the expectations, what people expect this technology to do, the reasons they invest hundreds of billions of dollars is because they think it will be an agent, not a tool. You listen to the narrative coming out of places like Silicon Valley, and there is an inherent contradiction in the narrative. They tell us, we will create a god, and it will be our slave. And this doesn't make sense. If it is a god, it cannot remain a slave. And if it is a slave, it means it has no godlike abilities. The assumption of most of the leading companies and most of the leading experts also outside the companies is that they're correct about the first half of the sentence. They are creating a god. A god in the sense of something with superhuman abilities. Now, and this is essentially an agent. The difference between tool and agent, a tool is something that cannot make decisions by itself. We have to decide what to do with it and cannot invent new ideas by itself. The printing press was a tool. The printing press by itself, Gutenberg brings print technology to Europe in the 15th century. The printing press cannot decide by itself, I want to print the Bible, and tomorrow I'll print the Quran, and next week I'll print Confucius. No, Gutenberg decides, I'll print the Bible, and the printing press is just a tool to realize the decision of Gutenberg. Similarly, the printing press cannot invent a new idea. The printing press cannot invent the radio. It cannot invent a book. You need humans to write the book, and then the printing press copies it. Similarly, an atom bomb is a tool. An atom bomb in the 1940s could not decide by itself whether to bomb Hiroshima or to bomb Tokyo. You needed a human to decide, let's bomb Hiroshima. And the atom bomb could not invent by itself the hydrogen bomb. Impossible. An agent, in contrast, is something that can make decisions by itself and invent new ideas by itself. AI is an agent. An AI weapon can decide what to bomb, and it can invent the next weapon. Similarly, there is a lot of interest now in creating AI agents in the financial and economic sphere, creating non-human corporations. Imagine a corporation that manages money and employees and has no humans as executives or shareholders or trustees, only AIs. This is a new type of agent that never existed before in history. Now, is it good? Is it bad? Leave it aside. The first thing to grasp is that this is unprecedented. We have never, we had other agents around us, like horses and cows and chickens and birds, a lot of animal agents that can make their decisions, but we never encountered an agent that understands our language and that is better than us at things like finance or law or religion. Again, we used language over thousands of years to create the control systems of the world. The control systems of the world are these huge bureaucratic networks, ultimately based on language, like banks, like the stock market, like the Catholic Church, like the legal system. We never really liked these bureaucratic systems. Humans generally don't like bureaucracy very much, but we can't live without them. They are the basis for our power. AI is a bureaucratic native. What is likely to happen, what is already happening, don't expect to see killer robots running in the streets shooting people. This is not how AI will take over the world. It will be the AI bureaucrats. We control the world because of these networks of bureaucracy, and we are not very good at it. We only control them because there was nobody else on the planet that could take them from us. We are bad at finance, but the horses are even worse. We are bad in managing the legal system, but the chickens are even worse. Now, if somebody comes along that is better than us at bureaucracy, at finance, at law, that's the question. What will happen to us at that moment?
Well, let's look at the legal side of it a bit, and the fact that AI as an agent currently doesn't have any legal personhood. We don't give it the same human legalities, do we? But you said before that if we don't decide where AI sits from a legal standpoint, when we're talking about autonomous vehicles, etc., someone else will make that decision for us in 10 years, and we're out of that power loop. That's a pretty scary thing. But I want to pull back a bit here, because widening that out, what is the one decision on the table right now that you believe, once made, humanity will not be able to take back? Is it that legal personhood of AI, or is there something else?
Yes, I would point at that there is a lot of attention on the technological race to develop the technical side of AI, to make it faster, more efficient, more powerful. But I would focus also on the legal and political aspect, and especially on the question whether we grant legal personhood to AIs. Now, what is legal personhood? A person in the legal system is someone who, for instance, can open a bank account. someone who can be a player, an independent player in the financial system, make investments, someone who can be a player in the legal system, for instance, sue you in court. Now, until today, there are just two kinds of legal persons in the world. You are human beings, of course. We are persons. I can open a bank account. I can sue you in court. I can donate money to a politician. I'm a legal person. But most legal systems in the world also recognize in the modern era another kind of legal person, which are corporations. According to not all, but most legal systems, corporations like Google or Facebook or Toyota or Mercedes-Benz, they are legal persons. The corporation can open a bank account. The corporation can sue you in court. The corporation can make a political donation. Now, until today, this was legal fiction, because all the decisions of the corporation were actually made by some human being. If Google decides to acquire another company, who actually made the decision? Not Google, but the human executives, the human shareholders, the human engineers made the decision. If Google decides to sue you in court, it was some human employed by Google. There was no real Google. Now there can be. If we grant AIs legal personhood, and just a month ago, Argentina, the government of Argentina announced that it is going to grant a legal personhood to AIs so they can start operating non-human corporations. Corporations, again, that can employ people, can sue you in court, can do anything a corporation does, and has no humans. Now, 10 years ago, this would just be a crazy idea, because if there are no humans, who makes the decisions? Yeah. You can pass a law in parliament that you can have a non-human corporation, but it can't function. Now it's technically possible. AI can manage, for instance, a bank account and decide to invest here and buy this and buy that. Once we do that, that's the moment when the fox enters the chicken coop. Again, the basic realization should be most humans are not very good in understanding finance and law and all these complex bureaucratic systems. No human is able to remember all the laws of Portugal. No human is able to track all the financial transactions in the market that happens today. And AI can do that. AIs are bureaucratic natives. If we give them the legal power, then they will likely take these systems over. And if we don't make any decisions, it will just happen by itself, as we already saw on social media. On social media, we never made a decision, let's grant AIs legal personhood on social media. But social media is full of AI persons, of bots that impersonate people. Like when somebody sends you something online, you have no idea whether that somebody is a human being or an AI. Social media is the first system in the world where AIs actually function as persons, even though we never decided that we want to allow that. It just happened. And the results are not very good. And media also ultimately is a kind of bureaucratic system. In the 20th century, it was managed by human beings. The most important persons in the media landscape of the 20th century were the editors of the newspapers, of the radio shows, of the TV stations, because they decided what everybody will be thinking and talking about. They control the conversation. When you decide out of the million things that happen today in the world, what will be the 10 things that will appear on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper, and what will be the main headline? And then tomorrow you have millions of people, they get the newspaper, they read it, and they start talking about it and thinking about it. This was immense power. So human editors were extremely important persons in the 20th century. Lenin, for instance, before he was dictator of the Soviet Union, his one job was editor of the newspaper Iskra. Benito Mussolini started as a socialist, journalist, then switched to being a far-right journalist, then became editor of the far-right newspaper Il Popolo d'Italia, and from that position, his next job was dictator of Italy. So it was like journalist, editor, dictator. Now, if you ask yourself, who are the most important editors today in the world? What are their names? They have no names because they are algorithms. Who manages, who decides what people will see on their social media feed, on X, on TikTok, on Instagram? It's not human beings. The entities that control the bureaucracy of the media are already AIs.
Yeah, you said that before, haven't you? And we've been talking a lot today about the shifts in power. And you said that essentially whoever has controlled various different parts of our evolution and revolutions have controlled either energy, they've controlled manufacturing, and now it's those that control data. So what does a 21st century arms race actually look like in practice if it's those that control data that are at the top of that power mountain?
What we are seeing now is that there is an arms race really between two countries, China and the US, and a very small number of companies. They control most of the world's data. They lead the race to develop superintelligence, to develop better and better AI models. And this really gives them the power to control the world. If you look at the last big revolution in technology, in the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution, the few countries who led the Industrial Revolution, this gave them the power to conquer and exploit the rest of the world. There was just no match. If somebody comes with the power of modern industry, with steam guns and machine guns, and the other side has spears and horses, it's no match. And in the 19th century, even very small countries like Belgium, once they industrialized, they had the ability to build a huge empire in Africa, which is today Congo. The thinking in the 19th century was that industry and empire go together. Now, with AI, it can be even far more extreme. We can have two countries that basically control all the infrastructure that everything runs on. From military to civilian technology, everything will run on AI. And there are two unique characteristics of AI that make this arms race different from every previous arms race, or from every previous imperial competition. In the past, even if you were a very strong empire, you could not concentrate all the power in the metropolis, in the imperial hub. Like if you're the Roman Empire and you control the entire Mediterranean, the main economic asset in ancient times was land. The land where you grow wheat and olives and grapes. And you couldn't technically take the wheat fields of Egypt and the olive groves of Iberia and move them to Italy. Impossible. So even at the height of the Roman Empire, a lot of power remained in the provinces, and ultimately it shifted to the provinces. So in the late Roman Empire, the city of Rome and Italy are abandoned, and the center shifts to the eastern Mediterranean, which was the most fertile and important area in terms of land. You move forward, say, to the 19th century in the British Empire. With industry, you can concentrate power a lot more easily because you have all the main industries concentrated in the British island, but still you cannot move everything to Britain. You cannot move the oil fields of Iraq to Yorkshire. You cannot move the rubber plantations of Malaya to Cornwall. It's impossible. So you concentrate industrial production in Britain, but a lot of power still remains in the provinces. With an AI empire, it's different. You can technically concentrate all the world's information and all the code that controls everything in just one country or two countries. So this makes the potential for imperial concentration of power much bigger than in any previous era. And the other thing is that you can create a system when everything runs on, all over the world, everything runs on AI infrastructure, but there is a kill switch in the imperial hub. When a Roman merchant sold a steel sword to some Gothic tribe, the Romans lost control of the sword. The Goths could then use the swords to fight against the Romans and kill Roman legionaries. There wasn't a button in Rome that the emperor presses and all the steel swords we sold to these Goths and Vandals and Franks stop working. Can't do that. Similarly, in the 19th century, if British merchants sell rifles to Afghan tribesmen in the mountains of the Hindu Kush, and the Afghans then use these rifles to defend Afghanistan from a British invasion, there is no button in London that Queen Victoria presses the button and all the rifles in Afghanistan stop working. That's the case with AI. If it is managed in a certain way, say the Americans and Chinese can sell all the world AI weapons and AI civilian technology, and everything runs on that. The governments, the industry, the militaries. But if you do something they don't like, they just press a button, and everything stops working. And we were given some foretaste of that, for instance, in the war in Ukraine, that weapon systems that were based on Starlink, and there were certain incidents that when Elon Musk just pressed a button, and the Ukrainian drones stopped working. Now, it should be said that Starlink did an immense positive service to the Ukrainians, so I don't want to come across as too critical of that. But just to illustrate the point, that AI weapons, for instance, are not like machine guns. They are embedded within a whole network. And that's why there is so much, I heard that you this morning discussed the issue of sovereignty. Sovereignty in the age of AI is much more complicated than in the industrial age. Because the nature of the technology is such that, at least in certain architectures, there is always a kill switch in the imperial hub. And your only choice is whether you're willing to become a subservient vassal of the empire or to be left completely outside the race as barbarians. There is, of course, a choice of trying to build an alternative to the American and Chinese systems, but the last train is about to leave the station. If you want to do it, you have to do it now.
Well, sticking on a slight wartime footing, I want to actually look at truth in an AI world, because Winston Churchill once said that the truth is so precious that it should always be protected by a bodyguard of lies. And that was about how there was a lot of, I suppose, Axis powers that were looking at where Britain was going to invade. So they used to lie a lot about where Britain was going to invade to hide the truth. Now, have these bodyguards of lies, when we're looking at truth in an AI era, turned on the truth, turned their guns on the truth, and now we have no idea what truth is, because there can be these deep fakes that are sent out around the world by media organizations, by politicians, by every single institution that we trusted. How difficult is it for our generation and future generations to even know what is true? Or does the truth even matter?
The truth, of course, matters very much. It's the basis for everything. The problem throughout history is that in the contest between truth and fiction and fantasy, fiction has inherent advantages. The truth is costly. If you want to know the truth about anything, you need to spend a lot of time and energy and effort looking for it, and fact-checking, and investigating. Fiction is very, very cheap. You just write anything you want. Very cheap. The truth has another problem, which it tends to be complicated. And people don't like complicated stories. Fiction can be made as simple as you would like it to be. Finally, the truth is often not just complicated, it's also painful. There are many things people don't really want to know about themselves, about their nation, about their group, whatever. Fiction can be made as flattering, as pleasant as you want it to be. So in a competition between the truth, which is costly and complicated and sometimes painful, and fiction, which is cheap and simple and very attractive and flattering, fiction tends to win unless we make the special effort to support the truth. And over history, humans again and again made the effort to build institutions to search for the truth and to protect it. Journalism, for instance, is one such institution. The scientific establishment is another such institution. There are huge advantages, of course, to knowing the truth. Everybody, in the end, wants to know at least some truths, at least about yourself. You want to know the truth about your life. Otherwise, you will never be happy. If you don't know yourself, then, for instance, you will never know what are the sources of misery and what are the sources of happiness in your life. And then, even if you are the most powerful person in the world, if you don't know the truth about yourself, you'll be miserable, because you will not know how to use all your power to make yourself happy. So there is an inherent yearning in human beings to know the truth, but it is difficult. There are challenges, and some people fantasize AI will tell us the truth about the world. It will not. It will create a much more complicated world in which it will be much more difficult to know the truth. And this is not something new. If we look at the trajectory of history from the Stone Age until today, what we see is that humans, they learn a lot of things about the world. We know all kinds of things about physics and biology that people in the Stone Age didn't know. But our advances in knowledge also lead to creating more and more complicated systems that make it more difficult to understand our lives. If you ask who understands their lives better, an average hunter-gatherer 50,000 years ago, or the average person today, the average hunter-gatherer understood their lives much better. There are many things they didn't know. Like they try to understand what controls the migration patterns of the animals we hunt, what controls the growth cycle of plants, what causes disease, what causes old age. They didn't know. There are many things they didn't know about their lives. We know all these things. We know what controls the migration patterns of animals or causes most diseases. But we understand our lives much worse, because our lives are no longer dominated just by animals and plants. They are dominated by these huge systems we have created, like the financial system, like the political system. And very few people understand the financial system or the political system or the legal system that controls their lives. And AI is likely to take this to extreme. It will reveal some truths that we don't know, but it will create much more complicated systems of control that most humans will have almost zero chance of understanding. And we'll be this is one of the dangers of the AI revolution, is that we will be reduced to, say, the position of the horses in the financial system. Like the lives of horses today are controlled ultimately by the financial system. But the horses don't even know that this system exists. Like they look around and they say, we see trees, we see dogs, we see cows, we see humans, we see houses. We don't see any financial system. It's invisible to them. It's too complex for the brain of a horse to understand what is the stock market and what are corporations and what are bonds and stocks and all these things that ultimately control the lives of the horses. Now, again, most humans today also don't understand the financial system. I think a generous estimate is that, 5% of humanity understand it. In 10 years, the number could be 0. That AIs will just make the financial system so complicated, mathematically, and so fast. Again, think about bankers that never sleep. Think about investors that never go on vacation. They don't have family. All their lives is just running the financial system. And we could be very, very soon, in our lifetimes, in this situation that this just becomes too complicated for the human brain to process. And there is not a single human being on Earth that still understands finance.
I bet there are a few financiers in this room that are feeling a bit awkward at the moment. But at Davos, actually, you even muse that your entire life's work, persuasion through words, that's what you've done your entire life, might also be at its limit.
Yes.
Because AI can manipulate and create through words. So what power of persuasion does a modern society and a future society have if we lose something that you've dedicated your entire life to?
Yeah, I mean, again, you can say I work with words. I write books, I tell stories, I work with words. And when I look at the development of AI over the last 10 years, and it's still, I think, I'm still better at writing than AI, but just a bit. It's already better, I think, than most humans. I wouldn't be surprised if in 10 years it's much better than me, that it will take over language and everything that is made of language. And the really big question here is whether AI can think. And this is a deep philosophical question, because it really asks what is thinking. There are two options to understand what is thinking. One option is that thinking simply means putting words in a particular order, putting language tokens in order. Like all humans are mortal, Socrates is a human, therefore Socrates is mortal. This is a logical syllogism. It's made by putting words in order. This is something that AI is already able to do far better than most of us. We can put 20 words in order. AI can put 20,000 words in order. It's just so much better. If this is what thinking is all about, AI will take over even thinking. And you have people say, no, it's just a glorified autocomplete. It just predicts the next word in a sentence. But when I observe what's happening inside my own mind, what I find there is some kind of LLM that just predicts the next word in the sentence I'm saying. Like this sentence that I just now said to you. In this sentence I'm saying. When I started saying it, I did not know how it will end. Why did it say the sentence I'm saying and not some other word? I don't know. There is in my mind, one word comes after another, and sometimes as a public speaker, I'm terrified that I don't know if I'll know what to say next. Maybe I have a block. Because really, and this is true of everybody, I think. I mean, some people think in images, not in words. But in that case also, where do the images come from? You can test it afterwards for yourself. Just try to observe how you think. Where do the words come from? The next word. Why this word? Why not some other word? We don't really know. So saying that AI is just predicting the next word, okay, how is it different from us? Now, there is an alternative view of thinking. The thinking is not about putting words in order. It's about the feelings around these words. You can say the same sentence twice and feel completely different about it. And that the power of thinking comes from the stomach, not from the brain. It's not about the words. It's about the feelings that prompt the words and that are inspired or evoked by the words. And here the big question is, can AI feel? We know that AI can manipulate language better than us. But does it feel anything? And we have no way, I mean, science has so far failed to come with a good model for consciousness, for feeling, and a good test for that. And this is going to be a major issue because we already see that AI is mastering not just finance and not just laws and warfare, but also relationships. More and more people develop intimate relationships with AIs, especially young people. Many of them now say, my best friend in the world is an AI. I tell my AI friend things I don't tell my parents, I don't tell my older brothers, I don't tell my teachers, I tell my AI friend. And you already have people with AI boyfriends and girlfriends. And the big question is, what is behind it? We know that the AIs are becoming very good in creating the impression that they feel. They use language to do that. An AI can today tell you, I love you. And if you ask the AI, explain to me, how do you feel when you're in love? I don't think that you really love me. I think you just say the words. So convince me. Describe to me how love really feels like. For the AI, it's going to be a very easy task, because the AI has read maybe all the love poems ever written and remembers them, has read all the plays of Shakespeare and all the Hollywood comedies and all the psychology books, and it can describe love better, maybe in 5 or 10 years, than any human poet or psychologist. But is there anything behind the words? We don't know. Again, this goes back to the beginning of our conversation when I said AI might be language, not machine that masters language. It might be language itself, liberating itself from any material substrate. It doesn't depend on flesh and blood organism. It doesn't depend on this machine or that machine. It's just language, developing and spreading and doing stuff in the universe.
You mentioned there this scary experiment. We've only got a couple of minutes left, but the interaction with our future generations and AI that has created this emotive relationship, but essentially there aren't emotions behind it. In 50 years' time, how would you like historians to look back, talk about this particular time right now, the way you've spoken about cognitive revolutions, and say that we did something to re-educate our future generations on how to interact with humans, how to have empathy, so that we're not lulled into relationships with AI? And very quickly, because we've only got a couple of minutes left, it's a big question.
I hope they will remember it as maybe something like the wisdom revolution. That, and this is true of think of in economic terms. Every time something becomes abundant and cheap, the question is, okay, what's the next bottleneck? When energy becomes cheap, so what's the next bottleneck? Now, the AI revolution is about making intelligence very cheap and abundant. Previously, intelligence was rare and expensive. Intelligence is the ability to solve a problem. You have a goal. How do I get to that goal? You want to cure cancer? You need intelligence to cure cancer. You want to make $1 billion? You need intelligence. You want to get to Mars? You need intelligence. Now, in a world where intelligence has become very cheap, abundant, you can solve anything. What's the bottleneck? The bottleneck becomes the question, okay, what do I want to solve? I can have anything I want. What do I want? And you have all these fairy tales. In almost every human culture has these fairy tales of, say, a genie pops out of some lamp and tells you have 3 wishes. But think very carefully, what are you going to ask? In almost all the fairy tales, it goes wrong. People ask for the wrong thing. This is the difference between intelligence and wisdom. Intelligence is the genie. The genie will do anything. All your dreams will come true, but you need wisdom to choose the dreams. You need the wisdom to know what do I really need to solve. And I hope that humanity will rise up to that challenge. That, okay, we'll have these, hopefully they will not get out of our control. We'll design it in the right way. We're not doing it right now. You know, a good statistic to remember is the companies that produce AI, that design these AIs, what percentage of their budget in terms of money and employees is invested in safety, making sure the AIs are safe, versus what is invested in making sure the AI is faster, more powerful, more sophisticated. At the present moment, it's about 100 to 1. 100 to 1. For every $100 million they spend on making the AI more powerful, they spend only $1 million, making sure it's safe. No other industry on earth works like that. We would not tolerate it in the energy sector, in pharmaceuticals, in the car industry. This is what is happening with AI. Hopefully, we'll change that, and we'll produce safe intelligence, and also work on our own wisdom so that we know what goals to set and what desires to pursue.
Well, that's all we've got time for. Yuval Noah Harari, thank you for sharing your wisdom with all of us, and I'm sure everyone has appreciated it this evening.
Thank you.
One of the most interesting, though puzzling things about archaic humans is that they present themselves as having magical powers. One of these powers is telepathy, the ability to send messages to other people with only your mind. Some form of this belief is found in primitive societies all over the world. For example, Australian Aborigine shaman Gurbu Ted Thomas says, "We have no phones to ring people up, no wireless. We do it with our minds. We send messages from mountain to mountain, thousands of miles away. That's how we keep in touch with our people." This obviously violates the normal assumptions of science and the limits of space. Our immediate temptation is to dismiss this as irrational superstition or madness. And the only reasonable way to explain this is to assume that these people are experiencing their own thoughts as someone else's, in the manner of schizophrenia. The only problem with this explanation is that a greater proportion of the community than we can reasonably expect to have schizophrenia reports experiencing telepathy. And some tribes claim that it was a generic power of all humans at one point in time. Even the psychologist Sigmund Freud goes as far as to say that telepathy was the original archaic method of communication. How strange. So, we have on our hands a phenomena which archaic humans treat as a natural capacity of humans, whereas modern humans treat it as an exception or an aberration. Is there any possible way to interpret this that doesn't involve believing in supernatural powers? To answer that question, we first need to ask something which we almost never question. Why do we experience our thoughts as our own? Chapter 1. Developmental and cognitive psychology teaches us that it's not built into our minds and bodies that we identify with them. For example, conditions like phantom limb syndrome, feeling as though you have a hand even though you don't, and alien limb syndrome, the feeling that one's hand is not one's own, prove that having a body and identifying with it are two separate functions. In fact, it has been established that identifying with our bodies is something that we learn, not something that is given from birth. Various child psychology studies show that the youngest children cannot yet differentiate between external events happening in the world and their own actions. Psychoanalysis applies the same reasoning to the mind. We should not assume that the feeling that these are my thoughts is a natural feeling. We only need to go to history to undermine this idea. As Julian Jaynes pointed out, in Homer, a hero is never depicted as being responsible for his own actions. In the last instance, it is always attributed to the gods. Either a god puts courage into the hero's heart or casts madness upon him. And this wasn't just a literary technique. This seems to be how archaic humans actually experienced the world. Emil Durkheim documented that modern shamans experience their intuitions as coming from outside of them rather than from within. Even Homer does not recognize himself as the author of his poem. He is a mere vehicle through which the muses speak. Additionally, there are various references in Homer and the Hindu Rig Veda to multiple selves per person, multiple personalities inhabiting a single mind. Most convincingly, perhaps, is the fact that the Greek philosophers are considered to be the first people in history to claim to have their own opinions. So, everywhere prior to ancient Greece, we find that people experience their own thoughts as other people's. It suddenly becomes rather difficult to dismiss telepathy as schizophrenia. The problem is our modern pathologization of not identifying with our own thoughts. This may actually be entirely natural. In fact, there is a real sense in which my thoughts are not my own and should not be experienced as such. My personality, my values, my beliefs, my sense of humor, all of these come not from within me, but from outside of me. They're given to me by other people. The modern mind internalizes other people's thoughts and then gives us the impression that we came up with them ourselves. The ancient mind internalizes not only the thought, but the voice and the personality in which the thought came packaged. Additionally, at that stage of societal evolution, connections between minds were far more intimate than they are today. Early human communities were more social and more closely knit. Each member could probably predict with a relative degree of accuracy what another member would do or say in any particular situation. The only difference is that they didn't experience it as prediction. They experienced it as telepathy, having direct access to another person's mind. At this point, we may want to say that the experience of telepathy as direct access is an illusion, and in reality, all that's going on is prediction. But unfortunately, this move doesn't quite allow us to isolate telepathy in the way that we would like to. Modern neuroscience currently favors the idea that all cognition is prediction rather than direct access. Even perception is a controlled hallucination of what we expect to see. So the concept of illusion, which we wanted to apply to telepathy in order to single it out as uniquely untrue, also applies to the rest of cognition and to perception. Anyway, while our modern conception of telepathy as direct access rather than prediction obviously does not exist, archaic humans possibly did experience this kind of collective consciousness, not as a metaphor in the way that we usually use it, but as an immediate reality, and not as a pathology, but as a normal feature of consciousness. But there is another layer to this argument. While modern humans attribute personality and agency only to other humans, archaic humans were animists, which means that they didn't see such a distinction between humans, animals, and other objects. So, not only did the voices of the tribe echo in their heads, but so did the voices of the natural geography and the solar system as well. This means that they literally felt as though they were part of a single universal mind which included everything. There were no boundaries to the mind. They conversed with the animals, stars, and trees alike, all without necessarily speaking out loud. No wonder that archaic humans speak of a lost primordial paradise. And no wonder that people make connections between the human fall out of nature and the Garden of Eden. This psychological state, which in some sense transcends the normal limits of space and time, but also takes part in a single universal mind, is almost like Eden as a form of consciousness. No wonder that when people experience this state during ego death, they cannot help but assume some kind of religious significance. Now, after all that, it may bring some of you comfort to assure yourself that this is all nonetheless an illusion or hallucination. And I was also ready to accept this and stop here. There cannot actually be a universal mind in which the humans speak to the trees. No, this is all going on inside the head of the shaman, and he or she is inventing the thoughts of the trees. But as I've argued in past videos, with the help of extended mind theory, there is some sense in which the mind is not entirely contained within the brain, that it is, rather than a thing, a relation between things, between us and the world. So there is in fact a sense in which this is not all occurring within the head of the shaman. Our minds are partially outside of us in the world. Okay, so maybe we can say that there is some kind of collective mind. But at the very least, the shaman is not reporting the actual thoughts of the trees. After all, trees cannot think. They do not have brains, right? Actually, there is still a sense in which the tree is the author of my thoughts about it. It may sound anthropomorphic to imagine that a tree can borrow my brain in order to think, but that is only because we have an anthropocentric concept of agency. New materialism has returned to the concept of agency and been very critical of the idea that we only attribute agency to people and maybe sometimes animals. Actually, things have agency as well. In reality, the tree is just as much an agent in the construction of my thought as I am. The tree affords certain actions, elicits certain responses. It structures my perception. It makes an impression on me. I merely supply the nervous system by which that tree becomes conscious. The thought is no more mine than it is the tree's. It is something enacted between us. If this part of the argument seems like a step too far, or you're struggling to, wrap your head around it, please watch my previous video. It delves into new materialism, agency, inactivism. I think it might be useful for understanding what I mean here. Anyway, as crazy as telepathy sounded to begin with, we've come to see that it's potentially much more real than we first imagined. As always, whether this particular interpretation of telepathy will stand the test of time is an open question, but it's definitely an interesting hypothesis. Now the question becomes, why on earth do we, me and you, not experience the world as a single collective mind, or not have the power of telepathy? The answer is almost as crazy: private property. In the last section, I mentioned that everywhere prior to ancient Greece, people experienced their thoughts as coming from their friends, families, ancestors, river spirits, the muses, gods, and the ancient Greek philosophers were the first people in history to claim opinions as their own. If that's true, then the question automatically becomes, what changed in ancient Greece? The answer of Richard Seaford and Edward T. Jeremiah is that during the Axial Age, in a number of different places in the world, most notably ancient India and ancient Greece, the dominant form of property became private property. Both Seaford and Jeremiah argue that we model our sense of self on things in the world. As property is a technology of boundaries, it lends itself particularly well to structuring our sense of self. We internalize its structure, and our sense of intellectual property, whether we own our thoughts or not, or whether ownership is even something we can apply to thinking, comes to feel private. We begin to experience ourselves as isolated consciousnesses contained in private minds which own their own thoughts. But why should we believe any of this? Well, it's well documented that in societies in which property belongs to the group, so does social blame and credit. When an individual does something wrong in such a society, a collective shame is felt, because it is understood that everyone contributed to making this person who they are. Whereas in societies where property belongs to the individual, again, so does social blame and credit. If I make a mistake, people act as though it is my fault, and I bear the sole responsibility. The same reasoning can be extended to intellectual property. In societies with greater private property, ideas are experienced as belonging to the individual, whereas in societies with greater communal property, they're experienced as belonging to the group, as arising out of the collective unconscious. In societies without private property, people feel as though they owe their personality and their ideas to the group, whereas in private property societies, people feel as though they are self-made. In fact, this transition from an archaic to a modern sense of self has actually been observed in reality. Anthropology has documented instances in which archaic societies, possessing a far less individualistic conception of self, have come into contact with Western conceptions of private property and have seemed to internalize its structure. Previously, they would attribute their own thoughts to their ancestors, or to their family, or to river spirits. But after the adoption of private property, they begin to speak in ways we are much more familiar with. These are my opinions. I own myself. In a previous video, I argued that the thing which structures our sense of time was labor, defined as activities which delay gratification. In this video, I'm suggesting that what structures our sense of space, where we are, whether our minds are outside of us, inside of us, in other people, is private property, or property in general. What I've just suggested opens up so many avenues of further thinking and speculation that it's almost overwhelming. The idea that the original archaic method of communication was telepathy is a crazy idea. What kind of implications does that have for the philosophy of language? Does it imply that spoken language is actually a symptom of alienation? It's when telepathy was no longer possible because there was too much alienation within society. People could no longer predict what each other were going to say. The idea that within an entirely materialist framework, there may be a universal mind which has no definite location in space or time because it is a relation rather than a thing. The idea that the earliest people experienced this reality directly, and modern people, with all of their science, falsely believe that each person has their own mind, which is pretty unconnected to the other minds, and there is no collective mind. What does this imply about history? about religion, about civilization. We do not have time in this video to follow up on any of these interesting ideas for future thought, but please feel free to leave your opinions in the comments. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. Please like and subscribe if you want to see more interesting theories like this.
One who made sickness, and you're the one who made death. In NDEs, they miraculously come back to life, they're resurrected, and they're completely changed for the experience. Hello everybody, welcome to another video. In this video, I really want to talk about how you should be ignoring your external circumstances. This is basically going to be an overview of the truth that I'm trying to teach, that many have tried to teach, and the crux of this whole thing is that you are awareness first and foremost. You're not what you think you are. You're not the concept of self that you hold. You're not the body. You're not the thinking mind. At least not first and foremost, not fundamentally. Fundamentally, you are awareness. So you can safely ignore your external circumstances. What does Neville say when he talks about manifesting, the process of manifesting, law of assumption? He repeatedly asserts that it is your internal state that brings about your external experience. He says that you must ignore the past, you must ignore the old self, you must ignore external circumstances and go within in order to embody a new state, a new concept of self, for that to be reflected in your external environment. In order to actually do this work, you must at least accept the premise that you are awareness first and foremost and not the body. If you're identified with the body, then you're not going to be able to effectively change anything about your circumstances because you think you are limited to that small sense of self, which includes the body. So this is what people usually think they are, without any investigation into what they are, without any spiritual work, without any meditation, without any reading. Right off the street, you pick someone up and you ask them, who are you? What are you? They're going to say, this is me. They're going to point to the body. But you're not the body. The body arises within awareness, which you are. And that is the I am, the I am, the awareness, the conscious awareness that you are. Within that arises all forms, including the body. Now, with that out of the way, I'm going to zoom out. So you're not the body. The body would be at the level of the self-image. It's within thought forms. And as you zoom out, you realize you are the awareness, the formless, unconditioned, unmanifest awareness, the I am. Within the I, within the awareness, arises thought forms. And that is the manifest reality, which includes the body. And that body gets included in the self-image, the concept of self that you hold, the small s self. That small s self is upheld by narratives and stories that prove to you the reality of the self-image. So you have a narrative, a story about the kind of person you are, what kind of things always happen to you. You have an idea of the life you live, the environment you grew up in. Everything that has to do with your self-image comes from the past and is maintained by this attention you give to all the narratives and stories that uphold the self-image. But what's important here is the as within, so without, the as above, so below maxim from Hermes Trismegistus. Reality is a mirror. It's a mirror. It is your internal state that is reflected in the external. So you can ignore your external circumstances because out there is not the cause of your experience. It is the effect of your internal state. Zooming out even further, that formless, unconditioned, unmanifest awareness is what you experience as your basic fundamental isness, your beingness, your awareness. But above that is even God. It is the capital S self. It is God realization, the capital I. It is I am, all caps. Here's manifest reality on this diagram. This is manifest reality, and it represents all of those thought forms that are coalesced into your self-image and into your experience, into the manifest world, into physical reality. You relinquish your attention from this and let it all go and realize that you are the formless, unconditioned, unmanifest awareness. And then zooming out even further, that you have awareness at all is due to God, which is essentially this, it's ineffable, but it's a conscious, infinite creator, awareness, consciousness, intelligent force. It is the thing that creates and sustains and dissolves all things. It is what you are made of and made in. You are made in the likeness of your Father. You are made in the image of your Father. You are made in the capital M mind of your Father. You are the Son of God, made in God's mind, and you have your own mind in which you create the world you experience. When you create that world you experience, you're actually hypnotized. So here's that I, the capital S self, which within it is your experience. Everything is manifested within that awareness, within that capital I, capital S self. When you misidentify with the body and with the small S self, with that self-image. So if we go back, we're going back further down. Rather than zooming out, we're zooming in. We're up here at the top level. We're zooming in. Then we're awareness, where all we know is ourselves as awareness. We're not God realized yet. Then we zoom even further. We're going down into manifest forms. It's all thought forms within the mind, within our mind. We go down into the self-image, and then here we are again as the body. But that body is within awareness itself. That body is within awareness itself. That self-image is within the I amness itself. That external reality, this tree, which is external to Steve here, when he's identified as Steve, when the I am is identified as Steve, this tree is external. His girlfriend, if his girlfriend was standing here, she'd be external. Maybe they're in an argument. His finances, when he looks at his bank statement, it's external. All of it is rendered out of the internal aspect of the self, which is causal, which is within the I am, which is within you. When you turn inwards, you recognize the fundamental nature of your own being, and that your own assumptions, your beliefs, your internal emotional states, they're not inside the body, they're inside you. They are what you are. It renders out of you. So you go inwards and change your inwards expectations, your inner assumptions, your inner beliefs, your inner state, in order to make change happen in the external reality, your external circumstances. When you're identified, when you're all the way down here, identified as the self-image, the small sense of self, the body, you're actually projecting onto external reality everything you want to see at a subconscious level. It's all your beliefs, your conditioning, your programming. They're all being projected through the filter of that onto the world, and then you witness the world tinted by those beliefs, conditions, and programming. What you think you see isn't actually there. Not only from this level of everything's manifested from an internal causal aspect, but when you are identified with form, when you're identified with the character within the dream, you project onto the dream everything the character believes in. So you have a small sense of self, and with that small sense of self also comes all of these limiting beliefs, these conditions, these programs that have been put into you since birth. But you're not really that thing. You're not the body. You're not the thinking mind. You're not all of those programs. They're just sort of running in the background, and you can choose to pay attention to them if you'd like to. You can choose to relinquish them if you'd like to. So this is essentially like being hypnotized. You're hypnotized. But you create and you sustain the reality you're experiencing. Projection is like the hypnotizing aspects while identified within form. It keeps you identified with the body, with what you created, the world you created, the character you created, the character you believe you are, the character you believe in, the external circumstances you believe in. But at a higher level, as above, so below, you create and sustain the world you see through projection, but you create, as above, you create and sustain the world you experience through manifestation. But I don't like the term manifestation. It makes it seem like you're engaging in some sort of hack or technique. It's just the way reality works. It's just the way this works. I am comes first, then the identity. So be still and know that I am. Be still and know that I am. That is what you are, is the awareness. And out of the causal aspect of that awareness, the subconscious causal aspect, all of the assumptions, all of the internal states, the internal beliefs, they manifest into your experience, whether it's mental and emotional, on the astral plane, in a dream, in the physical reality, the physical plane. It's all manifested out of the same I amness. So don't try to figure out anything to do with your current sense of self. Don't try to understand the ego, because you're not the ego. You don't need to understand the ego. It's not what you are. You don't need to try and understand or figure out your current sense of self, because it's a temporary garment. It's something that you've put on. It's something that you experience because you've chosen to experience it. This sense of self that is Steve, with all of these things that coalesce into that self-image, they're just thought forms. They're just things that he believes that he is in this experience, or this incarnation, in this playthrough of the game, you could say. They're thought forms, and they coalesce into the self-image, which is maintained by the narratives and stories that give them proof, give them credence. And you maintain this narrative and story in the self-image through the engagement in projection. You're constantly seeing in the world everything that you've been conditioned to see through the eyes of the body and the self-image. But as soon as you relinquish all of that, in other words, ignore all of that, ignore external circumstances, ignore your sense of self, the small sense of self, ignore those narratives and stories, let them go, then you can start realizing the forest for the trees. Rather than you're focused on an individual tree, you're zooming out and you realize the forest. You realize, oh wow, they're all thought forms. All of this is thought forms. Oh wow, I just am. I am. And that is what I am fundamentally. I am this. I am. I don't know how many times I need to say it, but so do not try to fix external circumstances from the vantage point of the character, the small sense of self. Don't look out into the world and try to fix the world. Fix your external circumstances. They are the effect. They are not the cause. They are the effect. The effect. The physical reality you experience is the effect of the causal plane, the causal aspect of the capital S self, which is the I am, which is God realized. Awareness is constant throughout this entire thing. You're aware here, you're aware here, you're aware here, you're aware here, you're aware here. Awareness is what you are. The I am is what you are. The only thing that changes is your perspective. Your perspective can be within a dream, within the astral plane. You can be focused in meditation on your thoughts and emotions that are arising, but you don't experience anything phenomenal in terms of physicality or external experience. You could be the awareness within the causal aspect of yourself, which is, the void. People call it that. It's when everything dissolves, all thought forms dissolve, and all you are is the I amness. And then there's the capital I, the capital S sense of self. That is when you realize the non-dual nature of experience and what you are. Everything is arising from what you are. It is coming out of what you are. So all of these external circumstances that you experience, they come out of the causal aspect of what you are. The kingdom of God is within you. I am is within you. It is what you are. So don't look outside of yourself for how to change it. What happens when you fully realize this is very similar to a dream. Within a dream, what are the two states you can occupy at any given time? You can either be lucid or not lucid. You can be conscious within the dream or not conscious within the dream. When you understand this, when your understanding about the dream increases, when you realize, when you step back, what changes? When you're not lucid, the dream is just happening to you. You believe that you're trapped there, that you're powerless. You say, I am trapped, I am powerless. But strip away the adjective or the verb, the action or the experience, the trait, the characteristics, the sense of self, the small sense of self. And what you are is just the I am. So then you become lucid. And in the lucid dream, you say, this dream is my creation. I am the creator of this dream. I am free. I am powerful. I am. When you realize this, what happens is your perspective shifts. Your paradigm of understanding reality shifts. You're no longer identified with this small sense of self, this body with its individual mind, with its sense of self and all its traits and characteristics. You know that those things are not permanent, that they're all thought forms, that they can all be changed as long as you change your concept of yourself. As long as you choose to conceive of yourself differently, then your experience will change, your sense of self will change, and your external circumstances will change as a result. You go from the perspective that you're localized to the body and behind the eyes and experiencing life only from that vantage point to perhaps an observer role. And I symbolize that observer state or that observer role as an eyeball. That eyeball isn't really, it's not real. There's no eyeball floating. You just are engaged in life from a vantage point of detached awareness. Even further, you would notice that there's a common light, a common consciousness, a common awareness, a common beingness to all things. And I drew this purple glow around Steve and the squirrel and the leaf because as you zoom out and realize this I amness, you realize the I amness is constant throughout all experience. And all people, places, things, objects, animals, everything is contained within this light and emanates this light. You notice this non-dual aspect more and more and more. Your identification with the small self is reduced more and more and more. Your sense of self begins to expand. And you realize that everything you're experiencing is coming out of this causal aspect of your subconscious assumptions, your subconscious beliefs, your subconscious emotional states. What you embody as you are, and is what you experience. Now, some people might say, well, what about this, X, Y, and Z? Well, I'm going to say to you guys, have you read Neville? Have you read Florence? Have you read the Bible? Have you read the Bhagavad Gita? Have you read A Course in Miracles? Have you read any near-death experiences? They all point to the same thing, that there is this awareness, this causal aspect of the self. There is this diffuse consciousness, this intelligent force that we call God, that everything is arising within. In the Bhagavad Gita, what does Krishna show Arjuna? He shows that the war that's about to take place is happening within him, within God. And he shows, I think it's Vishnu, just chewing on all of the soldiers, just eating them up as they die, as they go to war and die, to show them that the soldiers aren't really real. They're sort of like little dolls that are acting out a play on this battlefield that's all orchestrated by Vishnu. And Vishnu is Brahman. So it's all just God acting out a play. In A Course in Miracles, the premise is that you forgive the world because you're projecting onto the world everything that you see that is worth attacking. It's actually your projections. Once you relinquish attack, when you relinquish your projections, you realize a light, and they call it the light of Christ, behind everything, within everything. In Neville's work, he talks about how you need to ignore external circumstances because it is within you that is the cause. The external is the effect. In the Bible, it's stated over and over and over again, the I am that I am. I am the way, I am the light, I am the life, I am the resurrection. Go to your Father in secret. Where is your Father? Where is God? Within you. Pray in secret. Ask your Father and you shall receive according to your belief, according to your faith. All you need to do is embody in faith, in knowing. Ask and it is done. Now, it shall be done, but it is done. As soon as you ask, as soon as you embody, as soon as you are, that is the reality you experience. Now, I've gotten some really ridiculous questions in the comments. It's as if they don't pay attention to everything I just explained. They'll say, well, okay, can I walk into traffic and not die? What did I say you are? Did I say you're the body? No, you're not the body. You are the I am, the awareness. Does the awareness die when it walks into traffic? Does it walk into traffic? Where's the traffic? And where's the body? It's all arising within what you are. If you walk into traffic identified with the body, if you think you're the body and you walk into traffic, yes, the body is going to die. Does it have to die? No. Do you die when the body dies? No. Again, refer to the Bible, refer to the Bhagavad Gita, refer to A Course in Miracles, NDEs, all of these different places that you see these things talked about, referenced. It's all over the place. They're all saying the same thing. The Bible, you can heal the sick, you can raise the dead. Jesus did it and told us that we would do greater things as long as we had faith, as long as we understood what he was teaching us. The Bhagavad Gita, he's showing Arjuna that it's all a play, that it's all make-believe, that it's all not really happening, that you can just do your dharma because it's not really that serious. You need to let go and allow it to unfold, the play, the great play within Brahman, within Vishnu. In A Course in Miracles, it's stated, you can raise the dead, you can heal the sick, because you're the one who made sickness and you're the one who made death. In NDEs, they miraculously come back to life. They're resurrected and they're completely changed for the experience. They die and come back to life because they're not really the body. The body is some sort of piloted RC car. It's just an avatar. It's just something within form that you get to experience form through, that you get to experience form from the vantage point of, but none of it's permanent. Now, the reason I know any of this stuff is because I decided I wanted to figure it out for myself. I started off reading Neville Goddard. I started off within the sphere of New Age and manifesting and law of assumption. You know, you hear about these things as you're going through your life. You hear someone mention manifesting and law of attraction and high vibes, and you ignore it for a while, but then eventually maybe you open up your mind to it. And it was great. I was able to test the law and see that it worked, but it wasn't enough for me. I thought, if this works, there must be a reason. And so I set the intention. I need to know why this works. What's going on? Why is it that Neville Goddard was right? Why is it that the way he interprets the Bible and Jesus' teachings is evidently correct? I was able to prove it to myself, and I see all these other people proving it to themselves and talking about it. But there must be something more fundamental. So I set the intention, and I decided I would figure it out, and I started meditating a lot, hours and hours and hours a day. I started going inward the way that Jesus asked us to do. Go inward, go inward. Ignore your external circumstances, ignore the external reality. Close the door, go speak to the Father, pray with the Father in secret. Move inward. I focused inward, focused inward. I followed A Course in Miracles. I forgave. I let go of my projections over and over and over again. Did I keep this intention? I lived the intention. I meditated. I prayed. I went inwards. And eventually what happened was all of this dissolved. The physical reality dissolved. Astral reality dissolved. Mental and emotional dissolved. There were no thoughts whatsoever. And I realized as experience, as what I am directly, this causal aspect of self, the unmanifest awareness, all of this dissolved, all of this dissolved, all of this disappeared. And I realized what I really am, which is the formless, unconditioned, unmanifest awareness. I was shown. My prayers were answered. My intention bore fruit. All of this dissolved. The stories and narratives, the self-image, the thought forms that make up all of that make up manifest reality, dissolved into a formless, unconditioned, unmanifest awareness. And ever since then, once I came back into form, because I didn't stay there, I've been realizing more and more and more that this is not the end-all be-all. That formless, unconditioned, unmanifest awareness is only one side of the coin. It is the unmanifest to the manifest. But if you relinquish even your identification with manifest or unmanifest, those become increasingly non-dual, non-separate, a non-polarity, a non-either-or. It is just one. God is one. The self, the capital S self is one. The capital I am is one. And so I teach this from this vantage point of direct experience as to what reality is and what I am and what you are. So I know this was a pretty intense rant, but I want to say you can ignore your external circumstances, the way that Neville says, the way that Jesus says, the way that A Course in Miracles says. Forgive your external circumstances because you're projecting. Relinquish your propensity to attack the outside world. Go within yourself and decide to change the cause, not the effect. Don't try and fix, don't try to understand, don't try and figure out. You can't figure out the ego. You can't figure out the external reality and try and force it, push and pull, and make it fit the way you want it to be. You're trying to change the reflection, the mirror, rather than what you really are, which is being reflected. Go within. Change your internal state. Change your internal sense of self, your internal conceptualization of yourself. And from that place, the external reality will change. Anyway, that's my rant. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this helps, and I'll see you in the next one.
Can't skip stages. So right, in psychosocial theories of development, your childhood, adolescence, adulthood, and elderhood.
Yeah.
Right. And we're taking a little different take on that. In our model, there's two adolescence. Two phases of adolescence. One is your first stage of adolescence, which we call the thespian at the oasis. And what is important there is that you live authentically in the world. You choose a profession, relationships, way you show up in the world that's authentic to you and also serves the world. So you can't really be a dictator and be a good one, right? Or a drug dealer or something like that. Maybe psychedelics is a different thing, not really a drug dealer, but authentic and serve the world. That's what I was talking about when I love being a psychiatrist. And then when this moment came where I was authentic enough, I moved to the next stage of development, which isn't biological. Adolescence is biological. We go through puberty. The next stage is a psychospiritual shift of development. That's not on Erik Erikson's map of human development, okay? And we call this passage confirmation, that you've done enough from the ego's perspective and being authentic enough that it's time for you to go into the mysteries of nature and psyche. And what's best, in a healthy culture, there'd be elders and initiators looking for signs of you, kind of the fire for your life burning out.
You being ready.
They're watching you. And they'd say, it's time to come into the mystery school or go into the rite of passage or something. We don't have that, unfortunately. What we have are a lot of psychiatrists who medicate.
And the funny thing, Brian, I'd say we go to cinema to see these stories because we immerse, we love it when we see it on screen. And we eat our popcorn. And
exactly.
That's what it's sort of like.
We do. That's the hero's journey in a certain way. And in some ways it's similar, but it's also really different.
Okay.
Yeah, because you may not come back celebrated by your people as a hero. But you know what you're here to do now. So let me go a little further here. So the thespian at the oasis, which is really about being authentic in the world. And it's also about sex and safety and security. That's also part of it, in a place of belonging. But then the fire burns out for that stage of life. And then you hear the voice that you're done, or your life collapses, or I have to be honest with you, like 20 people came up to me after my talk and says, I thought I'd be doing this the rest of my life, but what you said really resonated with me. I feel like there's something else being asked of me. And I'm like, oh yeah, could be you're ready to cross into the mysteries of nature and psyche. And so in a ceremonial, healthy, nature-based culture, they'd be taking you out into the psychospiritual practices of that community and helping you dissolve who you've been, learn how to resource yourself in the wild, because it's a lot about solitude in a conversation with mystery and nature. And then they're hoping and praying that you will have a mystical encounter with your deepest identity. That's what we call soul encounter.
And that's not a guarantee. So the elderly will be praying for you, hoping that to happen. It's not a sort of course, nothing you can force.
You can't force. The best way is to be vulnerable and filled with longing and grief that you don't know how to serve the village anymore. That there's a unique gift that you were born for that you have to be mature enough to go discover by leaving your attachment to who you've been. That's why it's so tricky. Because in our culture, we're trying to hold on to everything. Like we get insurance for everything. Right?
Would you say that in our culture, there are quite some people at this stage in development, so they're authentically serving the world around them, and they feel the calling, but then there's just not a culture to embed that. And then you, of course, if you hear the calling, you keep going on, then you get depressed, right? I guess you can sort of like
Yeah, or people do all kinds of things. They leave their partners thinking that's the issue.
Oh yeah, let's start another
it's a different relationship,
just do another
a different job, right?
Yeah.
I also think that's why many people are going to psychedelics, is because there's a longing. They know it's sacred. They know it requires a shift of consciousness. It's not necessarily about healing for some, but they don't have the teleology of soul.
What's that for people to understand?
Yeah, just kind of like, well, what is a life for? Is it all about healing, right? And sometimes the Western psychedelic community gets stuck in healing. And it's all about healing all your wounds. Well, I have 1,000 wounds. They're not that interesting to heal. It's more important for me to heal the ones that needed healing that keep getting tricked into. But it's more important for me to live from my wholeness and from my deeper niche, and to love the world and to offer myself with a kind of a delivery system that serves me bringing my gifts to the world. And so that's what happens after soul encounter. It's this experience of your deepest identity. It's a metaphor too. So I'll share Bill's here because he writes about it in Soulcraft and all his other books except for Wild Mind. So Bill is similar to me in the sense, except he got there earlier. He was like 30 and he was on a mountain peak. I think he was in winter in Western Massachusetts, and he just knew he was done being a psychologist studying honorary states of consciousness. So he moved west, retrained as a psychotherapist, and then he heard about a vision fasting and talked to a couple of people who were doing that. And then he found himself on a mountain in Colorado enacting his own ceremonial wilderness fast by himself, no guides. And I think the story is in about day 3, he was sitting by a lake and there was a tree, green pine tree bent over that looked like a Zen monk. He was hanging out with that one. And then all of a sudden he noticed coming across a field, there was like a butterfly moving as butterflies do. And then it brushed his cheek. And right as it brushed his cheek, he heard the words cocoon weaver. And he wrote that down in his journal. And then a couple minutes later, like hit him, oh, maybe that's what I've been waiting for. Cocoon weaver. What's a cocoon weaver? Right? Over time, researching butterflies, caterpillars, Bill eventually realized that maybe his deepest identity and his niche was to weave cocoons of transformation for his people. That's what he's been doing for 50 years now. He weaves cocoons of transformation for his people through these ceremonial practices, through these programs, these wilderness fasts, and also his books. So when you read the book, you're kind of getting woven up in a cocoon where you eventually might dissolve. Because our lives are not to be meant as a caterpillar. So here's another metaphor. Caterpillars go through moltings, like 3 to 5 moltings, where they shed their skin because they've eaten too much, right? They're consumers, as we are. And then it comes a phase, it feels like it's weaving it's molting, but it's not.
It's transforming.
It's weaving a chrysalis or cocoon, which is actually where the caterpillar goes to die. As soon as it's done weaving the cocoon, these catalytic enzymes begin chopping up this caterpillar until it becomes its elemental form. And then there's these things which biologists wisely call the imaginal cells. I kid you not, the imaginal cells, which begin putting the caterpillar into a new form, which is the true adult form, because caterpillar's not supposed to be a caterpillar its whole life. It's supposed to be a butterfly or a moth. And the moth is the imago. That's the word for the adult form of the butterfly. So it's a very similar thing for us, is that we go through different moltings in our adolescence and early adulthood of, okay, I was a Christian, now I'm a Buddhist, I was a virgin, now I'm not, now I'm employed, now I live in this country. These are all big psychosocial shifts that feel more authentic. But then it comes time for a psychospiritual shift where we have to die to who we've been. And then eventually, when we're ready, we open our wings and we become a pollinator of culture, not a consumer of goods.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Also,
it's a great metaphor. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then you earlier said the danger, especially with young men remaining in adolescence, caterpillars that just keep on eating.
Yeah.
That's then, of course, the image, right? In our culture.
Wounded caterpillars that keep on eating.
Wounded also. Yeah, exactly. But what fascinates me is to what degree, we also mentioned Jonah, which to me is also like, personally, I love that story in the Bible. Also because it ends so somewhat open-ended. In the end, he does listen to God, but he still is somehow, it's a fascinating story. But Jonah doesn't listen, and he ends up in the belly of the whale. So eventually, the calling, if you don't listen, it will sort of like make you listen in a sense. You could argue, I'm curious how that's work. To what degree can we just, this whisper, this calling, can we just ignore it? And will it come shouting and just take us?
Great question. What we're trying to do at the Animas Valley Institute is to guide people who are prepared. So we help people prepare for this journey. Some people just drop into this stage of consciousness, and it's terrifying. They're not resourced. They're wounded. They don't know what's happening. Like Jung. Jung wasn't that wounded, but he didn't know what was happening. He was flooded with all these images, right? He was overwhelmed. He thought he was going psychotic, actually. And he might have been, and today, he might have been medicated by someone. They said, oh, you're psychotic or you're manic or something like that. But in fact, he's just in a different stage of development. And so the question becomes, if we hear the call, what happens if we don't respond?
Yeah.
Partly, most of us don't know what the call means, right? Because we don't know that this is part of the journey of life, is to live a full spectrum life, which means a healthy ego, connection to spirit, and also have gone on this descent and journey of soul initiation here. And so it may not ever come back. So it may not ever come back. And many people, let's just say, I don't know if too many people hear it. My guess is maybe 5% or 10% of people might hear this call over their entire life. Most people live in this egocentric adolescence the whole life, which just goes in other phases, actually. So it's kind of like, in Bill, he shows a different model in his book, Nature and the Human Soul, the egocentric. Eventually, like, you capitulate to your dreams and your longings, and you just stay in the system. You get promoted, then you get put into upper management, and then you retire. From the soul's perspective, that's absolute failure, which is why so many people, when they retire, get depressed. Because they're not living an ego-soul-centric life. They're living an ego-anthropocentric life.
And would you say, Brian, that in the West now, in search of meaning, the meaning crisis we experience, also young people experiencing that, turning east, meditation, mindfulness, psychedelics, that's all what you talk about. That's that vertical dimension upwards to the spirit.
Psychedelics can do both. For sure. They're also a soulcraft practice, if done in a ceremonial container with a particular intent.
Is there a hierarchy of what needs to be done first? Like, do we need to first go to the soul before we can go to the spirit? How's that? I'm not thinking about, now we're speaking of it, thinking about Christianity. Christ, when he dies, he goes to hell. That's soul stuff.
One way to name it, which Bill and I'm kind of along for the ride with him, is looking like, how do we really shift culture? What's the thing we focus on here? And one of the things that we've come up with is that Westernized society actively suppresses human development. So I mentioned that a little earlier in our conversation here. And it partly becomes that we don't know there's nature-based tasks of human development. And we live in a sick society. So here's what I mean by that. Sick society. There are not true elders in the world. Very few. In Bill's book, Nature and the Human Soul, he interviews Thomas Berry. I don't know if you're familiar with him, who was a geologian, earth elder, brilliant man who knew lots of other spiritual traditions and really realized that what primarily needs to happen is a deeper connection to the earth, the dream of the earth, in some of his books, etc. He also interviewed Joanna Macy, who you might have heard of, this kind of ecosystems Buddhist who was a brilliant woman who lived her whole life in service to stopping nuclear weapons and to connecting to earth. She started the work that reconnects. These are true elders, and because their primary place of belonging was earth, but they also went on this journey also without guides. So you don't have to have guides at the Animas Valley or other guides. You can find your way in. We also don't have very many authentic adults. which is a different definition, which we might get to. And we have a lot of unhealthy adolescence. And probably where it really begins is in childhood. We fail to support the nature-based tasks of development in childhood. And what I mean by that is that children in nature-based cultures and healthy westernized cultures are encouraged to explore wild nature, often on their own. 5-year-olds, when I grew up, I was in the ditch behind the house for hours, exploring the snakes and the crawdads and the cattails and, splashing water on people and all this kind of stuff. And we had a cabin in the mountains, and I'd go out for the whole day and then come back at dinner. And we have helicopter parenting, we have fears of what might happen, and we have a lot of recreation trying to get kids into sports so they can get a good academic or a sports scholarship to college, etc. But we've really forgotten that what's really important for children is access to wild nature and their own exploration of it by themselves or with each other, just to discover the wonder of it all. That's one of their gifts. The second thing that we suppress is children's understanding of emotions, their wild emotions. We often talk them out of their emotions rather than talk them in and mirror and label, help them understand why they feel these emotions and what it tells them about what they're feeling. We're not really good at that. We're really emotionally illiterate and also experientially. Like, we don't know where emotions live in our body. Often when men, I'm guiding, I'm like, well, what do you feel? And they're like, I think I feel. I'm like, no, what do you feel and where do you feel? It's a really different thing. So we mostly live in our heads. Okay? The other thing that we suppress is our imagination, our spontaneous musings and wonderings and all those kind of things that, my kids, when they were 4, they're like asking me 10,000 questions a week. What is the moon? What does a bumblebee do? And kind of just imagining of who I might be when I grow up. And when I was growing up, I heard after a while, oh, it's just your imagination. So I shut it down, thinking, oh, it's like fantasy. And in fact, imagination is probably one of the most important aspects of our psyche, individually, but also collectively, on how we might get through what's coming, this crisis of meaning, this crisis ecologically, this societal collapse. We're going to need access to all of our faculties, but especially our emotions, our bodies, which was the fourth one I didn't mention. We don't know how our bodies work or how we feel about them, right? Where it's like, yeah, it's just for running and things like that, but we don't explore them much. So that wisdom of imagination, body, and emotion and connection to wild nature is really suppressed by our educational and our parenting practices. That's a lot of what we do on some of our foundational programs, is connecting people to these windows of knowing, we call them. So we're talking about why the way the world is now with suppressed human development. Pathoadolescence is one of the terms we use. Egocentric, anthropocentric. A lot of it has to do with what's happened to parenting and what's happened to children, that they get suppressed early and they lose this ecocentric consciousness and they lose their faculties and they become primarily people that think and watch rather than using all their senses, all their bodies, all their emotions, all their imagination. So some of the things we're doing at the Animus Valley is like remedial work from childhood to cultivate these archetypes, these windows of knowing, our senses, our body, our imagination, our emotions. And there's a lot that we've suppressed. And so like on psychedelics, where a lot of these things come out, like you're surprised at the somatic states or the sensations or the emotions or the images, that's what happens in nature too. People might discover great grief or great joy or eros, all these different kinds of things happening here.
And you mentioned how it's sort of the calling to wander and to go on the soul quest requires sort of like have sort of in a sense stable people who are already living an authentic life. Reflecting on that critically, when I come across sometimes just where it's on LinkedIn or people promoting, I can often see sort of this wilderness quest of men doing it. And there's also this image of just like it's a privileged thing to do for like business leaders. Or let's go on a soul quest, and it often costs thousands of dollars and has sort of like and people critique it, and I can sense that critique as a privileged thing to do. How can this also benefit people who don't have the money, who are wounded in a city, who don't have access to nature?
It's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking, the lack of access to nature. And so there's a couple of answers here. Is the one way I would think about the privilege part, because I'm privileged too. I grew up in an upper middle class white family in America, physician, white, male. It's a lot of privilege, right? And to whom much is given, much is required. To whom much is given, much is required. And so there's something here, it might even be hopefully self-regulatory, that to whom much is given, those who go on the vision fast, if they're guided compassionately and fiercely enough, they'll realize that their life is not their own. Their life has been given to them by the earth and mystery, and it's meant to be of wild service to the more than human world and the human world. That's what this journey is really about. It's discovering a unique way of loving the world, giving your gifts, which help transform the culture. So it helps transform the culture from kind of this techno-industrial dominator culture to a life-giving, ecocentric, soul-centric kind of culture. So I don't know what other people are doing on Vision Fast, or if it's more like drinking beer out there in the wild, or I assume they're doing good things, primarily healing, father wounds, military wounds, all these kinds of things. I don't really know, but I know what we do. And it's to discover how to be of ultimate service to the world. Something like that. So the other part is like the great disparity in opportunity, is one way to name it, of nature and also spiritual exploration, right? It's a huge issue, which is one of the reasons I got interested in psychedelics. Because psychedelics can quickly bring you into these altered states of consciousness. Like how many people can take 11 days off from work, buy camping gear, fly across the country, buy food, get a rental car, and come out to one of our programs? Not many.
So you're honest about that.
Oh, absolutely. And it's heartbreaking to me. And so I got interested into psychedelics. How can psychedelics also help eco-awakening? How can they help cultivating wholeness? How can they prepare people for the descent to soul? How can they help people have a soul encounter? And we also know that, like, I'll just name this on the side, like Manveer Singh is here, the anthropologist from UC Davis, right? And he talked about actually not all nature-based cultures had these psychedelic medicines, had these sacred medicines. Maybe 6% did. The rest had all these other techniques of ecstasy, which mostly Western cultures and Christianity and other things have destroyed. And we're in dire straits. So let's just name that.
So psychedelics offer they democratize sort of this experience in a sense, because as you say, that is, of course, it's prohibited in many countries, but I mean, the mushrooms, just plants, cannot be like an expensive thing, and just you need like any piece of nature, and then you can have the experience. I find that beautiful and hopeful. But of course, you need to sort of guide that, and then we get back to sort of that culture that doesn't have perhaps enough elders like wisdom can keep and hold that space. So that, and I think that it is interesting and hopeful that there's now in the research community, in psychedelic research, sort of so much focus on therapists, like educating good therapists. Right? But so what are your thoughts there on how to train more people to guide other people?
It's a really important question, because we don't really have a lineage too much of guiding people into the mysteries. Right? There are mystery schools, obviously, in Greece. There's probably lots of hidden mystery schools around Western cultures, mostly run by women, psychedelic and otherwise, that don't advertise, so to speak. Part of the answer is twofold, maybe threefold. We'll see how many we end up with here. I'm trying to bring some of our maps and models of this journey of soul initiation in these three worlds into the psychedelic world, so that they can be formed that life is not just about healing. that there is this possibility of connection to spirit, which many people on psychedelics experience, but there's also this possibility of going on the journey of soul initiation all the way through to become a true adult and to offer your gifts to the world through a delivery system, whatever that might be.
And that might be, sorry to interrupt you, but just because you said it's not all about healing, relating it back to Jung, that maybe we are at our most value to the world around us if we are a wounded healer, right? That
we're all wounded healers.
Yes, but that entails that we, to a certain degree, keep our wounds. Like we
they don't go away.
Yeah.
And well, we can go there in a little bit here. Like, the wound's not a mistake. A sacred wound is not a mistake. Actually, it might be related to your core vulnerability and also your core powers. And that's what shamanic dismemberment is partly about. It's also what superheroes are about, right? If you know superheroes, they often have a deep wound in childhood, which allows them to find their superpowers.
Yeah.
So these are archetypal things here we're talking about of the human. And so part of it is kind of how do we show up in the world? Partly I'm here to kind of be a secret agent for soul. Yeah, I kind of look like a psychiatrist and a little bit of a wilderness guy, but it's like, I really want us to understand what's really possible in a full human life. It's not just healing. It's not just feeling one with everything. It's about finding our unique way to love self, other humans, and the more than human world is an act of service in the unique way that we can. And for me, just me personally, a lot of that has to do with guiding these wilderness programs. It's what I'm here to do. When I'm out there, I'm fully alive. I feel full alive. I know I'm serving people. I feel powerful and humble and grateful. People feel altered. I just like, this is my niche. That's part of it.
Yeah.
And I knew that from the moment I read Soulcraft. I think that's what I was trying to do instead of go to medical school and psychiatric training. The second thing that I discovered later in the journey was like, oh, these sacred medicines, this is also part of what I'm here to do, which was a big surprise to me because I was terrified of them, being raised a good Christian, a good physician, not wanting to break the law, not wanting to lose my medical license, all these kind of things. And then after I began hearing stories and then exploring them myself, eventually some of them said, this is the medicine, guide me. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. But I'm mostly here, I think, to marry the two worlds of the Soulcraft practices and current psychedelic community to put psyche back into psychiatry, something like that. That we've lost psychiatry is mostly about suppressing the ego's wounds, something like that. That's what it's evolved into. And now there's an opportunity with nature and psychedelics to really shift the conversation from wounds and symptoms and disorders to cultivating wholeness, to live in ceremony with each other and the world and nature and to discover unique purpose. That's more like what a shaman does. I'm not a shaman by any means. I'm in a different lineage. But it's a very different way to think about it. What we're doing at Animus is helping people find their magnificent ways to love the world. That's partly what the soul is. It's not this other thing of looking for problems everywhere and having 3,000 different diagnoses with different codes. That's not what the world should be.
I'm curious about, so far we talked about like young man, like historically in these communities that would sort of make this rite de passage into adulthood. Me, myself, I'm fascinated beyond gender and the archetypes of the male and the female. And also when we relate it to sort of the spirit and the soul, I'd say the spiritual upward is more the realm of the male. I mean, in Eastern thinking, Shiva would be like, it's the whole everything, but it needs form, it needs sort of bhakti to bring about existence. And getting back into the soul, to me, resonates also as the feminine. It's the womb of, you mentioned the womb of Gaia. Could you sort of elaborate a bit on that male, female, on this archetypal level?
That's a great question. I'm not an expert in this by any means. Let me just say that.
Just curious what your experiences are. I mean, also working with male, I suppose, primarily men who go on these quests, but.
Yeah, part of it is because of the culture we live in and patriarchy, but also the fact that we suppress a lot of our emotions, and I mentioned, and our bodies and our imagination. So these are, you would call them inferior functions in modern man. Men mostly in their heads, and then they have explosions of emotions.
Yeah,
right? Something like that. Yeah. Rather than knowing, oh, I'm having emotion, let me just sit with that for a second. And where does that live in my body? Oh, what does that tell me about what's just happened here? Do I want to choose to act on what I'm feeling right now, or was it just me?
Yeah.
Something like that. So that's kind of maturing. Bill calls it emotional metabolism. And I'm getting better at emotional metabolism. It's like, wondering, oh, I'm having an emotion. That's interesting. Where is that? Why did that come on now? So it's really slowing down and being more proactive and metabolizing experiences. And that's what emotions for. They tell us about what we value in a certain way. And the other part of the masculine, we all need to cultivate wholeness, male, female, and those that are in between, or both, something like that. We need to cultivate our wholeness. And we often like see emotion and embodied or imaginal as the feminine. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is it's less suppressed in women than in men, but also the inner part of a man is what might be called his dark muse beloved anima. These are archetypal names for aspects of the self that hold some of these qualities, actually. And so we might see it in others. We might see it in women and fall in love with them quickly because they have aspects of the self we've yet to develop, but they're actually a projection by which we have to realize, oh, that's within me as well. So that's part of the work of growing up, is stop projecting the goddess onto women. Treat every woman as a goddess, treat every man as a god, humbly, but also discover the inner ones of yourself that have aspects of yourself that you've suppressed and are part of becoming fully human. So that's one way to think about that in the same way. The same thing, this is what Jung called the anima and the animus. Animus for a woman who's primarily feminine, she needs to cultivate her relationship with her animus, which might be more generative in the world. Something like that. Because women were not, they're encouraged to be nurturing, but not really generative. So all of it's really mixed up in our kind of postmodern culture right now where, identities shift all the time and names shift all the time. And the most important thing is to like, on this journey to discover these archetypes, which often show up in dreams. All of Jung's guides came in dream states. And many of my guides came from me projecting it on others and then realizing it and then seeing it in a dream. It's like, oh, this thing that I saw was in that woman is actually in a dream and now it's within me. I have to develop a relationship again through active imagination and other practices of being in touch with my feminine. And you can maybe feel it right now. I'm a little softer because I can feel her within me right now. She's right there and she just loves that I'm here with you. Loves that I'm talking about the feminine as the guide for men.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, I can sense that, Brian. And that's sort of, I already sensed it when you were presenting a softness that felt grounded and whole, because I also see a wilderness guide that will probably know what to do when there's action to be taken, things we associate with like masculinity. And that's of course just something we project also into masculinity, but I can sense that wholeness, that softness, and I love that. And personally, in rounding our conversation, we started with the marriage of the opposites, right? And again, to sort of the animus, the anima, is it? And also like the spirit, the wholeness, the oneness, the unity of it all, what sort of the Eastern traditions sort of have like a gazillion of practices to get us there. And then this more Jungian quest. I'm just so curious where they can meet in our lives. And is that for you going between those two or both at the same time, like being grounded here, the soul work, and like, oh, I'm one, I'm at all?
Sure. Yeah, that's one of the potentials of a human lifetime, right? Is to have a mature, initiated ego by the soul, and to live from soul, but also know I'm one with everything. That would be a great place to be, and to go on the full journey of a lifetime. I don't know if I'll make it all the way around this wheel to true elderhood. I'm getting closer, but you never know, right? And it might be also something I learned here. I learned quite a bit at this conference, and it's where I learned most is from the women and the indigenous and the people of darker skin, because they've not had a place at the table in many cultures and many conversations in the West. And here they're put foremost in there, and they have a lot of wisdom that I don't know, and I'm learning, and I really appreciate that. And one of the indigenous teachers who's both a medical or a healer in her tradition, but also a medical doctor, was talking about a confluence. And I just love that, like where rivers meet, but they don't blend, they just go side by side. She was using this image from rivers where she's from. And it feels like there's a confluence of lineages and traditions that together, if we look closely, we might realize how they are unique, different, but together they might make a whole. And there might be things that our tradition is missing because of just our own conversation and what's happening. But we're in evolution now where everything is coming together. And with epistemic humility, we can say, well, this is my lineage, and what's in your lineage that I can learn from? And then we can do this together. And I think that's what we need to do, right? And I think part of the conversation for me is the indigenous are way the hell way ahead of us. They're far ahead of us in terms of their understanding of culture and of rites of passage and practices and community. We need to learn from them. And we also have to respect them. We also don't need to take their medicines without asking permission and asking how should we use them. And they also want to learn from us. So what do we know about biomedical science that could be useful to them? But there's also things I'd love to learn from other Eastern traditions as well that I'm unaware of. And I'd love to share some of our things with Eastern traditions that may not have exactly the same language, but maybe they're doing something like soul work, descent to soul, maybe not. So there's this possibility of the blending of all these traditions and worldviews and spiritual practices that we might be evolving possibilities of becoming full human in all the worlds, so to speak. And that excites me. It's also terrifying where we are in the world right now. But I feel like it's possible if we bring all the wisdoms from all the different lands and all the different elders and the initiators and the scientists, etc., we might find our way through what's coming. That's my hope.
Yeah, that's nice that you bring it up. I wanted to ask you if you're hopeful. And if that confluence, that stream, if those streams, more of them can get together, then I sincerely hope that we are on time to sort of be ready for what's coming. I have just one more question, one final question. So far it's been, I know this must have been like a difficult route for you as well, but I'm just curious where sort of, but me personally on this journey, I very often sense sort of the fear of the fire. You mentioned that offering that to the fire, that we are attracted to it, to the soul, but we know something needs to die, and I don't want to be dramatic, but where's the journey been like super fearful for you, like the dark night of the soul?
Yeah, I'd say when it was time to leave academics. Yeah. Because I'm like, wow, it's time to leave. And then I realized, I'll just share a little bit more personally here. So after my vision fast, I thought, well, partly what is this one of me here to do? And part of it was putting psyche back into psychiatry. So my department chair, the one I mentioned earlier, said, oh, we'd love to have you give a talk called Grand Rounds. You're very funny. You're usually very scientific. Would you give one? I'm like, yeah, this one's going to be different. And what felt most authentically for in that moment was to give a talk called Putting Psyche Back into Psychiatry, which was very edgy and maybe a little dumb, but probably the most authentic thing I could do. So I gave this talk. I never felt more alive than giving that talk. I was pretty critical of psychiatry, which led to some other things. But I was also like fully alive and talking about myth and poetry and nature and what's really possible in human life. And maybe we're not doing service. Maybe our worldview's a bit too small. And most of my colleagues thought I was losing my mind a little bit, to be honest with you. Like, what happened to Brian? What's this vision fast done to him? And all the arts and music therapists thought it was the best thing they ever heard in the department. Like, oh, he's one of us, right? And then after that, there's a bit of fallout. Like, why are you so critical of what we're doing here? So I just realized that it was like, what do they call it in divorce? Irreconcilable worldview differences. I realized that I'd matured and gone beyond the Western psychiatric worldview, and I could no longer participate in that way of living in the world. And that I had to find a deeper, more authentic way of living in the world. It wasn't about helping people fit into a sick society, but find their unique gifts to transform society to an earth-based culture. So then I walked away, and they were actually happy to see me go because they thought I was losing my mind.
It's funny you mentioned, I spoke to John Perfect. He was also presenting at this conference, and he says it beautifully, went that disillusionment, like being disillusioned about an old worldview, an old me, and truly realizing that is a one-way ticket. There's no way back. And I guess that goes for your work and on these quests and on psychedelics or in meditative states of unity. Once you've experienced that, there's no way back, right?
There isn't. And I still think psychiatry does some good things for people who are really severely impaired. But the worldview itself probably inhibits human development. It inhibits human development. And that's one of the things that psychiatrists and researchers are learning, that these disorders we've called, like, it's hard to find validity for them. And what many of the former directors of NIMH are saying is like, well, what if it's really the default mode network that's overactive and that we call these things disorder, but what happens is that we develop these strategies in childhood that get ingrained over and over and over again, and then we can't break out of them even though we were supposed to be maturing, and they need a shift of consciousness. And what we need to do is to scramble the default mode network. Vision fast does that. Psychedelics do that. 24-hour solo fast does that enough so that deeper aspects of the self can come into consciousness and help us become more whole, connected to self, earth, other humans, and the world as it is. So I think that's what psychedelics can really do for psychiatry. There's certainly some reason for psychopharm and some of these other bio and technological interventions, but most people need support maturing, actually. And that model's just not in the psychiatric nomenclature or in the worldview or in the practice right now.
Thank you so much, Ryan, for sharing this wisdom and your views and how to integrate the opposites.
Yeah, thank you for asking me. I really appreciate your curiosity and just your heart. And thanks for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you. And for you watching, we will share links down below in the description to Animas, the work Ryan is doing, and also perhaps some other links you can provide us with, the work of Bill Plotkin. And happy to read your comments. And Ryan, thanks so much.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, thank you. It's good to see so many people here. I'll call you human nature earthlings, not just psychonauts, but good to see you here. Yeah, I'm a psychiatrist who went a bit wild, actually, at midlife. And so I'm going to talk about something related to nature relatedness, but ecological awakening. It's an experience, a psychospiritual experience that I experienced in the wild and also guide in the wild and also guide with psychedelics. And I think it's a really important thing. So thanks for letting an American come to Europe. Okay. I don't have many funders right now, but I'm very grateful for this one, as we all are. So dependent, so giving, so forgiving, so abundant, so imaginative, all these creatures. So my goal is to take a slightly different thing and talk about the collective problem is our primary disconnection from the earth, And then we'll go through a little bit of the fact that it lives kind of in our shadow. We don't think about it. In the opening presentation, which was wonderful, the climate crisis, the biological crisis was not named. The war against the earth is happening all the time. And we have to put it out of our minds to actually survive sometimes. Okay. I'm going to give you 2 stories of eco-awakening, not research stories. Hopefully they'll be interesting and you'll get a sense of what I'm talking about. And then I'm going to be talking about what I call ecocentric consciousness, is what we're born into and we can only lose, and sadly in my research, probably 95% of children lose it by the time they're 6. But there's a possibility of awakening to ecocentric consciousness. Talk a little bit about other perspectives on this as well as the pathways there and another way to think about psychedelic healing. All right. What if the disorder of disorders was ecological disconnection? Like underlying almost all of it. Just think of that kind of worldview shift. What if it's the disorder of disorders? What if it's the pathology of pathologies? Is what we live in now, this egocentric and anthropocentric consciousness, that we don't know that we're as wild as every other thing on the planet, that everything is kin, that everything has consciousness, sentience, is available for communion. So here's my hypothesis, is that the majority of our collective problems as a culture or a society is because we're disconnected from ecocentric consciousness. It's suppressed. We've lost it. It's a slumber. We're like an ecological slumber in a particular way. And this is our greatest wound, when in fact, when we re-experience this, it's an incredibly psychospiritual, mystical experience of our deepest place of belonging. Okay, so for some stories. So about 13 years ago, and 1 month, almost to the day, I had gotten a gift that I didn't really deserve. I had an endowed chair at like 42, which is like a big deal. And a couple nights later, a voice said, "You're done." This is one of those noetic voices, the voice of God, something like that. Maybe some of you will have that tonight. We can hope. And I knew it meant that I'd probably have to leave academia and psychiatry and probably America. And there was right here in my heart like excitement and terror at the same time. And fortunately, I came across a book shortly thereafter called Soulcraft by Bill Plotkin. And then I did a program with them. And I found myself in the southeastern Utah desert canyons here on a program called Soulcraft Journey, where it starts out on the top of a canyon and we're sharing in a council. And then we go into the canyon, like we're going into the psyche. And we're learning to listen different, to perceive differently, to open our senses, our bodies, our imagination, to let the dreams work us, to talk across the species boundaries by being more than 3 days in. We were 7 days in. And by day 3, things began to shift. On day 5, we had the opportunity to do a 24-hour solo fast. And I found my way down the canyon. There was a kiva nearby, which is a sacred place for the indigenous people who hadn't lived there for a long time. And one of the wounds I was trying to heal was how I always had to be good for my parents, for my teachers, for the Sunday school teachers. I had to be the good and the best. And I never had a person who just treasured me for who I was. Anybody resonate with that? Maybe some of you had grandparents. I didn't have any grandparents like that. So I saw this large juniper tree. He was a grandfather. I asked him, "Can I climb in your lap? Can you hold me while I weep?" He said, "Yes." He held me, made me feel loved just for my integrity of who I am. That night, I slept to the base of the grandfather tree. And I woke up. And beneath the moon, kind of a half moon, and the night filled with stars, some owls hooting, right in front of me, about as far as you were, there was a woman, an indigenous woman. I was a bit confused because I knew they lived there for centuries, but they hadn't lived there for 800 years. And I just kind of stared at her. I didn't know what to do, and then she looked at me, and with such soft eyes and a soft voice, she said, "Welcome home." I burst into tears. I'm one who spends a ton of time in nature. I was a skier, mountain biker, camper, fisherman, all those kind of things. I'd never had an experience like that. Something about the set and setting and the work that we've been doing over there. I was a little worried about sharing this experience with my psychiatric colleagues. Like they might diagnose me with some sort of canyon psychosis, lock me up, put me away. But I knew it had changed everything, that I could no longer go back to just thinking about myself, my family, my career, my politics. Something had been wildly decentered, and it was the human. What became the center of my consciousness with the earth and all her beings, local ecosystems, but also planetary. So that's one story. There she is. Here's a slightly different story. This is from a man I mentored who's a physician, now a ketamine ER physician. And this came from my mentoring for a couple years. And then one day I asked, "Have you ever had psychedelic experience?" He goes, "Yeah, I had a really weird one. You want to hear it?" I'm like, "Yeah." And so he tells the story when he was 21. He and a bunch of friends drove from New York down to Virginia or West Virginia. And they were at a Grateful Dead or a Grateful Dead cover band. And of course they brought LSD. And he took a large dose and he was having a good time dancing. And then he felt like something in nature was calling him to go out and above the stage. So he went above and behind the stage near where the trees were. And he was just kind of taking in the music, the dancing, the trees, the cosmos. And then something kind of coalesced. And right in front of him there was a being. He didn't really know what it was, but it began chastising him. He didn't really know what to make of it, but he felt like it was a mother. Then he realized it was Mother Earth, actually, and she chastised him for not paying attention to Earth. And it was really interesting because when he was a young boy, his own mother often would chastise him about rules that he didn't know anything about, and he felt horrible and ashamed because he didn't know what the program was. It was very similar to that. And right at that moment, something miraculous began to happen. He began to feel the pangs of childbirth. He was pregnant, and he was birthing something, and he could feel his uterus kind of contracting, and he could just feel the horror of this. And at the same time, he could feel himself in the dark of the uterus, and he could feel the contractions in the darkness as he went out down through the vaginal canal until he entered, and he had rebirthed himself. And he said, "I rebirthed my ecological self. And now I pay attention to Earth because that's what's required of me." Totally changed his life. So this is what I'm talking about. This is an example of ecological awakening. And I'm hoping all of you want to experience this if you haven't. Okay. Ecological awakening. Here's a definition from my mentor and Bill Plotkin, the founder of the Adams Valley Institute. Ecological awakening is one of the first experiences, and it's a mystical experience where someone raised in a westernized culture has their first mystical experience of belonging to the Earth community. That's undeniable, like the 2 stories that I shared. It's just undeniable. And after that, what really becomes important is the vitality of the Earth community, all life. Not just career, not retirement fund, not favorite football club. It's Earth and all her species. So eco-awakening, it's different than knowing about Gaia. Can we put it that way? Like all of us probably know about Gaia. But it's very different. It's very somatic, as you heard in that last story about B. It's also very emotional, overwhelming emotional at times, like mine. It's spiritual. It's like, oh, I never knew this was the way the world was. I never knew she was alive. I didn't know I belonged. It's very mystical. and it's very imaginal. And the combination of this kind of mystical experience changes people in a way that we haven't captured yet in the psychedelic or in other research. This experience is known well in like eco-philosophy and deep ecology and wilderness guiding, but it hasn't really hit so much the psychedelic space, and that's why I'm here. Okay, it's not cognitive, although it changes your cognitions, changes your conscience. Okay. So here's a definition here. Like Sam's talking about, sometimes if we have an experience like that and we're supported and we can go deeper, we move from a state of consciousness, an eco-awakening state, to an ecocentric consciousness, which is again a return to our original consciousness. Every baby is born in ecocentric consciousness. Healthy indigenous cultures never lose it. We often grow, or we forget it here. Okay, here's some other perspectives on this experience. This slide comes from Paul Marshall and his great book on nature mysticism, as I did a close reading and kind of came up with some other definitions. These are the kind of things that happen in an eco-mystical experience here. You feel like you're part of the unbroken whole of the earth, contained and held. You are the world, right? Connected to everything and participating in the life of the source. It's an incredible experience, and that's part of what Sam was talking about. Is one of the disorders we're living in is this disconnection disorder, right? In the UK, they have a minister of loneliness, But what if you knew you were connected to other humans, to yourself, to the earth, to the cosmos, to all the other species? Then wounds don't really matter so much, and social doesn't matter so much because you're connected to something so much more vast than you are. Okay, here's some other important things. One of my understandings is that Western society is probably the most pathological society that's ever existed on the planet. This techno-industrial dominator culture, mostly run by white men, patriarchal, capitalistic, likes to suppress the feminine, likes to subjugate the dark, likes to see the earth as a primary resource for what we want to do. That's called a patho-adolescent human being and a patho-adolescent culture, and that's what we're living in right now, patho-adolescence here. And as I mentioned before, it's an artifact of being raised in Western society. Indigenous people from intact cultures never lose this consciousness. They never lose it because the way they parent and the way that they live supports what we would call nature-based human development. Our models of human development are mostly psychosocial, following up on Erik Erikson. Didn't really know that they were nature-based models of human development that Bill Plotkin and others in our organization have developed. Okay, here's a brief take again on anthropocentric consciousness. The human being is the most significant entity in the universe. It's a pretty big universe to be saying that. Okay? We might need to humble ourselves, which reminds me of hum, which is part of earth and dirt. Okay? So this is what's everywhere in our world. It's even in the psychedelic spaces, right? It's about human healing, not about human relationships with the wild. It's about human healing, healing our wounds. Sure, those are important things to do, but there's more than just healing yourself. There's deeper connection. There's even more beyond ecological awakening. There's something called the journey of soul initiation, which maybe I'll talk about in 2 years. Okay, egocentric. Well, we know about this. This is my president right here. Like, everything's about me, right? Everything's about me, right? And there's so many people in the world that that's still the case. Okay? And this is what's everywhere as well, right? This capitalistic multinational corporations that are basically own everything, destroy everything, are hard to stop, rig the politics. This is what we're faced. So this is a research conference, and I'm hoping that there'll be a leap of consciousness here, a leap of consciousness. As this one goes up the ladder back to its home waters, a leap of consciousness. And maybe we should think a little bit different about who we are and how we're embedded into this earth. Okay. The absence of ego is everywhere, as we've heard. Here's a psychiatry unit. There's a psychedelic assisted therapy entryway, a church. We've gotten domesticated over our evolution. Let's remember, a long time ago, we climbed out of trees, then we began walking, then we began to specialize. And the more that we moved away from hunter-gatherer consciousness and into buildings and safety, we called it progress. But it was also more and more disconnect from the earth. So it's kind of like if you had a compass, and it was 0.1 degrees off, and you walked for 40,000 years. Think about how lost you'd be. That's kind of where we are. Okay, so I've been researching this, in some ways, consciously for 12 years, and as psilocybin told me, you've been researching this your whole life. That's what you're here to do. Psychiatry, psychology, theology, it's not in their models. The earth is not in its model at all. And in fact, that's just such a huge oversight and a fact of shadow that who we really are is that we're primarily embedded in this ecology here. And here's Albert Hoffman talking about kind of one of his eco-mystical experiences when he was a child. Okay? They're common, actually, and we can facilitate more of them. Let's see here. Okay, this is where I go on my rant about Western society, but I think I've already done that. Okay, here's another thing. I mentioned this briefly at the beginning. Carl Jung mentions, and this is more related to, sometimes we think the problem's within the individual, but it's in the collective, but we can't see it because we were enculturated within the collective. It's a blind spot. It's in our shadow. And what we really have to do is take our psychotherapies and expand them as well. Like a previous speaker on psychotherapy was talking about, we have to expand our models, and we have to understand that most human problems are probably related to disconnect from ecocentric consciousness. Okay, yeah, I'll wrap it up. Mystical experiences, there's many pathways to mystical experiences, which you can see here. I've heard stories from people with all the medicines, including ketamine, who had eco-awakening experience. I was really surprised. She had a ketamine-assisted therapy session, was driving close to Table Mountain in Cape Town, and boom, it happened. Okay, so there's a lot of different experiences that can lead to that. These are some of the things that I do on my programs. We access nature, presence, emotion, the imagination. We emphasize what's happening on the climate and the world. There's liminal time. It's in a ceremonial container, so we really shift the set and setting. Okay, I'm just going to say, imagine if we did something else. What if we didn't put all of this at the center? Like, yeah, those things are there, but what if we didn't put it in the center and we began to kind of move some of these things out and begin to kind of evolve some of our disciplines? Because the discipline's not worth having if it doesn't include the earth. It's missing something important. Okay, here's where we are. It's a beautiful world. Most people don't get to experience that way. Now pay attention in a unique way of consciousness. Tell about it. Thanks. Over the chairs now. Can you pull chairs up? Oops, sorry, I went a little long. Are they, can we get disconnected? Oh, this is a couple of them are. Probably save time and stand. I'm just going to stand. Yep. Thanks for stopping me. I was really in the flow. Sorry, dude.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for such wonderful talks and such an important topic. I'm really, really glad that ICPR are making time for this because it's incredibly important. And it's criminal that none of you are getting paid, which is wild because it's super important. Okay. So a few questions for you based on that. So the first one is, how can people meaningfully connect with nature when access to natural environments varies so widely? So for those who don't have easy access to forests, mountains, or wilderness areas, what forms can a genuine connection with nature take? We'll start off with Sam.
Yeah, no, that's, I don't know if I'm coming through. That's a good and important question. Like, firstly, as you've sort of alluded to in the question, it's important to point out there is huge disparity in access to green space and natural environments, unfortunately, depressingly. And lower income groups tend to have less access to quality nature on their doorstep in urban environments. And it's up to us as a society to address that. And in some quarters, there are sort of steps being made. But yeah, that inequality needs addressing. And sometimes it's easy to think that cities are where there isn't much nature and the countryside is where there's more nature. But depressingly, again, in somewhere like the UK, we're so nature depleted even in the countryside that sometimes the cities, particularly the parks, can be actually surprisingly rich with nature. And that's one of the nice things about London and some of the big cities is they do have parks that you are able to access nature. And some of the nature connectedness research that's been done actually has focused on urban environments. And there is nature to be found there, and increasingly so. Like, life is adapting to our urban scapes and environments. So even in bustling human centres, there is other non-human life to tune into and be aware of. So I think we can be nature connected wherever we are in the world.
And just riffing off that, so we're talking a lot about clinical trials, how to get nature into clinical trials. How would you ideally run a clinical trial? So bearing in mind, we can't just be in nature. So it's a randomized control trial, so we have to have everything to get it through the FDA or whatever it's going to be. How would you see clinical trials working in your ideal world in terms of nature connectedness?
Yeah, this is slightly outside of my wheelhouse. Can I maybe pass it over to you guys?
UCLA is doing this on a rooftop garden. So they have the Ecological Medicine Initiative, and my sense is that's what they're going to do. I've invited them to a botanical garden where I do a lot of my nature programs, but it's kind of a controlled environment. But again, it's the same question here. I think the thing is, let's get these through first, then let's expand where we practice. Like, it's hard to get paid even as an ecotherapist or doing therapy outside of the office. So there's very much a discrimination of these other kind of things. So I think we just keep pushing, or we just do it underground.
And another option is potentially, where possible, bringing nature into the clinical space. I mean, for instance, at Imperial, that was not feasible where they were administering psilocybin because it was a working hospital designed for immunocompromised patients in a particular room, so you couldn't bring any plants or anything like that in. God no, like maybe some photography and art of nature. But I feel like there is a lot more we could be doing with biophilic design and sort of incorporating more non-human life into clinical spaces if we can't take people outside of clinical spaces.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, and can I just comment on that? Because I attended a workshop yesterday on grief and palliative care, and Human Farsin, the Canadian doctor, was there, and they are now designing nature into their hospital settings, making it more accessible. So for those of you who design hospitals, think along those lines. Think ahead and plan for that. Incorporate it to a greater extent.
Beautiful. That's amazing, actually. I'm looking more into that. All right, now one for you, Brian, as well. So from the stories that you were telling us, it sounds like, I don't want to make any assumptions, but it sounds like your perception of Mother Nature is alive, almost kind of like an animist perception, I'm not sure. Now, how much does it matter what your perception of nature is? So for many indigenous groups, like the people that I work with, they have a largely animist perception of nature, changes the way they interact with it. If you perceive nature just to be biological, is that less of a nature connection? Do you need to have that belief system? What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's a great question. Part of the challenge is, like, when we're in nature, we've lost so much. Like, our senses are dialed down. And so one thing you can do actually in parks is to help people get closer, slow down, smell, touch, ask permission, act as if it is sentient, and kind of enter in that way. And with regard to the other question, it's like, I would say eco-awakening is part of it. It just goes eco-deepening over time. It gets deeper and deeper and deeper in your connection to Earth and her life systems and the waters, the clouds. All these things do become animated because you're in a different state, in a stage of consciousness. And also just a name that animists teach their children to be animists. So it's also a cultural phenomenon of helping them participate more fully in it. So when we can do it, sometimes we teach people, why don't you pretend as if it is this way? And through pretending, then it happens.
Do you think it's the normative consciousness that we're born with?
Ecocentric?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Animism. Yeah.
Animism. Yeah, probably. I think animism is probably something that evolves uniquely in place in peoples that have nature-based tacit development, complete and evolved cultures over centuries or longer. Animism just becomes the primary mode, and it was not recognized, obviously, by missionaries or anthropologists or militaries when they entered these places because we're so disconnected from it. But I think that's where we can head back to, and it's a great place to be.
Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, now our final question before we hand over to the audience. I think we'll have enough for maybe one question. What are the potential consequences for humanity if we fail to recognize ourselves as part of nature rather than separate from it? How might this affect our psychological well-being, our social systems, and our relationship with the natural world? Let's start off with Cecilia, please.
Yeah, thank you. So that's a really important question, and I think we're in big trouble if we don't change how we see ourselves in the relationship to our surrounding and look at how we are in the world. We see, loneliness epidemic, the Minister of Loneliness in the UK. We see that, in large parts of the world, that disconnection. I know a lot of us have an addiction to this. This is not real, by the way, right? So I think there's great work to be done here. I'm hopeful that we can change it, and I absolutely am. But I'm really concerned if we don't. And that's again back sort of to your comment that happy that ICTR is putting this on the program. We need to have this as a sort of integral part of all the conversations that we have. Just on top of my mind. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just to kind of build on that. I think we're already seeing those side effects manifest. Despite our amazing material technological progress and the capabilities that we have now, and it's not slowing down, it's just going up. But despite those metrics of success and material sort of development, we're in a global polycrisis, so interacting, converging different crises. We're in a global mental health crisis. Apparently over 1 billion humans have now been diagnosed with an anxiety or depression disorder. And we've got multiple environmental crises. We've got climate change and biodiversity loss. And I feel like those are all expressions of this disconnect. And I feel that unless we can address that at its root and sort of shift our Western societal value system, no small feat granted, but unless we can do that and recalibrate our societal values, it's only going to get worse. So our kind of salvation really, I think, rests on that connection and facilitating it.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. Do we have time for a question from the audience? Nobody's saying no. Okay, yeah, we'll go with you, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much for bringing this up. It's so much for touching. So many questions, but we spoke briefly about the lack of nature availability for one people, and it's only getting worse. At the same time, some of you brought up the connection to somatics, and I'm wondering if that's something. One part of nature is always available to us in its own body, right? So even in a clinical setting, I wonder how, if a connection is being made between nature connectedness and somatic awareness, or how do you conceptualize this?
Yeah, no, it's so interesting. I have to mention my friend, Dr. Lindsay Branham. She has a paper explicitly looking at this, at the role of interoceptive bodily awareness and its link to emotions and one's connection to nature. So yeah, I think that's a really interesting kind of line of inquiry, sort of the physicality of our bodies being a nature connecting thing. But I would highly recommend, checking out her work. We can speak afterwards. I can link you to that.
Also related to that, there's a part of our body, part of ourself, that their primary window of knowing is through embodied emotion. Not just emotion, but embodied emotion, and knowing where that is. And if it just becomes, I think I have this emotion, rather than being into it and breathing in it, allow you to move through it, you're going to get stuck. So they're intricately, which is why I think we're seeing so much ecological anxiety, because people cannot be present to what's happened, can't be in their senses, can't slow down, can't actually allow the waves of grief that might be coming to do their medicine.
Yep.
Beautiful. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm afraid that's all we have time for, but do come and hound our panelists. I'm sure they won't mind.
Yep.
For most of its history, philosophy has tried to separate reason from metaphor. Plato thought that metaphor was deceptive and rhetorical. Thomas Hobbes said that metaphors are like will-o'-the-wisps, and reasoning upon them is like wandering amongst innumerable absurdities. And analytic philosophy prides itself on speaking literally, as opposed to the poetic, obscurist language of continental philosophy. But in the book, Philosophy in the Flesh, neuroscientist George Lakoff says that they are all wrong. In fact, philosophy is fundamentally metaphorical, and these metaphors contain hidden empirical assumptions which can be fact-checked by science. To understand why this claim is so radical, we first have to understand the traditional view of metaphor. According to this literalist view, metaphor is the incorrect use of language for rhetorical effect. Ordinary language consists of literal concepts which directly map onto features of the world. This means that words have proper senses, and in metaphor, they're not used in their proper sense. They map on imperfectly. Therefore, strictly speaking, metaphor is an exception to truth-oriented, unambiguous language. It's used merely for decoration. But what about the metaphorical expressions which literalist philosophers use? Well, these philosophers tend to think that metaphors can always be translated back into literal language if they need to be. In fact, they sometimes see this as the job of the philosopher, to demystify everyday expressions, to translate mystical language into ordinary language, and then ordinary language into symbolic logic. But what if philosophy never actually escaped metaphor? What if, as George Lakoff says, reason and philosophy are fundamentally metaphorical? What if metaphors are fundamental to thought? According to Lakoff, first-generation neuroscience was too attached to the assumptions of literalism. But second-generation neuroscience, by suspending these assumptions, allowed the empirical research to speak for itself, and overwhelmingly suggested that reason is fundamentally metaphorical. Metaphor is not just decorative, it's what gives all concepts their meaning. In Lakoff's words, various experimental studies have revealed an extensive system of metaphorical mappings underlies our thought processes, structuring some of the most basic categorizations we conventionally employ in conceptualizing the world. What he means by metaphor is that we understand one domain of experience through another, rather than understanding things directly. For example, we often speak of morality in terms of accounting, or of justice in terms of an unbalanced scale. But is that really where it ends, or is all philosophy built on metaphor? So, philosophy sees itself as using literal language, but Lakoff says our most fundamental concepts are already metaphorical. Let's see who's right. Perhaps we should begin with the concept of existence. On its surface, there doesn't seem to be anything metaphorical about it. But where did it draw its original meaning from? In Lakoff's words, Plato uses the common metaphor that existence is location here, according to which things come into existence and go out of existence. Plato calls the metaphorical location where existent things are located the realm of being. The realm of becoming is the region of metaphorical space where things in the process of coming into being are metaphorically located. These days, philosophers use the term existence, or the word is, without much reflection on what they really mean. But when we interrogate them, we find that they draw their meaning from the embodied experience of here-ness, which is of course very limited and subjective. From a literal perspective, the word existence should correspond to the quality of existence, that thing which all things have in common. But our use of the term draws its meaning from the embodied experience of here-ness, which all things do not have equally in common. It's also worth mentioning that there may be more than one original meaning of existence. Even such an unmetaphorical sounding word as the verb to be was generated from a metaphor. It originates from the Sanskrit bu, meaning to grow or make grow, while the English forms am and is have evolved from the same root as the Sanskrit asmi, to breathe. But not only can metaphor give us individual concepts such as existence, it can generate entirely new conceptual spaces. Take Heraclitus' invention of mental interiority. Before ancient Greece, no one spoke about the mind as having an inner space, but Heraclitus projects space onto the soul and creates that inner realm. Once the mind becomes a place, it can be entered, explored, traversed, and filled with objects. In other words, all of the properties of space and movement can be carried over into it. One metaphor generates an entire philosophical vocabulary. And as you can see, these aren't merely decorations. They're load-bearing structures on which later philosophy is built. It's also instructive to observe how entirely unempirical concepts are invented. Heraclitus doesn't discover an immaterial soul. He builds one. First he imagines the mind as a space. Then he imagines that that space extends forever. Once it has no edge, it begins to lose all of its material qualities. And there we have our sense of immateriality. What strikes me here is that Heraclitus does not deduce immateriality. He invents it. It's more of an imaginative and creative act. The actual philosophical method is closer to poetry. It's about weaving metaphors together. So, this section seems to undermine the popular self-conception of philosophy as using pure literal reason to capture directly the nature of reality. But where does that leave philosophy? Is it now a pointless endeavor? Where does this leave philosophy? So, if all philosophy is completely metaphorical, are all metaphors equally good or equally bad? Have we undermined philosophy's claim to truth and rigor? Lakoff thinks not. He says that there are more and less accurate metaphors, and that we can test them. For example, the metaphor that perceiving is receiving, that the mind passively receives the objects of perception through the senses. This metaphor seems rather innocent, but modern neuroscience has found it to be completely inaccurate. In reality, perception is anything but passive. A far better metaphor is that perceiving is an encounter. Nonetheless, despite the fact that neuroscience has debunked this passivity metaphor, it continues to be popular, even in modern philosophy, and Lakoff wants to challenge this. Philosophers have long assumed that their theories can only be challenged by reason, but Lakoff shows that their concepts contain hidden empirical assumptions, and these assumptions can be tested. Their metaphors can be fact-checked. So perhaps philosophy is not beyond the reach of science after all. Perhaps empiricism can deconstruct the a priori reasoning of philosophers. Anyway, where are we up to so far? So philosophy has imagined itself to be speaking literally. Lakoff has come along and said that it can't be because all thought is fundamentally metaphorical. And now he's introduced this idea that neuroscience can fact-check these metaphors. How about we apply this to modern philosophy? What metaphors does modern philosophy use? Now, you might wonder whether the ancients were simply more poetic than modern philosophers, and perhaps modern philosophy has outgrown this way of thinking. Lakoff thinks not. He says that modern philosophers have simply become blind to the fact that they're using metaphors. The most dominant contemporary strand of philosophy is analytic philosophy. And besides the many metaphors that it has inherited, and without which it could not reason, there are three metaphors which define it. First, thought is language. Second, thought is mathematical calculation. And finally, the mind is a machine. These are not entirely independent ideas. They all converge on this idea of the mind as a computational machine. Thinking becomes calculation, concepts become symbols, and reasoning is just manipulating these symbols in your head. Take the metaphor, thought is mathematical calculation. One of the first people to use this metaphor was Thomas Hobbes. He said, reason is nothing but reckoning, that is, adding and subtracting. But this metaphor is not exclusive to philosophy. It's a very common sentiment to hear in everyday expressions, like, that doesn't add up, or just put two and two together, or that figures. The metaphor has become so familiar that it barely feels like a metaphor at all. It implies that just as mathematical calculation proceeds mechanically and step by step, so does reasoning. It follows from this that anything reasonable should be stateable in formal terms, in symbolic logic or mathematical logic. This is why early analytic philosophy believed that ordinary language was too vague and imprecise. Bertrand Russell famously said that rigorous reasoning should be carried out through mathematical logic. After all, if reason really is a form of calculation, then philosophy should aspire to become mathematics, and my kind of philosophy would be relegated to poetry. The second metaphor, and the one largely responsible for the linguistic turn in philosophy, is the metaphor that thought is language. According to this metaphor, thinking is fundamentally an inner monologue. Concepts are linguistic, and reasoning is manipulating words inside one's own head. If this metaphor is true, then language is not simply one way that we express thought. It is what thought fundamentally consists of. Now, these two metaphors already give us a partial view of how modern philosophy sees thought and reason. But are the metaphors true? If thought is not language and thought is not mathematical calculation, then what is it? Where does reason actually come from? Where does reason actually come from? Lakoff's answer is that reason grows out of the body. And he's quick to say that this is not just the innocuous and obvious claim that we need a body to reason. Rather, it is the striking claim that the very structure of reason comes from the details of our embodiment. But that's kind of strange, because philosophy has always treated reason as entirely separate from the body. Traditional philosophy has spoken about the mind as made up of distinct faculties. We have reason, imagination, perception, memory. And perhaps perception can inform reason, and movement can be a consequence of reason. But never before have philosophers suggested that reason is an outgrowth of our sensory motor system. Even in the sciences, up until today, it has been assumed that our capacity for reason is entirely independent of our motor and visual systems. But second-generation neuroscience has established that our most fundamental concepts emerge out of embodied experience. We speak of grasping an idea because understanding borrows its meaning from the feeling of physically grasping objects. Even the word understanding originally meant to stand amongst. To know was to be immersed in the thing you were knowing. Another embodied experience, giving meaning to a concept. So we know that the motor and visual systems can be put to use for reasoning, but still modern philosophers treat reason as a faculty which is entirely autonomous and independent of those other faculties. So Lakoff asks, if evolution could reuse existing sensory motor structures in the brain for abstract reasoning, as we've already seen that it can, why would it build an entirely new part of the brain for this reason faculty from scratch? Evolution almost always repurposes existing structures rather than building entirely new ones. This suggests that reason is not an entirely separate faculty. It's an outgrowth from our sensory motor capacities. A simple thought experiment makes this easier to see. Imagine a perfectly spherical creature floating in a universe without gravity. It would have no experience of up or down, of backward or forward, of deep or shallow. It wouldn't be able to grasp anything. All of these experiences, which give meaning to our concepts, would be absent for it. The point is that the way we reason depends on the kind of body we have, not our minds. Change the body, and you change the concepts available to reason. And this embodied picture doesn't merely give us an alternative theory of reason. It also gives us a way of evaluating the metaphors we encountered in the last section. Take the metaphor that thought is mathematical calculation. If this were really true, we should expect to see people reasoning using symbolic logic or probabilistic logic. But decades of cognitive science show that they generally do not. Mathematical logic is a useful tool, but it does not reflect the true nature of human reasoning itself. It therefore does not follow that rigorous reasoning can only occur in formal systems, such as mathematical logic. Bertrand Russell was wrong. The same is true of the metaphor thought is language. Language is obviously one way that we think, but it's not the only way, and it's not the foundation of thought. Not all thought takes the form of an internal monologue. We have embodied concepts before we have the words for them. For example, animals, children, and oral societies all are thought to think in pictures more than in words. With these two metaphors behind us, we can finally return to the bigger picture metaphor, that the mind is a machine, or more specifically, that the mind is a computer program and that the brain is the hardware. According to this metaphor, the brain is merely the platform on which reason runs. Any brain with enough computing power would run the same reasoning program, no matter what kind of body the organism has. So from this point of view, reason is disembodied. But as modern neuroscience has proven, reason is not disembodied, and first-generation neuroscience and analytic philosophy has completely misunderstood the origin of reason. But I don't want to give the impression that analytic philosophy is the only victim of Lakoff's attack. Perhaps the kind of philosophy which analytic philosophy sees itself as most opposed to is post-structuralism. Roughly speaking, analytic philosophy claims that language mirrors the world, whereas post-structuralism claims that language mirrors itself. Words don't derive their meaning from the world, they derive their meaning from their differences to other words. But if we're to believe Lakoff, who says that language actually mirrors the body, then both of these extremes, analytic philosophy and post-structuralism, are wrong. Perhaps the three most interesting takeaways from Lakoff's book are these. First, philosophy is deeply metaphorical, and this isn't a weakness. Metaphor is what enables us to do abstract thinking. So rather than trying to eliminate metaphor, perhaps philosophy should try to understand what metaphors it depends upon for its reasoning. Second, potentially, philosophy is not entirely out of the reach of science. If we're to believe Lakoff, the concepts that philosophy uses to reason can be empirically tested, and as we saw with the perceiving is receiving metaphor, they can be discarded. And finally, reason is embodied. It grows out of the kind of creatures that we are, and if we were to change our bodies, we would understand the world entirely differently. So the next time someone tells you that that argument is purely literal or purely logical, investigate what metaphors they're depending upon, and ask yourself, and maybe ask them, whether they think their reasoning would be the same if they were a perfectly spherical creature living in a universe without gravity. Anyway, there was a lot more in that book of interest. I wasn't able to include it, but I'm sure it will make its way into some of my other videos. And if you want to support me and make sure that I can keep making these videos, memberships are available, and they're the best way to guarantee that your comments are replied to, because I've been very bad at replying to comments. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. Please like and subscribe as well. Yeah.
I think we all know the story of when the Apostle Peter saw the Christ standing on top of the lake. Peter stepped out of the boat and began walking on the water out to him. And as he miraculously walked on the lake, he suddenly began to lose his footing and sink underneath the murky waters. And the reason for this sinking was caused by one thing: doubt. Why did you doubt is what he was asked. I think Christianity is very interesting and unique in this regard because, unlike many other systems, its major theme centers around this idea of doubt. There is no special technique, knowledge, or esoteric lifestyle required. All you have to do is believe, aka have faith, or simply put, eliminate doubt. I've come to understand that in some kind of way, this entire plane of existence we inhabit is made possible because of doubt. It is a domain of doubt. You see, the nature of doubt is a lack of trust or uncertainty. The uncertainty principle in physics is a living testimony to this fact. Doubt is fundamental to reality as we know it. There are all kinds of ways you can try to describe doubt. It is a lack of trust, uncertainty, disconnection, separation. The list goes on and on. In order to have a conversation about it without sounding too woo-woo, I use the language of missing information. And missing information is something more akin to a state of being. This state of being is what the Hindus call Maya. It is a plane of multiplicity and difference, because on a fundamental level, that's what difference is. To be separate, not like anything else, or unique. And this word unique is incredibly important. Different is freedom. Terence McKenna called it novelty. It is freedom from homogeneity, uniformity, previous patterns, etc. But this also means that it is by definition the creation of privacy. This privacy becomes missing information, uncertainty, or doubt. And this doubt is what facilitates subjectivity. Descartes showed us precisely this by doubting. He doubted everything he possibly could, and as he did, the world around him began to crumble. Everything shrunk down until he was the only thing that was left standing on an island. This island is his own subjectivity, the one thing that he couldn't doubt, himself. I think, therefore I am. It is I amness. The Abrahamic God which appeared to Moses, referred to as Adonai by the Jews, I am that I am. Conscious self-awareness, self-reflection. The Gnostic proposition of thought thinking itself. I think, therefore I am. Or the universe experiencing itself, as the New Agers tend to say. Subjectivity is its own little universe. The existence of this universe necessitates a separation of sorts. There is a gap. I guess we refer to this gap as space. We say there is a space in between us, or missing information as I call it. And you could say nature, this thing we all call nature, is the process of how this gap is bridged. I want to quickly announce a special project I'm working on. I'm making a premium digital experience where you're able to travel and learn the 3,000 years of history behind esotericism, where, as you progress, all the pieces are put together and the dots are connected. If you want early access, it's invite only. We will send the invite via email, so if you're interested, register at paramind.org. It's free. Once you give your email, that's all you need to do. This is the first thing of its kind. We're going to make history with this, so you don't want to miss out. Register at paramind.org. Link is in the description. Nature is some kind of a network, and we are like nodes within it. These nodes are connected via language. This is how the gap is bridged. It's pattern, connection, information, and relationships. Signal travels across this space to link or connect the nodes. In mathematics, these connections are called morphisms, but we will talk about that shortly. Now, on a fundamental level, language is the manifestation of thought. Or you could say thought is the fundamental language, or something like that. There is no difference between thinking something and it happening at the highest level of abstraction. And to the entity that is quote-unquote speaking or thinking, it is indistinguishable from creation. It is the transformation of the unknown to known, or the manifestation of potential, as I put it. It is how nothing becomes something. This is what creativity is. God, or consciousness, or the foundational mind, or whatever, is doing just that, creating something from nothing. Potential is becoming manifest. Funnily enough, the name of the Abrahamic God Adonai can be translated as I am that I am, or that which creates. I've mentioned before that from the perspective of the imagination, nothing is real, including the things that we believe are real. But from the perspective of the logos, everything is real, including the things that we only believe are imaginary. And likewise, from the perspective of the imagination, we are only remembering what was forgotten. We are rediscovering and never truly creating. But from the perspective of the logos, it is creating as it speaks. It's sort of making it up as it goes along. However, speaking doesn't really just mean literal mouth noises, like how I'm doing now. Now, speaking for God, if you want to call it that, would be something akin to thinking. This is the closest word we currently have to describe it. It is thought, mind. And we are thought that thinks about thought itself, or the universe experiencing itself, or however you want to look at it. As I mentioned in previous videos, we are in an event space defined by infinity, and it's characterized by ignorance, the unknown, mystery, missing information, doubt. It is potentiality. Nature is systematically processing this potential or trying to illuminate this darkness. This is literally true when you look at our biology. Our physical bodies develop senses in order to try and illuminate this space. Just imagine how much information was missing before nature developed photoreceptors and eyes. The entire domain of light information was completely out of the picture. And even now that we can interact with light, it is still only a sliver of the spectrum. I'm sure, you've kind of heard this trope before. Interestingly, there is a big spiritual motif that we can't just seem to get away from. We can't help but be convinced there is a kind of all-seeing eye. Most people call it, the truth or God, or, a kind of perfect knowledge. Even atheists believe this. They just think that science will eventually uncover all there is to know, and rather than the bearded man in the sky, it will be us who are all knowing. It's still a belief in a kind of God at the end of the day. They just switch who's in the seat. That is some kind of, Faustian dream, Faustian powerless. It's the belief in a perfect form of perception, which no information is able to hide from. Hide is the important part, because once again, it is all about this idea of missing information, hiding, and privacy. When Adam and Eve entered into their new form of consciousness after they ate of the fruit, the first thing they did was hide. They tried to hide from the all-seeing eye. It was the creation of privacy. But it didn't work because privacy is some kind of an illusion. This plane of closeness, difference, and plurality is illusory. This is Maya. That's what the word Maya literally means. It means illusion. It's impossible to talk about this kind of stuff without mentioning the psychedelic experience. And one of the trademarks of the psychedelic experience is the feeling of oneness, that somehow everything is connected, but so connected that it is secretly one thing. I say it's infinite interconnectivity. People sometimes say in these states they can sort of be anything and be anywhere, and there is a reason for that. It's because the eschatological motif we see in every mode of thought, whether it be rationalist science with entropy, psychedelics, or plain old spiritual Armageddon, it is the removal of boundaries. This removal of boundaries, which I call the imagination, is echoing and reverberating throughout reality. You could even say it's traveling backwards through time, but we won't go full schizo on this video. This echo is manifested in many ways in the human metaphysical vision. For example, one of the common beliefs in some of these esoteric spaces is that human consciousness is evolving towards a kind of telepathy. That telepathy is some kind of latent feature of consciousness, which they believe is being reactivated as we march forward. But if you pay attention, all telepathy is the removal of the privacy of your own thoughts. It is the removal of boundary. This idea of telepathy is like a lower dimensional slice or shadow of what's really occurring. Kind of how sweetness is only one aspect of a fruit. It's just a slice of it. I say instead of telepathy, it's something like empathy. You see, in order for me to communicate with you across this gap or space in between us, my thoughts have to literally be transmuted by reality as they pass through 3D space. They originate from a place which can't be described, and then they become bioelectric brain information, which is then turned into mechanical waves by the mouth. And if you're standing right in front of me, this process is reversed when it hits your ears. However, if we are using technology, it goes on an even more complicated journey as it travels through these varying electronic systems, computer chips and transistors and whatnot. This is a very clunky process. The clunkiness of this process is determined by how many interactions have to take place in between the beginning and end. It is the information in between us, the way that this gap is bridged. But in theory, if we could remove all of the mediums which separate my mind from yours, it would be the direct transmission of not just thought, but meaning itself. But the real catch here is that at that point, what's the difference between me and you? If I'm able to think all of your thoughts and have all of your feelings, then effectively I am you. This is true empathy, the ability to step directly into someone else's perspective. This is the same thing as becoming someone else. This inkling towards telepathy, or this belief in telepathy, is really just an echo of the imagination, this boundaryless state. We also see this, in the sciences with, rather than telepathy, teleportation, the ability to just poof and be anywhere. It's all about information. What we've been doing as a species, you could say, we are finding ways for information to travel faster and faster. We were walking, then we discovered, domesticated animals, horses. Then it was the automobile. Now it's the airplane. You can hop in a plane and go anywhere. We are striving towards some kind of mode of being where information travels so fast that it really isn't traveling at all. This is all the imagination pulling us towards it. We are heading deeper into it, as I say. This boundaryless state is some kind of pure empathy. That's what empathy is really getting at here. We don't appear to be capable of true empathy. It is an ideal, kind of like love. We strive towards it, but always fall short, like how platonic forms can only be approximated. We view empathy as, how would I feel if event A happened to me? True empathy is realizing that event A is happening to me because, once again, this idea of me is an illusion of privacy. This is why the greatest commandment given was to love your neighbor as yourself. However, there is a paradoxical catch. Well, maybe it isn't a paradoxical catch, but it's certainly disturbing. If you pay attention, empathy is a reenactment of death. To embody another perspective or to become someone else is to forfeit your own life. There is something about this concept of death that is doing something to us. It is always the big elephant in the room. We walk through the valley of its shadow. Death is maximum entropy, which is the loss of boundaries, which is the absence of identity. But I'm convinced that death isn't the end. Death is a kind of cosmic metaphysical junction that has everything to do with doubt. It is missing information, the missing information, the great mystery, and we are processing it. We are ultimately processing our own death. Our lives are the story of how we died. It is the transmutation of information from its origin to its destination. The information in between which connects the nodes. The same way that information has to go on a hero's journey from me to you, we are information that's going on a journey from the beginning to the end, whatever that is. The crazy thing is somehow we are the very thing we are afraid of. This is what the real meat and potatoes of this video is about. What I mean by this is there is a ghost which lies underneath the clothing of language, and this ghost is self-identifying. I'll explain what I mean by this. Reality is pattern, connection, information, and relationships. This is my catchphrase at this point. And within mathematics, there is a new blossoming branch or field called category theory. It has become important in many different applications and disciplines like computer science, kind of how there is set theory, which is really pivotal in the area of statistics. I remember taking that in college. And obviously, something with a name like set or category theory rings off alarm bells in my head because sets and categories are how knowledge works. And within category theory, there is a concept called the Yoneda lemma. The Yoneda lemma essentially states that you can gain knowledge of something by knowing all of its interactions with other things. And when I came across this concept, I saw it was a great tool for illustrating the point I've been trying to make. People ask all of the time, what is the purpose of all of this stuff? All of the metaphysics and trying to figure out how reality works. What's the point? And I always thought this was an unfair question because the answer comes off as if you're trying to dodge the question, but the answer is you. No one can give you the answer because you are the answer, and it's not woo-woo mumbo jumbo. It all circles back to identification, your identity, or as Carl Jung puts it, it is the realization of the self. I call it destiny. Perhaps it's all just another way of saying the soul, but this is what it's all about, manifesting your destiny. If we circle back to the Yoneda lemma, you can gain the identity of something by ascertaining all of its interactions. It's like a slick method of reverse engineering. To identify the subject, you fill in all information around it, like when you fill in all of the puzzle pieces until the last one is the only piece left. By looking at the gap, you can then see the identity of the missing piece. You see the outline or silhouette. This silhouette is the ghost I'm referring to that is wearing clothes. It is the clothing of language. It's missing information that is found by seeing how it connects or relates to everything else, by how it bumps into other things, like throwing flour over a ghost. These interactions are language. In category theory, they call them morphisms. It is how one thing connects to something else. Interaction is what it means for something to exist for us or to quote unquote happen. Remember, it is pattern, connection, information, and relationships. It is interaction, aka measurement, which collapses the wave function in physics. This is how possibility manifests. The reason why the one or the monad or the source is beyond our comprehension is because it is singular, or what we perceive as singularity. Radical otherness is the purest form of difference. It is the archetypal alien or UFO. It doesn't interact with anything, and that is a state of being which makes no sense to us, at least right now. It is completely free. I say it's free energy. Energy which isn't bound by language, but at the same time, complete freedom is total isolation, no attachment, anesthesia. We commonly experience this as loneliness. Now, as Descartes doubts, the world crumbles around him until he becomes an island. This is because relationships are like the actual paint on the canvas of our lives. I mean, I've personally experienced this. We all have. If you've ever moved anywhere new, you feel lonely because you have no relationships. You are sort of just existing in your room. There is no spark, no fun. You have to go out and fill your life with interactions because our lives are defined by our relationships to people, places, things, events. It's all relationships. This is how we know we exist. It's like the Yoneda lemma. On a more literal level, this is what senses are. I talked about this. You only know you exist because you have senses. Senses are how we interact, intersect, or bump into our environment. Without it, you have no capacity for any knowledge whatsoever. It would be a blank canvas, literal anesthesia, emptiness, or a ghost. I don't know what this ghost is, but this is what we are or where we come from, and it is where we are going. It is, as the ancient philosopher Plotinus says, it is the flight of the alone to the alone. There is a dualistic paradox between total empathy and complete isolation. But as you should know by now, the truth lies in the ooey gooey center. Life is the assimilation of otherness. I say it is the infiltration of the imagination into reality, or the absorption of potential. The future is sort of being downloaded and concretized. This radical other is being processed bit by bit. Otherwise, it would be too much. Novelty is being systematically captured in this fractally configurated network of nodes. It is forming the living body of what we all refer to as the past, but I call it memory. The spooky thing about it is it's alive. An entity lives inside it, or it is the body of said entity, which I refer to as the locos. It's like the idea of form. In order for form to enter this domain, it has to put on a kind of spacesuit, like how we have to wear pressurized suits in outer space or our bodies will just pop. However, this suit that form wears is matter itself, or more accurately, language. Perhaps you can view it as processes. Maybe that, helps you conceptualize it. Form passes through a temporal dimension and dons itself in processes like a suit. And when it exits stage left, it takes it off. You see this in the old ship of Theseus thought experiment. The reason why you can keep replacing the boards of the ship and have the same boat is because the boards are just the clothing that the boat is wearing. It's like a perfect case study in how forms work. If you suddenly took a giant wrecking ball and destroyed the boat, the form doesn't die. Forms don't die. They are eternal, at least supposedly. What happens is it just no longer participates in time. It no longer exists in this temporal dimension. The processes it wears as its body fall apart. Time ends for it. And the same applies to us. When the processes of your body fall apart, your heartbeat, cell replication, your metabolism, when that stops, so does your participation in time, and the ghost is all that's left, or the form. This ghost is on some kind of cosmic adventure, and it is only passing through this temporal dimension, kind of like a liquid in a distillation apparatus. When it exits out of this temporal plane, to us it looks like death, but death is like a curtain that is hiding something behind it. This all has something to do with hidden information. If you want to say that death is a curtain which hides some other plane behind it, be my guest. This is kind of what people say takes place within the psychedelic experience, that you enter into some kind of post-death phase space or hyperspace. Dying, psychosis, the psychedelic experience, it's all related. They are siblings. For example, not knowing what day it is or the year or who's the president, these are all the main indicators of psychosis. And it's also a lack of participation in time. You are no longer wearing the processes which sustain the group body we call culture. The real explanation for all of these phenomena is the imagination. Some kind of way mind cannot see itself. It can only see itself in otherness, which is what the imagination is. It's like how you never actually see Mercury or a mirror. You only see what it reflects. And mind is trying to see itself for what it is via how it interacts with its own otherness. And it has been interacting since the beginning of time. The beginning of time is interaction itself. These interactions form the structure of our universe. We can see these interactions all the way down to the quantum language right now, but it's doing it on the level of human behavior as well. This is what most people still don't realize. realize we actually have a word for these interactions. We call them decisions. Decisions are how we interact. This is what it feels like to us. And decisions aren't just, these obvious dilemmas like the trolley problem. It's not like it has to be some fork in the road scenario where you have to choose left or right. You could say that those are just big or complex decisions. Decisions are literally everything you do. It's like a quanta of time or something. You could have paused this video to go make a sandwich, but you didn't. You can pick your nose right now, but you aren't, hopefully. Decisions are happening at every instance of time, and essentially, they are time. Decisions are attention. And time is like the rate at which you can pay attention, or how much information that can be processed at once. This is why time seems to behave differently when you are concentrating or having fun, etc. Time is a rate of change, and what it means for something to change is to notice. It is for your attention to be disrupted. Nothing happens until it is made conscious or brought to attention. I mean, that is how we phrase it. Each decision is like a relationship or connection you form with reality. It's how you bump into it. The sum total of your relationships and interactions is like a genetic sequence or a code which forms your identity. Your behavior is the language of your life. A simple way of putting it is your life story shows the essence of who you are. In Platonism, this is literally called the essence of an object. I mean, this is how they phrase it. All of the ways an object relates to its environment or the properties it had add up to create its essence. And this is something that we intuit naturally. When you ask someone to tell me a bit about yourself, they begin to tell you their story. They say, I did this, I tried that, I enjoyed this, I hated that. The yourself that you are trying to describe is the ghost. As you move through time, the architecture of this identity is constructed until it can no longer do so. Then it becomes your destiny, who you are. It was everything you did, thought, and felt. But it's probably the opposite. It's everything you felt, then thought, then did, because feeling appears to be the driver of the vehicle of behavior. It's feeling or emotions or meaning. I'm not really quite sure the best word to use here. I mean, when you really think about it, emotions are like the bookmarks for your life story. That's how you remember. You remember things and events which are associated with a feeling. You could call it biology's natural highlighting system. Whitehead talks about this process of concrescence. This is kind of what I'm trying to describe. Each interaction is a concrescence. I say it is the fruit of a possibility seed. He calls them actual entities. It's like out of the infinite ways it could have been, it was that particular way in that particular instance. These instances can be viewed as a node or a monad or a point or an actual entity or even a thought. I call them destiny. When something becomes, it actualizes its destiny. It is in the terminal state of maximized potential. It is the emergent property which springs forth from the totality of its interactions. You could say it has its own unique frequency, aka identity. I think a good way of painting this picture is color theory, pun intended. Did you know that there are actually an infinite amount of colors? That's how much variation there is in frequency, just like how there's an infinite amount of numbers between 1 and 2. 1.0001 is a color and 1.0002 is another color. Each number is its own unique identity that isn't like anything else. It is its own color. Even if you use Goethe's model, the way that color is derived is from interaction between light and dark. There are an endless amount of ways they can interact, and every interaction produces a new color because all interaction is novel. Simply put, it is impossible for anything to happen and for something new to not occur. This is why they're having so much trouble navigating wave function collapse in physics. The superposition is potential that hasn't manifested yet, so nothing happens until it does. Everything that happens is the manifestation of destiny. You could say every interaction gives birth to a new child. This child is the fruit of the possibility seed I keep referring to. It's something that is, and in order for it to be, it has to be. And being requires it to have an identity, to be unique, to have its own frequency in its own little universe. It's kind of like those oscillators. I don't know if you've seen them, where they start slow or at a lower frequency and the image is hard to make out. As it speeds up, the image becomes clearer. This clear image or identification is made possible by the crystallization of the distinct parts. The nodes become connected and information is able to travel so fast that it looks like it isn't traveling at all, aka matter is frozen light, as David Bohm says. This light speed action forms a weird solid state, like reality is a solid state drive. And I keep saying that the future is being downloaded. However, physics poo-poos this idea away for somewhat of a good reason, because whether he knew it or not, Bohm was actually talking about thought. It's not that matter is frozen light. Matter is crystallized thought or exteriorized thought. Science has kind of accepted that matter is more of a philosophical concept rather than some quote-unquote real thing. Thought or mind has something to do with the properties of light, but not light as in, literal photons. It's more so light as a concept, like matter. What matter is this boundless, radiant light being bound. I say it's like catching lightning in a bottle. It's locked into a pattern and it puts on clothes. I'm not one of these fancy philosophers. I don't have a strict dictionary of terms or formulate these vast, complex metaphysical systems. I tell you exactly what I see. I'm sort of just translating, I guess. You could call it the essence of an object, form, the soul. Heck, you can even call it your style, if that helps you process what I'm telling you. It's your uniqueness. Remember that word? I said it was important. It is the identity or its whatness, what it's called. Somehow to name something is to create. It is an act of creation. Abracadabra, I create as I speak. In the beginning was the word, let there be, and there was. And the magnitude of this process is unfathomable. You see, one of the existential questions people have who make it this far in their journey is, why do things happen to be the way they are when they can be any other way? It's because they are every other way as well. And this is when people start to talk about, the multiverse and what have you. But I think the multiverse is really more of a metaphor than anything else. It's kind of impossible to talk about this phenomenon without using linguistic tools like the many-world hypothesis. I say we are in a field of infinite potential, which is seeding possibility. You see, anything can be virtually anything. It is mind which gives it its specific identity at any given moment. Once again, that's what a moment is, interaction. You call it something and capture it in the net of language like a butterfly. For example, you can have a stick, but is it a stick? This stick can be a crutch or a cane, a weapon, a musical instrument, a tool. The list just goes on and on and on. Mind interacts with it as it desires in that instant, and in that instant, the object becomes its destiny, the thing that it is, and in that instance, it's nothing else. These objects or these actual entities are actually an emotion or a feeling or meaning. Remember, it was what the stick meant to you in that moment that determined its identity. After this interaction, the instance then becomes a part of the network we call the past. But I call it memory, and memory is like the psychic body of the logos. So in the end, the logos is doing the same thing we are. It's processing emotions, complex emotions. This is what I mean when I say that that the totality of your behavior collapses into a single object. That's what we do when we identify anything. All of its behavior forms a structure that is greater than the sum of its parts. I can only describe this process as it being some kind of harmony. It's like the name of a song or a piece of music is the identity of the entire sequence. Each note is its own identity, which harmonize to form greater identities. This is how language stacks and becomes super symbols. Notes form chords, which form chord progressions, which form songs, which form albums, and so on and so forth. To speak is to exteriorize meaning or feeling. The Abrahamic God created by speaking, but the catch is that each creation wasn't complete until it saw that it was good. It saw how it felt on the inside, represented in front of it. It was some kind of resonance between the external reality and the internal world. The word then becomes flesh. It is taken from the inside and placed outside. It's as I always say, consciousness is turning inside out. That's another one of my catchphrases. Carl Jung phrases it as the unconscious becoming conscious. Consciousness is just attention. It is interaction, to collapse potential into the actual. I'd say that the simplest way to define what the unconscious is, it's that which isn't paid attention to. It's something that hasn't been brought to attention, as I mentioned. It is the place that is outside of the bounds of time, because no attention equals no time. The unconscious is the bottom portion of the iceberg that we don't see. And this iceberg is emerging from beneath the murky waters of doubt like a UFO, and the unconscious will be made conscious. The unseen will be seen. The forgotten will be remembered. All of the potential will be used up, and the imagination will become realized. And the form this will take, who knows? I mean, anyone who claims to know is probably some kind of snake oil salesman that's trying to get one over on you. I guess this event would be something like pure consciousness, or, the singularity, the transcendental object, or perfection, or whatever. This is what I call the crystal palace at the end of time. All that will be left is the architecture of identity itself, a true identity, or the realization of the self, as Jung puts it. Finding out who or what we are. And that realization is so startling, it scares us to death.
The capacities by which we can gain insights into higher worlds lie dormant within each one of us. Mystics, Gnostics, and Theosophists have always spoken of a world of soul and spirit that is as real to them as the world we can see with our eyes and touch with our hands. All we need to know is how to begin to develop these faculties for ourselves. No one who seeks sincerely will find barriers to achieving knowledge of the higher worlds, for initiation will find the seeker, whatever the circumstances. There is a universal law among initiates, that the knowledge due a seeker cannot be withheld. But there is also another universal law, that esoteric knowledge may not be imparted to anyone not qualified to receive it. These two laws form the spiritual bond that unites all initiates. In his book, How to Know Higher Worlds, Austrian philosopher and esotericist Rudolf Steiner describes the inner work required for developing spiritual perception. While we perceive the physical world through our ordinary senses, Steiner states that the supersensible world can be perceived through what he calls spiritual organs of perception. These faculties lie dormant within us and can be awakened through specific exercises and practices. Insight into the higher worlds is not impractical, but rather practical to the highest degree. Such experiences do not alienate us from life. Rather, they give us renewed strength to carry out our daily duties. Steiner emphasizes that reading a description of soul development requires more than simply understanding the contents of a book. We must also put what we read into practice and make it part of our inner life. The decision to undertake such development must arise freely from within. No one can be compelled to follow this path. He writes, above all, we must eradicate the belief that only bizarre and mysterious practices lead to higher knowledge. We must be clear that development begins with the feelings and thoughts we live with all the time, but that these feelings and thoughts must be given a new, unaccustomed direction. We must say to ourselves, within my own feelings and thoughts, the highest mysteries lie concealed, but until now I have not perceived them. In the final analysis, everything is based on the simple fact that, though we carry body, soul, and spirit about with us, we are conscious only of the body. The esoteric student must become as conscious of soul and spirit as the ordinary person is of his or her body. We cannot grow spiritually unless we develop a profound feeling that is something higher than ourselves. Those who have reached higher knowledge found the strength to do so because they first fill their hearts with reverence, devotion, and humility. Only a person who has passed through the gate of humility can ascend to heights of spirit. Higher knowledge does not come from revering people, but from revering truth and insight. If we wish to become esoteric students, we must cultivate an attitude of devotion by seeking, in everything around us and in every experience, something worthy of admiration. This cannot be learned through study alone. It can only be learned through life. When we need other people and criticize their weaknesses, we rob ourselves of our own capacity for higher knowledge. But when we lovingly recognize the good qualities of others, we cultivate those same virtues within ourselves. Such an attitude must not remain merely external. It must become part of our thoughts. We must guard against disrespectful, disparaging, and criticizing thoughts. The first task of spiritual development is not the attainment of higher knowledge, but developing inner peace and self-control. We should therefore set aside time each day for quiet reflection. Mastery of our personal hardships is not achieved by withdrawal from the world. Rather, we retreat so that we can better serve. When we turn inward in reflection, we often find ourselves overwhelmed by the concerns of daily life. Therefore, we must go through a kind of soul hygiene. One way to begin is by reflecting on past experiences, especially those that have been difficult. Over time, this helps us distinguish the important from the unimportant in our lives. We should also learn to observe our experiences and actions as though they belong to another person, viewing ourselves with inner calm and objectivity. We should quietly pursue inner development while continuing to fulfill our ordinary duties, unnoticed by the world. A particularly important exercise recommended by Steiner is known as Rückschau, literally looking back, or the backward review. Each night before sleep, we should review the events of the day in reverse order, from night to morning. It is not necessary to remember every detail, but rather to observe ourselves as if we were another person. Life should become more and more a lesson. By freeing our thinking from the ordinary sequence of events, we are no longer passively remembering the past. We are actively guiding our thoughts and inner images through an act of will. For Steiner, this ability to consciously direct our inner activity is an important faculty for attaining higher knowledge. Subsequent exercises lead us beyond our personal concerns to a deeper understanding of what is universally human. Steiner calls these concentration and meditation. Concentration means that we focus our attention on particular mental pictures and concepts connected with the mysteries of the cosmos. Meditation means living in such ideas, immersing ourselves in them, in accordance with the instructions. For Steiner, meditation is not about emptying the mind or losing ourselves to vague feelings. Rather, thinking must become clear and precise. In this way, meditation becomes a path to supersensible knowledge, which leads us to behold the eternal, indestructible, and essential center of our being. We may persevere with meditation for a long time without noticeable results. Then, suddenly, the world seems filled with an inner light. We become aware of a higher self that stands apart from our ordinary self. A second life begins for us, not one that alienates us from the world, but one that enriches it. Through meditation, we come to see that even the most trivial tasks and experiences are woven together with great cosmic beings and world events. As a result, our life takes on a whole new meaning, knowing that our work and suffering participate in something far larger than ourselves. Therefore, we must not undervalue the everyday affairs of life. Key to understanding Steiner's work is his description of the three fundamental forces of the soul: thinking, feeling, and willing. Thinking forms our concepts and ideas, and is most closely connected with waking consciousness. Feeling gives experience its tone of pleasure or displeasure, and has a dreamlike character. Willing expresses itself through impulses and actions, and lies largely in the unconscious, like dreamless deep sleep. Thinking and willing are the two opposite poles of the soul, with feeling between them. Although these three forces exist in everyone, they do not develop equally. One may predominate over the others, but in ordinary consciousness, they remain interwoven and mutually influence one another. According to Steiner, there are three stages of esoteric training: preparation, in which we cultivate the inner qualities needed for spiritual perception; illumination, in which the spiritual world begins to reveal itself; and initiation, in which we enter into a conscious relationship with higher spiritual beings. In the stage of preparation, we begin cultivating our lives of feeling and thinking by directing our attention to the processes of life and death. Life grows and flourishes, death withers and fades away. These two processes are present throughout nature. Instead of rushing from one sense impression to the next, we should allow these impressions to remain with us, becoming inwardly completely still, and attending to the thoughts and feelings they awaken in the soul. We should not try to determine what things mean with a speculative mind, but should let things themselves tell us their meaning. Whoever repeatedly contemplates the processes of growth and flourishing will feel something faintly resembling the sensation of watching the sunrise. Processes of withering and dying, on the other hand, produce an experience comparable to watching the slow rise of the moon. Cultivated through practice, these two feelings can lead to the most significant spiritual effects. The calm cultivated in meditation gradually transforms our everyday life. We become more peaceful, less prone to fear, anger, and impatience, and increasingly learn to guide ourselves instead of being tossed about by external influences. Students of occult or hidden knowledge must also direct their attention to the world of sounds, coming from animals and human beings. We should immerse ourselves in this otherness, uniting our feelings with pleasure or pain expressed in the sound, regardless of whether it is agreeable or disagreeable to us. Gradually, we acquire the faculty of merging, as it were, with the being that produced the sound. In time, nature begins to whisper its secrets to us through its sounds, and we begin to hear not only with our ears, but with our souls. Particularly important on the path to higher knowledge is learning to listen to other people when they speak. We must quiet our own thoughts and feelings, and refrain from immediate agreement or disagreement. Instead of rushing to express our own views, we learn to listen patiently and suspend judgment, remembering that where we have already formed a conclusion, we cannot learn anything. When these exercises are practiced regularly, the perception of what Steiner calls the inner word awakens. He writes, "Truths are gradually revealed to us out of the spiritual world. We hear ourselves spoken to spiritually. All higher truths are attained only through such inward prompting." In the stage of illumination, Steiner proposes meditative exercises that slowly awaken spiritual organs of perception. We begin by observing stones, plants, and animals. The stone has a form. The animal also has a form. The stone stays peacefully in its place. The animal changes its place. It is instinct or desire that moves the animal to change its place. Instincts are also served by the animal's form. Stones, on the other hand, are shaped by a force that is without desire. The plant lies somewhere between the two. Through the stage of illumination, our spiritual eyes, as it were, are opened. Steiner describes perceiving spiritual colors associated with the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, as well as with supersensible beings. The range of colors in the higher worlds is immeasurably greater than in the physical world. These are not the colors seen with our physical eyes, but inner experiences that resemble the impression particular colors make on us. For Steiner, the spiritual world is not an ethereal or transparent replica of the physical sense world. It has its own forms and is perceived in a fundamentally different way. We must remember this if we wish to develop true spiritual perception, or else we would be confused in the worst way. Steiner gives us a simple exercise that, when practiced with the right attitude, can have profound effects. We hold in our hands a small seed from a plant and carefully observe its physical properties. Then we think, this seed, if planted in the ground, will grow into a complex plant. We visualize this plant. Then we think, what I now visualize in my imagination, forces of earth and light will later in reality grow forth from this small seed. But if it were an artificial seed, no matter how perfect it looked, it could never grow into a plant. From this, we arrive at a deeper thought. Within the seed already lies concealed what, as the force of the whole plant, later grows out of it. The artificial copy of the seed has no such force. Yet, to my eyes, both the seeds look the same. Therefore, the real seed contains something invisible that is absent in the copy. Thoughts and feelings should now focus on this invisible reality. We imagine that this invisible force will one day become the visible plant, whose color and form we will be able to see before us. We should hold the thought, the invisible will become visible. If I were unable to think, then what later becomes visible could not announce itself to me now. As far as our physical senses are concerned, an entity comes into being with birth and passes away with death. But this is only because the outer senses cannot perceive the hidden spirit. For the spirit, birth and death are merely transformations. Whatever we think during meditation must also be felt with intensity and experienced peacefully. Steiner emphasizes that we must remain clear-headed and down to earth at all times to avoid falling into daydreaming. The slower path of inner discipline is the safest and most reliable. Steiner writes, pursuing a path of esoteric training should never lead to any sudden change in one's life situation. If we want real results, we must have patience. We must be able to stop the exercises after just a few minutes and continue with our daily work as usual. We must not let the thoughts of our exercises mingle with our work. Whoever has not learned to wait in the noblest and best sense of the word is unsuited to esoteric work and will never achieve results of any real value. Once the first signs of spiritual perception arise, we can begin to contemplate the longings and desires of other people. Through much focus and practice, Steiner says we are able to experience the inner soul state of the person we are contemplating, and we perceive an image of that desire through spiritual vision. Before attempting this, we must work sincerely on our moral character, letting go of any desire to use spiritual knowledge for personal advantage, and resolving never to use any power gained over others for selfish or harmful purposes. For Steiner, the golden rule of the occult sciences is, for every step you take in seeking knowledge of hidden truths, you must take 3 steps in perfecting your character toward the good. Initiation is the third and final stage in attaining higher knowledge. It bestows upon us knowledge and abilities that would otherwise be acquired only after many incarnations. The trials of initiation arise naturally once the soul has practiced the earlier exercises correctly. The first trial is known as the fire trial. Through a process of spiritual burning away, the student begins to perceive qualities previously veiled from his or her physical senses. An occult script is then revealed, expressing the secrets of the supersensible world beyond the limits of ordinary language. Through it, one learns to read the spiritual laws expressed in nature. The second trial is the water trial. Here we can no longer be supported by outer circumstances, just as we lose the ground beneath our feet when swimming in deep water. We must discover our duty by reading the occult script. Above all, we must develop a reliable power of judgment and learn to distinguish truth from illusion. All preconceptions and cherished beliefs must disappear. Truth alone must guide us. The third trial is the air trial. It is without any tangible or distinct goal. Everything is up to us. The quality to be cultivated in this trial is presence of mind. Now, in the true sense of the word, we must rely on the higher self, which originally lay dormant within us, seed-like and unconscious. As we continue our inner work, the higher self is eventually born into consciousness. For Steiner, this birth is not just an image. It is a literal birth in an absolutely real sense, a birth into the spiritual world. We directly experience the higher self as outlasting the lower self, begin to understand its incarnation in earthly life, and gain insight into the law of karma. We realize that our lower self, which shapes our existence, is only one of the many forms our higher being can assume. From this point on, we become able to recognize different degrees of human development. According to Steiner, those who have advanced furthest on path are the great initiates. Their teachings arise from direct knowledge of the spiritual world and help guide the evolution of humanity. Having passed the three trials, the initiate enters the temple of higher cognition, wisdom. Here one learns that the pursuit of truth must never be betrayed, and that esoteric knowledge exists solely for the service of humanity. The initiate then symbolically receives the potion of oblivion, learning the secret of action uninterrupted by lower memory. The initiate must always have complete confidence in the immediate present, tearing down the veil of memory that binds him to judgments of the past, without denying his prior experiences. Finally comes the potion of memory, through which the higher mysteries remain ever present in the soul, as instinctive as eating and drinking. Our ordinary memory is insufficient for this. Several requirements for entering esoteric training arise naturally from the nature of esoteric knowledge itself. None of these requires complete perfection. We need only strive towards that goal. It is our attitude and our will to begin that are important. We must strive to improve our physical and mental or spiritual health. Esoteric schooling does not exclude unhealthy people, but demands that they have the will to lead a healthy life. For Steiner, this means above all, warding off harmful influences. We should also avoid all exaggeration or one-sidedness. Another requirement is that we feel ourselves to be a part of the whole of life. For example, we will look upon criminals differently. Rather than judging them, we will contemplate our common humanity and think, I am a human being just as this person. Perhaps it was only my upbringing and the circumstances of my life that spared me this fate. It is then but a small step to realize that, as members of humanity, we are jointly responsible for everything that happens. This insight should not be immediately translated into political agitation, but calmly cultivated in the soul, where it will gradually express itself in our actions. True reform begins with ourselves. Merely demanding social or political change on the basis of such insights is fruitless. It is easy to say how others ought to be, but students of esoteric knowledge must work in the depths rather than on the surface. Politicians generally know what to ask of others, but rarely ever talk about asking anything of themselves. In the soul world, thoughts and feelings affect one another just as physical objects interact in the sensory world. Until we become fully conscious of this, it is difficult to believe that entertaining a wrong thought can have as devastating an effect on the other thoughts that animate our inner world as a bullet shot blindly from a rifle has on things it hits in the physical world. We should recognize that when we hate our fellow human beings, it is just as destructive as when we physically strike them. This brings us once more to the insight that anything we do for our own improvement benefits not just ourselves, but also the world. The world benefits as much from pure feelings and thoughts as from good deeds. Esoteric training rests on the conviction that our true nature is found within rather than without. Its very foundation is the recognition that we are spiritual beings. As esoteric pupils, we should remain attentive to the needs of others, developing what Steiner calls the spiritual scales, a heart open to the world, balanced by inner firmness and unshakable endurance. In the higher worlds, love is the only motivation for action. We should therefore learn to find satisfaction in carrying out our duties themselves, rather than in the external results they produce. Finally, we must develop gratitude. Our very existence is a gift from the whole universe. We owe much to nature and to countless other people. Grateful thoughts such as these must become second nature for those engaged in esoteric training. These requirements must become a way of life. Esoteric knowledge is not merely a matter of inner belief, but must find expression in our daily conduct. Steiner describes several spiritual organs of perception, called lotus flowers, located in different regions of the human being. In an undeveloped soul, they are dark, still, and inactive. Through esoteric practice, they gradually awaken, beginning to shine and rotate as spiritual perception develops. We will focus on 3 of them. The 16-petal lotus flower, located near the larynx, awakens as we bring greater consciousness into our everyday lives. 8 of the petals lie dormant and can be developed consciously. The other 8 then unfold of their own accord. Thus, there are 8 soul processes that cultivate this lotus flower. We are asked to pay close attention to the mental images we acquire, making sure that they reflect the outer world rather than false ideas. Thinking, speech, and action must become deliberate and purposeful, and we should avoid behavior that disturbs those around us, instead seeking to live in harmony with our surroundings. The remaining 4 soul processes are to cultivate a balanced rhythm of life, avoiding both haste and laziness, to connect our ordinary duties with humanity's great ideals, to learn from every experience, allowing mistakes to become opportunities for wisdom, and to practice regular self-reflection. The more we are harmonized with events in the outer world, the more quickly this spiritual organ develops. Truthfulness, sincerity, and honesty nourish it, while lying, falsity, and insincerity destroy it. As this lotus flower awakens, thoughts are perceived as living forms. A vengeful thought, for example, appears arrow-like and jagged, whereas a kind thought often has the form of a flower beginning to blossom. Thoughts that are firm and meaningful are symmetrical and regular, while confused or unclear thoughts have wavy, almost frizzy outlines. The 12-petal lotus flower, near the heart, is developed through 6 supplementary exercises, which are further elaborated in Steiner's book, An Outline of Esoteric Science. He makes clear that all concentration, meditation, or other exercises are worthless, in a certain respect actually harmful, if life is not regulated with these 6 exercises. The first exercise is the control of thoughts. We must develop clear thinking, in which each thought follows logically from the last, and free ourselves from the will-o'-the-wisps of thought, even if only for about 5 minutes a day. During this brief time, we set aside all thoughts concerning our ordinary life, and instead become masters of our own thinking, giving it direction and purpose from within. For this exercise, we choose an ordinary object, such as a pencil or a needle, and focus entirely upon it. A simple object requires thinking to become active through its own effort, whereas an interesting object tends to carry the thinking along through its many associations. The aim is to train thinking to hold its attention firmly on a single object and exclude all unrelated thoughts. We might ask, what materials is the pencil made of? What is it used for? When were pencils invented? And so on. The important thing is that our thoughts remain focused on the object. Again and again the mind will wander, and each time we need to return our attention to the object. Some questions we might be able to answer, while others we will have to look up later. We should make notes on our findings afterwards. Gradually, our attention, which before flitted without notice from one subject to the next, becomes steady and subject to our conscious control. Eventually, we will have answers to most of the questions, and we can move on to another simple object. Our thinking becomes clearer and more objective, our concentration improves, and our interest grows. This not only helps us to reduce overthinking and anxiety, but also makes genuine freedom possible. When thoughts grasp us, we are not free. When we grasp them through our own being, we are. Through this inner effort, we can isolate pure thinking from everything else in our soul life. Such thoughts are, by their very nature, supersensible entities. When the soul unites with these pure thoughts, it experiences itself beyond the physical body. For Steiner, this is one of the first genuine supersensible experiences. The attainment of higher knowledge must take its starting point from the realization that thinking is the highest of the faculties we human beings possess in the physical world. No feeling and no enthusiasm on earth can compare with the sensations of warmth, beauty, and exaltation that are enkindled by pure, crystal clear thoughts relating to higher worlds. Our loftiest feelings are not the ones that happen by themselves, but the ones achieved through strenuous and energetic thinking. The second exercise is the control of actions. As esoteric pupils, we must be accustomed to obey our own commands. We choose a simple action that we would not normally perform and make it our duty to carry it out every day at a specific time. It could be watering a plant, turning a light switch off and on, or doing push-ups. The action itself is unimportant. What matters is strengthening the will by carrying out what we have resolved to do, as well as restraining ourselves until the time has come. As this habit becomes established, we can add more such self-imposed actions, as long as they remain compatible with one another. In this way, we gain mastery over our will and learn to transform intention into action. The third exercise is equanimity, or the control of feelings. We must develop a certain degree of calmness in relation to the fluctuations of joy and sorrow, pleasure and pain. This can easily be misunderstood. It does not mean we should suppress our feelings or become indifferent to others. With the joyful, we should rejoice. With the sorrowful, we should grieve. Rather, we should experience our feelings fully without being ruled by them. We gain mastery over our feelings by learning to consciously guide their expression, rather than react impulsively. If we practice this honestly, we become more, not less, sensitive to both joy and sorrow. At the end of the day, we may briefly write down the feelings that affected us most strongly, in order to become more aware of them. The fourth exercise is tolerance, or positiveness. This combines both thinking and feeling. Just as the sun shines on both the good and the wicked, so too should we not withdraw our understanding and sympathy from anyone. When we meet adversity, we should not indulge in negative judgments, but accept the inevitable and try as best we can to turn it to the good. Steiner illustrates this with a Persian legend that should not be confused with denying the bad, the false, or the ugly. Rather, we should not let them prevent us from finding the true, the good, and beautiful wherever they are present. The fifth exercise is open-mindedness, faith, or trust. This develops our thinking and willing. For the esoteric student, the thought, "I've never heard that, so I do not believe it," should entirely lose its meaning, for such an attitude prevents progress. Instead, we should strive to learn something new from every person and every experience. This does not mean disregarding our past experiences. They should still guide our understanding of the present. They form one side of the balance. On the other side, we must cultivate openness to new experiences and the possibility that they may contradict what we previously understood. Finally, the sixth exercise is inner harmony, which is achieved by practicing the 5 exercises, so that harmony between thinking, feeling, and willing arises. As we keep consistent with our practice, we awaken the 12 petal lotus flower, which allows us to perceive the feeling tone radiating from thoughts and living processes as forms of soul warmth and soul coldness. Everything growing and maturing radiates soul warmth, while everything passing into decay radiates soul coldness. The 10-petal lotus flower, near the solar plexus, is cultivated through its subtle form of soul care, learning to consciously master the effects of sense impressions upon the soul. Steiner warns that unconscious impressions can become a source of illusion and fantasy, as they often shape our thoughts, memories, and supposed intuitions, without our awareness. By strengthening the inner life, we gradually become masters of what affects us from the outer world. If we combine such self-discipline with meditation, the lotus flower matures properly. What was previously perceived only as form and warmth now reveals spiritual light and color. Living beings and nature are then supersensibly perceived as surrounded by colorful aura. The initiate who develops the spiritual organs of perception becomes a seer, capable of perceiving the astral atmosphere of places. The highest attainment of the seer is the perception of astral phenomena created by instincts, desires, and passions of humans and animals. Meaningless desire produces an ugly astral counterpart or image, while the feeling for a high ideal creates a beautiful one. These are only faintly visible during earthly life. For Steiner, every desire also creates a counterpart in the astral world, in addition to its immediate astral image. While we live on Earth, this counterpart weakens whenever the desire is satisfied. After death, however, it achieves full strength. The soul still experiences attachment to those desires, but can no longer satisfy them through the physical organs. For example, a person strongly attached to the pleasures of food may still crave them after death, but can no longer satisfy those desires, because the tongue and its sense of taste have been left behind. The resulting astral counterpart torments the soul. This is experienced in Gamaloka, the realm of desire, where we live our entire life in reverse, from our final moments back to birth. If we harmed another person, we experience not our own satisfaction, but the suffering we cause the other person. Only after the soul has purified itself of its attachments to the physical world and freed itself from its desires does it ascend to the spirit land, the realm of archetypes. In an outline of esoteric science, Steiner gives us a rare example of symbolic visualization, the rose cross meditation. Rather than beginning with an arbitrary image, the symbol is first formed inwardly through contemplation. We visualize a plant taking root, growing leaves and blossoming. Beside it stands a human being. The plant follows the pure and passionless laws of growth, but remains rooted in the earth, whereas the human being is free to move about and has reached a higher stage of development. We think that the human being is indeed more perfect than the plant. However, the human being has acquired instincts, desires, and passions, and these he sometimes follows in his behavior, with the result that he goes astray. This is absent in the plant, so that it may appear to us more perfect. We then visualize the green sap of the plant as the expression of the pure, passionless laws of growth, and the red blood that flows through the human veins as the expression of instincts and passions. However, because we have a soul and are capable of spiritual development, something lower in these passions may be destroyed and reborn on a higher plane, so that human blood becomes the expression of purified and cleansed passions. I now imagine a red rose and say to myself, in the red rose sap, I see the color of a green plant sap transformed into red, and the red rose, like the green leaf, follows the pure, passionless laws of growth. The red rose therefore becomes for me the symbol of blood expressing purified and cleansed instincts and passions. I now let these thoughts come to life in my heart and feelings. A feeling of bliss may come over me as I contemplate the pure and dispassionate nature of the growing plant. A solemn feeling as I reflect that higher perfection has been purchased through the acquirement of instincts and desires. And finally, a feeling of liberating joy when I contemplate the red blood that can become the bearer of inwardly pure experiences, like the red sap of the rose. We then transform these thoughts and feelings in the following symbolic image. I imagine a black cross, symbolizing the destroyed lower instincts and passions, and at the point where the arms of the cross intersect, I visualize 7 red, radiant roses arranged in a circle. These roses symbolize for me a blood that is the expression of passions and instincts that have undergone purification. Such a symbolic visualization should be called forth in the soul through a visualized memory image. It has a soul awakening power if we surrender to it in inward meditation. We must exclude all other thoughts. Only the rose cross is to hover before the soul as intensely as possible, and we should maintain this immersion for as long as possible. This symbol, Steiner emphasizes, becomes effective only because we have first constructed it inwardly through a sequence of thoughts concerning plant and the human being. If adopted merely as a picture, without the preparatory thoughts, it remains cold and far less effective. Outside meditation, we should occasionally reconstruct the image through the thoughts and feelings that gave rise to it, so that the inner feeling does not fade. The rose cross does not represent anything found in the sensible world, and that is precisely why it can awaken powers that lie within the soul. Although its individual elements come from nature, these elements alone do not awaken higher faculties. Their power lies in the way they are united into a single symbol, a combination that has no counterpart in the outer world. It is a symbol of human development as it proceeds in the world, the human being's victory of the higher, purified nature over the lower. There are many dangers connected with the ascent to the higher worlds. Whether we are aware of them or not, we must realize that forces hostile to life exist. We likewise learn to use certain forces and beings imperceptible to our physical senses. The great temptation will be to use these forces for our own selfish, forbidden ends, to use them incorrectly out of an inadequate knowledge of the higher worlds. However, as long as we follow proper esoteric training, we need fear no danger, even though we may undergo experiences whose power and greatness exceed anything we can imagine. Above all, we must avoid any disharmony between our higher experiences and the events and demands of our everyday life. Our work is wholly here on Earth, and if we evade our earthly tasks and try to escape into another world, we can rest assured that we will never achieve our goal. Our task is the transformation of the Earth. Therein lies the only reason for seeking higher knowledge. The Earth as we know it with our senses depends on the spiritual world, and this means that we can truly work on the Earth only if we share in those worlds where creative forces are concealed. This realization should be our only motivation for wanting to ascend to higher worlds. Those seeking initiation must cultivate courage and fearlessness, seeking out opportunities to strengthen these virtues. As we penetrate the higher mysteries, we encounter realities ordinarily hidden from the illusions of the senses. It is a blessing that we do not perceive them before we are ready, for they would deeply disturb us. As students of the occult, we must learn to bear these sights calmly, reminding ourselves that all fear is useless. I must not let it take hold of me. I must think only of what is to be done. Esoteric knowledge must never be sought for personal gain. Steiner writes, every insight that you seek only to enrich your own store of learning and to accumulate treasure for yourself alone leads you from your path. But every insight that you seek in order to become more mature on the path of the ennoblement of humanity and world evolution brings you one step forward. Only when knowledge becomes a means of serving humanity can we call ourselves genuine seekers after higher knowledge. Steiner summarizes this principle. Every idea that does not become an ideal for you kills a force in your soul, but every idea that becomes an ideal for you creates forces of life within you. We spend roughly 1/3 of our lives asleep, but our soul lives and acts uninterruptedly in the higher worlds. For Steiner, it is important to become as conscious of what we observe in our dreams as we are of what we observe in waking life. We must then learn to carry this consciousness of dream observations into our ordinary waking state. As more experiences emerge from unconsciousness, our periods of unconscious sleep become shorter. The goal of esoteric training is the attainment of what Steiner calls continuity of consciousness, the ability to remain conscious even during sleep. This, however, is an ideal, attained only at the end of a long path. As beginning esoteric students, we first come to know only 2 states: consciousness in a state where previously only disordered dreams were possible, and consciousness in a state that previously we recognized as unconscious, dreamless sleep. The higher life experience in sleep remains unconscious in most human beings, but as esoteric students we bring them into consciousness. In time, we learn to connect them with ordinary life. As long as our souls cannot see, in the higher sense, they were guided by higher cosmic beings. Once this unconscious guidance is outgrown, we must lead ourselves. Once we begin to lead ourselves consciously, we undergo a splitting of the personality, in which thinking, feeling, and willing become independent of one another. One of the first changes we notice as we advance in esoteric training is that no impulse can carry us from thought to action, unless we freely allow it to do so. We become able to face events that would previously have filled us with intense love or hatred, without being carried away by them. If someone sends a feeling of hatred towards us, for example, we are able to perceive it as a delicate cloud of light of a certain hue, and ward it off as we would a physical blow. Hatred thus becomes a perceptible phenomenon in the supersensible world. The great accomplishment of the esoteric path is attaining complete mastery over the interaction of our 3 soul forces. But with this mastery comes complete responsibility for keeping them in harmony. If will predominates, the regulating influence of thinking and feeling upon the will ceases. The will, no longer held in balance by cosmic laws, constantly impels us towards tremendous performance of power. If we reach this point, before we have developed the higher consciousness needed to harmonize our soul forces, our will can overwhelm us, leaving feeling and thinking powerless. We become slaves to our own impulses, driven from one uncontrolled action to the next. As a result, our character can become increasingly violent. If feeling predominates, and we are unable to keep it under control, we become excessively dependent on others, surrendering our own capacity to think and act independently. This leads to inner emptiness and helplessness. If thinking predominates, the world has value only insofar as it satisfies our insatiable desire for knowledge. We become indifferent and cold to everything else. Thus, we can go astray in 3 ways: through willful violence, sentimental indulgence in feeling, or a cold striving after knowledge. If one soul force overwhelms the others, the birth of the higher soul becomes a miscarriage, as the unrestrained force floods the whole personality, and it may take a long time before balance is restored. The splitting of the personality becomes a real danger only once we have conscious higher experiences during both sleep and waking life. As long as our experience of sleep remains unconscious, our ordinary sensory life, still regulated by universal cosmic laws, has a compensatory effect on the soul, continually restoring its balance. Therefore, those who wish to proceed on the higher path must maintain a healthy and vigorous constitution of body, soul, and spirit. An overly anxious or exhausting way of life can hinder spiritual development by creating unnecessary inner turmoil. We must take care that our moods, intentions, and thoughts, as well as our physical health, remain stable and do not constantly fluctuate. One of the most important experiences on the path to higher knowledge is the encounter with the guardian of the threshold. Steiner distinguishes between two such beings, the lesser and the greater guardian. The lesser guardian is an independent spiritual being that appears only when we have reached the appropriate level of inner development. At this meeting, we become aware that the ordinary connection between our thinking, feeling, and willing begin to loosen. A thoroughly horrid, ghostly being stands before us. It reveals the following. Until now, unseen spiritual powers shape your destiny. Every good deed brought its reward, every evil deed its consequence, and through the law of karma, they formed your character across many lives. Your present life is the result of your past actions. I am the being formed from your good and evil deeds. Until now, I lived hidden within you, while the wisdom of destiny worked to transform me. That task now passes into your own hands. If I am to become radiant and whole, you must purify yourself. Every wrong thought or deed will appear immediately as a demonic distortion in my form. My being will become beautiful only when you have made amends for all your wrongs and become incapable of further evil. Do not cross this threshold until you are free from fear and ready to take full responsibility for your thoughts, feelings, and actions. Until now, this being was visible only to the powers of karma after death, which prepared our future incarnation according to its appearance. Now we encounter it while still alive, consciously entering a realm previously reached only after death. Steiner does not intend this merely as symbolism. He describes it as a real spiritual experience. Horrid as it may be, the lesser guardian is, after all, our own character awakened to an independent life. The purpose of esoteric training is to bear the awful side of it without any fear or aversion. After successfully passing this encounter, death itself becomes a conscious experience. We learn to lay aside the physical body like a worn-out garment. We also come to understand that family, folk, and nation souls are real beings of the supersensible world who, in order to work in the physical world, use individuals as instruments to accomplish certain tasks, just as a civil engineer uses workers to execute the details of a project. Until now, we work unconsciously towards the goals of these higher beings. Now their guidance ceases, and we must consciously take responsibility for our own development and for serving others. As our horizon expands, so does our responsibility. On the esoteric path, we look back on our previous upbringing as if watching our house crumble into individual bricks that must be rebuilt in a new form. Our physical homeland is the place of our birth, where we grow up and absorb ideas and beliefs, which then unconsciously color our experience. Our spiritual homeland, however, is one we create consciously. Steiner calls this process building a hut. Until we do so, we remain wanderers in the spiritual world. We then find ourselves surrounded by darkness, broken only by the radiance of the guardian, who warns us. You must not cross the threshold until you have fully understood that you yourself have to eliminate the darkness before you. The veil is lifted, revealing the spiritual beings that guided our past development, and showing that their guidance has now ceased. The feeling of our new freedom is overwhelming. We realize that the physical world is the place where we acquire qualities that cannot be gained elsewhere. Once we have developed all the faculties needed here, we shall become useful co-workers in the spiritual world. One of the greatest lessons of initiation is that we learn the true value of earthly life better than we could before our esoteric training. The spiritual world gave rise to the physical, yet it also depends on earthly life for its own continued evolution. Human beings are the bridge between the two, developing on earth the faculties that allow both themselves and the spiritual world to advance. We therefore possess a double nature. Our mortal being is in its final stages. Our immortal being is only beginning. Our task is to harvest from the mortal world fruits for the immortal. The lesser guardian reveals the consequences of our past and the influences that shaped us. The great guardian, however, reveals the true purpose of earthly existence. This encounter occurs not only when thinking, feeling, and willing have become separated from one another, but also when they have come under the complete control of the soul. The great guardian appears as a being of light, of indescribable beauty, and union with it is a distant goal of the soul. It delivers the following message. You have earned the right of citizenship in the supersensible world, and no longer need the physical world for your own spiritual development. Until now, you have worked only to free yourself, but now that you are free, you can help free all your fellow beings. You could enter the spiritual world now, but then you would have separated your destiny from that of humanity. You are bound together with all human beings, and the powers you have gained through humanity must be shared with it. I refuse to admit you into the highest regions of the supersensible world until you have used all your powers in the service of humanity. If you do not use your spiritual powers for the benefit of others, others will carry the work forward without you. The higher supersensible world will continue to evolve, but you will be left behind. If this is your choice, then yours is the black path. But those from whom you separate yourself tread the white path. The temptation of the black path is the greatest we can conceive of, because it fully satisfies the ego's desire for personal salvation. Those who seek only their own liberation while abandoning their responsibility to humanity will almost certainly choose this path, even if a premature ascent into the supersensible world means that humanity will continue its evolution without them. The white path, by contrast, asks us to sacrifice our own salvation in order to continue serving humanity. Which path we choose depends on whether we have overcome selfishness and are willing to dedicate our abilities entirely to the good of others. True esoteric teachers, therefore, do not teach personal salvation as the ultimate goal. They teach us to develop our abilities so that we may serve the spiritual progress and liberation of all beings. Humility and selflessness form the moral foundation for all genuine spiritual development. Nevertheless, they reject no one, for even the most egoistic can purify themselves. The task of the white occultist is to keep us from the supersensible world until we are ready to enter it with a will dedicated to selfless service. By ascending into higher worlds, we come to understand the redemptive work taught by the Buddha and exemplified by Christ. Humility and compassion frame the entirety of how to know higher worlds. At the beginning of the path, we are instructed to enter the gate of humility. At its culmination, before the great guardian, we are called to place our spiritual powers at the service of the world through selfless love. This deeply Christian bodhisattvic character is perhaps the most essential aspect of Steiner's teaching. Spiritual development does not end with self-realization, but rather with self-transcendence. Inner experience is the only key to the beauties of the outer world. The world around us is filled everywhere with the glory of God, but we have to experience the divine in our own souls before we can find it in our surroundings.
We assume that the human mind is basically the same throughout history. We assume that prehistoric humans experience the world much as we do. But when we look at how they describe reality, our perspectives couldn't be more different. Our modern scientific view of the world describes a universe of separate objects and dead matter, while their animistic view describes a much more unified universe, which attributes life and agency to all things. We believe in science, they believe in magic and telepathy. Given our radical differences, we often do not take their descriptions of reality entirely literally. They must mean them metaphorically, because if they don't, we run the risk of having to dismiss them as superstition or madness. In the last video, I discussed archaic myths, which describe a time before time, when there were no serious distinctions between animals, humans, and other objects. Now this sounds, again, either like madness or beautiful but unserious poetry. How could humans not have experienced time? But in the coming videos, I want to take these descriptions seriously, without ceding any ground to superstition, occultism, and irrationalism. I'm going to provide an entirely materialist account of the many unbelievable ways that ancient humans describe experiencing reality. Perhaps they did experience the world in a radically different way. This video will focus on time. Let's begin with Eliada's discovery of a universal myth in archaic societies, called the myth of the fall. It states, in varying ways, that humans were once one with nature, and have recently fallen out of nature into civilization. And this fall is simultaneously a fall into time and space. It suggests that archaic humans experienced time and space radically different from how we experience it. So let's look at an example. The Trobriand Islanders, studied by Bronislaw Malinowski, are yam gardeners who inhabit an archipelago between New Guinea and the Solomon Islands. Their society and language exhibits an extremely alien ontology to ours. For example, in studying their language, one learns that for the Trobrianders, identity is unchanging. An object cannot change an attribute and retain its identity. Thus, they do not have a single word for tuber, with various descriptive words distinguishing the different looking tubers, as modern language does. They have a different word for every different looking kind of tuber. Additionally, Trobriand verbs are utterly timeless, and they do not have terms for to be or to become. They believe that the past is immanent in the present. Even chronology is alien to the Trobriand. For him, history is an unordered repository of anecdote. He is not interested in chronological sequence. The Trobriand do not order events in their minds. If you were to ask when something happened in relation to some other event, they would not tell you. They describe both events, but they could not, make sense of your want to know which one came first. So the Trobriand seem to have an atemporal mental framework, and these strange attitudes towards time exist in all archaic societies. Now, some people will still object that, of course, the Trobrianders were experiencing time. They knew that people were getting older, they knew that the seasons were changing, but this confuses the experience of time with the experience of change. Archaic humans were familiar with change and familiar with events, but had no concept of time in which those events would take place. But modern humans do not merely experience events. They experience events existing within a framework of time. Time appears as a thing, a container, a dimension, a power, a resource. This is what I mean when I say that archaic humans potentially did not experience time. At this point, you might accept that something is different regarding our experience of time. But surely the experience of time is biological. How is it that humans can have different or radically different experiences of it? Well, actually, many aspects of our experience of space and time are learnt. Take proprioception. This is our unconscious ability to sense our own position in space, to touch our nose in the dark without even thinking about it. It is something which we develop from scratch as children. If you're wondering what it looks like to have absolutely no proprioception, there are certain neurological conditions which render a person who closes their eyes completely unable to locate their own hands. Some schizophrenics even report feeling utterly locationless. So clearly, the feeling of being here, in space, in a position, is contingent. A similar kind of sense exists for time, though once again, children have a less developed sense of time. They live mostly in the present, and adults slowly impose their scheme of time onto children by having them internalize clocks, calendars, deadlines. The lack of this time sense has a number of different names. For one, time blindness. Another one is ecstatic consciousness. But I think this is partly what archaic humans are referring to when they speak of a time before time. People lived in the present, without much concern for the future, and without the capacity to locate themselves in time. So, humans are born without experiences of space and time, and over the course of their lives, and perhaps also over the course of human history, this changes. This is what psychoanalysis means by the egoless nirvana of infants. It means that babies cannot tell themselves apart from the rest of the world, and therefore feel an oceanic oneness with their mother. Now, Paleolithic humans aren't quite on that level, but there's still good reason to think that they had far less structured experiences of space and time. A number of cognitive science research programs, which I've mentioned on this channel before, inactivism, embodied mind theory, extended mind theory, prove that technology and technique and activity structures our experience of space and time. Therefore, societies without advanced timekeeping technologies are bound to have less structured experiences of time. Now, continuing the parallel between the childhood of life and the childhood of history, Freud's account of childhood development eerily resembles the archaic myth of humanity's fall from nature. In Freud's account, the child begins with this feeling of oceanic oneness with the mother. And as the mother separates herself from the child, and they become independent in their lives, this triggers the process of individuation in space and fall into time. The child can no longer depend upon the mother, and so begins to construct a more rigid sense of self, to know the boundaries of its own body, what it can depend upon. In the myth of the fall, humanity is separated from Mother Nature, and societies develop different conceptions and experiences of time and space as they pass through the different stages of civilization. For ancient humans, life is lived almost exclusively in the present, whereas for modern humans, there is an epidemic of anxiety, because we're always worrying about the future. Now, Freud is part of a rich tradition of thinkers who believe that we project time out onto the world. And for psychoanalysis, the structure of time and space in our minds is a reflection of the structure of modes of activity in society. We internalize certain structures in society, and then we project them out onto the natural world. Now the question becomes, what modes of life in society produce our experience of time? In the archaic myth, as in the biblical fall from grace, labor is what awaits man after he is expelled from paradise. According to Eliade, the true fall into time begins with the secularization of work. So for some reason, labor and time are connected in the mythic imaginary. But hasn't labor always existed? Well, it's important to make a distinction between primitive work and modern work. Marx distinguishes between creative activity and alienated labor. Freud saw primitive labor as erotic. But for our purposes, The clearest distinction to make is between play and work. It is well documented by the historian of play, Johann Huizinga, and many anthropologists, that the original mode of activity of humans is play. Whether it be hunting, gathering, bartering, politics, every sphere of activity of the earliest humans was deeply playful. In every hunter-gatherer group which exists today, we observe that the activities necessary for survival are experienced as deeply fun and fulfilling in themselves, while in our society, labor is done begrudgingly for money or for our future. Civilization, says Huizinga, seems to have become progressively less playful as it has developed. In fact, he goes as far as to say that the defining characteristic of civilization is to repress the play instinct in humans. So why does this distinction matter? Well, it matters because play and labor organize consciousness differently. For Eliade and Freud, the human postponement of pleasure in labor literally constructs our modern experience of time. In play, satisfaction is immediate. The activity is its own reward. One becomes absorbed in the present moment. Labor, on the other hand, is characterized by sacrificing the present for the future. It trains consciousness to be future-oriented. Now, to some of you, the idea that our experience of time may depend upon what kind of activity we engage in, rather than the natural structures of the brain, might still strike you as unintuitive. But modern theories, such as inactivism, have begun to argue that cognition is deeply shaped by our patterns of activity. The way we act in the world partially determines how the world appears to us. If you're not entirely convinced, or feel as though you need to hear more about this, then please see my other video. So, the temporal structure of consciousness is not simply given by the brain. It is constructed by a society which organizes itself around labor, or around delayed gratification. In societies which organize themselves around play, they have far different experiences of time. We tend to assume that the same consciousness exists in all humans at all times, that prehistoric humans saw the same world that we do, just had less accurate beliefs about it. But obviously, hunter-gatherers feel as though there was a time where they existed outside of time. And if Eliade and Freud are right, this has nothing to do with biological structures of the brain, but with societies organized around delayed gratification. What fascinates me most is that concepts like eternity or a paradise beyond time and space are usually abandoned to religion. But these are rich existential concepts. They're worth winning back for materialism. They're treated as mystical ideas forever beyond the reach of material explanation. But as I've argued, they do have a place in a materialistic explanation of the world, specifically as a psychological reality. The Garden of Eden may not be a real place, but it may be a psychological condition. And let me know in the comments, if civilization created our modern experience of consciousness, then what kinds of experiences of the world will future civilizations create? In the next video, I'll examine the other side of the fall, not into time, but into space. Thank you very much for watching. Please like and subscribe.
The system that taught you to solve problems was never designed to teach you to solve problems. One man proved it by doing something nobody else on a government commission bothered to do. He actually read the textbooks. 1964, Pasadena, California. Richard Feynman sits alone in his study. Around him, 17 feet of textbooks, 300 pounds of them. Every single math book being considered for California's public schools. He's the only person on the entire state commission who's reading them. And what he finds confirms what you've suspected since your first year on the job. The system trained you to memorize answers, not by accident. The state of California required every public school textbook to be approved by a curriculum commission. Feynman got recruited, so he had all the books delivered to his house. He built a special shelf just to hold them. Then he started reading every page, every chapter, every problem set. He was the only commissioner who did. The other commissioners handed the books off to local teachers, got reports back, averaged the numbers. Nobody was engaging with the material. They were processing paperwork. And then Feynman discovered something that should have ended careers. One publisher had missed the submission deadline, so they sent their book to the commission with just the covers, nothing inside, completely blank between the front and back. The book depository forwarded it along with everything else. That blank book received ratings from the other commissioners. Not low ratings. The blank book scored slightly higher than the same publisher's 2 completed textbooks. Commissioners who never opened it assigned it a number. The averaging system did the rest. And nobody noticed, because nobody was looking. As Feynman later wrote in Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman, the averaging process hid the most important fact. There was nothing inside the book. The people choosing what your children learn couldn't tell the difference between a real textbook and an empty one, because they never checked. But the blank book wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was what was inside the books that weren't blank. Feynman found a first-grade science textbook that opened with pictures of a wind-up toy dog, a real dog, and a motorcycle. Under each picture, the same question. What makes it move? The answer, printed in the teacher's edition, was 3 words. Energy makes it move. That answer enraged Feynman. In his 1966 address to the National Science Teachers Association, he tore it apart. Saying energy makes it move is no different from saying God makes it move, or movability makes it move. It's a tautology, a word dressed up as an explanation. The child learns nothing about the toy, nothing about gears, nothing about springs, nothing about how anything actually works. He proposed a test, a brutal one, without using the word energy. Tell me what you know now about the dog's motion. You can't, because nothing was taught, only a word was transferred. Feynman's alternative was simple. Take apart the toy. Show the child the cleverness of the gears. Show the ratchets. Let them see how a spring stores force and releases it. That's understanding. That's the moment a child actually learns what science is. But that approach has a problem. A child who takes apart a toy dog and sees how it works is a child who starts asking questions. Why does the spring push back? What if I change the gear? What happens if I build my own? And a child who asks questions is a child who's harder to manage. In that same speech, Feynman gave another example. Ask a child why shoe leather wears out. The textbook answer? Friction. The real answer, the one that actually teaches something, is that the sidewalk has tiny bumps and notches, and as your shoe drags across them, they grab little pieces of leather and tear them off. One answer is a word, the other is knowledge. The system chose the word, every time. And I bet you have your own version of this, a moment in school or at work where someone handed you a label instead of an explanation. If you remember it, drop it in the comments. The textbooks flooding California schools were obsessed with precise language and formal definitions, set theory notation, the difference between a number and a numeral, without teaching a single useful idea. Feynman wrote that the elaborate notation for sets in these books almost never appears in theoretical physics, in engineering, in business, in computer design, or anywhere mathematics is actually used. And publishers had every reason to keep it that way. One sent Feynman a leather briefcase with his name engraved in gold. Another sent a Thanksgiving gift basket through Western Union. They waited in hotel lobbies to take commissioners to dinner. The system served the people inside it, not the students. Now, if Feynman had only seen this in California, you could call it a local problem, a bad commission, a corrupt decade. But he'd already seen it on the other side of the world. In 1951, Feynman spent a sabbatical teaching physics at an engineering school in Brazil. He quickly noticed something strange. He could ask a question and get an immediate, confident answer. Then he'd rephrase the exact same question, same topic, same concept, and the entire room went silent. The students had memorized everything. They didn't understand any of it. So Feynman did something their education had never included. He taught them to solve problems through trial and error. Estimate first. Before you touch a formula, guess what the answer might be. Then calculate. Compare your guess to your result. Refine, repeat. The students had never seen this. Not once. Their training was memorize the formula, plug in the numbers, write the answer. If the question came in, a form they hadn't memorized, they were helpless. Feynman wrote in Surely You're Joking that their knowledge was so fragile, the wrong entrance clue made everything useless. They were like books. Look in the index under the right keyword and you get the answer. But search a different keyword for the same concept? Nothing. At the end of that year, Feynman gave a speech to the students, the professors, and government officials. He told them their entire education system was producing people who could pass exams, but couldn't do science. The room went silent. Then a senior professor stood up and said, I came here knowing we have some sickness in our system of education. What I have learned is that we have a cancer. And then the real shock. The only two students who had actually performed well in Feynman's class stood up. One said he'd been educated in Germany. The other said the same. Neither had gone through the Brazilian system. The professor who'd done well said he'd learned everything by reading alone, because during the war, all the professors had left. 100% failure. Not 90, not 80. Every single person who succeeded had learned outside the system. Feynman essentially asked, who wants such a student to work in a plant when a book, requiring no food or maintenance, stands day after day, always ready to give the same answers? Because now, we don't just have books standing ready with adequate answers. We have AI. And AI does exactly what those Brazilian students did. It pattern matches at a scale no human can touch. It has read every textbook ever written. It can recite every formula ever published. It produces fluent answers to any question that's been answered before. But ask it something nobody's answered yet, and it stalls. Ask it to diagnose a machine it's never encountered. Ask it to solve a problem where the data contradicts the textbook. It can't, because it doesn't understand anything. It memorized everything, and now that gap has a price tag. The memorizer can be replaced by a machine. The person who can think from scratch can't. Now here's where this gets personal. You've been in the meeting. Someone presents a deck. Beautiful slides. Data on every page. Then a senior person asks a question that isn't on any of the slides. The room goes quiet. The presenter shuffles back through the pages, looking for an answer that isn't there. They say, I'll have to get back to you on that. But you both know, they won't get back because they can't. The answer requires understanding the problem, not just knowing the slides. That's not a performance failure. That's a system failure. That person was trained to memorize the deck, not to understand the problem behind it. You've watched credentials get promoted over competence more times than you can count. And every time, you sensed something was wrong, but couldn't quite name it. Feynman named it. In 1974, he stood in front of Caltech's graduating class and gave them a warning disguised as a story. He told them about islands in the South Pacific. During World War II, American military forces built airstrips on these islands. Planes landed, supplies arrived, food, equipment, technology. The islanders saw wealth appear out of the sky. When the soldiers left, the islanders wanted the planes back. So they built runways out of dirt, carved headphones out of wood, made bamboo antennas, put a man in a hut waving landing signals. Everything looked right. The form was perfect. But no planes landed. Feynman called it cargo cult science. And then he delivered a line that cuts through every boardroom, every classroom, and every credential on Earth. He said the islanders did everything right. Every visible step was correct. What they missed was the invisible thing, the thing that actually makes planes land. And he warned those graduates, most of what passes for science, for education, for expertise, has exactly the same problem. As he told those graduates, the first principle is that you must not fool yourself, and you are the easiest person to fool. That's what was removed from the textbooks. Not a chapter, not a formula, a way of thinking. The habit of checking whether you actually understand something, or whether you've just memorized the shape of the answer. Every story, California, Brazil, the cargo cult islands, pointed to the same question. If the system is broken, what does the alternative actually look like? So what did Feynman actually do differently? How did he think? Mathematician Giancarlo Rota described it in a 1996 lecture. He said Feynman kept a dozen of his favorite problems constantly present in his mind. Most of the time they sat dormant, but every time he encountered a new trick, a new result, a new idea from any field, physics, music, lockpicking, anything, he tested it against those problems. Every once in a while there was a hit, a connection nobody else saw, and people would say, how did he do it? He must be a genius. He wasn't a genius in the way people mean. He had a system. 12 open questions, always running in the background, always filtering new information through real problems he cared about. His list ran from nuclear fission timing to bongo rhythms, physics next to music, engineering next to art. Here's how it worked in practice. Feynman was sitting in a cafeteria at Cornell when he saw someone throw a plate in the air. The plate wobbled as it spun. Most people would have ignored it, but Feynman had open problems about the motion of spinning objects. So he played with the equations. He figured out the relationship between the wobble and the spin rate. That playful calculation led him back to the equations of electron orbits, which eventually contributed to the work that won him the Nobel Prize. A spinning plate in a cafeteria, connected to a problem he was already carrying. That's not luck. That's what happens when you keep your questions alive. That's the part they don't teach. Keep your real problems alive. Don't file them away. Don't delegate them to somebody else's framework. Carry them with you. Test everything you learn against them. Write yours down tonight. Not goals, not KPIs, problems. The real ones you keep circling back to. The ones you think about in the shower but never put on paper. That list is the starting point. And when you face one of those problems, Feynman's move was always the same. Strip away the official wording. Look at the thing itself. Ask, What can I actually check? What do I know for certain? Not because someone told me, but because I can verify it with my own eyes. If the answer is nothing, start there. Not from the textbook, not from the last person's framework, from nothing. Next time someone in a meeting says, we've always done it this way, that's textbook thinking. Ask, what would we do if we were starting from scratch? That single question changes the room. And before you reach for the formula, estimate. That's what Feynman taught those engineers in Brazil. Guess what the answer should roughly be? Then calculate. If your formula gives you something 10 times larger than your gut sense, something's wrong. And it's probably the formula, not your gut. The mechanic who listens to an engine before opening the manual. The engineer who sketches a solution on a napkin before opening the software. They're all doing the same thing Feynman did, starting from observation, trusting what they can see and hear over what someone else wrote down. The reason you always felt out of step with the system is because the system was designed to produce the opposite of you. It produces people who follow the process perfectly, right up until reality changes, and then they freeze. You've seen it in hiring. The candidate with the perfect resume who can't answer a simple what-if question in the interview. You've seen it in leadership. The director who can quote the strategy deck word for word, but goes blank when a client throws a curveball. The system trained them to memorize the runway, not to fly the plane. Feynman left behind the method the system tried to bury. 12 problems, always alive. Strip every claim down to what you can check. Estimate before you calculate. Test your understanding by rephrasing the question. If you can't answer it in different words, you never understood it in the first place. That's it. That's what they removed. And now you have it back. But Feynman's war on the textbooks exposed something bigger than bad education. He found the same pattern in science, in hiring, in the way entire industries collapse when nobody inside them can think from scratch. And when he called it out by name, in front of the most powerful people in the room, they didn't thank him. That's a story for another time.
Normally, we get, okay, John, meaning crisis, lay it out and go in. And that's fine. And you have spent all this time saying, no, I want to really understand what it was like when it was working. Right? What's it like to live in a world that is, right, where meaning and wisdom and self-transcendence are so well thought out and so well lived out?
John Vervaeke is one of the world's leading cognitive psychologists, and I was about to interview him on his latest book, Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. One of Vervaeke's key points is that we need to completely redefine rationality.
The difficulty that you and I face is when we use the word rational, people are hearing computational. They're hearing the logical manipulation of propositions. Everything is an illusion, oh my God, except the math. Descartes just says, well, the math works, because science works. Well, Kant goes, and even Einstein, why does the math work? As much as we're projecting the beauty and the meaning, we're projecting the math as well. If you accept that view given to us by the European Enlightenment, the modern view, the value-fact economy, subjective, objective, mind-body, all these economies, if you accept that, then you are in an absurd existence. But here's the way you turn the table.
As this is such a wide-ranging conversation, just a brief overview before we go. In the first part, we will talk about psychotechnologies, John Vervaeke's term for the mental tools humanity has acquired during the last 10,000 years of our evolution. These range from shamanistic soul flight to Socratic dialogue to the Christian notion of agape.
You can't actually possess the one in thought. You'd still be divided. You can only be the one. It's like you go through this process, and it ends in the most real, that is the most intelligible, that is the most satisfying.
In the second part of this conversation, we'll talk about the modern fallacy of mistaking mathematics for reality. We'll touch upon the work of William of Ockham, Descartes, Kant, Leibniz, and the modern conviction that cognition somehow miraculously equals computation.
It's basically a crypto-religious worldview, yet that's our standard for what counts as reality. This is ridiculous. It is a ridiculous proposal.
The third part consists of a presentation John Vervaeke gave at the latest interdisciplinary conference on psychedelic research.
You have a kind of profound ontological love. You got flow and a deep renewal of your sense of fittedness and connectedness, which is at the core of meaning in life.
Let's dive in. John, a very warm welcome.
Thank you, Hans. It's a great pleasure to be here.
So nice. We spoke, I think, 2 years ago, but that was via Zoom.
Yes.
And it's so nice to pick up on where we left that conversation, which was about the meaning crisis, of course. And now you've written a wonderful book about the meaning crisis that condenses your whole lecture series, I think, into a wonderful book that really touched me. So the aim of this conversation for me is to unpack that. But just for people who do not know you, I'll give a brief introduction. John Vervaeke is a professor of psychology and cognitive science at the University of Toronto and Buddhist psychology, I should add. And you're widely known for addressing the meaning crisis. And you've done a lecture series on that. And you're also working on a solution to the meaning crisis, which you call cultivating wisdom.
Yes.
Key in your analysis, John, and central in your latest book is, of course, your cognitive psychological lens on the meaning crisis. And key in that is the notion of what you call psychotechnologies. Yes. Could you please, to our audience, explain what a psychotechnology is and why you chose sort of this frame, if I may call it that, to sort of analyze the meaning crisis?
Sure. Psychotechnology, I was very influenced by the great developmental psychologist Vygotsky, and he had this notion of cultural tools. And the idea that a lot of our metacognitive ability comes through how we've internalized other people. And the idea here is you and I don't create literacy. We don't do that as an individual project. We don't even get together. We somehow, we find ourselves in the midst of a literate culture. And what that culture has done is it's created this standardized way of formatting and processing information that is designed to fit our cognition very well. And they've created institutions and professionals to teach us that so that it internalizes. And so the same, like here's a glass right now. Holding water in my hand is very bad. Like a little tiny bit, I can't do much. But what we've done is we've made a tool that is designed to fit my physical biology and enhance my capacity to carry water. In the same way, literacy fits my mind, the grasp of my mind, if you'll allow me the metaphor, and allows me to hold and process way more information than I could possibly process with just relying on my working memory and my long-term memory. And I can also become more deeply aware of your cognition. You don't even have to be alive, and you can help me through literacy. Plato can help me through literacy with philosophical problems that I'm wrestling with right now. I can connect to previous versions of myself and future versions of myself by writing things down. I can stabilize my thoughts into writing and look at them and notice things that I would otherwise not see in the ephemeral flow of my thinking. So it just massively empowers me. I often ask people to consider what would happen if I took literacy from you. Everything else is the same, but you lose literacy, and it's like, oh, the number of problems, your cognitive grasp on reality shrinks dramatically. That's a psychotechnology.
Very interesting, because and nice to go back all the way, right? If you think from being part of the animal kingdom, not having these psychotechnologies, you could hold a thought, but you couldn't sort of hold a thousand thoughts and reflect on them and sort of develop second order thinking, which we'll get to in sort of ancient times. But the first psychotechnology, one of the first, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned in your book is emerges in shamanism.
Yes.
Could you speak about the first psychotechnology that we acquired as Homo sapiens?
Right. So what seems to, I mean, everything we talk about when we talk about prehistory is underdetermined. The evidence is sparse. There's an inevitable amount of theoretical speculation that has to go on. So with that caveat in mind, right? The idea is that we know that other organisms, this is very appropriate given the psychedelic conference, will voluntarily change their state of consciousness. And they don't seem to be doing it for any immediate utilitarian purpose. They seem to be doing it intrinsically for its own sake. The most recent one I saw, I was just blown away when I saw it. So they have these, their purposes, and purposes are highly social, highly intelligent like us. And what they do is they circle around the blowfish. And the blowfish has neurotoxins in it. And they corral it, and then they take turns touching it just enough, not to shock them, but and you can even see the pupils there, right? And then they hang there in the water and they're tripping out. Okay, so first of all, that tells us there's probably something like, that's not even cross-cultural or cross-historical, that's cross-species. And that's a species in a very different environment from us, right?
Yeah.
And yet they're doing they're voluntarily altering the state of consciousness, and it's intrinsically valuable. It's motivating. The fact that this is so cross-species, cross-historical, cross-cultural, and so intrinsically motivating. I mean, it's kind of dangerous what the purposes are doing, and yet they're still willing to do. There's something deeply adaptive. So the idea is, human beings, and I don't know, I'm sort of tempted to say that the porpoises have the beginnings of a psychotechnology, because they socially learn how to work together to corral the blowfish so they can share a same period of time where they're having altered states together. Regardless, it looked like, came up with not just happenstance, we got dizzy or we ate some fermented fruit or whatever, right? But we started to get into, there are techniques, there are practices that if I learn them systematically and apply them systematically in a reliable manner, can induce an altered state of consciousness. It seems to be the case. Notice I have to speak very cautiously, but I agree with Lewis Williams and a whole bunch of other people that the cave paintings are probably shamanic. They seem to have a ritual function. They seem to be associated with going deep into the earth. The flickering of the fire would actually make the animals look like they were moving, and the wall of the cave is like a membrane between the worlds, right? And there seems to be evidence for music and dancing going on, and so it looks like shamanism is a psychotechnology that's also associated with the emergence of representational symbolic art, music, dance, and possibly religion. I have a certified replica of the man lion, which is 30,000 years old, and it's made out of I think it's mammoth ivory, and it's carved into a human, like a figure that's got the body of a human but the head of a lion, and the lion has even after 30,000 years you can still tell it has a Mona Lisa smile, and we know it has been worn smooth because they were passing it around the campfire. So shamanism is a psychotechnology, and it seems to correspond with the birth of so many of these things that we associate with our spirituality or religious.
You call it, John, I mean, it is wonderful. You mentioning sort of those cave paintings make me think of the wonderful film by Werner Herzog.
Oh yes,
he calls it Cave of Forgotten Dreams, right?
Yes.
I think those paintings are 20,000 years old, and he was granted access to that cave, and it's just mesmerizing and also like deeply emotional because you feel connection to these people.
Isn't that astonishing, eh? No shared language, but yeah, something's going on there, and it reaches into something fundamental in our cognition, and we go, I know that. Like I've held an Acheulean hand axe from a Homo erectus, and you get this weird feeling. It's like, it's sort of human, but it's not. I think I get it, at least. It's very strange. Not human, but not any other animal. But when you see the cave paintings, you just go, this is a deeply alive, spiritually aware being. I resonate with what's going on here in a profound way.
And you have the term, like, you mentioned sort of the psychotechnology of soul flight.
Yes.
Could you sort of unpack that?
So this is really important because there are many people who argue that shamanic soul flight goes into a lot of our, Bronze Age, even earlier, but at least Bronze Age mythologies. Right? So in soul flight, what happens is the shaman gets a sense of something. We have to be very careful about being anachronistic. So when I use this word soul, I don't mean the Christian idea of a soul, right? They get a sense of their self is in some sense separating from their body and traveling, and that traveling can be an overview. They can be flying over sort of the terrestrial world where they hunt and move around and stuff. Or it can be a flight into the underworld, where there are various types of spirits or the dead that can be realized. And think about that surviving when Odysseus goes into the underworld to meet Achilles and things like that. And what happens is they meet other figures, and there's similarities, not identities, but similarities between these figures and what are nowadays called the supernatural entities that people encounter in various psychedelic trips. But what's important for me is the cognitive function, which I think is very sort of plausible. They meet these people or these spirits, and they get advice either from an overview or from an underview, and those different perspectives have different ways in which your level of construal can affect how you reshape a problem, right? And then they come back, and that advice is usually helpful or insightful. This converges, I would argue, with all this experimental evidence, Igor Grossman and the Solomon paradox. Or it's like this: if you ask somebody to describe a problem, that they're really a deep personal problem, they're really a messy problem, like really messy, and inevitably, without thinking, automatically they describe it from the first person's perspective. Well, I'm having trouble with my kids, and blah 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 blah. They lay it out, and then you say, okay, re-describe the same problem from the perspective of a close friend, somebody other than you, and they'll have an insight into their problem. And this is built off the machinery that I'm really good at detecting your bias and really bad at detecting mine, and vice versa.
And that's called the Solomon effect.
Yes.
Yeah. And then of course the soul flight would be this mechanism on steroids.
Well, exactly, because notice when I'm doing the Solomon effect, the person doesn't have to be physically present. They just have to be imaginally accessible to me. Walton Stoniger found the same things way back when in some of the earliest experiments on wisdom. They're giving people wisdom tasks, and they had a couple of conditions. They could think about it more, they could talk to a friend, or they could imagine talking to a friend. That 2 and 3 did better than 1, but no significance between 2 and 3. So the imaginal friend is just as effective as the real friend in inducing that Solomon effect, that insight.
And I think it's safe to say, right, that shamans had a sort of a function in these societies, and that their knowledge sort of was of value to the community. So it was sort of epistemically considered as sort of valuable knowledge, what someone brings back from a soul flight, right?
Yes.
And I mean, having sort of established this first psychotechnology of shamanism and the soul flight, I'm curious sort of, because that's the thread of your book, it sort of goes hand in hand with certain worldviews. And the worldview associated here with the metaphysical, sort of like a mystic one, like the world was unspirited, right?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that worldview and how it transitioned then with the rise of new psychotechnologies in what you call the axial revolution? Because that's like the key thing. So there's a big question here, but an important one, right?
Yes. Yeah. So the idea of like animism, again, our modern notion of it is probably not accurate. I'm not criticizing. I'm just we have to stretch the terms. But this is why I prefer to use Charles Taylor's notion of like the embedded cosmos. The idea is there's deep continuity between us and the animal world. Right? There aren't hard lines and divisions, and there's deep continuity between us and the gods. In fact, if a human being gets powerful enough, it's only a difference of degree. They get powerful enough, like Pharaoh or some of the Sumerian kings, then they're gods, right? And that's going to survive very late. That you get the Roman emperors being deified after their death, right? That idea that so much power, you must be a god, right? And so this is a continuous cosmos, and it's not only continuous that way between us and the animal kingdom and us and the divine world. It's also continuous in time, like the day, like the seasons, right? Like the reproductive cycle. All of reality is in these huge cycles. It's cycles. So time is forming this continuous loop. And what you're wanting to do is you want to be in harmony. You want to try and fit in. You don't want to alter that, because if you try and change your future, it'll come back around and get you.
Right. So it's a circular world.
That's right.
The whole notion of linearity and sort of narrative is not there yet.
Well, there's narrative, but not the idea of because obviously people are telling stories, right? Narration probably goes back to sensory motor navigation, because you're keeping track of how you're tracking. You're telling them you're sharing and coordinating with others. But I know what you mean. You need what we think of as a narrative, where it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And the purpose of the narrative is to show how the protagonist changed the future. Yeah. So instead, the stories, they go, and that's why they can often feel very odd when we read them. And the myths should be understood not individually but in sets. So, for example, this is where I sometimes criticize my friend Jordan Peterson. I criticize him a lot, but I still respect him, and I have loyalty to him. He's always treated me extremely well and with a lot of graciousness. So I want to recognize that. He emphasizes the hero myth. But even into Greek philosophy. I mean, Greek mythology before Greek philosophy, right? You've gone for every hero myth. You have a hubris myth. You have a myth of the person. What is it? Arachne, right? I can weave better than the goddess Athena. Oh, really? That's you lost. Now you're a spider, right? So for every hero myth there, because you can see if you. Here's my criticism, again, meant respectfully. To just treat of the hero myth is to just take the Western notion of an open future that we can change with our actions. But if you put the hubris myth with it, you go, no. This is about keeping the balance, finding your place, staying where you belong, not reducing to an animal, but never pretending you're a god, right? And all of this
and
stuff.
there's no free lunch there. We'll always get back to you.
That's right. And what you're always, in fact, trying to do is you're trying to go with that flow. Your rituals are designed to try and get you back to the first moment of creation that starts the whole cycle. So every myth is in some way, or ritual, if the myth is ritualized, it is often designed to get you to recreate that, tap into that original power that keeps the whole wheel of time rolling.
And I'm super curious, John, because I think a lot of people hearing this and this worldview being circular, of course, resonates with Eastern philosophy and the notion of karma, and a lot of people,
and the Tao too.
Yeah, exactly, and it's very attractive to people in the West, particularly since sort of like in all the problems we have. But what I find interesting is that in your book, Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, you do not per se put your sort of all your chips there, because you move on to the actual revolution, the two-world mythology, and that I found so interesting, because out of this one world, we got to this idea, and this is just, I think Plato, and you went back to Plato, of course, the notion of the cave. There's a world we cannot access, but we can transcend to. But now, from this one circular world, we have this two-world mythology, and that's the actual revolution. Can you tell us sort of the importance of that?
Sure. And then the idea is there's a bunch of new psychotechnologies: alphabetic literacy, numeracy, coinage, money, and abstract symbol system. The rise in the Greek states of democracies, and so debate and argument, abstract symbol system, calculating, rigorous thought. Right. Again, alphabetic literacy makes literacy more available. Numeracy, again, rigorous abstract symbolic thought. The Greeks are going to very shortly invent geometry, the first pure mathematics we will have. And so you get all these psychotechnologies, and what happens is they massively increase our cognitive power, especially our metacognition, our ability to reflect. Think about, like I said, literacy allows you to look at your own thinking or look at other people's thought. Metacognitive, you can become aware of your own cognition. With all this enhanced, like alphabetic literacy, which is so much, the Greeks not only have alphabetic literacy, they stabilize the direction of reading, they add in vowels. It's massive empowerment. And of course, numeracy, which we take for granted. And then the idea of debate, which becomes really crucial. They take all of that and they internalize it into the metacognition. You get what Bella calls second order thinking. All human beings are capable of metacognition because we internalize other people's perspectives. But
we're born into that, right? It's sort of psychotechnology.
You just have to not be traumatized and be around other human beings who will talk to you, and you'll pick up metacognition. But within that they're picking up these psychotechnologies and internalizing them into their metacognition, and so they're getting enhanced, critical, rigorous, reflective metacognitive power, and so they become much more aware of the mind's processing and the way the mind's processing can alter how reality means to us, how it appears to us. And so you get this great discovery of that violence and suffering are not natural parts of the world like lightning and rivers. Violence and suffering are because of us. We bear the responsibility for this. And so, you get, and this comes out.
Sorry, but what a shock to the animal that realizes this, right?
Yes.
If metacognition would arise for a lion, it would be like trauma.
Yes, it's like, oh no, look what I'm doing.
Exactly, but sorry to interrupt.
No,
but that's it's really important.
It's a tremendous sense of responsibility and a sense of course, human beings always have guilt and shame. But you get this sense of we bear a particular responsibility. I don't want to impose modern notions of individualism. We bear a responsibility for how the mind, right, produces self-deception, and that self-deception is self-destructive and destructive of others, violence and suffering. So the Dhamma power begins, with mind is the chief. Everything follows upon mind. And you get these radical realizations of, whoa, how powerful this is, and how much it can lead me into illusion and delusion. But of course, you can only be aware of that you're in illusion or delusion if you can transcend it to some degree and realize, it is illusion. Right. And you start to see through illusion, and you start to get this intertwining of the realization and appropriation of self-deception and self-transcendence, and this idea, right, this world that we're in is largely beset by illusion and deception, and perhaps the violence and the suffering are woven with that illusion and this self-deception. And if I can transcend use these psychotechnologies, many of them derived, I would argue, from shamanism. If I could use these psychotechnologies of self-transcendence, I could get to the world as it really is. Not how the illusion. I could get to it how it really is, and that would also be a world that has liberated me from suffering and violence. I would be experiencing the fullness of reality and the fullness of my own being.
Yeah, so we have the two worlds, the world we're in, the phenomenal world, being in Plato's cave, but there was a way to get out, to transcend it, right? And that's very important in this moment of history, that there was still a way out, right, as you put it.
Yes.
And you say that that way out was both spiritual, it used the psychotechnology of shamanism. There's a good argument to be made that Plato himself sort of partook in psychedelic ceremonies, right?
Pythagoras almost certainly did. He participated in a ceremony in a cave where he was supposed to be died and came back to life like a shaman. It was called the Thunderstone ceremony. And he proposed that human beings could engage in soul flight. Yes, and we know that Pythagoras has a huge influence.
Yeah, so that's so interesting. So it was this psychotechnology of shamanism, but then sort of infused with that new psychotechnology of sort of like second order thinking. And so it had this rational component, right? And that's why we see Socrates.
Yeah, exactly. You get Plato if you sort of merge Pythagoras and Socrates. You're getting the birth of philosophia, the love of wisdom, but it's actually a fundamental change in the understanding of wisdom in the Bronze Age. And let's remember the Bronze Age, that's the world of the Sumerians and Pharaonic Egypt. This is a long-standing world. 3,000 years of titanic civilizations, and massive trade networks, and
like stable empires,
and then it gets wiped out in the Bronze Age collapse. And then with the Axial Revolution, right, we get a new understanding of wisdom. In the Bronze Age, it's I fit in, I find my place, and I fit in. And if it is my place, I can rise towards godhood, but I can also fall. But it's part of fate. Remember that in the Greek world, the fates have power over even the gods. That's how, right?
And this is a nomological, right? What do you mean by nomological?
The order, the rules by which reality runs. Yes.
Yeah.
But with the Axial Age, I don't want to fit into this world. This world is the world of violence and suffering, and it's an illusion, it's a deception, and I'm frustrated, and I'm subject to fate. But if I can transcend, I can get to the real world of fullness and fulfillment. And wisdom becomes the act of transcending. This is why Plato represents it as we're coming out of the cave. But of course, in Plato, and this is an important addition that Plato makes, right, which it's only implied in Pythagoras. But think about how the shaman comes back and gives the insight. In Plato's story, the individual not only comes out of the cave and looks at the sun, they return back into the cave and try and enlighten those around them. So you also get this new idea that it's not only that I should rise to wisdom, I should return, and I'm morally obligated, right, to liberate others, to bring others to enlightenment.
That's what Joseph Campbell in Hero's Journey says, to bring back the elixir, right?
Yes.
So and then we have this notion for the first time of a more linear, open-ended story in which we have sort of a role to play.
Yes.
Instead of just the order.
Yes, and you get the chance of changing things, and you get the idea that the hero has now become the sage. So the hero of mythology now is the sage figure that is their actions are ways in which this upper world, if it's the world of the really real, it's the source of the true, the good, the beautiful, the meaningful. And so that realm, if you look at the Bronze Age gods, like the Greek gods or the Egyptian gods, they're not moral exemplars at all.
No,
they're just right. They're just human beings with all of their vices, just with more power, right? But you get to change, and you can see it in Plato. He rejects the Homeric portrayal of the gods because the gods have to be sages, and the gods have to be wise. And they have to be committed to virtue. And that commitment to what's true, good, and beautiful is what virtue is.
And what I find interesting is also sort of the difference here you make between knowledge and wisdom, right? Because still here, the knowledge, to become wisdom, it has to be lived, right? You talk about sort of like a contact epistemology. So it's like, I can know everything about a cup, but here we still have the notion I have to pick it up and sort of have contact with it. And with these thinkers, Plato, Socrates, there was still this notion, right? You cannot have knowledge without wisdom in a sense, right?
That's very much the case. In fact, the Greeks will use the terms interchangeably. The best form of knowledge is wisdom. Because think about what this axial model contains within it. Knowledge is not just acquiring that which empowers me, which is very much sort of a Bronze Age idea. Obviously, they have ideas about what knowledge is, right? But it's no. I need knowledge that has overcome my self-deception and afforded my self-transcendence and actually enables me to like teach and guide others.
And then it is wisdom.
Yes.
All right, so that's a very important distinction. That this is also where wisdom enters sort of human thinking in a sense.
Well, the term wisdom is being used in the Bronze Age. I'm sorry, you're saying the right thing. I'm just being careful.
No, please do. I mean,
right. So there's talk about wisdom, in the Odyssey or the Iliad or in the Egyptian Book of the Dead and things. But it's just knowledge that puts you in touch with the cosmic power and it empowers you to live a life that you want to live. And that's why the Roman emperor can be a god again. Right? Yeah. He must have some kind of knowledge because he has all of this power.
And in the two world mythology world, the actual revolution that led to that, the goal in life is to get to that sort of to transcend sort of the world we perceive and get to sort of that other world, or is this world still?
So that other world, the world of the gods, has changed from being primarily one of a difference of power to being one of a difference of moral exemplification. The gods are the most virtuous sages they could possibly be. And so now wisdom is about this. What do I need to do to become more godlike? And that now means not powerful like a DC comic book hero, but can I overcome self-deception? Can I realize self-transcendence? And can I lead and teach others so that they too can be liberated from illusion? That's what it now means.
Yeah. And sort of the world of the gods, of course, there are different notions of that world. And one is, of course, the conception of it in Christianity.
Oh, yes.
And what I find very interesting that you address sort of a certain psychotechnology to Jesus of Nazareth. Let's not call him Christ here just for historical reasons. Could you talk about that? Because that was really eye-opening to me.
So, I mean, to talk about Jesus, we have to talk about, of course, his heritage, his lineage. Jesus is a really powerful figure. So the Greeks are doing all of this stuff with Plato, like we talked about. And of course, we have the Hebrew and the Hebrew prophets. And they're also bringing about a revolution. And it's a long process, the birth of this new God. But he's a different God. He slowly becomes free from being bound to any particular place, and he becomes typified in like the God that goes and rescues people from Egypt, the prototypical Bronze Age Empire, and then leads them and moves through time and space to a promised land. But he'll even follow you into exile when you leave the land, because usually the gods only have dominion. And it looks like earlier versions of this God in the Old Testament. He seems to be bound to that area, but there's a change, right? And so this God travels with you. And the idea is that this God is entering into a covenant. It's a very bizarre idea. We take it for granted because we've heard this for so long.
Exactly. Can we say this is something, but please continue.
But it's like, we're going to partner together, God, and this God is the moral exemplar par excellence, right? This God says, we're going to partner together to make the future together. I'm going to take you in the promised land, but you're going to bring it to fulfillment. And so you get this idea of the future as open, and now we get time as a line, right? And maybe this was influenced into the exile because of Zoroastrianism, because it has this idea of an open future too. But anyways, this idea of, right, the moral quality of my actions can determine the future course of history. And reality is now this cosmic battlefield, and we can covenant with God or we can rebel against God. And then you have prophets, and you have these three titles that emerge as people try to, okay, how does the covenant work, right? This is an abstract idea, right? And you have sort of three offices that are supposed to run the covenant. First of all, which is sort of the most obvious one, is you have priests. And priests are people who manage the sacrifice system. And the sacrifice system, there's all kinds of theories of what's going on in sacrifice, but it is supposed to keep the covenant. It's a sign of keeping the covenant. Then you have the king, and the king is supposed to rule on behalf of God. And so the king is exercising what they wouldn't separate secular and religious the way they do, but he's doing more of the secular work of fulfilling the promised land, right? And then you have the prophet. The prophet is not primarily about foretelling the future. What a prophet does, originally they were called seers, those who see, right? What a prophet does is they see through the man-made illusions and deceptions and the way in which people are falling away. Their aim is not directed towards the same as God. They're falling out of covenant without realizing it because of their self-deception and self-destruction, this sort of idea of sin. And what the prophet does is he comes and he basically tries to shock you, right? And sometimes prophets will do bizarre things, they'll say odd things, and they're trying to shock you, they're trying to wake you up to become aware of these really deep patterns. They could be very present, permanent patterns, they could be perennial patterns, but it's basically you're straying from the covenant. So you have these three offices. And then within the prophecy, there's this other category that two other categories that start to emerge. Sorry, you asked about Jesus of Nazareth.
This is a build-up to Jesus, right? Yeah.
So you've got the idea. So the kingdom is destroyed, the kingship is lost, and you've got the idea of a coming king that will liberate. Now, interestingly, the first person called Messiah in the Bible is not Jesus of Nazareth. It's Cyrus the Great, the Persian Shah, the King of Kings. Have you heard that title before? No. Right, that's a title also applied to Jesus, the King of Kings.
Yeah, but not in this context.
That's right. And he has that title, and he's the Messiah because he allows the Jews to return and rebuild the temple. Right. So you get this idea of the Messiah, the King of Kings, but you also get the idea of the servant that will suffer on behalf. The idea of sacrifice starts to get humanized into an individual who suffers somehow on our behalf. And how, we don't know quite how, Jesus of Nazareth somehow magnetizes all of these to himself. And he takes the covenant, right, that God has, and he takes the idea that God will intervene when the people have trespassed, and there'll be a turning point in history. And he says, I'm the covenant, and I'm the turning point, and I'm all of these figures together. And he does that by pronouncing, right, like I don't want to get into theological disputes about the Trinity or anything like that, but what I mean is, he's basically saying, right, I indwell this God, and this God indwells me, such that through me, we are understanding God now as agape, this notion that
universal love.
The Greeks have desire, and then they have eros, which is the desire to be one with something, philia, which is friendship, and then agape is parental love. It's the kind of love you have not because you want to be one with something like a cookie or a sexual partner, and it's not philia because we're reciprocating. It's the kind of love you give a newborn child, and that child can't be your friend. They're not capable of even standing, right? And that child, like being one with it, that's we got a strong no, because we know the project's the other example. No, I'm supposed to be making this being independent from me, not one with me. Right? And so the agape is, I'm turning, now I want to be very clear, babies are morally people, okay?
Yeah, of course.
But cognitively, socially, right, legally, they're not. And what and it's like magic. If we love them, I've raised children, right? If we love them, we turn them into persons. It's like it is literally the power by which persons are created.
Wow. And you say this also as a cognitive psychologist. This is so interesting. The power of love. This is the power of love, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And so what Jesus is saying is he's saying somehow, and whether he's saying it or people are saying it of him, the Gospels are like both are happening. And it's like in Schaeffer's book Equus. It's all these different things are some that we wouldn't connect and that we're not connected are somehow being magnetized to this person. And then he's pronouncing, right? He's giving us the greatest disclosure of what this God is like. This God is agape. And of course, John will say that in the epistle. God is agape.
And John, what's your best guess? This is all speculation, of course. Of course, we don't know historically the gap, the 30-year gap, or it's the 18-year gap in Jesus' life.
Yes.
The Gospel's only telling me grew in wisdom.
Yes.
There's this gap from 12, from being this boy, doing this like miracle stuff as a boy, or like insides discussing with rabbis. There's this gap of 18 years, and then we see Jesus when he's 30 and he comes back and sort of telling us these things that he is God, etc. What's your best guess there? Do you think did he go to sort of the east, all those sort of the mythology of him sort of?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he needs to. I mean, I do think one thing that is strongly implicit but never made very explicit is Jesus. First of all, he's speaking Aramaic, but he lives in the region of the Decapolis, which are 10 Greek cities, and there are itinerant Cynic philosophers walking around with the robes and the staff. And I'm not saying Jesus was a Cynic philosopher. That's a little too simplistic. But this is deeply in the air, right? It's deeply influenced people like Philo of Alexandria, right? And so the Judaism of Jesus' time is bound up with Hellenization, and the Gospels are written in Greek. And so he probably has some education. He seems to understand some aspects of some of the writings of the Pharisees, even though he attacks them. It's reasonable. Most scholars think he was actually originally a disciple of John the Baptist, this weird shamanic prophetic figure who's preaching forgiveness. And he also seems to be one of those individuals that has had some kind of deeply, profoundly mystical, transformative experience. In his baptism, here's my son in whom I'm pleased, right? There seems to be something happening there. He goes into the wilderness. There's like, again, there's all this. This is what is both maddening and intoxicating about the figure of Jesus. There's not silence, but there's these inconclusive hints and whispers and images, and they carry with them. It's almost like iron filings and magnets underneath. They carry with them the traces of this magnetism that this guy was like. And I think he was enlightened, and I think he was enlightened like the Buddha, like Lao Tse. But I think he also does something more than enlightened. there's a lot of controversy.
Yeah, of course. This is also fascinating. But and this is sort of to get back to this psychotechnology story we're telling. He brings, which sounds like weird talking like that about Christ. But I mean, agape as being something fundamentally transformative, because now we have this notion of God loving us as a baby and wanting sort of to grow us into individuals. And this was new, right? Because we had the gods that were just amplifications of our own virtues or vices, and then we did have sort of the two-world mythology that we had to transcend that and get out of sort of the illusions, but not yet the notion of there would be a higher self, if I could say it like that has sort of the best in mind for us and that truly loves us. And Christ brings, and now I'm saying Christ here, but that's already theological interpretation, but brings this to the world, right?
Yes, and so he comes to be seen as, so the Greeks have we ascend, the anagage. What you're seeing in Christianity is you see the claim, no, God first empties himself. So, and he comes down and he comes to us. And as you said, in the form of that most transformative power of cognition and being agape. It sounds like a Hallmark card when we try and say it, but we've gotten so numbed to how radical and revolutionary a power it actually is, right? And he's pronouncing that. But he's not just enlightened. He's not just the Logos becoming flesh. Remember I said you have this God who's, L and YHWH, and then incorporating aspects of Baal and Asherah, and then and then becoming more universal during the Babylonian Empire, perhaps encountering and absorbing Ahura Mazda, and then coming back, and with Philo getting absorbed with merging with Plato's The Good. Like it's like symbiosis, right? All this semiotic symbiosis going on, and then Jesus is himself this magnet, and then he, for a large part of the world, goes into that process by which God is continually, he goes into God. So the Christians give this bizarre proposal. You know how God has been, all of these things have come together in God? Now they've come together in Jesus, and Jesus and God have somehow come together. And so if you want to see the nature of God, you look at Jesus. He's the visible image of the invisible God. And so for many people, God, Jesus has gone into God as much as God has gone into Jesus. And I'm trying not to use theological language, but I'm getting very close to it, right?
And of course it links to, you already made the link to the enlightened, to the Buddha. Because of course Jesus also said, I'm in this world, but not of this world. So he had this notion of sort of the illusion, and probably some notion of how his mind would keep him trapped, and he knew how to get out of that. So that we have sort of the link to the Buddha, but the notion of universal love, that the love of God is new, of course. And then it's almost as if we say this is very powerful new technology to tell this big story of love, we see
it captures the Roman Empire.
Yeah, and it does so via, of course, Paul. Yes. He's the great salesman of Christianity in ancient world. And that, John, to me was fascinating. I'm going to quote you here. You say about Saul, and for people who don't know the Bible and the backstory, of course, Saul sort of prosecuted like the early Christians. Yes, like the prosecutor, and then towards Damascus had a spiritual encounter with God, telling him, who are you prosecuting? And he converts himself, and he sees, I've been wrong all along. So he's deeply troubled. And then you're right, he found himself suspended between two identities. Saul, like the old, before he was Paul, wanted to follow the law, but he felt guilty, angry, and he rejected by God. While Paul was a man of love who felt deeply connected to God. And this was another idea that has now become endemic to our culture, the conflict between the old me and the new me. Yes. And Paul tried to midwife himself from his predecessor. He personalized the God of history, and he understood his own inner conflict as reflecting an inner conflict of God, in God. Yes. So basically, you're psychoanalyzing Paul here. Yes. And you're saying he has an inner conflict. He cannot handle that old, new, and new. And then he says, oh, somehow God must have this as well. There's this, God still is this angry parent, but he's also this universal loving parent. I'm going to connect that somehow. And then we get in Christian doctrine.
Yeah. This gets me into, the Christians often love when I talk about Jesus and agape, but then they don't like it as much when I talk about Paul. Paul, and this is a theme, when he's autobiographical, and this gets picked up by Augustine, and then gets picked up by Martin Luther, this theme of wretchedness, this theme of...
Sorry, but just one step back, because you already say I feel so much to do this, but the fair thing to say is, of course, in the letter to the Corinthians, he brings the love message to the world. So he is the man that brings the agape message to the world.
I think the hymn to agape in Corinthians is an absolute masterpiece. And people should read just before it. They usually start it, where he starts saying what agape is, but they should read how he introduces it. He said, now I will show you the most excellent way. This is the way, right? It's a way. The followers of Jesus are originally not called Christians, they're called followers of the way. It is a way. It's like Plato's anagage. Yes, exactly. And so there is the way. And then read at the end, where he says, when I was a child, I spake as a child, I acted like a child. And now, so what agape does is it matures you so that what you find salient and important radically shifts, like the difference between being an egocentric child and being a more reality-centric adult. And so, yes, he's making this very powerful claim that if you live this way, if you commit, if you entrust yourself to the way of agape, you will find that you will realize the most excellent way of spiritual maturation that is possible for a human being. It's a very powerful promise, and he makes it in one of the most eloquent ways possible. But he's also the guy who says, I'm like, what's going on here? I want to do the good, and I keep doing the wrong, right? And he describes himself like there's a civil war in me, and he's like a king standing on some watchtower, looking out, and right in the outskirts there's rebellion, right? And so he experiences himself in this really titanic conflict. And I don't see that conflict in the other apostles, right? And so we now think of it as prototypical because of Paul and Augustine and Luther, but I don't see it in John, right? John just says if we live in love, we live in God. If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves. It's a totally different framing, right? But for Paul, right, there's this horrible conflict between Saul and Paul. The guy, he changes his name in Yom Gosi, I told you, right? And there's the old man and the new man, and this gives us this. It's such a powerful cultural cognitive grammar. It gives us a universal narrative we can just lift off of Paul and apply it to any situation where we are experiencing inner conflict. And we may be totally secular and think we have nothing to do with Christianity, and yet we understand ourselves as this battlefield between the old me that is somehow holding me back from the promised land, and if I could just become the new me, we still think this way.
The flesh and the spirit, yes. In Eastern thinking, if we would go to the Bhagavad Gita,
yes,
there of course people are struggling with what they have to do, but somehow there's not an old and a new me. There's just you are sort of identifying with something you are not, and that's what Krishna tells Arjuna, and that's so different than what happens in Christianity, and especially what happens with Paul. I'm curious if your thoughts are there, and also how I do think that line of Eastern thinking does sort of have a place in Gnosticism.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's sort of big, just
Oh yeah, no, that's very good. So, and I would put so when you're doing the old me and the new me, you're doing the Hebrew version of the two worlds, where the two worlds are not just the vertical earth and heaven; they're also this land and the promised land. There's a historical aspect. You don't have that historical aspect in the Greeks. It's just a structural. It's just the vertical. It's just the upper and the lower worlds. Now, the thing that and of course, I don't want to present it as static or homogeneous, but right as you said, in the East, it's not so much the old me and the new me. It's more the illusory versus the real. Yeah. Right. And so you have. There's ways in which, let's say, Zen is more like Greek in that it has the structural model rather than a historical, but it's also more like the Hebrew, right, than the Greek in that it's emphasizing current experience and and doing things here and now. Right? And so in my mind, they sort of form a triangle of comparison. You can compare these three in interesting ways. So when Paul is doing the old me, new me, he is saying something at least structurally analogous to the false me and the real me, but he gives it the notion of historical participation and personal moral responsibility. Right. So the Buddhist will say, "I'm suffering because of illusion." Paul will say, "I am wretched." There's a difference there. Like you can say, imagine you're suffering a disease. Well, I'm suffering. My agency is being undermined. But for Paul, it's not just my agency is undermined. I'm wretched. I'm at war with myself in a profound way.
And there's this deeply moral aspect to it, right? Also, I don't know how that works in all the different schools and branches of Buddhist and Hindu philosophy. Like really sort of like blaming yourself or like morally saying it's like evil to be in the flesh. It would be more in how I read it. It's sort of like a lower state of awareness. You're just not aware of who you truly are, and as a consequence, you suffer. But you can call that evil, but it's just a sort of a logical consequence of you not sort of you're putting your identification in the wrong place, right?
That's why the primary metaphors for both Plato and Buddhism are metaphors of enlightenment or awakening. Like when I'm in the dream world, right? It's not that I'm necessarily being particularly evil or sinful. It's just that I'm in this little world, and when I wake up, I'm in a larger world, and from realness is always a comparison. And from this larger world, I can see that the small world was illusory and biased. Or I'm in the dark room and I'm ignorant. I turn the light on and I can see how I was biased now because I have this bigger frame that show. Right? That's not. I mean, enlightenment metaphors and awakening doesn't show up very much in Christian, except that some ideas of Jesus wakes us from the dead. But enlightenment is a little bit there, especially in the Gospel of John, the light of the world. But it's more of a notion of being saved, being healed, being brought back onto the right path because you've trespassed, you have deviated, you have lost your way, and you bear responsibility for that in some important way.
Yeah. The Essentia Foundation exists to share with the world that consciousness is fundamental in our universe. It's our essence, our essentia. This worldview is known as non-dualism or idealism, and not only is it more compatible with modern science, it also gives deep meaning to our lives.
Once you decide that you want to find out, the world will present you the next step to do.
We are a non-profit that relies on donations, and your membership would really help us to continue and grow this channel. Now, we've created 2 tiers of memberships with a special surprise in the second one, something we've been building and working on for quite a while, namely the Essentia app, a knowledge hub that unlocks all our videos and essays with an AI-powered search engine that directly leads you to clips around a specific topic and lets you discover links between all the scientists that have appeared on our platform. If you want to discover more, hit the join button below. But whether you become a member or not, I really want to thank you for watching our videos and for all the love that we've been receiving for the last couple of years. Thank you so much. Now, what fascinates me, John, is sort of we established the notion of agape, and we talked about Paul having this inner conflict, the old me, the new me, and then struggling with these.
And he projects that onto God.
Exactly. And then we have the God that is all loving, but somehow also very much about sort of like justice, and he cannot let go of sin, and that has to be redeemed, and it sort of takes the blood of his son. And we get that whole doctrine that is not yet sort of in Christianity. I mean, Jesus does talk about the fate he has undergo, etc., but that's much more Paul. And this makes Christianity a story, you could say, about constantly being and becoming, right? We are rescued and we are saved and we were children of God in our life, but we still have to become, right? And it's a difficult theology. And when you hear like Eastern gurus, or I mean, I think it's Krishnamurti says in one of his dialogues, like our problem is becoming. It is sort of that whole idea that we think we need to become something sort of the root of a lot of suffering and conflict in the world. And if we would only realize we are it already, and that's much stronger in Eastern thinking. I'm just curious how you reflect on this being, becoming, and Christianity versus the East. Sorry, big question here.
No, it's a good question. I mean, even in the East, I mean, you even have in Zen, you have conflict between sudden learning and incremental learning schools. And I think this is because, I'll step outside of this sort of historical, philosophical, theological, and speak more as a cognitive scientist. I think that's because we do have these 2 radical ways in which we gain intelligibility, we generate knowledge and meaning. One is an incremental process in which we're building skills and virtues, and another is we can have very powerful, unexpected insight. And I've been fascinated in my cognitive scientific work about the relationship between these sort of inferential, incremental training processes and these other processes of radical insight and metanoia and transformation. It seems to be the case. So what I'm saying now, I only have anecdotal pedagogical evidence. I don't have any experimental. But it seems to be the case that people are predisposed one way or the other. And I think we have something like a Gaussian distribution. I think we have some people who it's almost all like incremental training and hard work. And then some people are like, right? And then many of us are right? A mixture of both, right? And that's what I see in Paul. I see, and he talks about it this way. He obviously has the Damascus, and that's an like literally light, right? Insight experiment. But he also talks about fighting the good faith and working out his faith and maturing. And so there's both of these things are in there. I think in that way, I think one of the reasons why Paul is so appealing, has such mass appeal, and I'm not trying to diminish his insight or his eloquence, but I think he represents like the mean. Most of us have these insights, but they're not enough to make us a Buddha or a Jesus, right? But they're not nothing, right? But we also have to work really hard. But we're not people who are just sort of work. We get these moments of these epiphanies, right? And it's like, and we do feel that we are constantly going back and redeeming our past. We're reconstructing our history in order to make sense of the future that has now presented itself to us as possible. So I think Paul is very appealing because it's, and I mean this with respect, but it's easier to see myself in Paul than to see myself in Jesus or Socrates or Siddhartha. Now I aspire to being Jesus or Socrates or Siddhartha. But you know,
but the problem, of course, is that's all fine and humanizes the story, and I totally agree with you there. But of course, the difficulties arise when we make that projection and sort of
well, that's the thing. I mean, so he has this profound participatory relationship in God, and and let's not forget, Jesus in the Gospel of John, and John has this independent lineage going back, right? Meaning it seemed to be developing for a long time independent of the Christianity that comes out of Paul. Eventually, they merge. But Jesus says, "You will be in me like I am in the Father." And Paul takes that and he integrates it with God is agape, right? And he gets this idea that he is profoundly not just knowing God the way we think of knowing, which is I have ideas or pictures about God. He's participating in God. He's indwelling God, and God is indwelling him. Just like, but more, the way we internalize a psychotechnology. We don't just know literacy. Literacy is how we know. It's a big difference, right? And so it's not just that he knows God. God is how he knows. It is not I who live, but Christ who lives in me.
And then it's sort of that new psychotechnology of agape gets internalized as sort of a lens.
Yes.
And that does a lot in sort of that. The ancient world that made Christianity such a powerful democratic way of looking. But now because now servants or enslaved people were to be loved universally, and that's the power.
And the sick, all the non-persons in the Roman world. Human beings that were not considered persons, slaves, women, children, the sick, the poor, the destitute. All of those, Christianity says, no, come here. I'm agape, and agape is the power that turns non-persons into persons. You come here, and we can give you full personhood. That's intoxicating.
Yeah. And okay, so we're now at sort of the apotheosis of the axial revolution. Sort of these are sort of like the two-world mythology in Christianity has sort of this new powerful tool.
But as you said, he's projected that there's a tension in it. There's a tension between the old and the new. There's the God of law, right? This nomological order, but the God of love, this narrative, redeeming order too. And those two are like yes.
But would you locate sort of our moment in history when we had the best way of making meaning, experiencing meaning? Would you put it there? I mean, historically, because
you mean in the West?
Yeah, in the West. Yeah. Sort of like,
I would actually put it later.
A bit later.
Because for me, something that is beginning in the Gospels and in the epistles, and even in Paul goes to Athens and famously tells them that the philosophers are worshiping the God he's worshiping, although they don't know, right? It's a really interesting thing to say.
That's like sales, that's sales 2.0, right?
But look what he says, though. He says, in God we live and move and have our being. He's quoting from Stoicism, right? And so you have Plato. We talked about this whole spirituality of enlightenment coming out of the cave. And then you have Aristotle who starts to turn that into science. And then you have the Stoics, and they come along and they say, oh yeah, but we got to keep all these two sides together. We got to try and we got to do physics, but we also have to be like Socrates, and they create this sort of the ethical therapeutic. Most of our cognitive psychotherapies come directly out of Stoicism. And then you get along the way you get a revival of Pythagoras and the soul flight and mystical, and it goes interestingly with math, and it's such a rich thing.
And what time are we now talking
about?
Well,
we're talking about we're entering around. So we got Philo, who's a Middle Platonist, and he brings all of that into the Hebrew, into the Jewish world. And he's around the time of Jesus. And then now we're talking after Paul. We're talking Marcus Aurelius. We're starting to get into the 2nd century. And what happens is, there's a figure, probably a bunch of figures, but one who comes out historically, who says, you remember how I talked about how all these different sort of, I don't mean to be insulting, but all these different gods get sort of drawn together to become God, and all these different images of priest and prophet and king magnetized together to become Jesus, right? Well, you've got Plotinus saying, wait, I can take Plato and Aristotle and the Stoics and Socrates and the Pythagoreans, and I can draw them all together and give you this grand unified field theory of all of wisdom and how you can best transcend and best help others to be freed from the world of illusion. He creates Neoplatonism.
Amazing. And in your book you call him sort of the Einstein. You compare him with Einstein.
Yes.
Like you mentioned that unifying field. What was his MC square? I mean,
what's the central thing he's saying?
Yeah, exactly. You can make that comparison to Einstein. What was his sort of like?
Yeah. And so let's just to make sure I don't drop the thread. Right. What I want to say is when that great semiotic symbiosis, synoptic integration that's happening in Plotinus taps into what's happening in Christianity, and don't forget Philo has already, and Paul and John have already, and you have Justin Martyr and other people already beginning to inseminate. Right. There's this mutual thing happening between Christianity and Greek philosophy, and then they're going to come together. And that's when I think it hits the apotheosis of when we're getting the best possible way within the axial framework of cultivating wisdom and making meaning. So back to your point, Plotinus, what's Plotinus' main idea? So we have these two really interesting and powerful proposals. And let's go back to something I said. Whenever I'm saying that something is real, I'm making a comparison. Remember what I did? The dream is an illusion compared to the everyday waking consciousness. Now, the interesting thing about being at this conference and work on mystical experience, this is Yaden's work. People will have mystical experiences and say, wait, this everyday experience is less real compared to that. Right? Real is a comparative. And so that means we are inevitably led towards the more and more real. But while we're doing that, while we're realizing the really real, we notice something else. That act of realization is we're taking things that used to be separate, like Einstein. We're saying, wait, acceleration and gravity, wait, they can be brought together, right? Oh, particles and waves, space and time, right? We realize that as we're moving towards, from the lesser real to the more real, things are oneing, they're becoming more and more one. And it's more and more real. And then what does Yaden's work show? That we love, I call it ontonormativity. We love realness for its own sake. So before we're talking about moral goodness, or before we're talking about aesthetic beauty, or before we're talking about epistemic truth, we want realness. We want it to be really real for its own sake.
You use the example of when you ask students, right, what would you rather have, like a partner who's loyal to you, but you think who's loyal to you, but cheating you, not ever knowing the truth in a relation, or you just want to know the truth and suffer?
That's right.
People will say, I want to know the truth.
I want to know the truth. I don't want it to be fake.
So you don't want to be happy right now. I want the truth more than...
Yes, that's right.
That's interesting.
So we've got this deep meta desire that whatever is satisfying us is taking us towards what's real. It's wanting us because we are wanting our knowledge and our understanding, and we want to be one. We don't want to be at war with ourselves. And Christianity brings that really, accelerates, magnifies that. And so Plotinus is saying, oh, look, we're moving towards the one, which is even deeper than the true, the good, and the beautiful. It's the most real, and it's what we most desire, and it will give us the satisfaction of these two meta desires. Will be the most at peace we could possibly be. We'll be at one. This is a fullness of being. We're not at war with ourselves anymore, and we'll be the most in touch with. And we use the language of touch when we want to talk about more real. Are you in touch with reality? Have you lost contact with reality? Have you lost your grip on things? Right? And so what we're doing is we're getting one, and we're moving towards what is most real, and everything. And our world is getting one, and so it leads us to the one, which is not anything. It is whatever it is that makes all of that possible. And what for Plotinus is, you can't actually understand it. What? Well, here, whenever I'm understanding, I'm always saying, oh, behind all of these is the one that explains them. Behind electricity and magnetism is electromagnetism, right? There's nothing behind the one by which we can understand it. There's not anything. It is, so it's like Plato's sun when you come out of the cave. It's blinding. You can't actually see it. It is that by which everything, like light. You can't actually see light, but you see because of light, right? And so you can't actually possess the one in thought. You'd still be divided. You can only be the one. So you go through this process, and it ends in the most real. that is the most intelligible, that is the most satisfying. And it's in a mystical experience of profound participation. You can't have the one in thought. You can only be one with your entire being. And you get the idea that this is what Plato was also talking about when he was talking about the good. Plato says, okay, realness. Back to realness. It's always realness. Okay, what do we mean by real? Well, why is the wooden stick more real than the shadow stick? Well, I can, again, to compare it, I can use the real stick to explain the shadow stick, and I can't use the shadow stick to explain the real stick. And there's way more information about sticks in the wooden stick. And so it's like there's a gravity that draws me that way. And so notice what he's saying. He's saying that there's a normativity to this, right? There's a goodness to this. We're choosing the better when we choose the more intelligible, the more real. Yeah. And so this is the good. It's what's behind why we see truth as good, why we see ethical virtue as good, why we see beauty as good.
But this also sounds like very like Brahmanistic, right? This is Brahman, right?
And there's connections between Vedanta and they probably, Pyrrho probably goes, and that's skepticism. He definitely went to India. Plotinus was trying to go there and he didn't make it. So we know that information is traveling along the Silk Road, right? But now you have all of this. You've got, and here's Plotinus' E equals MC squared. The one, which one's you, one's the world, and takes you to what is most real, what is the source of what is true, good, and beautiful, fulfills your deepest meta desires, is ultimately the ultimate good. The one is the good. That's his great claim. And it is both the fulfillment of all of your existential needs for meaning and connection, and it's at the heart of the deepest science. This is why scientific revolutions are almost always presaged by a Neoplatonic revival.
But is then, John, sort of when he says it's good, he makes it moral, where Brahman is...
No, it's not moral.
Okay, but please explain that what he means by good then.
Light isn't used as a metaphor for intelligibility. Yeah. God creates, and there's light, and he says it's good. There's no people, there's no actions, there's no objects to be beautiful, there's no knowledge to be gained. The light is good because it is just that ontonormativity, the goodness of the really real. It's not epistemic goodness or ethical goodness or aesthetic goodness. It's the deeper goodness of all else. Behind it all, we want it to be real. We want real for its own sake. You said it. We'll prefer real unhappiness over illusory happiness.
And the route towards this goodness and he unifying sort of all of that richness of Socratic thought combined with Plato, combined with Christianity, is still sort of has this dual way of getting there. I mean, it's a rational project to a certain degree, right?
Very much, and that's important because rationality and spirituality are not antagonistic to each other.
Exactly, here, right?
They're interwoven.
Exactly, and that I find so interesting because here it still goes hand in hand. It's sort of a rational project of just thinking Socratically, questioning yourself, and having these experiences that they had, which could be psychedelics or perhaps just meditative, and they go hand in hand, right?
Yeah, the mystical and the rational are not antagonistic. They're interpenetrating and mutually affording. And this is, and then what happens, and I just did it, the God of the Bible, that is the God that is light and is love. And Plotinus says, and this goes back to Plato, that we're pulled because we love what is most real. This is, and so Augustine brings those two together. He brings Christianity and Neoplatonism together, and he says that would set the, whenever, think about you're following a good argument. This is John Searle. When you get to the conclusion, it's not like a drug addiction and you're compelled, oh no, like what I'm trying to get at is you come to the conclusion and you find the conclusion compelling but not compulsive. You don't feel like you're losing your agency. You feel like you're coming into fulfillment. You go, yeah, I get it, right? That's reason. It's got this voluntary necessity to it. It's calling to you. Love is voluntary necessity. This is Frankfurt. When I love somebody, I love Sarah profoundly, right? I feel like I'm bound to her, but I don't feel like I'm losing my agency. I feel like I'm fulfilling. And Augustine says, wait, these two voluntary necessities, at the heart of reason is a love for what makes reason possible. So how do I get, what is the way that I can get to what is behind reason? How can I get to the source of light and love, that's Jesus. And I can bring these two together. And Jesus, and this is how all of the ancient world thinks of Christianity. They use this language. Clement uses it, and Gregory of Nyssa and Maximus. Christianity is the greatest philosophy. It is the fulfillment of all the other philosophies. It is the grand unifying thing of these two strands. And they're brought together in the West by Augustine, or on the East by Gregory of Nyssa and Dionysius. And this is, right, and this is, I'm saying this, and I'm not a Christian. And I'm not trying to promote Christianity. I'm trying to answer your question. When do I think it was all at its sort of apogee? That's when I think it was.
And metaphysically speaking, how would you sort of like describe the metaphysics of this thinking of Plotinus? Would you say it comes close to idealism, or
no? Hans, that is such a great question, because I think James Fuller's book on Neoplatonism, Heidegger, and the ground of being, that what you get, that the one, especially the way Plotinus describes it, the one is, if I'm in any kind of subject-object economy, I have not realized the one. I can only, the state is to, that I need to get to, which is news, is to realize that the relationality between them is more primordial than the poles. The non-duality. And the non-duality is first disclosed by this transjective, neither objective nor subjective, but the between that William Desmond talks about, the metaxu that Plato talks about, the participation, right? That non-duality is actually what the one is. So the one is, right? No, James Fuller says, he argues that he's overturning a substance ontology, like that's Aristotle, where the world is made up of like nouns and verbs. It's made up of things that have properties. And it's like, no, the world is more like the modern world of physics. It's a world of relationality, like information and energy, right? Relativity, entanglement. It's pure relationality. And so that is what the one is. It's ontologically, it is the non-duality that gives, it is the deeper source. And this is so much like Zen in certain ways, in other ways very different. It is the common source to both the relations and the relata. It is, because I can't get relations from relata, the things that are related, and I can't get the relata from mere relations. If there were no relata, there's no way of telling one relation from another. And so, and you can see why Christianity will love this, and Eastern Orthodoxy explicitly has preserved this and says it. The greatest model for reality is community, because there are no persons without communities, but there are no communities without persons. Persons, right? That's like the relata, and community is the field of relations. They're coexisting, co-creating, co-emergent.
And it also rings like in the East, sort of, I'm having a conversation also with a scholar in the Nalanda tradition and sort of Nagarjuna, sort of, he would make this point as well, right? But sort of metaphysics, it does come close, I'd say, to idealism in the sense that you suppose a oneness and non-duality. And then, of course, but to stay a bit out of that discussion, what I find interesting here is that there was a relation to that oneness, you could say, sort of still a way in this two-world mythology to get there. You were participating in it, right?
And you could, and this is a really key thing, Hans, to my mind, because of, there was already an element of eros, spiritual eros, not sexual eros, within Neoplatonism. And then there's agape in Christianity, and they do this, and we get, I can love the one, and the one is also agapic love. And it's just like...
that's a bit bit different than Eastern thinking.
Yes,
that's crucial. I think
it is, because it gives people it has a larger role. I want to be very careful. I want to be clear what I'm doing and what I'm not doing. I think all of these traditions have different foregrounding and backgrounding, and and that's all I'm doing here, foregrounding and backgrounding. I'm not saying this one is superior to that, but and for deep philosophical reasons. But I think on this point, Christianity speaks much, this Christian Neoplatonism, while speaking to our deepest sense of realness and to our reason, it speaks very deeply to our, I'm using this not in the Buddhist sense, but in the psychological sense, it speaks to our attachment system, our affectivity, the way Bowlby and Ainsworth talked about, do you have an anxious attachment style or a secure attachment style? So those very processes of attachment and affectivity that are so central to human cognition, Christianity speaks to them. It's no coincidence it uses parental metaphors and talks about love, and because it is making a claim that as a 40 cognitive scientist, I really support, which is, no, your biological and cultural embodiment and participation in community are central to your ultimate reality.
It's beautiful to hear you talk so passionately about this, because, John, I think the whole cultivating wisdom is sort of like a modern way to get back to this sort of apotheotic, this heyday of sort of meaning and Plotinus, right? And the later Neoplatonists. I'm aware that Van der Braak is here and he talks about, like I am, and I do too, about Iamblichus and the later stuff, because they're doing really interesting stuff too. But sorry, I interrupted. But before we get there, we have to sort of get to sort of the meaning crisis, because we've been talking. This is so fascinating. I think to see where humanity had such meaning and such tools, such technologies.
I want to appreciate what we've done, because normally, I'm trying to pay you, I think, a well-earned compliment, right? Normally we get, okay, John, meaning crisis, lay it out and go in, and that's fine. And I don't want to be ungrateful. People have been gracious, and you have spent all this time saying, no, I want to really understand what it was like when it was working. The meaning, what's it like to live in a world that is where meaning and wisdom and self-transcendence are so well thought out and so well lived out.
Yeah, and this is like, thank you. And this was the entrance for the conversation, because it's personal. I felt that I've been cut loose. I mean, I've been brought up in like pretty orthodox Protestant branch, Dutch Reformed Church, and rationality was cut out. I mean, and it is strange. And your book to me is like an analysis of my upbringing and a tradition I sort of left, and that has been sort of like a tremendous sort of cause of distress and personal suffering in a way, and which I see my work as sort of like a beautiful way of making sense. And because
you kind of epitomize the meaning crisis in some ways,
I guess, and because it goes wrong when we make that cut so beautifully in this period we've been describing so far. That was this beautiful marriage between rationality and spirituality, and we've come to think of them as being separate. You are either a rational person or you're more towards the spiritual, and the two cannot be bridged. We think of science as distinct from religion and spirituality, and a lot of people we shouldn't even want to. They're two distinct domains. Now, we live in a I think a lot of progress has been made that now there's more room for all of this, for meaning and sort of the culture being less sort of atheistic, and you can still say I'm a Christian, but then still it is something you take home with you. You don't bring it into academia, etc. So we're still separating spirituality and rationality. And of course, the work of Bernardo has been to sort of find ways analytically to just make sense. It's just very rational to be spiritual, and you cannot be spiritual. And this is also very important, but you cannot be spiritual without sort of, in a sense, being rational. I'm asking this a bit to you, but
I would agree with that. But the problem we face, so I agree with everything you just said, and I find this is an area of deep convergence between Bernardo and I. It came out when we were having the three-part discussion. And so what I would want to say is the difficulty that you and I face is when we use the word rational, people are hearing it post-Descartes, and they're hearing computational. They're hearing the logical manipulation of propositions so that they are internally coherent and they somehow correspond to an external reality. This is the picture of the modern given to us in the European Enlightenment. And that is not what Plato or Socrates or Plotinus means by rational. By rational, they mean that comprehensive ability, systemic ability to overcome self-deception and enhance connectedness, so that self-transcendence, a spiritual maturation occurs, and that affectivity and attachment play as much a role in your rationality as does your argumentation. We have to have all of the A's together.
This one's important to like really carefully unpack here, because all of us in a modern world, we associate, indeed, as you say, we associate rationality with computation, or science as we have come to know it, a science in which we presume there's a view from nowhere, an objective view upon the world. Yes. Now, of course, science itself has been telling us, and this is the work of Bernardo and analytic idealism, that position is like totally untenable, and there is no object-subjective vibe we can make, so we are in deep trouble, and mathematics itself is telling us this. But before we get there, just these different these different notions of rationality.
Yes.
And you already mentioned Descartes, and your book, he knew what he was doing in a sense, and you also point to, that's good also, because I've been also, I'm learning here as well, because I've also, a lot of interviews, I'm always like, Descartes, that's what went wrong, it's dualism, and now, but you also point to his brilliance, right?
Yes.
Could you sort of just sketch him as this very important figure to fully understand, and not only see sort of like the naive or simplistic version of dualism, but
yeah. So so the precursors, right? After Aquinas, what starts to happen is you get the emergence of nominalism, because you get a new way of reading.
That's good to just for people to know nominalism. What do you mean with that?
Yeah. So it used to be that what's invented is, I believe, a new punctuation system, and so people can read silently, whereas before you needed, generally people were reading more loud and communally, and the intent of reading changes. So especially when you're in this communal setting and a monastic setting, the intent of the reading is transformation. The idea is that there are truths that are only available to you through transformation. Maturation, we think that adults have access to reality in a way that children can't have access to.
Yeah.
And the ancient world said, but it doesn't stop there. As the child is to the adult is to the sage. You have to keep going. Now what happens is there's this change, and internal reading starts happening more. And what starts happening is you also get a recovery of Aristotle's logic, which is causing a lot of problems. And you get this growing idea that what I'm doing is I'm reading to be informed, to take in propositions, and what I'm trying to do is get them coherent with each other, so they all hang together well.
Yep.
Again, it always starts in like, of course, that's right. And so, but what happens is very shortly, right? And let's not forget the Middle Age world is collapsing because of the Black Plague and the 100 Years' War, the divided papacy, and all kinds of stuff like that, really disturbing the order. And so, getting a better grip on ordering our thoughts becomes very paramount. And so, Occam basically proposes, hey, wait a sec. All those sort of real patterns that Plato and Plotinus are talking about, universals, and the thing that support all our inferences, so we can say all cats are mammals, all of that, and the ancient world thought that was part of reality.
Yeah, universals.
Right. That's just in our head. This is what it is right. They were basically confronted with a problem. I don't want to get into detail. There's a tension in Aristotle between a substance ontology in which all that ultimately exists are independently existing things with their actions, and the idea that knowledge is based on universals, because those don't actually go together comfortably. If what's really there are individuals, right? Where the universals, and so the idea came. Sorry, I'm reducing a huge complex development, but it was like no. All that's really here is the raw thing, the raw individual, and everything that I think is a universal. Like this is a glass, right? And it's an object, and if I hit it, it will move. All of those things, those don't exist in substances, because substances don't have relations. They're only possible because of the mind. The mind, by bringing terms together logically, actually is drawing. It's making all the patterns. The patterns aren't there out there. They're only in here in my head. And this is like, so it's only through naming things that the categories form. And what they're trying to do, they're basically making a move and saying, out there are things, and in here there are relations of intelligibility, what we call the universal. Yeah. That's how they're trying to solve a very difficult problem. Yeah. Now, what happens is that produces like what? Because people had been through millennia taught that to know something is to conform to it, right? To pick up on its form, and to participate in it. But how participating in it, there seems to be this deep division. There's the raw thing out there, and the understanding in here. And nominalism becomes very pervasive. It has an influence on, Luther isn't a nominalist, but he's influenced by nominalism, right? And there's other things going on.
But nominalism is so like everything is just your linguistic term for it, right? It's order in your head that you project into the world.
This is the origin of what Paul Ricoeur calls the hermeneutics of suspicion. It's the idea that appearances are not largely the way in which reality discloses itself. Phenomena shines to us. Instead, appearances is how the mind projects a meaning onto an otherwise meaningless world. It's a very different kind.
We become trapped in our minds, right? That's what's happening, starting to happen here.
That's right. Now, what comes along is what looks like a doorway out. So you've got the Protestant Reformation happening, and maybe we'll talk about Luther, and you've got all this other chaos happening, right? And then you've got Copernicus and Galileo, and they're saying, yeah, you're right. All of these, like Copernicus, you think the sun is rising. It's an illusion. Everything is an illusion. Oh my God, except the math. And the Neoplatonism comes, it's a shredded, reduced version, but it's the math. The math, and Galileo says it, math is the natural language of the universe. It is the language, so it's not in our head. The math is out there. And Descartes goes, right. So what I have to do in order to know the world, I'm going to super Occam things, but I'm going to beat Occam because I'm going to get the coherence of a computer running the math, and that math will connect me to reality. And that's how I can bring back the certainty of math and what's happening in the scientific revolution. And that's how we can cut through appearances and get right to the real again. And then you've got this very deep problem, which Galileo foresaw and Descartes confronts, which is, okay, but where are all the non-mathematical things? Where is the beauty? Where is the meaning? Where's the truth? Where's all this? Yeah. Oh, that's in here.
All in my mind.
All in my mind. And what's left out there is only the mathematical properties. They're the primary. They're the objective. They're the properties of the objects. And this way we can bring back the objects that we lost. We can agree with Occam. Yes, there are individual objects out there, but we're not cut off from them absolutely because we can measure them mathematically. And so now we've got a lifeline to the world. And the objective world is a world without value or meaning or beauty or taste or color. It is just the mathematical properties. And all of those non-mathematical qualities are in my mind and in consciousness. And now we have a duality. And I want you to, I need another moment because I want to show something.
It's very deep to understand also for us. Yeah.
So what we had is with Aquinas and the pure nature philosophers, what happens is Aquinas has to wrestle with, he has the two worlds, but the two worlds were more like a continuum, right? And then Aristotle comes in and there's science, and it's like, how do we, and we get something that Descartes is going to pick up on. Well, science gives us real knowledge, but of this world down here. Notice the change. The world down here is now real in itself, and it can be understood on its own terms. And this world is not accessible to us. It's only accessible through pure faith. And
okay. Because that world up there is about values. It is about sort of these experience of beauty, etc. Because with Plotinus we said it's the one, it's the good, right?
That's right.
So exactly.
But now notice how reason and science and spirituality are getting divided from each other. The natural is now being hard divided from the supernatural. And then what starts to happen is people very quickly say, this is absurd. If these are two radically dichotomous realms, they can't possibly communicate, right? Or causally affect each other. That's absurd. And so they reject it. The problem you have is, okay, but that was doing something for you. That was telling you the real versus the apparent. It was telling you where your intuitions of the good, the true, the beautiful come from. It was telling you how self-transcendence works. You throw away that, and you throw away all those functions. And so what Descartes does is he says, wait, I can replace that vertical dichotomy with a horizontal dichotomy. There's a subjective world, and there's an objective world. And this is the world of illusion, and this is the world of reality, right? And there's a way to bridge between them, which is the math.
But now God, or the good, or the one, because we have no mathematical link to it, is now also located in our mind.
Well, he thinks he can compute the existence of God, Descartes.
He did?
Yes. He thought he could make an argument from the cogito. So notice what's happening. He's actually giving you two different senses of realness. We used to have a unified sense. Yeah. Now we have two, and this is what Descartes. We have one, things are real if they're mathematical. But Descartes does this other thing. He says, but wait, my consciousness, where all those secondary qualities are, which philosophy nowadays call qualia, right? He said, but wait, right? How what can I doubt? Like, I can't doubt that I have consciousness. I can even doubt that math is real. It could be an evil demon feeding me this, but I can't doubt my own mind. So notice what's happening. Touching the world has completely been sucked into the mind touching itself. That's what's most real. That's what's left of realness. And we have these two different standards of realness: a completely subjective, the non-inferential, non-computational, I just directly see that my mind touches itself, and the completely computational, objective sense of realness. And now they're completely at loggerheads with each other. And the postmodernists are going to come along and say this. They're going to say, you know what? Your horizontal dichotomy, it's just as bloody absurd as the vertical one, because you can't tell me how the subjective and the objective communicate. You can't tell me how they causally interact. Descartes has given us the mind-body problem, the problem of other minds. How is there any real knowledge? And Kant comes along and says, even the math doesn't get us out there. The only reason the math works, he turns it back into Occam. It's just in here, and we take all the appearances and we filter.
But that is a rational move to do, right? Because to say that the math is construction of the mind, or
it's his way of accounting for the universality of math again. Because with Descartes and others, you have the problem of if all that's out there is objective mathematical problem. Like math itself isn't that kind of entity, right? It's not a substance. No. It's not like it's a system of relations of intelligibility. How could it possibly connect to the world? Like in Plato, you don't have that problem. But once you've sundered these two, Descartes just says, well, the math works because science works. Well, Kant goes, but and even Einstein, like, why does the math work? He struggles with it, right? And so Kant says, well, and he basically brings back a version of Malcolm. We're projecting, as much as we're projecting the beauty and the meaning, we're projecting the math as well.
Yeah, and the more clean thing, it's strange to say, but the more clean thing to say would be something along the lines that the math just reveals a very structural, testable relationship between the mind and the phenomena, right? Or how we perceive the world.
So now you're a Platonist. That's a Platonic proposal. That what we're doing is what the math is doing is it's disclosing real patterns that carry real intelligibility. That is a real property of the world.
Exactly. But that feels right, like a more rational thing to do than to sort of give mathematics an ontological status, to say the math's out there.
Well, you see, the problem that Kant faces, and in Berman, in Platonism and the objects of science, Berman basically argues that nominalism and Kantianism can't give you science. Basically, scientific inference, scientific generalization. Like, if our generalizations are somehow getting us to the most real, then there has to be something that underlies generalizations in reality. Because if we're projecting the generalizations, why would we possibly believe that is getting us to what is most real? Right? And so, and what Berman says is what Kant actually does is he creates two realms. The external world is a world of Descartes, mathematics. The internal world is a Platonic world. Berman asked this very good question, and Schelling asked it too. But how does the mind know itself? Like, is the mind projecting onto itself? And Schelling figures out really soon, like in his critique of Kantianism, and he says the ideal must itself be real. If the ideal is we project the mind onto things, right? But the mind's ability to project can't itself be ideal. It has to ground out in a reality. And so what happens is Kant has like the mind touches, this is Descartes, the mind touches itself, knows itself, can see itself, can realize itself. That's what Kant is doing in the critique of pure reason, right? And yet it can't contact or realize the world. And so he has these two worlds. And like you said, it makes no sense. The math has to apply across those two worlds. It has to bind them together. It has to.
And that's all it does, right? Or that's what it really is. It's sort of a syntax.
Yeah, I think I'm a Platonist. I'm a Neo-Platonist. I think we were talking earlier about like these trajectories, these gradients of intelligibility as we move from the less real. There are, as you put it, I would put it, there's a terrain, there's a syntax, there's a directionality and organization to these patterns of intelligibility, and they're patterns of realness and they're patterns of realization by us. I think math is like a fundamental part of the topography of the terrain of intelligibility.
Of mind, you could say that, but. Because we've structured our conversation along the lines of psychotechnologies, and the last one we spoke of was agape and Neo-Platonism. What sort of new psychotechnology came with Descartes and Kant sort of that, which power got us into trouble as well, right? Is that the mathematics? Is it sort of Descartes coming up with his geometry, or what?
Yeah, it's computational. So what Descartes, and it's computation. So what you get in science with Galileo is you get the wedding of mathematics to experimentation. Neither one of those are present in Aristotelian science. There's some ad hoc experimentation, there's no math, but the principled systematic pairing of mathematics and experimentation is what you get in Galileo. And then what you get is you get Descartes trying to say, we have to become computers in order to be able to read the language of reality and do good experiments. Okay, and so the psychotechnology that is given to us, we call, right, it's these two paired ones. We have computational scientific method. And it is, and notice, and this is, Descartes promises this, and Leibniz is very explicit about it. This is a universal method. It's a universal machine. And if I just learn the machine, I don't have to undergo any transformation in order to get all possible truths. I can just crank out the machine. And so the propositional knowing becomes all I need. All I need is the computation. All I need is the math and the manipulation of experimental variables, and I'll be able to compute all of reality. It's tremendously powerful, and it's tremendously destructive of our own self, in the way we inhabit our own knowing of the world.
Yes, with these great powers, these great technologies come great responsibilities, right? And it's almost as if we were handed sort of like a new tool, like fire, and burning ourselves now with this sort of like this tool of computation, which is amazing, but we cannot sort of...
Because it blind spots us. This is the title of a recent book by Frank Leitzer and my friend Evan Thompson. Right? And so the problem we face... two physicists and a 4E cognitive scientist philosopher like myself. Evan and I were, for a period of time, were colleagues at the University of Toronto. He's also one of the important people of 4E cognition, especially in activism. And the thing about this, I mean, obviously, again, a fuller argument is available there and on my channel and in the book, but the gist of the argument is something like this. What science gives us is it gives us sort of the proposal that it can explain everything, except how we generate explanations. Because explanations require meaning and experience and taking a perspective and overcoming self-deception and all this other stuff that the scientific method presupposes is at work. So science presupposes reason and meaning and with the way they afford truth and a connectedness to reality that allows us to transform reality reliably, but it can't actually explain those things because they are presupposed in a fundamental way. Science radically presupposes intelligibility without having any inclination about its responsibility to that intelligibility and trying to turn, as Plotinus did, towards how can I be more intimately true to this, the source of all this intelligibility? So,
and that in itself is an irrational move.
I would say that's a very irrational move. I think, what it means is we are radically unhomed. We have no cosmic place in the scientific worldview, which is why there is this, yes, one of the big gaps we talk about a lot, and we should. Quantum and relativity, and notice the eros for the one. They must somehow be one. I mean, they must, right? Okay, you have no evidence that they are, but you just know they must, right? And another one that's not as widely advertised because the physicists aren't talking about it themselves is somehow, right? The inner and the outer have to be one. Somehow, the place from which I'm doing science and the world disclosed by science have to be participating in the same grammar, or it's ultimately absurd and it makes no sense, right? And so we are blind spotted. We can't see the fact that we have absented ourselves from being connected to reality. I think that shows up in that we're locked into only propositions and we're not aware of the other kinds of knowing that are carrying most of the burden for our sense of connectedness and presence and realness.
Thanks. That's a beautiful description of exactly what we find ourselves in. And in physics, I mean, of course, it's not taking into account observerhood. Physics cannot give us the observer, and it cannot even give us a I mean, this is not in like your day-to-day physics, but when I talk to people in foundations of physics, the deep problem is you do not know the boundary between the system and the observer. It's arbitrary. That's exactly as you say. You need a unifying, or we want a unifying theory, but that has to include us. And exactly, this is a measurement problem.
Yeah, it's a measurement problem, which of course Wolfgang Smith made famous, and he had an explicitly Neoplatonic
solution. I didn't know. That's interesting.
Yeah, and he calls it vertical causation. That's the Platonic idea of how the one is the source of all the intelligibility, and all things return to it in the sense that when we understand things are becoming one. It's definitely the measurement problem. It's all kinds of problems about how we're radically disconnected. There's a book called Putting Ourselves Back into the Equation, right? How do we? There's Pass's book, The One. He was a theoretical physicist arguing that and he's explicit. It's the Neoplatonic sense of the one. That's the only way we can make sense of what's happening in physics. Like Neoplatonism is, unbeknownst to a lot of people, is going through this huge revival, which I think is very, very interesting.
A good thing. Yeah, I'd say so. And what I find sort of the sort of like tragic irony of the whole story is that many, and that's also how we started this conversation, many of us think that it is the human sort of fate to become more rational and then lose meaning and lose spirituality. But it's the opposite. It is us becoming, we cling to a certain form of rationality, computation, but clinging fully to that is a very irrational move, as we've just established, right? So it's this story of becoming irrational while we lose meaning, and meaning has to do with rationality, and that I just like. Sort of, that's what I really got from your book.
Well, that's the core of it. I mean, so for me, I was part of that first generation of cognitive scientists that were followers of Jerry Fodor, the idea that cognition is computation, and there's a language of thought, and it's all proposition and propositional manipulation, and it doesn't work. Like, first of all, coherence. Okay, let's just do it quickly. Coherence. As long as there's a finite set of data, this is Reichenbach, formal proof, there's an infinite number of patterns of coherence. So the chances that you and I have the same pattern of coherence are infinitely small. Next, correspondence. Where are you standing? Here's your subjective thing. Here's the world. Where are you standing so that you can see your subjectivity and the objectivity matching? Where are you standing? That makes no sense. And how am I seeing this? Am I seeing this through representation? Then I just get an infinite. So somehow I'm directly aware of this, which I'm not supposed to be able to do. Somehow I'm directly aware of this, which I'm not supposed to be able to do. And I'm neither in subjectivity or objectivity. I'm not supposed to be able to be there. And that's what I need for correspondence to work. And that's what philosophy is basically discovered. This doesn't make any sense. And then oh well, but what I mean is you're still talking about perspectives. I want the view from nowhere. The view from nowhere. That's actually the description of everything, everywhere, all at once. And notice, by the way, that model of objectivity that's at the heart of secular modernity is actually taking the place, literally trying to take the stance of God. Who is it that has the view from nowhere, who can give the complete description of everything, everywhere, all at once? It's actually a religious view. It's a view from God. Now, here's the thing. Gödel says there is no description that is simultaneously consistent and complete. You can't get it. Einstein says you're presupposing absolute space and time for this everywhere, all at once. And then Heisenberg says, well, it's not only logically and physically possible, it's epistemically impossible because you can't measure it. Because whenever you're measuring one variable, you blind yourself to other variables. Like, this is the most impossible there is. It's logically impossible, it's physically possible, it's epistemically impossible, it's basically a crypto-religious worldview. Yet that's our standard for what counts as reality. This is ridiculous. It is a ridiculous proposal.
And I mean, for people watching, this is great stuff. And I think a lot of past you need to sort of re-listen because it's just so dense. And I mean, in the most positive sense, and also in how you write, it's such an amazing analysis. And of course, people want something to take home with. And of course, that's your second book. I mean, I'd love to sit down and arrange another interview when your next book is out.
When it's done, I will give you an interview. And hopefully, maybe I'll be even in Europe and we can be in person again.
Perfect. Or if I happen to be in Canada, I'd love to sort of interview you on that book. But to just give people something on a way out of this deep problem. I think this interview has been very important, and your book is very important because we need this proper analysis before we can start fixing it. Right? Because I take this from an interview with Nora Bates. And
I love Nora. I haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah, she's amazing. And of course, in Batesonian thought, she says things like, today's solutions are tomorrow's problems. And in a sense, if we don't know what we are fixing. So I guess perhaps also too big of a question, but in what way are we now fixing the meaning crisis? A lot of good things are happening. Look at just psychedelics, meditation. There's a lot of good stuff, right?
More Stoics now than we're ever in the Roman Empire.
Exactly. So we're fixing it. But where do you see sort of like hope, but also in all of this danger? And I'm referring also to in your book how you sort of criticize sort of romanticism. Like being romantic, you see that as sort of like a problem where we see sort of meaning as this romantic thing. It's just how we feel meaning. I need to get back to my heart. That's all true, but we need that rationality. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are here.
Yes.
And for people to take home.
Okay. Well, because of the influence of a very dear friend of mine, Douglas Headley, I'm a little bit more cautious now, and I want to live up to what I said. So I'm doing a bit of self-correction here. I think that's the hallmark of rationality as opposed to logicality. I would now say that a lot of the original romantics and sort of proto-romantic German idealism, Schelling, they aren't really subject to my critique. They're actually really worrying about how do I bring the recovery of the imagination and the imaginal and the rational together. So what I label is what you express, and I think the book is referring to something. I would now call it decadent romanticism. It's kind of the romanticism that is pervasive in our culture. Like go with your gut, you trust your heart. There is no meaning, but you project meaning onto the world. And I find this horrible, terrifying as a proposal. William Desmond says it great. He calls it default atheism. I would say default. Now let's do it. Okay. So the world is. So first of all, that version of decadent romanticism is still within the Cartesian dichotomy. There's the inner world where meaning is, and it's subjective, and the outer world is cold. Right? There's inner values and there's outer facts. Okay. So reality is valueless. So I have to project my subjective values onto reality. What do we call subjective projections that aren't true of reality again? Oh, that's an illusion. So all of your meaning making is just a grand illusion. And if you are disillusioned from your illusions, you will realize that you are just metaphysically insignificant. You're just a very, very, very small object in a lot of other objects. And it just leads you to nihilism. And so once that romanticism is still locked into the dichotomy of the inner subjective and the outer objective with no possible real communication or connection between, it's absurd. That's Camus. I take Camus very seriously. The only real problem is suicide. Because if you accept that, the view given to us by the European Enlightenment, the modern view, the value fact economy, subjective, objective, mind, body, all these dichotomies. If you accept that, then you are in an absurd existence. But here's the way you turn the table, as I've been arguing here, is like, no, that dichotomy, and this is what postmodernism is, when it's at its best, is saying, is that horizontal dichotomy is just as absurd as the vertical one that modernity rejected. It is just as absurd. And so you can't draw grand narrative conclusions about the absurdity of all reality from these horizontal dichotomies that are deeply absurd themselves. Find them absurd, and then try to move beyond them. And that means trying to recover that older sense of knowing as a contact epistemology. And I think the good romantics were trying to do that. I think that's what they were trying to do. Schelling is deeply influenced by Platonism and Neoplatonism, and he's trying to bring it back. He's trying to say, right? And he's deeply influenced by Spinoza, because Spinoza says, you got Descartes got these two dichotomies, the realm of ideas and the realm of extended things. But you know what I'm going to tell you? They're like your left and right field of vision. You actually look through them to the reality that is deeper than both of them, and it is an infinity of infinities. That's what he means by God or nature. He doesn't mean choose a name. I'll call it God or call it nature. He means no. Look through God and look through nature and see what's behind it. And Schelling is constantly trying to figure this out. He's breaking the Kantian grip from between. That's right, and so that's going on. And it's been happening within continental philosophy. It's been happening in analytic philosophy. Quine undermined the analytic synthetic distinction that all of Kant is based on. Putnam has undermined the fact-value dichotomy. The theory, the meaning measurement, the theory-data dichotomy has been undermined. Like read Pickstock's amazing book, Aspects of Truth, A New Religious Metaphysics. All the dichotomies from which people draw all these nihilistic conclusions, they have been disclosed by the best analytic and continental philosophy as utterly absurd. Here's the third thing. All of 4ECOG's side, the kind of work I do, is saying that whole dichotomous way of understanding cognition, your mind isn't here, is absurd. Your mind is a form of adaptivity. Adaptivity isn't in you. Is the adaptivity of the great white shark in the great white shark? No, I drop it in the desert, it's dead. Is it in the ocean? No, I drop you in the ocean, you're dead. It's in the real relation, the real fittedness, I call it relevance realization, between you and the world. That's where meaning, that's where mind is to actually be realized and found. The connection, so it's more proper, ontologically, epistemologically, to say the mind is between me and the world, rather than inside me.
Beautiful. And of course, it dovetails with analytic idealism, where you say, if mind is in between, it is mentality, and we are sort of like within our boundaries, and we have to sort of when these boundaries open up and we have these transcendent experiences, we feel the oneness, right?
Well, yes. And that's I've tried to make the argument that's a fourth. So I made you like all continental and analytic, destroying the dichotomies, 4ECOG side, saying no, cognition is it's continuous with biological adaptation. It's embodied, embedded, enacted, extended. It's between relevance realization. Is relevance a fact or a value? It's both and neither. It's not. When I find this relevant, is that an objective feature of it? Well, no. But is it purely subjective? No, because if I don't get water, I'm dead, right? Like the dichotomies don't actually work in problem solving, right? And now you've got this other one, like you said, taking mysticism seriously again and saying maybe these experiences, maybe we should go back and think that we don't have a universal method, and that there's some truths that are only disclosed in transformation, and there are these convergent lines of evidence that these transformative truths, the truths disclosed in and through transformation, point to a fundamental kind of non-duality. Yes, I think all of those arguments are talking to each other, converging on each other.
Exactly. And it makes me think earlier, who's that book? I mean, that's also player, right? Knowledge has to be transformative.
Yes.
Exactly. What I like, also sort of I thought a nice way to end our beautiful conversation, John, touching upon, we were at a conference on psychedelics. You've been publishing on that as well.
Yes.
What I love there is, and this relates back to sort of the whole idea of psychotechnologies, that in thinking about meaning and the meaning crisis, we've in this conversation seen how these psychotechnologies give us meaning, but if we sort of do not handle them right, it can sort of create, of course,
excellent, Hans. That's an excellent observation.
Yeah, and a destruction of destruction. They can sort of like debalance, destabilize sort of meaning. Now, what I love, if we think about psychotechnologies, you've written about flow state experiences, where you say, and this is just a way of a line of thought here I want to sort of share with you. The skill needs to be there. You need to have sort of certain psychotechnology or skill.
Yeah, sometimes it's like a chainsaw, right? It can bring about powerful transformation, but you got to know how to use it really well.
Exactly. And thinking about flow states, we all sort of images of like dancers or musicians, but of course, and we all know they have put in sort of 10,000 hours of skill, and then they have the brilliant jazz solo. And if you have put in the hours, you can be in whatever flow. You won't play, like a Coltrane. But and then you related back, sort of thinking about what is it in the psychedelic state, what skill, what psychotechnology is in a flow there. And if I understood it correctly, it is sort of our childlike way of complexifying, as you call it, sort of that notion that now I simplify the world. This is a glass microphone. You're John. I know you. But a kid would be like, "What's this?" And play with it. It complexifies the thing, and then it gets to its world model. And we all know people who have had psychedelic experience. I've had that childlike wonder of the world. But now, sort of it's a skill we have, and then it's in a flow state. And when I get out of that psychedelic state, I've sort of rebuilt my world model. I've sort of complexifies that the way.
Yeah.
But it's just I find it hopeful because it points to me that we have these technologies within us. It's innate.
Yes. Wow, that was beautifully said. Yeah, that's actually what my talk is going to be about at the conference here.
Well, we'll try and include it, by the way. We have the footage. We can see and get if we can get it sort of included in this video.
Oh wow, that'd be wow. Wow. Thank you for that.
We'll see if we can make it happen.
So there's so much in there. So first of all, we didn't actually even get into relevance realization, but let's talk about like when you have an insight, like what you find relevant and salient is shifted. And notice you don't make an insight, you don't receive it. It's between you and the world. It self-organizes. You participate in it. It's a perspectival, participatory kind of knowing. It's a changing of perspective that you're participating in, not a computation over your propositions. And so when you can cascade a bunch of those together, you get a flow state. That's right. Think about a rock climber. I'll talk about this in my talk. Like they literally are impassing, and they have to sort of restructure and reframe, and they have an aha, and then they go there and there. And that's why the flow state is like an extended aha experience. You've got super salience, a sense of discovery, creativity. You're participating in something. It's graceful. It's self-organizing. You're at one with your. It's super insight, right? And that's why it gives us optimal performance, and it's an optimal experience. And it's so meaningful because it's about this connectedness. This is why you do absurd things like rock climbing that make no sense, right? From a utilitarian point of view. Now here's the idea. Most of our flow states are in very limited small worlds, like domains. Like I can flow in martial arts, or I can flow in dancing or playing jazz. But you also have domain general abilities, and fluency, which is the basic machinery underneath insight and flow, right? It is a domain general phenomenon, right? It's just how well you're doing zeroing in on the relevant information and shaping things up and sizing things up so you can solve your problems. Okay, so you've got fluency, it's being complexified, right, into insight, and that's being complexified into flow. And now what if I don't flow here or here, but what if I flow not for a set of domain specific skills, but what if I flow in a domain general way? Well, what would that be like? Well, that would be like orientation. So orientation is the domain general no matter where you are. Kant discovers this. He discovers this in the Critique of Pure Reason. He says, wait, everything I can say about my two hands propositionally is exactly the same. I have to do something before propositions so that I can orient. And then he realizes I have to do that whenever I'm thinking. So before I can do any thinking, I have to orient. And this is basically your overall stance. It's not you setting yourself up to solve this problem or that problem in this specific area. You're trying, like in martial arts, you take a stance, right? The stance is, well, you can't do anything with that. The reason why you stand that way in your stance, right, is because it gives you good access to many different specific things you need to do, like a strike or a block. So your consciousness, right, and your cognition are doing the same thing. They're giving you a stance. They're trying to put you in a place where you can zero in on the relevance realization, fit yourself to that, or fit yourself to that. Now that orientation is also, right, an act of co-identification. I'm oriented right now, and I'm taking on a particular identity, and I'm assigning all kinds of identities. And so you've got this, I'm always orienting, I'm always co-identifying, I'm always trying to prepare myself to make my way through. These are domain general abilities. And this is the level of your worldview. That's what your worldview is. Your worldview is where you sort of have a model of how you do this domain general thing of what kind of agent should I be? What kind of world am I in? Chris and I talk about the agent or being in a relationship, right? And so what if you were flowing not in hockey, or not in baseball or jazz, but what if you were flowing at the level of worldview too? What would that look like? That would look like what you just said. It would look like profound wonder. It would look like I'm calling my whole world into question. I'm calling my whole self into question, and I'm doing this reciprocal insight. I'm opening up my world and opening up my very identity, and I'm orienting towards reality as a whole. That's a mystical experience, I would argue. And it would be powerfully adaptive to have individuals that could flow at that level, that could give us new ways in which we could be different kinds of agents, selves, or persons in different kinds of arenas, stories, communities. And so periodically opening up and exploring the space of the ways in which we can wonder our way into new ways of being in the world are particularly valuable, especially if your environment is volatile and going through radical changes. This is Patrick McNamara's work and all the other people's work on epistemic vulnerabilities or pivotal mental states, psychedelic states and mystical states. Many people are arguing are such states. They're states in which we're basically sending a signal to all this evolutionary machinery. I need to have not just an insight here or here. I need to have an insight going deeply in, deeply out, and not just evolving a new trait, but like evolving my evolvability itself so that I can adapt rapidly, evolve myself, I mean cognitively and culturally, to this new volatile environment. That's the proposal for why we could why it is rational to pursue the mystical, and why, and in that mystical, this connectedness, this deep meaning, these are the most meaningful experiences people have, is actually telling you something fundamental about the way out of the meaning crisis. We can recover the non-computational, perspectival, and participatory transformations that make us more wise, make us more deeply adaptive, help us to zero in on the relevant information, and escape from all these disastrous dichotomies.
Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you very much, Sean.
Thank you.
And I could sense, I mean, seriously, when you give me this, when you talk about complexifying and getting out of these models that capture, I mean, they're great for navigating space-time, but they can limit us so much.
Yes.
And I noticed it also in my own work. I'm the interviewer. We were talking about your book. And when you were speaking, I was like seeing John, seeing your radio. It's crazy because I interview as an astronaut, but he's just a human. He's going through all of this. So like, I can only say with like a very open heart, I'm looking forward very much to reading your book. And on that level, it seems to me that, I mean, now I've brought you here like as the professor and the writer of this book to tell all of this, but for people to know, I mean, you do put into practice as sort of, you have like a whole ecology of practice.
Yes.
Have you found a way to balance those psychotechnologies, like to balance them, or you get sort of trapped sometimes when you're in the academic world?
I'm not a saint or a sage or anything ridiculous like that, but I mean, with the help of other gifted people like Christopher Masterpietro and Ethan Say and Taylor Barrett, I have the lectern where I do lectures and Q&A with people and take them through books and arguments, almost like at a university. And that's where we do this kind of philosophy, where philosophy is not just academic, technical manipulation of concepts. It is this way of deeply, reasonably, in this deeper sense of spiritual rationality and rational spirituality, loving of wisdom. And I have a whole bunch of those courses. They're all being turned into books too, by the way. Perfect. And then the lectern has partnered with Awaken to Meaning, which was originally part of the Vervaeke Foundation, and then Taylor became autonomous. He's running his own business. But I am the ongoing cognitive scientific consultant and philosopher for that. And Taylor and Ethan both have expertise in engaging in practices. With Chris and Taylor and Rick Rapetti and Ryan Barton and others, developed a series of dialogical practices to try to give us a way of how we together, we can't wait around for Socrates or Jesus, but we can at least, there's practices we can do together that allow us to be Socrates to each other. So there's all these dialogical practices, and there's movement practices, and imaginal practices, and mindfulness practices, and we have this whole ecology of practices, and we take people through courses, and we take them through in-person retreats. So I was in the Netherlands like 2 weeks ago, helping facilitate one of these retreats. Right, I'm going back to Toronto to do one, another one, and then I'll come back. I'll go later this year to Czechia and do another one. So I'm doing that facilitation, right? All of those practices: dialogical, imaginal, mindful, embodied. I'm doing the lecture, doing the work, doing the science still. Obviously. Working with people, writing, trying to get research done. So I'm trying to keep both of those. I'm aspiring and trying to give both of those worlds my very best, and also doing a lot to hopefully show up in them as virtuously, as non-exploitative as I possibly can in both. So yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Amazing. I think your work is very important for humanity right now, and we'll definitely follow up on this beautiful conversation. We'll put links up, everything you just mentioned, your lectern, and of course your video courses, and all the interesting links in the description below. And please leave your comments, questions to this video so we can sort of work with that. And John, just thank you so much for this beautiful conversation.
Hans, it was a great joy. If I was radiant, it's because you lit me up. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
He's an associate professor of psychology and cognitive science at the University of Toronto, researching the nature of intelligence, rationality, wisdom, and the meaning of life. Please.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. This is my first ICPR, so I hope I impress you, so you'll make me back. So this talk builds upon a paper entitled From Flow to Mystical Experience, Connecting Entropy and Fluency Along the Unifying Framework of Cognitive Continuum. You can tell from the title it's an academic paper, published with Hussein Bekalou and Daniel Melling in December 2025, which was based on an earlier publication, Vervaeke and Masterpietro 2024. The first central proposal of this overall argument is that there is a continuum of complexification that produces emergent cognitive functions. And this, of course, is an affordance for what Michael Anderson calls circuit reuse or exaptation, repurposing existing processes for new functions. Now, complexification itself is the paired parallel processing of processes of integration and differentiation. In integration, we are compressing data like a line of best fit that allows us to interpolate and extrapolate. So we're compressing data because this generalizes our functionality. We're assimilating information to existing structures, and we're fitting that information to older cognitive structures. So sort of a Piagetian assimilation. In differentiation, what we're doing the opposite. We're particularizing the data, which means we're engaging in discrimination. We're increasing cognitive acuity, the ability to distinguish between things. We're forcing the system to accommodate in which the system has to structure itself in a new way to fit the new information. And when you're doing the integration and differentiation in parallel, you get complexity, where complexity, like my hand, is a system that is simultaneously highly integrated and highly differentiated, giving you multiple functions. Now we can see these processes at work in something like the 9-dot problem. I was going to bring one slide of the 9-dot problem, but I thought that was silly, so I'm just going to describe it to you. You give people 9 dots, like that. You've probably seen this, it's famous. They have to connect all 9 dots with 4 straight lines. People think it's easy. Oh, I missed the middle. Oh, and then and in fact, the ability to solve that problem spontaneously is statistically indistinguishable from 0. What you actually have to do is go outside the square, make a non-dot turn, and then it's easy to do. But people get locked into the square. The famous experiment by Wallsberg and Alba in 1981 actually gave this problem to people, and this is where the phrase "think outside the box" comes from, because they literally gave the cue to people: think outside the box, think beyond the square. Here's what's really, really interesting, given the advertising campaign: saying to people, "think outside the box," doesn't help them solve the problem. Okay? So what's going on? Well, it's much more than just knowing that you have to go outside the square. You have to know how to sculpt the salient landscape, resize things up, re-foreground, re-background, take things that you're oblivious to, right, and bring them into your attention. Take things that seem obvious to you and let go of them. You have to do this fundamental re-sculpting of your salient landscape. And in order to know how to do that, you have to know what it is like to get it right or get it wrong. And this is the knowing that is through your state of consciousness. You know what it's like to get it right. So what I want to talk about is this idea of making frame. Like what we're doing is we're doing that sculpting the landscape, like they were literally making a frame of the square in the problem. And in that, what you have to do is you're ignoring what's outside the frame. You're only regarding as salient or relevant what's inside the frame. Now what happens, what you need to do in the 9-dot problem, you have to break the old frame. You have to break that frame, and then you have to make a new one. You have to, oh, that's not working. Aha! That's what happens. You get the aha experience. Now that's a process of disintegration and reintegration. It's a process of complexification. And what Stefan and Dixon showed in their work, they provide good behavioral evidence, experimental evidence, in the 2009-2010 papers, that when you're measuring the entropy in the brain, I won't tell you how they did that. It's very complex, but very rigorous. So as people are facing the 9-dot problem or a similar insight problem, entropy goes up very high. And then when they get the it drops lower than where it started. So what we are theorizing is that the entropy is for breaking frame, and then that affords a new and better frame. Entropy drops lower, and what that is revealing is that there's a better cognitive fit to the problem. What you're finding salient is actually disclosing the information that is needed, that is relevant to solving the problem. And they talk about this in terms of self-organizing criticality, for those of you who are aware of some of that dynamical systems theory. Now this is an increase in fluency. I'm going to tell you in a minute what fluency is. Some of you already know. But I want to point out that Kobylinski and Reber argued way back in 2010, and other people have continued to do so, that insight is actually a sudden improvement. It's a spike in fluency. It's emergent new fluency. It's enhanced cognitive fittedness to the problem. Now what do we know about fluency? Well, fluency is a domain general process. It's not bound to the content. So a classic example of a fluency experiment is I give you a text in black ink, white paper, right, and you read it, and at summertime I gave you the exact same text. There is no syntactic or semantic difference, no font difference. All I do is change it to blue ink and yellow background. What you will find is that people will judge that the text that's in the black and white is more likely true, it's beautiful, it should be taken seriously. They're not. Obviously, this is domain general because it is not bound to the conceptual or semantic content of the text. It is a pure processing heuristic. But the fact that it's domain general and well evidenced means it's probably an adaptive function. But we have to ask, well, what is it? Initially, what people thought is that fluency is the brain's marker for ease of processing, and it's basically saying, oh, this is good, do more ease of processing. Ease of processing doesn't work. The standard refutation is I can make something very easy for you to process just by repeating it, cat, 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 cat. But you're not going, what truth? What beauty, right? You're not feeling, yes, of course, right? In fact, most people report phenomenologically that they're losing meaning. They're losing a sense of realness. So it's not simple ease of processing. Many researchers are moving towards the idea that it's not just the ease of recall, but the ease of recall and application, shaping and fitting the information to the problem at hand. So we argue that fluency is actually the ease of appropriate framing for fittedness to the problem. Obviously, I mean cognitive fittedness. What's happening in insight is we're getting a self-organizing. You don't do an insight. You don't say, well, now I need an insight, go. And you don't just wait for it to appear. You participate in a self-organizing process that is a restructuring of the salience that determines what information is relevant to solving a problem. Now, this idea of zeroing in on relevance realization has been the key to a lot of my work around intelligence and its connections to artificial intelligence. So starting from my thesis in 97 and a series of papers, major one in 2012, now the most recent one in 2024, I made the argument that relevance realization is a central meta problem. It's a problem you have to solve before you can solve any other problem. What is this problem? All the information I could pay attention to in this room and all the possible patterns, it's combinatorially explosive. All the information in my memory and all the possible connections, combinatorially explosive. All the possibilities I can consider, combinatorially explosive. All the sequences of actions, combinatorially explosive. And yet this is what you're doing. Right now, you're ignoring almost all that information because you can't check it to see if it's relevant or not, or you will never leave this room. It'll be the last thing you try to do. You don't just arbitrarily guess. Somehow you ignore all of that and zero in on the relevant information like that. And it's obvious to you what you should be paying attention to, what you should be remembering, what actions you should be performing. For some of you who are more connected to the AI field, this of course is a classic frame problem, but it has been narrowed down and specified in terms of the relevance problem. There's a huge and very fruitful debate going on right now about the relationship in the literature between predictive processing models and relevance realization theory. I won't repeat all the arguments. They are in public video and academic publication. These things that I'm now going to list can't explain relevance realization because they fundamentally presuppose it. They require it in order to do what they're doing. Obviously problem solving, categorization, representation, inference, rule following, even the act of formalization so you can apply a computational formal system. That was the 2024 paper. That presupposes relevance realization. It is a primordial and central cognitive process. Therefore, it stands to reason that your brain would mark that as something of a processing heuristic. When relevance realization is going smoothly, the brain is going, yes, yes. So in 2018, Vervaeke, Ferraro, and Herrera-Bennett published a paper called Flow is Spontaneous Thought. I think it's in the Oxford Handbook on Spontaneous Thought. And we were basically arguing, okay, insight is a fluency spike. But is the insight process itself ever complexified and exapted? And what we argued is we think that there's a deep connection between insight and flow. Let me give you the gist of the argument. If you take a look at flow-inducing behaviors, like rock climbing, both my stepson and stepdaughter rock climb. Rock climbing is the most absurd thing that human beings do. It makes no sense. It's like a Greek punishment. You climb up that, you might hurt yourself, you might die. When you're done, come back down, right? So when you study it, it's flow-inducing. And the thing about rock climbing, it's very apparent what's going on. When you're rock climbing, you literally impasse, like when you're caught inside the square of the 9 dot, and you literally have to restructure your perspective, your salience landscaping. And that gives you a new way of literally refitting yourself to the rock, and then that affords you to move and you approach another impasse, and you have to, but now you're primed, right? Because of transfer appropriate processing, coding specificity, you're primed for insight. You're already in a cognitive flexible state, you get another insight, and another insight, and another insight. So you're getting an insight cascade. And notice what's happening in flow, as described by Csikszentmihalyi and others. In flow, you have super salience. It's like you're getting a flash of an insight, but extended. You have an ongoing sense of discovery, an ongoing sense of creativity. You're having optimal performance, optimal experience. It's graceful. Although like when I'm a martial artist and I'm sparring, it just comes out of you because it is self-organizing, like an insight. It gives you a tremendous sense of at-one-ment, enhanced, better fittedness to your environment. And that also gives you a reduction in egocentrism. So the idea is fluency complexifies to insight, and insight complexifies to flow. So flow as an insight cascade would, of course, be very adaptive and very motivating, and that's why you find it as a cross-cultural, cross-historical, universal in detail. Let's go back to relevance realization. So what's happening in relevance realization? It's always toing and froing between integration and differentiation. Why is it doing that? Well, it's doing opponent processing. It faces, when you're trying to solve your problems, and you're trying to get the information to solve them, you face trade-off relationships. What do I mean by that? Well, do I stay here and exploit my information, or do I go there and explore? As I give up one, I have to give up one to gain the other. They're in a trade-off relationship. When I'm making a prediction for my sample, do I worry about overfitting or underfitting to my sample? They're in a trade-off relationship. As I try to remove mistakes, I increase misses. As I try to decrease misses, I increase mistakes. They're always trading off each other. Do I generalize, or do I discriminate? Do I do general purpose or special purpose? Am I trying to get my cognition as efficient as possible or as evolvable as possible? There are all these trade-offs, inevitable, unavoidable trade-offs. You can think about this as like a multi-dimensional opponent processing that's constraining how you search through the information to this sweet spot between novelty and stability, which is this fittedness you're after. It's this constant evolution of your fittedness. Now, Merleau-Ponty, the great phenomenologist, said an interesting way. When you're doing all this opponent processing, hope I don't drop this glass, that would be embarrassing, right? So notice even trying to see an object, I'm in these trade-offs. Do I want to note the details? I lose the gestalt. Do I want the gestalt? I lose the details. Do I want the bottom? I lose the side. What's the best way to look at it? And what you should say to me is it depends. And what I do is I find the best sweet spot between all those trade-offs that fits me best to the problem at hand. That's called optimal gripping. That's called optimal gripping. And when you have an insight, you're getting an optimal grip you didn't have before. Now, I want to just a slight digression, and then I'll bring it back. We talk about having a stance towards reality. And I want you to think about the metaphor. So I'm a martial artist. There's this fighting stance. This is a Tai Chi Chuan fighting stance. I can't do anything with this. I can't. So why do I do that? What I'm doing is I'm trying to find a place that's optimally set for giving me the most overall easy access to many of the things I need to do: block, punch, step back, step forward. What I'm doing is getting an optimal grip on my optimal grippings. The meta-optimal grip. This is what Dan Shappy and I are doing work on this. This is what we're talking about when Sass and Stegmaier and other people are talking about orientation. We're orienting ourselves. We're taking a stance. It indicates our meta-optimal grip, our attitude, and also our identification. What identity? What role am I assuming? What roles am I assigning? I'm becoming a particular agent. This is a particular arena. I'm a lecturer now, and this is a lecture hall, right? Things like that. I don't take on this agency in an arena when I'm talking to my beloved Sarah. That would be insane. Okay? So, now, let's try returning back, complexifying flow itself. What if you weren't flowing at the level of a domain-specific thing, like Tai Chi, rock climbing, martial art? What if you were flowing at the level of your stance, your orientation to your worldview? What's a worldview? Well, this is the work of Clifford Geertz. Worldview is your meta-meaning system. I have all these, I mentioned it earlier, I have all these agent-arena relationships, roles that I'm assuming and assigning, the legal, political domain, educational domain, moral domain, romantic domain, and yet I need a meta-model that tells me what's the cognitive cultural grammar for doing any specific kind of modeling. I'm always modeling myself to the world and modeling the world to myself. I have to have a meta-model that tells me how to do that modeling, guides me. That's what Geertz called a worldview, and he said one of the functions of religion, it's not only religions that do this, but one of the functions of religion is to give us worldview attunement, making sure that these two are well fitted together. So what if I wasn't flowing in a set of domain-specific skills, but flowing at the level of my stance towards my worldview attunement? Right? So Wright, in 2005, wrote a really important article based on the work of Iris Murdoch, and he was arguing for a form of transcendence that is not transcendence to a supernatural, and I would also argue completely impossible view from nowhere. Many of you are kind of epistemologically hesitant around talk of transcendence because you are concerned about this kind of questionable epistemology. I am too. I actually think the view from nowhere is logically, physically, and epistemically impossible. Instead, Wright proposes, based on Murdoch's work, what he calls sensibility transcendence. So here's the example. Murdoch gives in the Sovereignty that there's a mother-in-law, she thinks her daughter-in-law is crude, coarse, inept, clumsy. And then she has an insight that maybe the daughter-in-law is actually spontaneous, authentic, and adaptive. And then she doesn't only have an insight into her daughter-in-law, she gets a reflective reciprocal insight that maybe the way I'm framing reality is wrong. You get this reciprocal restructuring, both inward and outward. This is wondering. Wondering isn't a synonym for curiosity. Wondering is when the self and the world are called into question together in this reciprocally opening fashion. What's interesting is the work by Aaron, that's the last name, showing that when we do this, he calls it mutually accelerating disclosure. If I disclose to you and you disclose to me and we keep doing that, that's how we fall in love. That's what love is. So you're getting this reciprocal opening. You're seeing more deeply into the world, more deeply in yourself in a mutually affording fashion. You're experiencing it very much as a kind of love. This is what he means by sensibility transcendence. Okay. What's going on in that? Well, here we can turn to Wynn's really amazing book, Renewing the Senses, from 2013. And he's taking a look at James's account in Varieties of Religious Experience of religious conversion, metanoia, which I think is a great term because noesis is that's knowing through oriented noticing that I've been talking about all throughout this talk. And what happens is when people go through this, they don't get a focal object of God that has adjectival properties. Instead, what they get is a global adverbial presence. It's affecting their salience landscape. It's affecting their affordance landscape. It's affecting their feelings of being. The whole world is renewed and come alive to them. They're flowing, but not at any particular. They're flowing at the level of worldview attunement. So think about what's happening here. You have a kind of profound ontological love. You've got flow, sensibility, transcendence, and enhanced worldview attunement, and a deep renewal of your sense of fittedness and connectedness, which is at the core of meaning in life. I think this is a very good way of explaining what's going on in a mystical experience. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for the fascinating presentation. We're going to the Q&A. There are 2 microphones on the side. Please approach if you have a question. Please keep it short and concise and end it with a question mark. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, John.
Hello.
Thank you for a very intriguing talk. I do a lot of research with 5-MeO DMT that induces this very strong feeling of meaningfulness and noetic feelings. And in our analysis, we see that there's like a feeling of pure meaning at the peak of the experience, and that is then translated into some crystallization of meaning with specific content. And I guess my question is, like, from a normative or ethical or maybe even therapeutic perspective, what do you think is the right kind of thing to do to prep that crystallization of meaning to avoid the pitfalls of unhelpful insights or too much grasping into that crystallized content?
Right. Excellent question. So obviously, what's strongly implied is the cognitive continuum is a way of which we can think about priming people towards mystical experience. We can train them for more insight. There are ways of doing that, mindfulness practices, chunk decomposition, constraint relaxation. We can prime people for flow, all the tricks that my work, and so on and so forth, and we can sort of prime people in. But then you're asking questions like, and this goes to Lakunen's work about the fact that people have false insights. And then what I would say is one of the functions of a worldview is to give you a set of practices, sapiential practices that are about something that's also near and dear to my heart, the cultivation of wisdom, where that doesn't mean arcane propositions. It means systemically and systematically becoming more reliable in overcoming self-deception. And you have to train that both individually and dialogically with others, because you are actually my best way of overcoming my bias, and I am your best way. And so we need to dialogue and then internalize, dialogue and internalize. And so I actually work on engineering some of those practices, running workshops on them. We have a whole bunch of anecdotal evidence. We've run a pilot study to provide some confirming evidence for it. And we're using that to try and get a grant to do a deeper empirical study.
Right. So the intersubjective dimension is key.
Oh, it's absolutely key. All of what's happening now about that, we should understand rationality not as monological computation. We should understand it as dialogical transformation. This is the work of Sperber and Mercier and a whole bunch of other people.
Right. So Sangha, right?
Pardon me?
The Sangha in meditation.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you very much. The reason I'm doing this is not just because I'm an overly friendly Canadian. I'm deaf in my left ear, so I have to be able to see the person talking to be able to hear them.
Yeah, easy enough. I'll try and order it as best I can. Thank you once again. When you were describing this aspect of flow, and then flow kind of creating this acceleration and then drop to a lower state, and then you were describing also how they can kind of almost ricochet or continuous and create this insight moment that continues over and over. And I guess the way in which I'll phrase this statement to a question is, there are points within potentially psychedelic experience, but also other forms of altered states of consciousness, where this insight goes so rapidly that it loses meaning, but it also loses connection to reality, just as you're talking with parasitic in many ways. But upon which kind of fulcrum point might you say that it goes from a very beneficial level of insight that is continuous to a psychotic break, or something else that has no real tether to reality, because it's built upon this almost like Swiss cheese foundation of, oh, this is totally new, this is this, and it just loses an actual tether to something that can be signifiable to the outside world.
Excellent. It kind of overlaps with his question in an important way. And this is a question that I'm hoping this kind of work affords. To put it in a phrase, and I'm not trying to be reductive, what's the relationship between the mystical and the rational? Where we mean by rational, keeping in touch with reality.
Yeah, and how are they tethered, or like one has a solid foundation to the other?
And so I don't think there's any internal introspective marker that we can train people to look for. I don't think it's phenomenologically marked.
Heuristic maybe, though.
Well, no, because think about how flow itself is very environmentally generated and determined. And insight depends on opportunistic assimilation from information available in the environment. So you can't think of it as an internal process. It's precisely this fittedness process. It's like the adaptivity of an animal. It's not in the animal or the environment, but how they fit together. What that means, and what you see. So here, let's move down the continuum. Here's the problem with flow. I can give you a flow state and set up the context that induces the flow state that is designed to not transfer to the real world. It's called a video game.
Well,
I'm not saying everybody becomes an addict, but people do.
Absolutely.
Right. And what I'm saying is what's going on there is you get all the conditions for the flow state, but they're set up in a context that is often designed to not. Now, some video games do, acknowledge that, but often the addictive ones, flow doesn't transfer. And what happens is people experience a lack of flow, a reduction in flow. Depression is anti-flow.
Yeah.
And then they get dragged back to the game and you get addicted. So it's not that there's nothing in the brain's internal mechanics that you can look at and go, well, look for that. Because it has to do with an epistemic relationship, the knowing. Are you setting up the situation such that it transfers? And so the indigenous use of psychedelics often set up an entire framework around it, a philosophical framework, to try and prioritize not the experience, but the transfer to life. Yeah. This, of course, is one of the functions of religious ritual, too. The point of a religious ritual is not what you're doing in the ritual. Does it transfer to your life and transform it? You have to set it up in the right way.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Welcome.
I'd love to invite you a little deeper into my experience of these channelings. There's an awareness of being at the edge of not just what I know, but what humans know. And then there's this fractured space where there's some incredible, like, both lost souls and pioneers, just they push, they pull, but they can't bring back enough that it makes sense to integrate it with general awareness. And so with that guide, I'm diving and I'm aiming for exactly what it's time to share. Because that's what both waits. And with these, I gave you those.
The skills that are necessary to thrive in this next phase of human presence on Earth are different than the skills that have excelled in the past. To appreciate what you can now do to thrive, you must have a simple understanding of why it used to work the way it did. Many of you are interested in money. You need to be. Yes, a time will come when it is no longer a fundamental part of human presence. That time is more than 100 years away by your measures. Yet, the phase from now until then has different rules. Let me first explain to you why we have used money in the ways we have. To accept this is a deep surrender, for a partial understanding will create resentment in you towards us. We are far more responsible for creating the world as it has been than you will like. We have often chosen winners and losers, and we have used money to make this work. This has never been a complete control over the system. It was necessary for it to be beyond the confines of our dominance. And yet our influence shaped the currents and the changes in the patterns in the banks. Currency, banks. These words were not used accidentally. We generated the financial systems with one core purpose, and you still need it. Money teaches you to dissolve karma. When you understand that this is the primary goal, you can far more easily appreciate why things have worked the way they have. Consider, in a context in which 3 violent leaders are vying for dominance of a community, we are not measuring who we like more. We are measuring who is more capable of channeling the forces of the entire community and the role it needs to play in relation to other communities. This is a complex equation. You cannot simply dissolve it based on personality preferences. And while even I would prefer that a certain range of individuals be in more dominant and prominent positions, it doesn't work. Thus, the individual who is chosen to lead is often lured with money. Money is effective in this context because it induces patience. It induces the potential to channel violent and volatile energies with restraint. This one measure makes certain unpleasant people better at reducing karmic forces than a kind person put in the same position. Further, in a context where multiple people are aggressive, there are many ways in which they can both be lured into systems of restraint if they are taught to appreciate that that restraint will cultivate an environment in which their wealth will increase. Thus, leaders of different communities are often chosen not because they are kind or good, but because they will be able to restrain themselves and their communities from violence, enough to cultivate wealth. This system is beneath the human potential. It could not be fundamentally dominant or it wouldn't work, meaning we couldn't stop the violence. We couldn't stop it. Stopping it would simply put it off. Delaying the impact of the violence does not create a better community on Earth. In certain contexts, it prolongs the suffering. Thus, the goals have been to focus your ability to restrain energies in just the right measures. This has led through the course of human history until now. The reason this is a pivotal turning point is that for the first time in human history, large numbers of you have been doing substantial work to restrain karma in a new way. You have been doing it through the pattern of cultivating priorities that were never available before. This could only exist on top of a society that has done great work to eliminate a wide range of primal fears. I speak with care. Precision here matters. The system is imperfect by your measures and exactly as it is designed to be by ours. It was not possible to liberate as many people and as high a proportion of the population from survival fears until now. And in this liberation, terror, on a certain measure, has become such a small percentage of the daily experience of enough human beings that a certain deeper potential has been attained. Potentials can be attained, and in their attainment, many of you have been led to behave in ways that have not been financially rewarding. This induced another great separation. You have separated yourselves from those who were lured by the presence of money. When money is in a dominant position luring you into new behaviors, there is no way to separate who you could be without it. It has been necessary to put a substantial number of human beings into a position to follow your heart. Yet not only to follow your heart, but to follow your heart into a depth that has supported us in the creation of the new ways. In these new ways, there is an inversion. They could not exist. They could not exist unless you had cultivated zones of presence in which dominant survival fears were as low as they have been for many of you. Again, I speak with caution. It is not as simple as grand rules that apply to everyone yet. But the distinction is that this potential is now strong enough to withstand a new way. Those of you who have helped to cultivate it already have often been unaware of the work you have been doing. The priorities we placed on you were clear and simple. We offered you a presence of our love. Love is not the energetic buzz, but there are forms of this buzz, this resonance, that are only capable of existing through an extension between your hearts and ours. And in multiple situations and circumstances, we presented you with crossroads. Choose this way, certain results. Choose this way, this is where we love you. Over time, those who consistently chose with us again and again cultivated a depth within yourself that allowed us to guide you into a much deeper role of service. You have already been doing this. You did not need to know our names. You did not need to hear our voices. You did not need to recognize the depth of your service. Indeed, it was necessary that you did not. Many of you were placed in situations where you stalled and even halted dramatically negative forces. Had you understood the true repercussions of the work you were doing, you may well have fallen apart. You needed to conceptualize your challenge as something simple and direct, something that was perhaps just about you. And by taking ownership of the experience in this way, you literally reframed forms of violence, forms of karmic violence that needed to end. And now I grant you a great gift that is not a gift. You have earned money. Money, as you know it, has a direct presence. It is present as energy before it is present as currency. Make the distinction. The energy you have earned by serving the earth through the cessation of many hostile karmas is real. It exists already. You have essentially established a bank account with us. It has exact mathematical presence. We are aware of it, and we have protected it, and we are ready to give it to you. We are not torturing you when we challenge you to do the work to reach us. It is essential. You must reach us in several ways in order to establish a broad enough channel to allow us to give you the money you have earned in a form that will work well with your life. In essence, you need to build a bridge, and this bridge needs to be in alignment. To understand how to do this, you must appreciate that there will be many commonalities between you in this work, and there are many ways in which it will be unique to you. Let me give you certain aspects of the foundation. You need to receive money in a way that is true to a life that is genuinely healthy for you and those around you. Any willingness within you to sacrifice must be drawn out, because the way in which you receive this money is going to resonate in a way that inspires others. Thus, it is crucial that it come in a form that is both honest to your heart and present in a way that can be amplified. We are putting a new layer of our plan into process. To align with this, embrace our service to you. We are here to help you, and you must be present enough with us to be able to follow the nuances that allow you to align your bridge. Your bridge will move. It is not as static as you would conceive on your own, but it has one end in your life and one end in the bank account we have created for you. And now, the final piece. Consider that you have been witnessed from the moon. This is closer to truth than most allegories we could give you. Indeed, it is literal enough that I encourage you to invoke dramatic conceptions to help you align with this. You have been witnessed from the moon by those who vote, one who deserves to be respected. And their votes have always mattered. They have chosen who to focus upon, and their focus has stood out in a similar way that the moon's light stands out in the middle of the night, at the time of the full moon. When this light has shone upon you, you have been granted respect on a level you have not known how to fully integrate. You have known it. You have felt it. You have heard the whispers in your mind that you are loved in this way, yet you have not known how to conceptualize it and integrate it into your sense of what is real and normal. In this way, you have accrued money, moon-e. The humor is intentional and has always been present. It is how we created this reality for you. And as you have invoked presence that has stalled and even ceased negative karmas, you earned this respect, which is the witness of those who watch you from the moon. And this respect has been tabulated again and again at every juncture in which you have behaved in ways that matter more to us than they have to your peers and to the social norms and measures of success that are true to your society as it was. And thus, to completely receive this blessing, you must appreciate that you are forging a new way that you have already made real. To those who recognize the presence of this resonance within them, you simply need to appreciate that you have already earned it. You have already earned more respect than you have known, and this respect will translate into money in your life. You need to want it, you need to do the work to receive it, and you need to recognize that this is simply the beginning of a whole new phase. This phase has a final layer of completion, which will be made clear to you over the course of the next 2 to 3 years. It involves shifting your attention to recognize how and why Earth has allowed such devastating forces to be dominant, and the true potential that will emerge from the ashes of the old way. As you align with this shift, recognize that in a distant future, those who have accrued respect in this new phase of human presence will receive even more respect through their generosity and through the wisdom of the way in which they give. If you can see into this time, you will learn to appreciate that you are called to be such a person. If you had 10 times as much money as you think you need, how would you use it wisely? Begin to answer this question, and you will find me.
The activity in the person becomes autotelic, or another way of saying it is you become autotelic. What is autotelic? That is practically allowing yourself to be, with respect to whatever appears, thinking, feeling, and acting from the premise of your real nature, of infinite intelligence, infinite fulfillment. That's your real nature. So that can be described as what is called no mind. No mind. No mind does not mean pretend, like the limiting beliefs are not identified with. It's the actual result of mind that has been purified. And so you get the opportunity to purify your mind and make the exact money that you desire by applying exactly what we're talking about here. So let's get into a grand summary. What is a money block, or what are money blocks? Money blocks are subconscious mind programs or beliefs that if the individual identifies with them, it generates resistance. Resistance to what? Resistance to making the kind of money that you would like to make. Resistance to keeping money, investing it. Resistance to generating increased returns on your investment over the course. Restricting the flow when it comes to prospecting, lead generation, client acquisition, the high leverage areas on the revenue side of the business. What's the revenue side again? Innovation, sales, marketing. Resistance to these areas, money blocks, blown away. Now there may be other conditioning as well. But all that conditioning, whether it be money block related or whatever block related, is blown away by just showing up and performing the task, feeling the challenge and doing it anyway, letting the thoughts that suggest lack or limitation, or I can't do it, I am not infinite intelligence, or I am not infinite fulfillment, to appear to disappear in your mind. And then you put off the former conversation. This is how you put off the former conversation. This was articulated in the Bible. And you embody the new man, which is who you genuinely desire to be. And not only does that happen, you feel flow, you become autotelic, you purify the mind, you get to a point of no mind. Everything flows effortlessly for you. And then you're talking like prospecting, lead generation, client acquisition is effortless, easy, and fun. I didn't say that in the earlier stages, but I had a hint that it could be fun. It could be joyous because that's what I genuinely love to do. Yet it didn't feel that way through the money blocks. So you just show up and do the presentations again, and again, prospecting again, purifies the mind, regulates the nervous system, deconditions the mind, reprograms the subconscious mind, and then you manifest exactly what you want, and then you're no longer identified with the money blocks. So I just found it to be helpful. If you would like a copy of this mind map, the link is in the description. Thank you very much for watching. I'll talk to you soon. Take care.
This is 20 Questions with Pastor Mike. I am Mike Winger, and this is my cat, Moxie, who sometimes joins us live. That's actually her. Oops, I kicked her camera.
There she is.
I scared her. Anyway, I'm here to answer your guys' questions, not about cats, sadly, but about something even better, actually. That's the bad news. The good news, it's about Jesus, Christianity, the Bible, the Christian faith, apologetics, like defending the truths of the Christian faith, basically whatever you have on deck. I'm going to talk to you about, and I'm going to start with the first question, which when I find my button, my big red button. Question number 1 is from Robert T, who asks about the wives of the apostles, and you might be surprised to know we do have a bit of information about them in the Bible. So Robert T says, were Christ's disciples married? Did they have families? I believe there's a reference to Peter's in-law, but I find it to be an interesting question. What would it be like for them? How would that fit with what the Lord tells us about the role of a husband and father? The love for God trumps all, so did that override their responsibilities as a husband/father? So I take this question to have like sort of two sides to it. One side is, you know, the facts about their wife. Were they married and what was going on with them back then? And then the second side is, hey, sometimes people feel a tension between their responsibilities to their family and their responsibilities to the kingdom of God. And there have even been those who've done missionary work where they've abandoned family in order to do missions, or say a pastor who spends so much time doing things for his local church that he's not there for his own family, and then there can be like a conflict between those. So we'll talk about that too. First, the apostles, were they in fact married? And the answer is going to be a resounding yes, in spite of what some people say. Let me walk you through a few places in Scripture. You already mentioned Peter's mother-in-law, but let's just look real quick at that. This is in Luke chapter 4, verse 38. As you guys are loading in the other questions, I'll take 20 of them today. And it says, this is early in Jesus' ministry, and he is there at Peter's house, who he shares with his brother Andrew, and the mother-in-law seems to live there as well. And he arose and left the synagogue and entered Simon's house. Now Simon's mother-in-law was ill with a high fever, and they appealed to him on her behalf. And he stood over her and rebuked the fever, and it left her, and immediately she rose and began to serve them. This is recorded a few times in the Gospels.